This land is calling.
I am here behind the scenes to give you a sneak peek of the StarCraft 2 control room, where a large crew of unsung heroes are here, always working hard to try to bring you the best action, capture all the best moments, and even the player reactions. They're always monitoring, and they're usually hard at work. Usually.
Are you ready for a StarCraft extravaganza like no other? Because it's day number 2 here of the Esports World Cup. We've already eliminated 2 players. Today, 4 more will go. Get them out of here as we have got our road to become a world champion to focus on. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Laris here to get the Esports World Cup underway. Once again, I'm hyped, I am pumped, and with me to talk about everything that's going to be going on at the start of the show, I have Loco, I have Wardy to talk about it. Wardy, are you as ready as me?
James, honestly, I've never seen you so ready in my life. You seem so excited every single moment you get to talk about StarCraft. The passion is overwhelming.
I had a year off. I had nothing to talk. Give me more.
I get it, right? I take like 2 days off and I come back like, I'm so good. You've got a whole year.
I feel like you're a little too excited, though, to eliminate players. I mean, it's fun to get StarCraft going. We're like, yeah, let's get them out of here right away.
Get them out of here.
We want to get to the finals immediately?
No. We've got some really good StarCraft to watch before that, admittedly.
All right. Good idea.
Yeah, fair. All right. Sorry, I am pretty hyped. I'm pretty excited. And you should be at home as well. You should be at home as well, because we've got an insane day of StarCraft coming your way, and these insane players are going to be making their way here. Brought to you by Jimmy O Motorsports. They are ready and looking good to go. But Loco, yesterday we had a brilliant day of StarCraft. I imagine today will be no different.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we already started off with fantastic games, and I feel like today is no different, right? I mean, you look at any of the matches, and all of them are good. I mean, I guess this is what happens when you bring all of the best players in the world out to compete against each other, but you can't really look at any of the games and be disappointed.
Yeah, definitely. Well, before we do that, of course, let's head down to the Boulevard and see what good old Sandstorm is up to before day 2.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandstorm, one of the hosts here at the Esports World Cup, and today marks the beginning of quite a few tournaments in the 3rd week of competition. Behind me to the right is the stage for Honor of Kings, and the competition, I believe, begins today. Following that, in the next stage that we have here is going to be PUBG Mobile. Today, they're sorting out their media days, they're taking all their fancy pictures, getting themselves ready for the first day of competition that starts tomorrow. And in the final stage, all the way towards the end, it's none other than Call of Duty Black Ops 6. 3 competitions in 3 different arenas in our 3rd week here at the Esports World Cup. But right now, I have to rush to the 4th stage, which, guess what, has StarCraft 2, because that's actually the one that I'm hosting. So let's go.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million. with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
And that's how the Club Championship initiative works on out. So far, so good for Team Vitality at number 1 right now. They do still have Maru and Zoun representing here in StarCraft to try and hold on to that number 1 spot. However, before we really kind of get to what's going on here in StarCraft as a whole, let's take a look at how the key works here for the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the Totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champion selects 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
And of course, more keys will be crushed today. Some of these players' keys will be gone. Here's our 16 players coming on in to today, Loco, as we have said goodbye to 2 already. And a lot of these are big contenders for the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I find this one very difficult to predict, right? And like you said, we're going to be eliminating 4 players today. I honestly have a hard time picking any names.
$700,000 on the line for these guys, of course, and for some of those players, they very realistically know that they could be walking away with that $200,000. Some big favorites overall, Wardy, to try and challenge for that number 1 spot.
Man, it's so cool. I was saying this before the tournament, but there's so many players who could win. Like, it's so exciting. Like, I'm so used to saying Serral, Clem,
it's much more open,
but
right?
it more than ever before. It's so cool to have a tournament where we just don't have a favorite. I think it's genuinely unpredictable. Yes, there's a group of people who can do it, but I honestly think everyone below that has a really good chance as well.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw some of those glimmers of hope for some of the players yesterday, right? In the performances that they set kind of as a precedent moving forwards into today. Let's take a look at the Gdia top plays from yesterday. Of course, brought to you by Gdia, and see what actually went down. Because we started off with that playing stage, Loco, and we saw some great games right off the bat.
Yeah, this was a very aggressive series, actually, between Heromarine and Lambo. Lambo decided to go for some really spicy timing attacks. They actually played against each other several times, right? And I feel like across the board, this was really fun. Obviously, that first game that we saw between these two also started off with a battle cruiser, which is just one of those units we rarely see, and all these surrounds and all of the interesting tech transitions, right? Like, it's not of that, like, well, we have a little bit of the Ling Bane armies as well, but it's a lot of variety across the board.
It really is. It was a really fun starting series. Later on in the day, you know, Clem versus Byun. Clem, Protoss at the World Championship, very fun, and he dominated Byun. Byun was not 100% in this series. He was definitely making mistakes. He could have done a whole lot more, but that's the pressure of the World, you know, the World Cup and the World Championship here for StarCraft 2. I think it gets to you, and I think it got to Byun a little bit on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Rogue versus Classic as well, or we had Rogue versus Classic a little bit later too. Another very close match. Ultimately, this one ended up being a Classic win, but very fun to see.
Yeah, as we said, when we look back at this and think to ourselves, okay, can it live up to what we saw at the GSL finals? ZG said it best, Wardy. It was kind of a condensed version of that finals that we got to see here on the stage.
It was, right? It was a little bit of everything. Rogue coming in and showing what he's good at, Classic showing what he's good at, but also having that chance to mix it up a little bit. Definitely what you want to see in the bigger stages.
Now, do bear in mind, of course, we have the B stream running as well. So yesterday, the results were as follows from there. Make sure to tune in today as well alongside the A stream, where we are the cool kids, the cool guy. No, they're pretty cool over on B as well. I'm not gonna lie.
We had some good games too. We have Maru, Sero. I mean, I can't complain.
Are you trying to coax people to just watch us?
No. They should stay here for 100%.
All right. Well, these were some of the results here from yesterday. Unfortunately, for some of our players, their keys were crushed, demolished, their dreams and shattered on the ground, and it was all thanks to Big Gabe.
Man, he must have pushed that button so hard. You know what? Like he
got destroyed.
He got shocked as well. Gabe was like, "Oh my god, I actually destroyed it. It was crazy."
I think he can let go of the button a little sooner, right? But he's no. It's going all the way.
Here we go again.
The drama. Bam. That was a bit early. Sorry.
Well, it explodes.
You
you got a fright.
Man, they really get destroyed this year.
Yes.
Like last year, they kind of crumpled up a little bit. It's like, oh, that's sad. This year, it's like devastation.
Across the games last year, there were a few that did splinter and shatter. But yeah, in StarCraft, it was just a... bit of a whimper. But yes, this time around, explosions abound. So here was all the games that were coming along. And of course, Clem, when it came to his results coming on in. Now, exciting to see him whip out the Protoss straight away.
Yeah, we already saw a little bit of this earlier here too, right? So he decides to pick Protoss in a premier StarCraft 2 event. In this case, the EWC. We've seen it a little bit over the years that players decide to off-race and try their hand at maybe picking a little bit of Protoss here. But Clem, serious when it comes to facing off against Terran with Protoss. This is the moment where you accidentally misrallied an Immortal across the map. And yeah, Wardy already mentioned it. Byun was not quite playing perfectly, but neither was Clem. And the fact that he still managed to win 2-0 against, well, a previous world champion of StarCraft 2, he's looking like he's ready to go back-to-back.
I love how Clem flabbergasted that he had the Immortal walk and then flabbergasted that he'd won the game off the back of it.
It's like, wait a second, it's Immortal. How can it die? It doesn't make any sense.
And then, of course, we kind of rounded things out yesterday with Cure going up against Showtime. Cure did take that 2-0. And what really stood out for me, Wardy, was how Game 2 went down. Yes, okay, Game 1, Cure was doing Cure things, and eventually we had a little bit of a weird scenario with the armies going down. But Game 2, he decided, what if I make nothing in my base ever?
It was like old school Terran, right? It's like, hey, we cannot possibly let the Protoss build anything. Let's try and kill them as soon as possible. It was a super aggressive series. It's really cool to see Cure when he gets preparation time. He gets to come in and, like, you know, say, hey, look, this is what I do to Protoss players. He's so good at having nasty builds. He used to like do proxy battle cruises in this matchup way back when, like 5-6 years ago. So Showtime said it as well afterwards. He's like, man, you know, it's really nasty when Terrans have things planned for you, but hey, I'm feeling good for tomorrow. But I think the story of this series was just how prepped Cure is, and that's super exciting for whatever he has planned later today against Hero.
Yeah, definitely. I was musing over like how he was gonna, or we were musing over how he was gonna actually execute this assault. Was he gonna go front? But with the way it works on this map and like having those buildings trying to block some of this area, the pylon's super exposed. It shuts down all the production. Showtime just had no say in what he could do against this attack.
I always like it when Terran players treat the entire map as their main base, you know? Just build everything. Maybe start off with a supply depot in the main, but anything goes anywhere else.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from Cure. Of course, we'll be seeing him throughout the day as well. And we can see some of the reactions coming in from yesterday as well here. And this is, of course, brought to you by good old Sony. So let's take a look at some of those reactions here from Sony. I think that we have some very animated players. Some very exciting. There was a lot of Byun.
Yeah, Byun's like that, right? But yeah, there's a lot of good reactions in StarCraft 2 because it's an intense game, right? We saw the heart rate monitors and everyone's pumped up. And then you get that sudden release of like excitement or relief or complete disappointment and devastation, right? I keep using the word devastation because I do feel like that's what it is. We are at the World Championship and then you lose out. It does not feel good. So especially today when we knock players down, it's going to be some sad faces.
Here's bracket A for Group A, of course, as it's effectively for all these guys a double elimination bracket. So far, so good for Clem, Solar, Reina, and Maru. All of those guys will be playing today. We will know 2 names moving forwards into the next bracket. However, we will also know 2 names that are going to be falling out of the tournament completely loco.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sadly, that is how tournaments work, right? You have to eliminate players. Yeah. You can't keep everybody around. But for some of these names, you wouldn't necessarily expect them to be at this stage of the tournament already.
No, definitely not. In Group B, we got ourselves Hero, Cure, Classic, and Serral. As, of course, looking at towards Hero and Cure, we get, as if we didn't already have some cool stuff with our previous GSL final runbacks, we get yet another one, Wardy.
Yeah, another GSL final rematch, man, and they keep going to Game 7 this year, didn't they? So, yeah, I think that's going to be super cool. Preparations, obviously, in full swing. You know, Kyo had a very good idea that, hey, I'm just going to prep against Protoss. Probably knows what he's going to do against each of them as well. So, I'm super excited for that series. I actually think there's so much potential for just crazy Terran bases all over the map, sort of kind of style. So, yeah.
Well, let's talk about the Aramco power ranking as well, as we did kind of divide some players into categories as to where we thought they would actually fall. I don't think much has changed in terms of our favorites here, Loco.
It's such a long list, though, right? Like, normally, Wardy already mentioned it, but normally it's like, yeah, Serral's going to be good. Obviously, Clem is the current world champion, right? He won last year. He's been looking phenomenal in 2025, but we have a lot of other players here, too. That's Classic. We have Hero, Maru, Raynor. I mean, it's hard to pick a favorite this year.
I think the thing that stands out for me on the favorites is that Raynor, to me, yesterday looked more of a favorite than he had in my eyes coming in. You know?
I agree.
Like, he actually really dominated against Shin, and then he said he wasn't even happy with how he played after. So
this was the flank upon flank upon flank here. Very, very cool to watch. But yeah, he said he wasn't happy with his performance, right? He thought he played quite sloppy.
Quite sloppy. He said he was distracted because he kept wondering what the heart monitor rate was.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he said he couldn't stop thinking about what his heart rate was at that point in time.
That's the only reason he goes back to check the VODs. It's like, no, not analyze them. What was my heart rate at?
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the contenders as well here, as we do have Shin in that spot at the moment after falling against someone like Arena. So it is a tough deal to go up against someone like that, especially with like, okay, what's their form like right now? How are they going to come in? Shin's still very powerful, but going up against someone like Raynor was difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like if we looked at that series specifically, Raynor just looked a step ahead. He tried to cheese, and obviously it works quite well in Zerg versus Zerg in general. But yeah, across the board, I mean, it's so difficult to call a favorite here.
Check that out. Little Heromarine has been added to our dark horses here, Wardy.
Yes, he has. I don't agree.
I don't either, if I'm being honest.
Okay. If he won the tournament, would he have been a dark horse? Yes. But is he actually in the running to win? I don't think so. I think he got by yesterday with just very standardized play. I don't think that cuts it yet. I think he's going to struggle. I think there's players that are better prepped, honestly.
Sure.
Yes, Heromarine is scary. Yes, he's powerful. And yes, I think he can beat a lot of these guys, but I don't think he's got what it takes to go the full distance like some of the other dark horses.
I can appreciate the honesty. I think it's a harsh, it sounds like a harsh criticism, but you've got to remember, this is the top 16 players in the world, right?
And we had like 14 players on the screen just now, right? Like, we had pretty much all of them on there.
If you've made top 16, you're already phenomenal. It's just difficult to shine against some of these absolute titans of StarCraft.
I mean, the gap between the top guys and the next top guys is crazy. That's why Serral and Clem have dominated for so long. That's why we have those favorites, because it's so hard to step up into that bracket.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule then. We've got our games coming in B, of course, in terms of Stream B that is happening. So make sure not only to be tuning in here, but also tuning in there. Let's take a look at those matches that are going to be running down here for the Stream B. I almost said Group B, but no. I'm almost tripping up myself. But we will have over there Shin going up against Trigger, and later on Showtime going up against Cyan. I'm going to do it. I had such an amazing interview with Cyan, but I don't know if we're going to get to see it, because Cyan definitely comes in as like one of the major underdogs of the tournament, Loco, but he was so good to talk to. And here, of course, is what the games are going to look like here for the Stream A. So we have an insane lineup of games, Loco.
We have some really good matches coming up right away, right? I mean, any of these are good. Like, there's not a single matchup that you look at that list and you just not excited to see. Hero versus Kira as well later, and then Classic versus Serral. I mean, that's a rematch and a half. I'm sure we'll cover it in depth moving forward, but all of these games excite me.
And so much so that it was quite agonizing to pick our Saudi National Bank match of the day, but it is going to be Classic going up against Serral. Congratulations, Classic. Your 2 days in a row match of the day. But is it too much of a surprise? I mean, this is a pretty good match, Wardy.
Well, it's not a surprise, but it caused fire in the green room. We've never seen the casters fighting so early in the tournament. Yeah, I mean, Maru Reynor's an amazing match, but I think this one really is match of the day for me because it's the rematch from Dallas, right? Classic, he knocked Serral out to qualify for EWC in Dallas. That was an upset, And then Classics continued to look amazing since, well, we don't know what's going on from Serral. So I think that's going to be a super exciting one.
Well, we'll keep you salivating over that one until the very end of the day, because we start things off with Byun going up against Zoun here on Stream A. So hold on to your butts, because Byun's going to be annoying against Zoun. We'll see how this is all going to go down. But talk to me about this match here, Loco, as we get things rolling for it, because it's a very important game for like Team Vitality, for example, for Zoun. On the other hand, both of these players, I don't see as the guys that are going to be able to maybe go all the way. They could, but they're two that kind of are going to be hidden in the shadows maybe, and one of them is going to have a hard time maybe.
Yeah, and simultaneously, I don't think these are the two players we really expect to be eliminated early on in the tournament too, right? Because we're still in the early rounds of the event overall, and I feel like maybe we don't necessarily expect either Zoun or Byun to like win the entire thing, but nobody would be surprised if they're like top 4 or top 8 or anything along those lines.
But that's the difficult part, right? Because Byun was a playing player, and then Zoun's first match was against Solar. So Byun had to play Clem. Like, you know, Clem and Solar being down here would be even crazier, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, it's rough, and that's the difficulty of this tournament. All the players are freaking good. This is such an interesting match because I think Byun struggles at a very specific part of TVP.
Yeah.
That later stage, that Zoun, if he gets there, I think he's very good at playing as well. But Byun's also freaking good at denying you early, making your game miserable, and that's going to be the absolute key to him, and mixing it up game by game, like keeping Zoun on edge, proxying a little bit, I think is going to be very important. I mean, Byun's going to have stuff planned, there's no doubt, and I think it's going to be fascinating to see if that can break down what is typically a very stout Zoun defense.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how the tempo can be set by someone like Byun. I thought yesterday he was going to be able to set the tempo a little bit more against his opponents, but it didn't quite materialize the way I thought it was going to. But against Zoun here, I think Byun realizes that he's actually a very dangerous opponent that he does need to nullify quickly.
Yeah, Byun definitely struggled a little bit yesterday. Every time he dropped the map first, he decided to go for a cheese in the second game. That was really cool to see, not really afraid to put it all on the line and maybe risk it. I wonder if maybe he has also seen the Cure versus Showtime series that we had yesterday, right? Because there are certainly a lot of inspiration that you can draw from a match like that. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe he brings out something like that, because like what Wardy was saying, he seems to struggle quite a bit in the mid game. Like actually closing it out against Protoss is so hard.
He gets so many good leads, and then I feel like he knows that if he lets it go on too long, he's in trouble.
Yeah.
So he's so desperate to do damage all of the time. And we saw it against Estrella, right, where he had a great position, he's pushing and pushing and pushing, and it was great. He kept the momentum up, but he took one too many storms, and that gets the Protoss back in the game, and that's the phase of the game he was trying to not get to in the first place. So I think it's going to have to be some killer moves out of Byun.
Yeah, once you get to that storm phase of the game for Terrans, it's a mortifying moment to have to try and deal with, right? So if you can maybe cripple them early and then be able to snowball it from there.
Yeah, or macro from there too. Like we see a lot of Mass Liberator play in the late game. It seems to be something that Byun in particular is trying to avoid right now. Maybe he just doesn't really feel comfortable with it. But historically, he's always known for like mass dropping all over the place and maybe getting a little overly aggressive. We didn't really see much of that yesterday. I'm wondering if maybe we're going to see more drop play from him today.
What do you think, Wardy?
Yeah, he had a few times where he lifted the medevacs against Estrella and he just never found the opening. And that's when he was like, okay, I'm just going to shove the right side completely. And that's where it went wrong. So yeah, that's going to be a key part of Zoun's game, right? Make sure that drop play doesn't get off. Make sure your bases are covered. And if you do that, you really negate one of the main ways that Byun is going to feel good about playing this series. So that's definitely going to be a key factor to watch on Zoun's side defensively. I think that does come down more to the Protoss. Like, Byun's going to try and drop.
Yeah.
So it's down to the Protoss if they let them drop or if they completely shut it down and force them into a different mindset.
Byun, obviously, when he was going games down, it suddenly was like, okay, well, it's time for a proxy. Do you think because it's a best of 5, maybe he comes in even cheekier and says, okay, game 1, it's proxy? Because I have a little bit more wiggle room in something like a best of 5.
Yeah, I think across the board, Byun is one of the smartest players when it comes to playing a series.
Yeah.
Rarely do we see him play the same build back-to-back, and he's not afraid to like open up with cheese in the second game, for example, and then go for a command center first in the next one. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing more of that indeed. Like maybe start off with some aggression, right? Maybe try to throw the opponent off right from the get-go.
Yeah, we saw so many cool little tricks yesterday, like hiding the Marine back to make it look like it was a Reaper first and so on. Loads of stuff like that, hiding the barracks in the first game too. So yes, I think there's going to be a lot of little tricks. I think there's going to be a lot of piecing things together from Byun. I think he has to be very smart because he wants successful early games. You're going to have to outsmart your opponent in any way that you can. So yeah, the biggest of stages, there's no tricks to hold back. Use everything in your arsenal. And of course, it's a best of 5, right? So we get some more awkward maps than usual.
Torches to start things off, Leyline, Ultralove, Top Mac, and Pylon if we need it. All right, well, we are just moments away from actually getting day number 2 underway here. Who do you think is going to win? Very quick.
That's a difficult one. Okay, let's say Byun.
Let's say Byun. All right. Well, let's get it going here. We have got our day number 2 underway here for the Esports World Cup, StarCraft 2.
Welcome to the biggest tournament in StarCraft 2. We have 18 of the very best StarCraft 2 players ready to duke it out for their share.
I'm looking forward most to crushing Clem's key, just because he did take me down last time, and then he also took my key last time, so I think that's already enough reason.
Trying to take a trade here. He knows that he's going to get further and further ahead if he does. And that's going to be it. GG.
I would say I'm in very good form. I've changed up method of preparation this year a little bit. Let's see if it works out.
Damage being done already. Another storm, man. Every single queen and the lings getting hit by that storm. These
10년 동안 프로토스 우승 적 없었는데 10년 만에 프로토스의 우승자 제가 되겠습니다.
Be just a little bit too late and boom, blink forward, wipes up the army. GG.
10년 만에 프로토스 우승의 주인공은 저입니다.
Best of luck to you.
빠르게 떨어지진 않겠습니다.
지옥에서 살아 돌아온 만큼 꼭 이번엔 우승까지 해보도록 하겠습니다.
전부 부수겠습니다.
I'll try to repeat last year's performance and do it all again.
Day 1 laid the foundation. Day 2 brings escalation. Today, players will feel the elation of qualification and the frustration of eradication as we head to Elimination Station.
To protect and unite all peoples within our nation of StarCraft 2, and of course to protect their keys from devastation, we are going to invite our first 2 players for the first match to the stage. Please welcome from Shopify Rebellion, Byun, and from Team Vitality, Zoun. After overcoming the play-in bracket and facing Clem's Protoss yesterday, Byun has worked harder than most to get to today, but all that would make victory here that much sweeter.
Calm under pressure, deadly in execution, the Protoss tactician is on the hunt for the win. Can he do it when it matters most with his tournament life and key on the line? Micro versus Mastery, Terran versus Protoss, Zoun, Byun. Let's get into it. Casters, take it away.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to day 2 of StarCraft 2 at EWC. I am State. Joined with me is Rotterdam, and we are getting ready to go into the first elimination match of the day. Zoun versus Byun. One of these players is going home. One of them advancing to the next round. How you doing, Roddy?
I'm doing good. Mega excited for today, man. Every single match looks freaking amazing. We're gonna have 6 best of 5s here on the main stream. 2 best of 5s will be played on the B stream as well. And we're gonna kick things off with Byun versus Zoun. I agree with everything that was said on the couch there. It is crazy to see these guys already. First match of the day, tournament live on the line. But if you see who they lost against, it would have been just as crazy, perhaps even crazier to see those guys. Like, you're not expecting a Solar here, you're not expecting a Clem here. I am, however, incredibly excited for this. A massive match for both of them. 2, I would say, proper grinders. Like, these guys play in a lot of online tournaments. They'll accept almost every single invitation to certain show matches. So needless to say, they run into each other very often as well. And throughout 2025, it's pretty back and forth. Sometimes it goes towards the Terran, sometimes it goes towards the Protoss, but none of that truly matters here today. This is by far and away the most important best of 5 that they'll play against each other this year, and we're about to find out who truly has the upper edge against the other guy.
Yeah, and talk about grinding. I mean, for Byun, coming in from the play-in stage, he had to take down Estrella 2-1. He had to take down a Lambo 2-1, and then in group stages, going up against the reigning world champion, Clem. He looked good in TVP before, but Clem just posed such a threat. Now he is knocked down to here. He's going up against his opponent. Spawning in the bottom right, the red Terran player. He is Byun.
Oh my, I think we actually have a very spicy start to this day, because in the top right side, we are looking at the main base of our Korean Protoss representing Vitality. It is Zoun.
That looks like a proxy pylon there on the west side. And oh my goodness, Byun, are you going to spot this? It's barely out of vision.
Wow, that's so close. So what is this going to be? Will it just be a single gate? Will it be multiple gateways? So Zoun is going to open things up with a pylon and 2 gates on the other side of the map. Byun played this map yesterday against Clem's Protoss. He went for the eBay block, also built a barracks in the natural of the Protoss. Once more goes for an eBay block. Maybe Zoun was anticipating this was going to be an eBay block, and he's like, you know what? Then you're so busy building that eBay that you won't scout this immediately. Perhaps I can get a lot of momentum going with the proxy 2 gate.
Yeah, Zoun was going to see that eBay block, and the probe is revealed, and Byun's like, wait, where is that probe coming from? That is not the main base, that is on the map. A little bit of a cheeky grimace here from Zoun as Byun, alarm bells should be ringing a little bit. Still, he's going to allow the engineering bay to get to about 85% completion. Probes are pulled, so Zoun, he does want to expand as the first Zealot starts. 2 Zealots queued up.
Yeah, I'm still very worried though, because like on one hand this is very annoying for Zoun. Maybe Zoun did want to take an expand later, but he obviously does not have a Zealot or a Stalker to take care of that eBay, so that's going to be delayed. But has Byun truly put it together? I don't think he really has. He's got a single Marine, nothing else. At this point, no second Marine, no reactor being built, no tech lab. Honestly, this is rough. Like, he needs a bunker ASAP, and he definitely needs to get another depot there as well. He's now sending out, this is his whole army, State. Yeah. He's sending out his whole army right now to scout. If 2 Zealots and 2 Stalkers show up, we have no bunker, we have no Cyclone yet. Byun is in so much trouble. I think he desperately needs a bunker, or he ends up losing 6-7 SCVs here.
You're right, I thought he might know just because of the positioning of the probe, but Byun has been proxying barracks so much already at EWC that he probably assumed Zoun was checking specifically for that. Instead, there's only 1 Marine, there is no bunker, the reactor only halfway complete, and now the 2 Zealots are revealed. The depot finishes up. Barely does that one raise in time to prevent these Zealots from getting in. You can see Byun, he's already shaking, man. This is a rough start to this best of 5.
I actually think that Stalker may have been in range with an SCV building the factory as well, but this is mega rough. I said 6 or 7 SCVs earlier. I think it's going to be a whole lot more.
Wow.
It is GG just like that. Byun's alarm bells did not go off. A Zoun's plan truly came together. A dream scenario for him, a horror scenario for Byun. He built 1 Marine, he delayed his add-on forever, didn't build a bunker immediately, he just didn't think about it.
He must have thought that, you know, Zoun is playing safe. He's checking for the proxy. And honestly, the timing that Zoun brought those extra probes down to the natural expansion is kind of beautiful too, because it really sells to Byun. It's like, oh, I'm not building a Zealot. I actually am trying to get up my Nexus as 2 Zealots and 2 Stalkers hitting it this early at timing. I mean, look at the infrastructure right now for Byun. The reactor just finished. The factory, it just got completed. There is 1 Marine, no hope of defense. And Zoun, with a very cheeky start to this best of 5, basically steals game 1 with a clever build.
Yep, a mega rough start for Byun. Like, Zoun had indeed a funny expression on his face when his probe showed up in the natural and it came in from an awkward angle, because I think he's like, oh no, I got caught.
Yeah.
Like, this is mega suspicious. Why the hell is a probe coming in from that angle? But Byun clearly did not put that together. I think you're spot on. Maybe Byun read that as like, he was worried I was going to proxy him, so that's why that probe was going a little bit around, and I've been able to get the eBay down. And then perhaps the fact that he pulled those 3 probes to the low ground rather quickly, where he's like, hey Byun, I really want to get my expand going. Maybe that like made Byun even less suspicious, something fishy was going on. But I still think it's a bit odd that Byun never saw, of course, a Zealot. Often the Protoss players will produce a Zealot if they get eBay blocked. Didn't see a Stalker or an Adept either. And of course, he didn't check into the main base. I don't know, a bit of an odd start, very rough one for Byun. It is a best of 5, this is not a best of 3, so he's got some time to set the record straight, but this definitely does add to the pile of PvP frustration that Byun is currently sitting on.
All right, spawning down in the bottom left, down 0-1 in this series, looking to fight back in game 2. It is Byun.
Such a high pressure moment for all the gamers today. Upper bracket or lower bracket, it doesn't matter. There is so much on the line here at the Esports World Cup 2025. In the top right side, the man who lost yesterday in a PvZ against Solar, but is off to a red hot start today. Vitality Gaming's Zoun. Do you think that was a flawless victory, by the way? Do you think Zoun lost a single unit?
I don't think he did. I think those Zealots, they got low, but I mean, what is one Marine going to do, really?
Yeah, not a whole lot.
Yeah, I was kind of anticipating. I was talking with Loco about this at breakfast this morning about, Byun versus Zoun. If he loses game 1, he's going to go for proxy barracks again in game 2, because that was kind of the theme for Byun in the play-ins, is we saw a lot of proxies out of him early on when he went down early in the series. And in this case, looks like a pretty standard build from him. Zoun going to move in cross-map with this probe right out of the gates and spy that Byun, he's developing normally back at home.
Byun's TVP is really hard to rate right now because there are a few things that he still does exceptionally well. And it also feels maybe just because it can be such a frustrating matchup for the Terran, he's a bit indecisive sometimes, and then when a little thing does go as well, he gets a bit over-eager, and it's not even that he overextends, but he just bomb rushes in, he's like, this is it, and it's like, man, you're actually so good that if you would have slowed it down here a little bit, you would have seized up a tank. Thinking back of that game yesterday against Clem, where he did get that one Immortal, he could have done slightly better in the beginning of the game with the Reapers if he was a bit more decisive, but it's just tough, and I do totally understand that it's so hard for Terrans to always make the correct choice. I think Byun still just has to trust his own ability, because he's so incredibly freaking good at many aspects of not just this matchup, but this entire game overall. And I believe that he has what it takes to at least advance here to the next round. So we're going to open things up here with a tech lab, and it's Marauder first.
Yeah, this is pretty cool coming out of Byun. I feel like we don't see this very often right now in TVP, but so much of Terran versus Protoss these days has been trying to skirt around the vision of the hallucinated Phoenix, trying to throw some curveballs. And there's a third command center on site behind this?
This is sick.
I don't think I've ever seen this before. What?
No, this is pretty bizarre, especially of this opening. It is very cool, because what will often happen is that the Adept shades in, and normally it can just battle either a Reaper or a Marine, and if it's Marauders, it's a bit too much, so then the Adept just goes home, because you don't just want to die. But there is a sentry coming up behind this. Obviously, this Adept is always going to be in trouble. We're probably going to let the shade finish up, but it might even just fall before the shade finishes up. So Zoun's got no idea, and now it's going to be so fun, guys, to just follow this from Zoun's point of view. When on earth is Zoun going to figure out that this isn't just a 3-racks of 2 bases, but it's a 3-racks of 3 bases? Like, this is bizarre. And if I would scout it right now, and I know these guys are mega dialed in and they know all their timings, if I'm a Protoss here, I'd be lying if I said, oh, my alarm bells are going off because that barrack seems 7 seconds slower. I don't think I could be able to make that call.
Yeah, I think Zoun might just be a little bit too focused in on the Marauder pressure that's coming. He has no idea still about the third command center on site. Now, for Byun, this means, of course, his macro is going to be on point. The moment that third orbital finishes up, that third mineral line gets saturated, all the extra mules come in, his income is going to skyrocket compared to Zoun's, who is going up to 4 gases even before taking the third, so it'll be a slower expansion.
Yeah, like right now, if you're Zoun and you scout the 3-racks, like we've all played against 3-racks a million times, I used to joke about the fact that I've never seen this build lose, but often because I lost to it the first time they pressed stim. They stim into your natural, but these days, the top Protoss players in the world, they don't really struggle with this build. But what will be very interesting is when do the alarm bells go off for Zoun, where it's like, wait a minute, if this is a 3-racks, like, shouldn't I see like 8 Marines already? Shouldn't I see a whole bunch of Marauders? Are you already moving out? And the fact that Byun is moving out is actually very clever, because right now this army is a lot smaller for now than what it should be. And if Zoun would have seen that, that would have been scary. But Zoun didn't see the army, so right now he's like, okay, I just have to make sure that I've got a Guardian shield, that I'm near my battery, and I won't lose a bunch of Stalkers before Blink is done. But it does feel like he's starting to get a little bit suspicious. Where he's like, I haven't seen anything. I feel like overall you don't have enough units. That's a very early Templar Archives, by the way, state. 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Zoun really just seems like he doesn't quite grasp what is going on here. And of course, it's hard to. I mean, this is such a bizarre build coming in. He is just playing as safe as possible. It's 3-gate, it's Blink, it's a Robo, it's 4 gas and a Templar Archives before 4th base. I think this Phoenix, okay, it's not going to get shut down. And only now on the minimap do we see units getting close to that third, but they actually haven't spotted the command center yet.
You have to be careful here, by the way, because Stim is done, and you always have to be very, very cautious if you're working with just Stalkers against a bunch of Marauders with against him. But based on Zoun and Stalker movement there, he definitely figured out that something wasn't just quite right. That's why he split it up in 3 different angles. He's like, wait a minute, what am I missing? I know I'm missing something. A couple of Stalkers have blinked into the main base. There is a tiny stim, and Byun is going to be able to grab at least one, maybe a second. Not quite. I think Zoun knows, but he just doesn't really know. He's like, okay, I know something is weird. Something here is not right. But what on earth is it?
Yeah, and in a situation like this one, you might be thinking, is the pressure getting to my head? Am I overthinking things a little bit? Is this game, am I making it more complicated than it actually is? Because he has those Stalkers postured between where the natural and the third base is. Yeah. He even moved up that ramp. He still hasn't spotted it. It is like a couple squares away in the vision. And now that Terran army, it's starting to look really scary, Rod. You can see Zoun, he's focusing on just keeping these Stalkers alive.
He might see it now. He's going to see it. He's going to see it. This
Finally.
is the first time he sees it. And he's going to be like, WT, what on earth is this, Byun? What have you done? Yeah, and now you suddenly realize that you've got a weak economy. You don't have good upgrades. More Stalkers getting caught over here. He's going to try to recon and save a few of them, but I think at best 1 or 2. I mean, the man has no army right now. One thing he does have, though, is High Templars with Storm and Energy Recharge, but he's going to have to Storm for days to keep that big bio ball at bay.
And although this is a very late third base, it looks like Zoun, based on these mineral lines, did not cut pro production much at all because that third Nexus is basically instantly saturated. Yeah, he's sitting at 58 workers right now, but a lot of this is going to come down to the Storms, Rotterdam. Byun, he is inching closer. +1 weapons is done. The Templar, they are in the Warp Prism, and now Byun is coming to the third base. First Storm, really big. A lot of dead Marines. Wow.
Just like yesterday, the first 2 storms that land on the bio army of Byun are a little too big, a little too good. I think Byun is going to have to be very careful. I wouldn't hate it if he slows the game down a little bit. Like, Byun is economically ahead against a Protoss. That is so incredibly rare in this matchup for a Terran. I love a couple of Widow Mines in the mix. Those are good connections. Taking out the Zealot, connecting with a couple of the Stalkers. And as long as Byun does not lose a bunch of SCVs now, he is fine. He's adding in the Ghost Academy. He's getting more Widow Mines. Zoun knows that he needs to make something happen. And he probably feels that this is his best shot because he's got Storms to work with and Byun does not have Ghosts yet.
Yeah, Zealot's charging in, and then the retreat here for Zoun as he's going to reposition. Going to try and find the angle for those Templar, but the split from Byun, the pre-split is really good. There's no good targets here for Protoss to really Storm, but he's still able to isolate the SCVs. A lot of workers going down. Finally, a Storm is going to connect on the SCVs, on the Marauders. These Terran units are so low on HP as Zoun blinks forward again. So much damage being done, and with such a Marauder-heavy composition from Byun because so many of those Marines got shut down early in the initial push. There isn't a lot of DPS to take down those frontline Zealots.
Oh, that's a lot of extra Stalkers, man. Zoun is out for blood. Like, Zoun just wants to end the game here, but I don't think he can do that, especially not near a bunker. Running into this bunker is going to be a bit too much, as Byun just killed one of his own units there in the natural. That was very unnecessary. A Marauder even. Extra painful. Stalkers are going to be annoying. There's a decent amount of Storms to work with, and eventually Zoun can morph into Darkness. Man, Zoun is still not transitioning, by the way. Just no upgrades, no Robo Bay, no fourth phase, pure gateway unit. Zoun really wants to kill Byun here, and the Storms are going to have to be the great equalizer here for this Protoss army.
Oh, but the EMP is really big on those 4 Templar. Only 1 Storm was left, but I feel like they might have just done enough. There aren't any Storms left in the bank, but the bio is so low on HP. Zoun, he's going to regroup over here. Another Templar with 2 more Storms and a big Zealot warp in. GG is called, and Zoun is up 2-0. Byun looks so frustrated after that game, too.
What a call there by Zoun. Not to add any upgrades, no force base, no additional probes, nope, just High Templars. Realized he landed a big Storm on his side of the map. He got Byun on the back foot, and he decided to just never look back. Pedal to the metal, full send. First gets the SCVs, forces the Orbital to lift. Kind of thought at that point you're going to be happy with that, but nope. He wanted more Zealots, and it's so nice, by the way, for Zoun that he's able to spam Storms like no tomorrow, and then actually morph all these High Templars into Archons. They're pretty much full on HP, and that is just going to be an absolute nightmare for Byun to deal with, as the Ghost count simply wasn't there. You look at that production tab, 3 Ghosts. This is a frustrating one for Byun. Like, I guess many of the games are, but this one really, really stinks. In theory, fantastic start, gets away with murder, has Zoun mega confused. Zoun scouts it mega late, but that first Storm on the other side of the map, I feel like completely changed the tide of this game.
Yeah, especially when you go for an opening like that as Byun. You have the fast third command center, you go for 3 barracks and relatively fast +1 all off of 1 gas. you don't have medevacs on the field for a long time. And so those storms, not only did they kill the initial grouping of Marines, but additionally, the damage done on that bio, it took like, I want to say more than a minute for everything to heal up fully. And from Zoun, you could see he was getting ready to transition. He had a forge, but at the moment that he spotted that third command center, he's like, you know what, I'm not going to let you get away with this. I'm going to force the issue right here, right now. I'm not going to get upgrades, that 100-100. I'd rather spend it on like another Zealot, another Stalker. It sounds like it's not a lot, but he really pushed it to the limit.
So here we go, tournament live on the line for this man. He made it out of the play-ins yesterday, but he fell against Clem in the upper bracket. He's now down 0-2 in the lower bracket. Can we reverse sweep that Protoss on the other side of the map? It is Shopify, Rebellions, Byun.
And spawning in the top right, looking very good in the first 2 games of this series. Can he close it out with a clean 3-0 win? It is Team Vitality's Zoun.
It almost felt that if Byun would have just slowed that previous game down a little bit, like he made a somewhat usual move out with a tiny bio army, the 2 medevacs, and he did get a bunch of the stalkers in the top left, so I understand it. But it almost felt it would have been better like, hey, if Zoun goes up to 4 bases, Byun should be there to deny it, to put pressure on the Protoss. But if Zoun is still on 3 bases, knowing that Byun's third command center was way earlier than that third nexus, he could have just chilled a little bit. He could have gotten 1 bunker near the third as well. You have a couple of Widowmines in the mix. We saw every time the Widowmines connected with the Zealots, it did really have an impact on those battles. If Byun waits until he has a few more units there, a few more mines, and he slowly gets his ghost out, like Zoun would be forced to attack into him, rather than Byun attacking into Zoun on Zoun's side of the map, where Byun ate a big storm. If Zoun has to run into a bunch of Widowmines that are already burrowed, I really don't believe that Zoun, with that army in that phase of the game, would have been able to end it. And I'm sure Byun is kicking himself for that a little bit. It would have probably been better to just play the controlling game. Hey, if you're going up to a 4th, then I'll be there, I'll be in your face, I'll make life hard. If you're staying on 3 bases and you've got no upgrades, no Robo Bay, you are forced to attack into me. So let me get ready for that attack, let me receive it, get well set up, and I think Byun could have smashed him.
Yeah, I think you broke that down pretty perfectly. In kind of a funny way, Zoun being confused in that situation led him down the right path because he played it super safe. He 2-based very hard, right? He took that 3rd and 4th gas extremely quickly. He added in the Templar archives very quickly with the Robo as well. That Storm got online way faster than it normally does. And it normally is pretty fast, like, let's be fair. And those Templar, they just had so much energy when he finally moved across the map because he was kind of anticipating this big bio force that he couldn't quite find with the Hallucinated Phoenix to start knocking on his front door. Instead, he barely glimpses that 3rd command center and he's like, you know what, I kind of set myself back in terms of upgrades. As Roddy said, I didn't quite get the Robo Bay in time. You know, my expansion, it's a little bit late, even though I can saturate it quickly. Well, my 4th base, probably gonna be a little bit late. Let's try and get some damage done. And in that situation, having all these Templar with all these storms, it is a boon.
It is so nice when the Terran then attacks into you, because it kind of felt to me that Byun made a usual push in a very unusual game. Because he's up 4 workers. He saturated the 3rd base way quicker. He is about to have a monstrous army. This is where he started to have some value out of that very quick 3rd command center. But it was going to take a little while, because we were adding in Widowmines, we were getting additional starport units. I think if you wait 30-40 seconds there, the Terran army will be almost twice as big. And then it's going to be really hard for Zoun to take a fight anywhere near as good as he just did. But fun game. I love the idea there by Byun, and honestly it worked out, and it's always a little bit sad to see somebody did not get rewarded for it. I do think Byun slipped up a little bit there with that move out, just losing a few too many units. Probably never expected Zoun to immediately counter as relentlessly as he did. I mean, the word ruthless is one that we hear at the start of every single show, but that really was a ruthless counter by Zoun, and I don't think Byun ever thought that that game could just end there.
Yeah, the counterattacks and timings have been pretty sharp from Protoss players overall from day 1 and day 2, as the Widowmine drop is going to be coming in, immediately gets parried by these 2 Stalkers who are aptly positioned to intercept it, and Byun is going to reset, try and find another angle. Behind this, Siege Tanks and Banshees also in production. We'll have to wait and see if Byun actually is going to get Cloak, as his gas is starting to pile up a little bit here.
Yep, interesting build here by Byun. Obviously, we can keep the Stalkers at home while just being annoying with this medevac. Ideally, we do get in once, we unload those Widowmines. We force the pros to pull away all the probes. We do a little bit of a burrow, unburrow, target, retarget, micro. And then while the Protoss is very busy dealing with those Widow Mines, that's when those Marines, tanks and Banshees can sneak to the other side of the map. I feel that there was a very similar build yesterday coming out of Maru. I was truly impressed by Maru and Cure yesterday. They both played so incredibly smart, where we know that a lot of the Protoss players, they've played like hundreds of macro-oriented PvTs, right? They're well set up on 3, 4, 5 bases. And then the Korean terrorists, they just showed up with genius builds where it's like, yeah, it's very cute that you practice all of that, but it's such a shame if the game just ends before anything that you practice comes into play. Stalkers here really want to gun down either the Cyclone or the Banshee. In the end, got neither. We don't really see good Widowmine connections very often. This one is not too bad. It is a shame, though, for Byun that he lost both of the Widowmines. I don't like the idea of retreating through the center with that medevac. That medevac can just sync up with the main army. It is good.
I love it doubling back, though. Just kind of breaking the ankles here of Zoun a little bit as it's going to be able to go back into that corner. And I love the timing as well of those Widowmines coming in when Byun knows that Zoun is completely locked into trying to slow the roll of the Siege Tank Marine push with the Banshee in the middle of the map. Able to get a couple more probes taken down as a result of it. The worker counts are relatively even here. Actually dead even, 49 to 49.
Yeah, that's not bad, but the Protoss players, they seem... Oh, that's a nice move actually by Zoun.
No.
5 Stalkers blink into the main base of Byun, and they manage to snipe the most important attack lab as Stim gets denied. And that means that Byun is going to have an incredibly difficult time doing anything crazy aggressive. And by the time that he now finally has his hands on Stim, well, he once more has to worry about Storm. It almost feels to me that at this point, the only thing Byun can do is drop a 3rd command center. As uncomfortable and awkward as it is, I think that's the only play.
Zoun even picking off a Siege Tank right here as it looks like he is gunning for another fight. Warp Prism getting queued up. A lot of gateways are done. No Forge upgrades coming through just yet for Zoun. Man, this is...
If that observer got out, stayed, I feel like Byun would have been an absolute life kill. He's obviously already a little bit frustrated with the way that this series has gone. As Zoun is requesting a pause. No Pound, but Zoun.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what the issue is. Maybe something with the in-ears. But in any case, with Stim getting denied like that, and also with Zoun microing those Stalkers at the front, that engagement's happening at the moment where you kind of expect that probably there should be some interaction. Maybe there will be a Stim coming in from that bio. In that moment, I wonder if Zoun suspects or knows that that was the upgrade that was denied. And as a result, maybe there is going to be an opportunity for him to get some damage done. As we are already back into the action here, game is resumed.
Warp Prism on the production tab. A Storm is very close to finishing up, and obviously Protoss players these days, we saw that in the last game. I think that was a prime example. Love getting a little crazy when they have a bunch of High Templars early. They've used energy recharge on one of them, so they have a silly amount of Storms to work with. And as a Terran, more often than not, you won't have Ghost ready for the first time Protoss has Storm ready. Byun has thrown down a second scan, gets the second observer as well, has loaded up 2 medevacs. I mean, this is going to get very, very risky. Don't forget, he doesn't quite have Stim yet. Maybe by the time that Zoun finally pulls the trigger, Byun will have Stim. But it's so mandatory for Byun to, first of all, make sure all your Widow Mines are immediately burrowed. And second of all, ideally, I think you need bunkers, right? Without bunkers, it is going to be so difficult to deal with a lot of Zealots storming on top of your tanks.
Yeah, but Zoun being a little bit timid here with this push, as now finally he's coming in. Those Widowmines in great positions, actually get fantastic shots. The Storms, they are able to catch a lot of the bio, and the Siege Tank line is going to fall, but these Zealots are very low on HP.
The double drop is happening on the other side of the map, and Zoun goes for the recall. So that means Byun has at least pulled off a very successful defense. Is not quite able to get anything done offensively on the other side of the map, as Zoun blinks into the corner and also guns down one of his units. But Protoss units have more HP, so that Stalker survives. Even in self-harm, Protoss apparently stronger than Terran. Look at that. That one empty medevac from the beginning of the game, that was a Widowmine drop medevac, does get picked off. But honestly, the defense there at home for Byun went incredibly well. The tank shots were massive in the middle of all those gateway units. The Widowmine connections were great. And the High Templars, I mean, Zoun went really deep with those High Templars, but that also meant that they were very exposed. So Byun was able to just turn around a few bio units, gone at least 2 or 3 of them down, kept a lot of his key units alive. That low HP Banshee from the early game shows up. I mean, Byun definitely playing strong now. Has a lot of supply tied up in the top right side. And State, this is where a lot of people will wonder. So, shoot Zoun, just drop a Stargate and build a Phoenix or a Void Ray.
If it was me, I would do it, but I mean, You know, Zoun's a million times better than I could ever dream of being. So whatever he goes for, I will defer to him. In any case, I think that Byun in this position, that's about the best defense you could possibly hope for, right?
Absolutely.
And these double medevacs, even though they are tied up in the top right, they accomplish their job of forcing Zoun to stop pressuring Byun, to wait for Ghost to come online, to wait for Stim to finally finish up. And so the pressure, it's been alleviated a little bit. You see Byun, he's going into additional upgrades. The Ghosts are online. A 4th command center is queued up. He was able even to get some jabs in with that low HP Banshee from earlier. And I'm a little bit sad that it's taking until game 3 for Byun to really start to hit his stride. And another engagement comes in. That Templar, man, the Warp isn't going so far forward. Those Storms able to get a couple of Marines taken down as the Banshee once again returns. We even have a snipe right there on the Templar. Some good engagements thus far by Byun.
I feel Byun's playing excellent at this moment. Maybe this is indeed his moment to slowly turn things around. A lot of energy on these medevacs, which means a feedback would be incredibly painful. And the first feedback lands, the second feedback lands, and a Storm is good enough to kill one of the 2 medevacs, and the other one is left with basically no HP. But look at this Banshee, and as long as Byun continues to macro, as well as he has been macroing at home, outside of that accidental Reaper, but we're just gonna ignore it. It doesn't look that bad. More Widow Mines, +2 attack, +2 armor on the way. Like, Byun is absolutely allowed to dream of making something of that game. I love that. The Marine apparently got dropped near the Zelnaga Watchtower. But Stalkers don't need medevac support. Another Widow Mine. Medevac should be War Prison with High Templars. Pretty far forward. The Widow Mine connects. Not quite enough to kill it, but we do have Vikings in the mix now as well, State.
Yeah, Vikings coming in, so that War Prison's gonna have to retreat, and now just a Storm to zone away the Terran army as Byun is on the hunt. I was wondering for a moment, in this time, do you take down those rocks and try and get the flank on this army? Instead, no. Byun is just going to corral his forces. 2-2 is starting. Zoun, he is going for this RoboBay transition, as Byun is taking a 4th base, but army, I know the supplies are even, but I am absolutely favoring Byun right now. I feel like this is his moment as he catches some more key units right here.
Yep, sniping a sentry before a potential big battle is massive. No Guardian Shield for you. I'm feeling it. Byun really is heating up in this best of 5, and he has to. This is his tournament live on the line, but that Viking count is looking all right. 6 Vikings. Right now, Zoun's army is not that impressive. It is a 35 Zealots, but the Widowmine count is low. We're gonna need a couple of very good EMPs here, potentially some good Terran kiting. We've got Zealots for days. I really don't hate an additional Widowmine or 2 here. I think mines are so good against these very heavy Zealot compositions.
9 more Zealots warping in here. I mean, this army, it's like 80% Zealot. We do have Stalkers and Archons, but I think there's only 3 Templar in total on the field right now for Zoun, so the kiting is going to be critical. If Zoun can somehow get us around, it will be huge. That Templar not able to get close enough to the bio to actually drop the Storm that Zoun is looking for. He splits off some Zealots, hold positioning them here on the 3rd base, able to get some SCV kills. Good control on both sides, but Byun standing his ground.
Love to see the Vikings of Byun move around a little bit, see if you can get a couple shots off on that War Prism, because it was exposed. This eBay is very far along with +2. Vikings are clearly looking for something. The High Templars are looking for those big Storms. To be honest, in a fusion core as well. EMP lands on a couple of the Stalkers mostly. Zoun is hoping he can force out Storm after Storm, while obviously increasing his Colossus count. Does he have extended thermal lens yet, by the way? I don't know if I've seen that from the production camp.
Oh, it's not even started.
That's something to keep an eye on.
All right, another Storm coming in. These Stalkers very good in this tight choke point. Actually, the command center lifting there is Byun for a moment thought that Zoun might break through. SCVs might be pulled as another big Stim comes forward. EMP is huge, catching so many of those Zealots. There's no Templar energy left, so it's all kiting. Even the Vikings landing on the back line to add some extra DPS, and you see this bio just standing so strong. The 2-2 upgrades against just the +1 here of these Zealots. And Zoun, try as he might to break this through with brute force. The Storms have not been good enough. The EMPs have been so clutch. Byun is bringing this one back.
Very nice for Byun as well that he did not lose his Vikings as he throws down a scan now, spots that low HP Prism, and also sees the Colossus. The Colossus don't have thermal lens yet. It is on the way right now, but it is nowhere near done. Zoun is getting a little crazy. He really wants to deal a lot of economic damage, but it also means this army is exposed. First Colossus will fall. The second one barely gets saved by the bell. A few more Archons and Zealots will fall. 17 SCVs is not bad, but Zoun just used pretty much all of his Storms, lost one of his expensive units, has revealed the Colossus position as well. Now it is really time for Byun to make something happen on the other side of the map. A lot of that, though, did take place with Zoun only having +2 attack, +1 armor. Zoun is now having access to way better upgrades. +3 is done, and +2 finished up towards the tail end of the previous fight.
The cost efficiency from Byun in this game has been absurd. These fights have been so good as another EMP is going to drop. I think catching that sentry, another one for good measure. Denying any Guardian Shield is Byun with his tournament life on the line, is pushing in to this Protoss expansion. His supply absolutely dwarfing Zoun's as the Stalkers fall. Tries he might to blink back. I think that Byun is going to carry the momentum of this push into a game number 4. Byun is not going down without a fight.
What an impressive game by the man from the Shopify Rebellion. Tournament live on the line, down 0-2. Mega frustrating best of 5 as well. Stim gets denied, but no problem. Dropped the 3rd CC on location and just pulled off one of the most beautiful holds we have seen. Had to deal with like what felt 20 storms in his face, non-stop Zealot Warpins, but Byun stayed calm, cool, collected, dropped EMPs when he needed to, made sure he didn't throw away any important units, and took an amazing fight when it was finally his time to shine, when he realized Zoun was truly running out of steam. One storm does land. Let's go ahead and kill that Nexus Byun as he deals with a few Zealots, and that will be it. GG gets called. Incredibly impressive game by the man who's still trailing in this best of 5. Now 1-2, but Byun did show us there how good he can be in this matchup.
This is the Byun that we've all been expecting to see in a match like this against Zoun. I mean, the micro was just out of this world. I think our super highlighted at one moment before that final push in from Byun, it was 10,000 resources lost for Terran to 16,000 from Protoss. When do you see like a 60% differential like that in TVP of all matchups? And let us not forget, in that early game, Stim got sniped.
Yep.
Like, Byun's build was derailed. Oftentimes, if you see Stim get sniped that early in a game, when it's, what, halfway done, it's basically game over. But anyway, guys, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, this best of 5 between Zoun and Byun will continue on. We'll see you in a minute.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back, StarCraft fans, as we are in the middle of our first of 6 best of 5s on this stream today. This man just played a stunning Game 3 on Ultra Love. Yes, historically a pretty good Terran map, but the way that that game started off, there wasn't a whole lot to get excited over. And I've got a big question for you, State. Do you think if Zoun does not recall for that double drop, but he just continues A-moving there, there was no bunker, he was already on top of the tanks, there were very few bio units, because a lot of the bio units were obviously in the top right, how does that play out?
That's a really good question, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure, because 100% I think Zoun is breaking through the natural expansion, but that drop in the main base, it wasn't a single medevac drop, it's a double medevac drop right when Stim is finishing up. That would have been a very chaotic, very base tradey game. I think in that situation, I would favor Byun. I feel like with the SEV pulls, the units finishing from the barracks, you're probably going to catch up to the Protoss player before, gateway units getting warped and are going to be able to stabilize back at home. So I like the decision from Zoun to recall. I think it was kind of a forced move. And so really Byun just impressing me, because anytime you have Stim get canceled like that, and then the pressure is mounting on your side of the map, to be able to alleviate that pressure with a double drop, it's beautiful play. And let's see if he can bring it back. Spawning down here in the bottom left, he started his series down 0-2. He won game 3. Can he reverse sweep? It is Shopify Rebellion's Byun.
In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of one of the 2 gamers representing Vitality in this StarCraft 2 tournament. It is Zoun.
I was scared for a moment that Byun wouldn't really show us what he's made of here after the game 1 and game 2, because we all know how capable he is.
Yeah, I felt like game 1,
like Zoun.
Game 1 a bit of a build order loss, right? Like, and obviously you can say that he deserves it if he doesn't scout, etc. But everybody cuts the corner here and there, especially at the highest level. You can just say like that was very unfortunate and not very exciting, but hey, it worked out well for Zoun. Kudos. That game 2 is like, oh, Byun, you're getting away with robbery here. Like, this is absolutely fantastic. And to then see it not go his way and just die against a Protoss that's on a weaker economy, that has no upgrades, just Storm. That one was a bit shocking. It's like, I hope it's not one of those best of 5s for Byun. But he has already shown us again what he's capable of in this matchup. That game 3 was stunning. A bit, I think, maybe a wake-up call for Zoun as well, where it's like, Zoun, you're incredibly good, and it's alright for Protoss if you're very rich, and you've got all the base in the world to be a bit reckless. But he definitely got a bit carried away at one point, where he's like, well, 35 Zealots, let's just keep walking into a massive bio ball, up a ramp. Okay, didn't quite work. Well, I've got Storm for days. Quite break him, because turns out that young guy has really good micro and knows where to stand and not stand. But then he just kind of clicked half of his army into the third, and he's like, yeah, I'll just fight with the rest. That just wasn't the call, right? Especially because the Vikings were still there. If there's no Vikings, you can do that with the Colossus, because Byun cannot stim into those 2 Colossus. But while the Vikings are still there, clearly that was a bit too reckless on Zoun's side, and he got punished immediately. Love how decisive Byun was with that counter. No time to waste. He had to move with ace, went to the other side of the map, and got the job done.
Honestly, after that game number 3, and this sounds a little bit wild to say given the current state of PvT, I feel like I want to see Byun get to a mid-game or a late game. I want to see him get the Widow Mines, get the Ghosts, get all of those units onto the board, because it feels like the control with EMP and those Ghosts, I mean, even Snipes on the Templar was unbelievably clutch from Byun. I mean, Zoun is a guy, we saw him win Home Story Cup in Bulgaria, had this tremendous performance as well, taking down, I think, players like Serral in at least one series. He was going Super Saiyan for a couple of weeks, right? And a lot of that comes down to his timing attacks, but also his control. His Storms have been superb so far this year. He's outperforming. He's basically reaching the potential that we would often imagine him of having in the GSL, because, GSL, he'll get to the first round, he'll always qualify for Code S, but is he going to make the round of 8? It's kind of a coin flip. You almost expect him to kind of peter out in the initial group stages. He's been looking so good this year, and for Byun to stymie the Storms and the micro potential from Zoun the way that he did in game number 3, I want to see more mid games from Byun. I want to see this go to 3 or 4 bases. I want to see the Templar, have that interaction, have that dance with the Vikings and the Warp Prism, the Templar and the Ghost, because it feels like that is the opportunity for Byun to bring this one back.
I love this, by the way. Byun is faking Cloak Banshee. He's researching Interference Matrix, and obviously it's hard for us to catch all the games on the B stream, but I believe that Maru did this yesterday against Trigger. Fired up Interference Matrix multiple times, makes it seem like it's Cloak Banshee, so you can force out maybe a couple of batteries. Well, we know that those batteries are already there. Our observer showed us. I'm a little bit surprised, and on such a large map like Tokamak without really scouting anything that's terrifying, because he saw barracks, he saw factory, he went mega early double battery, one in the main, one in the natural. What do you make of that?
It's getting pretty popular from these Korean Protosses, honestly. I think Classic was probably the first Protoss that I saw do this very regularly, and you know, there is a little bit of an opportunity cost spending 100 minerals on the shield battery instead of, you know, getting your gateway faster or your third base faster, but
it's real safe. Like,
yeah, exactly. Say a Banshee comes in. I mean, the shield battery, unless there's 2 Banshees, it gives you so much time.
Yeah, but we could have had a shield battery 2 minutes later against the Banshee.
Right.
Like, that was just ultra early. I am a big fan of at least one battery. Like, even blindly, even if I feel there's nothing to worry about, I always like having one battery to fall back on. I think double battery is pretty crazy, especially on a large map like Tokamak. And now we can see that he's still taking some economic damage, has at least lost 1 probe. Byun actually misfired there, accidentally shot at the assimilator. While Byun was obviously faking Cloak Banshee earlier, what he's hoping for as well is that Zoun goes for 2, if not 3 observers. Maybe 1 observer this side of the map, and then 2 observers at home to deal with those Cloak Banshees. The more observers a Protoss makes, the less Immortals they will have, and obviously Byun would rather face some observers here than Immortals if he is following this opening up with a big Marine tank team.
Gun now finally adding in that last add-on for the 3-1-1. Likely going to be a third command center coming in from this one, as he's just keeping his eye on when exactly that third Nexus will go down, and the Banshee just spotting it now on the minimap. Stalkers blinking in, will be able to take that down. A little bit painful there for Byun. You could see the frustration on his face, but catching the observer like this is a nice move, and it feels like, you know, even though you did lose that Banshee, I think the Banshee in game number 3 got, what, 10 or 11 kills? Having the information and knowing that Zoun is going for the third is good.
This is risky. Byun loads up 2 medevacs full of Marines after picking up one of the observers. There is a move where sometimes they unload these units behind the Stalkers and then just try to force the Stalkers to blink back, stim on top of them immediately. But of course, you can also just keep on flying towards the top right side, never look back. He's going to push these Stalkers back for now with the double tank, double Marauder, couple Marines in the Cyclone. More units of Zoun being warped in the natural. The main base is relatively naked. Byun, is he going to go in deep? Will he unload right on top of the middle line? The answer is yes. Couple of Zealots won't buy too much time. Stalkers making their way over. Hard to drop storms here though, right? Because you're going to storm your own probes as well.
Yeah, +1 infantry weapons finishing up as well is going to give a lot more DPS. The storm finally does come in, but a little bit too late. It shoos away the bio, but it opens up an opportunity for Byun to push now on this third base. Zealots are warping in. Stalkers were coming in from that main base to try and reinforce, but this Nexus already very low on HP. HP halfway done. If Zoun wants to defend, he has to go in right now.
Yep, and I think he will be able to defend it, but it's going to be a little bit painful, and that might open the doors for those Marines to show up one more time. But Zoun doesn't want to continue pushing. He is worried. I think his army was big enough. Perhaps it's the Widow Mines that really scared him. Immortal is going to get a couple shots up on the tanks. The both tanks have fallen. The Marauders are forced to retreat. Byun still has those medevacs. They're just kind of chilling in the top right. They're not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, but I feel like a pretty good trade there for Byun on the front lines. He was not able to take down the third command center, but this has been very good. A lot of Stalkers getting taken down as they blink forward to take down those siege tanks. This Nexus is going to be a juicy target later in the game as well. Being on, what, a sliver of HP? It's like 100 or 200 hit points in total.
Yeah, I think the High Templar has already feedbacked. I think that's what our observer is showing us as well. Now with an energy recharge, a Storm is probably in range to take out those medevacs. It's a real shame that Byun wasn't able to boost those medevacs into the natural or into the main base one more time. Zoun did leave a few units behind, but I still think you'll be able to unload, because the moment you unload, a double feedback. Honestly, this is not that bad for Byun, by the way, because that was energy recharge used, and the medevacs are still alive.
I could have sworn that that would be in range for Storm, but I guess not.
Yeah,
it must just barely be out of there. Zoun isn't set up and go for the feedback. 2 HP on this medevac. If he had waited a couple more seconds, that would be taken out. Instead, energy recharge mostly waited here as finally feedback's available again, but
it'd be sick, by the way, if Byun can now get another drop into the main base, basically save those 2 medevacs and then bring those in the fight as well, as he eats one big storm into the face. The second one wasn't too impactful. The first one was big though. Byun does load up all these units. I'm wondering, is there an opening in the main base? It's so scary.
Yeah, Byun and Sig gonna play it safe and retreat back. Just a ton of Stalkers kind of anticipating that move that you were talking about here is
Storm. I want to see Storm.
I swear that's in range,
of course.
right? It's got
absolutely, absolutely, he can Storm.
Finally.
feel like the last energy recharge could have done this, but in any case, those medevacs at last being taken down as the RoboBay transition is going to be coming in for Zoun as well as the 4th Nexus. 2nd Robo also coming online, but hey, Byun, he's getting to that spot we were talking about. The Viking count is coming in. 1-1 is done. Armory is starting up as well as the 2nd eBay. And the Ghost count, we already have 4 right here with the main army and more finishing up. Are the EMPs going to be quite as clutch this game? It's going to come down to the EMP Storm interaction. That first Storm not really getting very much done. Actually, an Archon being morphed in. 2 more Stormers on this Templar as the battle is commencing.
I don't hate EMPs just on the Archons either, though, because the Archons are very, very, very tanky. That one Widowmine, by the way, getting a good connection, and Widowmines just make it more complicated for Protoss armies to get on top of Terran armies. Zerg players have had to deal with this forever, as you can't just click 40 Zerglings into a Terran force, and you can really see the power of 1 or 2 well-positioned Widowmines as well. We have a couple of Vikings in the mix already. Zoun has made 2 or 3 Colossus, and he's now adding in Disruptors. Do we have extended Turbulence? I thought I saw Colossus.
Wait, no, I think these are the first units out of the RoboBay.
Straight Disruptor.
Yeah, it's throwing me off too. I would expect this to be a later transition. I mean, how do you feel about that? I personally, I think I would rather have the Colossus here.
Yeah, perhaps he's like, you know what, Byun is a man that likes to build blind Vikings, and if I force him to make 8 Vikings, and I only have Gateway units and Storms and Disruptors, the Vikings are not going to be mega useful, but Vikings still kind of useful in keeping a War Prism at bay, making it harder for High Templars to get in range. It's very hit or miss, quite literally.
Yeah, yeah, it literally is. I'm gonna have to wait and see how this goes for Zoun. I'm scratching my head a little bit at this super fast Disruptor transition. Of course, it is really good against units like Ghost, if they're able to get the connections off, and Byun with his Sentry Tower is able to catch these Zealots coming into the 3rd and quickly shoot them away. Storm, quite good, getting a lot of damage done on those Vikings. The bio, it can heal up, but the Vikings SCVs will need to come to repair those. And already, I want to say this Disruptor count, it's going up to what, 4, 6?
Yeah.
If we start more, we're gonna have maybe 8 Disruptors on the field in just a moment.
I'm just a little bit worried that Zoun has no real DPS when it comes to his army just standing there and fighting. It feels like all his damage right now comes out of these Disruptors and the High Templars. We do have a whole bunch of Zealots, but Zealots actually don't go that well together with Disruptors, right? It's just a little bit awkward. They'll often run into the Novas, especially if you're a lower ranked player. I'm sure that won't happen to Zoun too often. But it's not an ideal comp to close out a game. So basically, most of your standing DPS comes from 11, 12 Stalkers with Blink. Like that's not quite good enough. If Byun wants to run into Zoun though, then Zoun's army is obviously absolutely amazing.
As it is right now. Oh, that War Person taking a lot of damage. Actually, Zoun pushing quite boldly here as the Storm is going to drop catch a couple of these bio units. It seems really like the Zealot run by is being diffused, but at the same time, Zoun, man, he's trying to corner this army and wedge it away from this triangle base.
He needs to be so careful because he lost the War Prism, so he has no more immediate reinforcements. I think a bunch of Zealots are going to come in from the top left, but this army right now is not that big. Byun could potentially EMP it and get on top of it. We went for a defensive Nova, but Byun actually pulled back as well. If I was Byun here, I think I'd just be happy, but Byun is not happy. He wants more state.
Yeah, he's chasing really heavily there. You know, Disruptors, one of the things they are best at is basically zoning away an army when you have 5 or 6 of them. But with a Terran as persistent as Byun, he's actually able to take down quite a few units. And yes, he lost some Marauders and Marines on the way, but I mean, look at the supplies. 4 bases online right now. Ooh, that's a pretty good Disruptor hit, catching, I think, what, 2 Ghosts?
Byun's defensive control, by the way, has been so incredibly good. The way that he handled there, he had to deal with Zealots at the fort, he had to deal with a big army in the left, he had to deal with flanking High Templars, but he just positioned his army perfectly, sniped the War Prism, and after that, sized up that army, realized there was an opportunity for him to drop an EMP, stim forward, get on top of it, and he basically reset the entire Disruptor count. And Zoun, for now, just making more Disruptors. I would like it a lot more if he had another row, but actually had a few Immortals as well. So he had something that's like a bit more sturdy, a bit more reliable. Because right now, the only potential he really has is in those Disruptors and High Templars.
Yeah, it's a very hit or miss style. It's all burst damage. It's the AoE from the Disruptor, the AoE from the Templar. If those do not hit, if we have Templar get sniped like this, or for a moment I thought that one might get away, like this, or the EMPs come in like in the previous game, then suddenly this Protoss army, yes, that is a lot of Zealots and a lot of Stalkers, but against 2-2 bio, I don't see those Zealots getting very much done. Nice. EMP gonna connect again here on this Templar. This is a Nexus that's about to fall.
Byun came so alive in this best of 5, man. This is excellent StarCraft. Zoun does blink forward, and I love the targeting on the medevac there. Makes it a little bit harder for Byun to get out of here. But at the same time, Byun is all over the triangle. Disruptors will try to save this base. But again, they have a hard time running on top of a Terran army. Byun is thinking about a good old Doom drop into the main base. That's a little bit risky, but I love it. Tournament live on the line. Byun is not afraid.
All right, recall coming in. It's just Stalkers and 2 sentries here as the Disruptors. We have so many Disruptors on the ramp right now. Byun is going to retreat to the corner of the base. He's got to get out. At the same time, Zealots coming in now to the triangle base of Byun. Only 2 SCVs falling thus far. This army still hasn't retreated from the main.
A couple of the gateways are unpowered, and I have the feeling, by the way, that Zoun blew up a couple of his own Stalkers there based on the animation explosion that we saw towards the end. It is just a mega hectic game. There are Zealots creating a lot of chaos, but SCVs are doing what they do best, and that is form that human shield. Love to see the ghost attack move there. That would help. 18 probes going down, but also 2 Nexi and 26 SCVs. Oh, this is a painful one, I think, for Byun, because if these Stalkers blink forward, well, he's actually not afraid of these Stalkers. 2 Marauders and 2 ghosts are just battling. They've actually taken out a decent amount of them. Oh my goodness, the pacing of Byun as he's all over Zoun. Takes out a few more workers. Nova cannot quite connect. Nexus falls in the end. This is sick. What a game.
Oh man, non-stop action right now. And this army, yeah, the Disruptors, they're so bad in a situation where your opponent is hitting you in multiple places at once. And that's why Byun, he's going for the base in the top left, and then he drops into the main base after hitting the triangle expansion. He is pulling Zoun apart. Right now, it feels like Zoun, with that counterattack, has done a very good job of equalizing. But again, the efficiency coming in from Byun, a 6,000 resource differential. The economy for Zoun, it is tanked so low, Roddy.
And Advanced Ballistics is done, right? Because the Liberator count is getting up there. It's been double starport for a little while on the side of Byun. Yep, looking at those Liberators, that is absolutely Advanced Ballistics. And Zoun's army right now, not good in dealing with a bunch of Liberators that have that upgrade of the Fusion Core. He only has Stalkers. Stalkers blinking into Libs. Yeah, no thank you. It is only +1, so +2 ship weapons, not quite done yet. That would make the combo on Byun's side even gnarlier. But I love how Byun is just literally pulling Zoun apart, and Zoun knows it. He does not have the kind of army that can defend 3 locations at once.
More clutch EMPs coming in from Byun as those 3 Templar don't really get very much done in terms of storms. That disruptor shot is good. You got to be very careful here as Byun, because if you retreat too early into the medevacs, the Stalkers can blink forward. It's a little bit of a dance as we have another drop coming in. Man, these Marauders, almost a pure Marauder composition from Byun, is getting so much damage done. Zoun is falling apart right now in game 4.
Oh, I love there's still a Liberator helping out as well, giving it a bit of a safety ground. Marauders will go forward, gun down a decent amount of these Disruptors. In the end, a lot of the Marauders will fall. But who cares, because Byun still has a good economy. We are looking at 54 SCVs. He still has mineral lines to work with. He's got Liberators for days, spots that Observer immediately as well. And Byun knows that he's got Zoun on the ropes. 24 probe economy, that is absolutely nothing. I believe our first Colossus is finally on the production tab, but it won't really have much of an impact. It won't have thermal lens. Zoun's got nothing anymore. He is running out of steam. Byun was a proper hurricane there for a couple of minutes, all over Tokamak, and everywhere Byun went, well, he left a path of destruction.
Yeah, just a beautiful approach from Byun, identifying the situation, seeing how bold that transition into Disruptors was by his opponent, and just pulling him apart, exposing the weakness of this Protoss composition, and now he is inching forward, trying to take control.
Look at the Libs.
Of the center of the map. How do you deal with them? We have basically more Disruptors than Stalkers here. You are never going to get those Libs out of the equation.
Enough Liberators incredibly good in zoning those High Templars away as well. Disruptors would have to go so far forward to potentially land a good Nova. Then Byun can just stim a couple of Marauders forward and pick it up. These are the most satisfying moments of a TVP for any Terran out there, where you're just spreading your circles and you know you're pushing that Protoss back. As Byun guns down another Nexus, reliving the glory days. The Colossus looked at the state of the game and is like, yeah, I'm done, guys.
Recall me in the map 5, please.
Hey, you didn't want me earlier, I'm not showing up now. Good luck with those Disruptors.
Zoun with one last Hail Mary attack, can't take down the Planetary Fortress as Byun is going to corner him and force a rubber match. We are going to a map number 5. It was looking so good for Zoun. I mean, a little bit of a grin there from Zoun as he realizes,
the pace at which that game went. Yeah, Disruptors, maybe not what you want against a Byun who is this locked in, Roddy.
It was amazing, and I love that decision. Like, I know people often talk about, like, when is Byun going to drop a little bit more? Well, sometimes it's just really hard to drop, guys. You cannot drop into a Protoss that has 20 gateways and observers everywhere, because anywhere he loads up a medevac is going to get picked off immediately, and even if he somehow sneaks some units behind enemy lines, well, Protoss warps in 10 extra units near a shield battery, he loses all of that. Byun would always love to drop, but Byun knows that there are moments where dropping is simply the wrong decision. Here, that wasn't the case. This was a perfect game to load up medevac after medevac against basically mass High Templars and Disruptors. No Colossus long-range units to help out with the Protoss defense. No sturdy Immortals that can soak up a bunch of shots to buy some time for Zealots and Stalkers to clean things up. This was the ultimate drop game, and Byun shows us that his multitasking is still there. 2016 champ looking really good. I'm so happy that our first series of the day state is already going to distance. It is heartbreaking that we have to say goodbye to one of these two amazing players this early on, but I'm happy that at least both of them have had a very good showing so far.
Yeah, Zoun just so strong in Game 1 and Game 2, and now Byun fighting back with a vengeance. I would be very surprised if we saw the same kind of Disruptor Storm style coming in from Zoun. I feel like you need a sturdy comp against the way that Byun is playing. He is everywhere. He's dropping in the main base. He's hitting that very weakened third with groups of Marauders, groups of Marines, even goes there for EMP on the Templar. This guy is positively on fire. Can he bring it back for the full reverse sweep? Spawning in the bottom right, the Red Terran player. It is Shopify Rebellion's Byun.
We often say momentum is a real thing in StarCraft 2, and it definitely does feel that all the momentum has shifted towards Byun, but this man is looking to derail it. He is representing Vitality Gaming. It's our Korean Protoss, Zoun.
What a fantastic way to kick off day 2 here of StarCraft at EWC.
Shocking that Zoun preferred double disruptor production on such a large, wide open map like Totem after already having High Templars. Like, then he opens up Stalkers with Blink, Zealots with Charge, and then says, you know what, I want to open up with Disruptors before doing something else. Yeah, okay, that's a play. But going from Storm into Disruptors on that map against Byun, like, sure, if there's a world where Byun just stares you down the battlefield, it's like, okay, this is my army, this is your army, we meet in the middle when we fight. Yeah, that army of Zoun would have done really good. But the moment you have to chase after Byun, it's just a really immobile and kind of silly army.
Yeah, there are some moments where that composition is really powerful. For instance, say Zoun was able to line that up with some kind of timing attack on Byun where he's able to force him into a corner defending a command center. Then suddenly, the Disruptors just destroy everything. They're also quite good against Ghosts because obviously a Ghost cannot stim. You know, you get connections. I think Zoun over the course of that game might have killed as many as a dozen Ghosts, just slowly chipping them away with the Disruptors. But the Protoss army, you know, the gateway units, they are very strong when you have superior numbers.
And upgrades.
And upgrades, but as the armies get bigger and bigger, especially when you're near maxed, it's really the AoE damage that carries you, right? I mean, the Zealots, they get less surface area, as once again, we're seeing the Marauder.
Yeah, that was the ley lines opening, but of course on ley lines we snuck in a third command center on location, and it's very weird to call the obvious third command center a hidden base, but that really was kind of a hidden base. It seems like Byun is doing the same thing, but this time we're not gonna sneak in a third command center on location. Curious to see where this will go here in Game 5. I've historically not been Omega impressed or fond of these Marauder openings because it feels that Zoun will just get a shield battery in the natural and then you're fine, and that obviously means that you're going to have much later medevacs, much later maybe Widow Mines or Hellions. I don't love it, but Byun, for all the marbles, Tournament Live on the line, biggest stage of the year, goes back to the strategy that a lot of people say they've never seen it lose. Just a good old 3-Rex here, look at that.
Yeah, it can be a very scary composition if it catches you off guard, but Zoun going for that hallucinated Phoenix here early in game number 5. He did glimpse the Marauders, and yes, he actually did see them, so he knows this push is coming.
He has just built a gateway as part of a wall off. I feel like Byun can just start working on the gate, maybe get a cancel on that gate, because it's so far away from the shield battery that, I mean, I guess the Stalkers will just poke at the Marauders, and the Stalker can obviously micro back towards the battery. I don't think a whole lot is going to happen here early on. But I'm sure that Zoun right now is a bit paranoid. He's like, you did this earlier today. The third command set. And sure, Zoun won that game. But I think we kind of figured out why Zoun won that game. And if Byun would have just made a slightly different decision with his first move out. I think that could have gone in a different route. He was almost there. He was almost ready to make his Terran army a whole lot better and actually have the right tools to deal with all those storms. This time it's just straight up 3 Rex. Is there a world, you think, where Byun goes mega crazy and even pulls like SCVs early on? I guess not, because there's no like something mega weird like a 4th Rex. We have seen that, right? Sometimes they suddenly sneak in a 4th Rex or a 5th Rex before a factory. Then we just pull the boys. I think this is just good old-fashioned 3 Rex. I don't believe Byun is willing to stim into the natural, but I do believe that he is looking for either a big delay or a cancel on the 3rd base of Zoun.
Watching that gas sim can reach 100. Will we have that factory get thrown down here for Byun? SMG seems prepared. Will in fact be that factory, so no 5-rack shenanigans here. Instead, most likely just going to be a +1 3-racks push with combat shields, with stim. This can be very powerful against the composition that Zoun is running. Once again, he's going into 4 gases. This is similar to the way that he responded to Byun do this previously when Byun opted for that very fast 3rd base. But Templar Archive only just now going down. So the way these timings are lining up, Storm should not be done by the timing that Byun moves cross-map. These Stalkers need to get a lot of value because, again, Medivacs, they're minutes away.
A little bit risky here for Byun, though, because Byun obviously does not have crazy amount of stims, so he's going to bleed out a few Marines. I think that Byun is just looking for either a bad blink by Zoun, and of course we can punish that with these Marauders, or a delay / cancel on the 3rd base. We know that Zoun has not gone up to 3 bases yet. Does have a probe in position to do it, but Zoun obviously doesn't want to warp in at Nexus and then be forced to cancel it. That is a lot of Stalkers, by the way, but he's got no high ground vision, I want to say. Maybe he does. I'm surprised where he got it from. There is one observer. It's there in surveillance mode and gave him just enough.
Right, Byun going to be retreating right now as Zoun leaning so heavily into these Blink Stalkers. Of course, Stim is available, but with the Medivacs only just now starting production, or I'm actually not sure, the Starport only just now finishing. They're still a ways away. We have 3 more gateways coming in from Zoun. He is taking a 3rd base, but there has been a probe cut at 49. It kind of feels like he is trying to almost bait Byun into an engagement because
he's looking to replicate ley lines.
Right. Finally now starting production, but Zoun, there's no Forge upgrades underway. 4 more gateways, 5 more gateways. He wants a fight.
Yep, and I love that Byun has also learned from that game where we mentioned earlier, a few bunkers is so incredibly useful against pure gateway storm. It can really allow you to survive that scary moment if you're buying some time for either extra Widow Mines or for a Viking to deal with that Warp Prism, or for a... Oh, the Stalkers are split up right now as a few Marines and Marauders will stim forward. They are able to tag 2 of the Stalkers and kill them. Did not manage to quite get the 3rd. Zoun has to be so cautious here because one misclick and you lose that entire army.
Byun continuing to posture. First Medivacs will be joining the fray in a moment here. Will he go for the double drop? Last couple of games, he has been so ambitious with those first 2 Medivacs, just going for really bold drop play as the 3rd command center now finally coming in. What will be the play from Byun? There's a lot of Templar on the field.
Still no forges on the side of Zoun. Like, I do think, Byun, I love the way that he's been playing this so far. Obviously, the last 3 games, he has been a man on the mission. It feels like he's on fire. He's sizing up that army, knows where the High Templars are. He just cannot get too reckless. Since Zoun has no forges, Zoun is looking to trade and then counter immediately with a Prism, with a crazy amount of gateway units, and end the game and potentially send Byun home packing. If Byun realizes what is happening here, if he clicks on those gateway units, he's like, no upgrades, you can actually just kind of turtle up at home. You can bunker up, you can get another bunker, you can really dig in your heels with some Widow Mines, give yourself a very strong defensive position and see if Byun can pull off another miraculous defense.
Yeah, Zoun is going to be coming in with that timing attack. 4 Templar loaded up into the Warp Prism. Even more gateways finishing up. But Byun able to intercept this storm really good out of that Warp Prism. Is going to clean up all those Marines. Follow-up storms not quite catching quite as many. But oh, look at that. The follow-up. That is so much damage on this bio. The Zealotin Stalkers now reinforcing. Byun is hightailing it out of there with the Medivacs. A shake of a head. 2 Medivacs will escape.
Byun did lose a lot there. I love the idea that by Byun to ambush that Protoss army, but there were so many storms and Zoun just had so many units as the other 2 Medivacs flew home over the Stalkers that are still here. We have a few Widow Mines, we have a single bunker, but Byun has lost most of his firepower. We're gonna pull all the boys. Are there any storms left? It doesn't matter as the bunker has fallen. Oh, Byun thought he saw an opportunity there to ambush those Protoss forces in the middle of the map, but the Marine count wasn't high enough to immediately sniped that Prism, so all the High Templars were able to hop out. They landed Storms, and that means that plan backfired, and it is Zoun that will stay alive here at the Esports World Cup 2025.
Oh, so sad to see a player like Byun eliminated here on day 2. They joke around a little bit together, but man, Zoun stopping the momentum, bringing it back with such a slick timing attack in Game 5. No upgrades, cut probes, just keep throwing down gateways and meet Byun in the middle of the map, using his aggression against him there. You know, it can be a double-edged sword. He will advance into the next round, a qualifying match for the playoffs. Byun, his key will be crushed.
Yeah, obviously this was when the writing was already on the wall. I think the key moment here was that moment in the center where Byun looked at that War Prism, saw that the Protoss army was a little bit scattered all over the place, thought he saw an opportunity, and I love the idea of ambushing that army, like in the middle of it, the soft underbelly, as Tasteless would call it. But because it was mostly Marauders leading the charge, he couldn't gun down the Prism. And that means that even if Zoun wasn't ready, Zoun had time to get ready, unload the High Templars, drop a couple Storms, turn around with the rest of the forces, obviously sniped all the medevacs, and that actually meant that the plan completely backfired, fell apart, and Zoun got what he was looking for. Zoun was looking to trade out armies, and then obviously reinforce immediately with that Prism, those 8 gates, no upgrades, and get the job done.
Yeah, Byun was playing the honorable game, going up to the Ghost Academy, saturating that third base. I think Armory was done. Let's hear what the winner Zoun has to say of that victory.
Thank you so much. Down here on the stage with Zoun after that full series, all 5 games. We love to see it, and you were able to pick up that last one. Zoun, a little bit on the back foot in that last head-to-head. Then you found a great opportunity. Tell me what you were thinking and how you capitalized.
이제 박한수 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 마지막 경기까지 몰렸는데 마지막 경기에서도 사실 쉽지 않은 순간이었어요. 특히나 저 한타 폭풍 한타까지는 진짜 불리한 상황이었는데 그걸 좀 어떻게 극복하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 처음에 1, 2세트를 쉽게 이겨가지고 오늘 운이 좋다, 컨디션 좋다라고 생각을 했는데 잘하더라고요, 운영을. 그래서 좀 마지막에 필살기를 꺼내들어서 자신감은 있었어요.
Yeah, I mean, winning game 1 and 2, I thought the game was really going really smooth, so I was kind of lucky. I was feeling lucky today, but that being said, he played really well on the macro on game 3 and 4, so I was kind of nervous, but I was also confident because I brought ultimate super weapon, which was a fast storm, so yeah, I was confident to win.
You were confident, especially after game 2 there. Great game on ley lines. You saw another opportunity, no upgrades, but you ran in there. What did you see that let you know you could push in that moment?
이제 또 업그레이드 없이 2세트 레이나인즈에서는 그냥 바로 폭풍 준비되자마자 바로 이제 푸시해서 이겼는데 바로 그 타이밍을 좀 어떻게 정하셨는지, 딱 이 타이밍에 내가 들어갈 수 있겠다라고 좀 생각했던 타이밍이 있는지.
원래는 운영을 가려고 했는데 게임하면서 자꾸 이상한 거예요. 그래서 이거 모자다가 트리플 보고 큰일 났다. 그래서 빨리빨리 가야겠다라고 생각해서 관문이 완성되자마자 간 것 같아요.
Yeah, I was supposed to go macro in that game, but I felt really odd because this wasn't supposed to happen, you know? He was getting much greedier than I expected. So as soon as I seen the third base going around, I thought myself that I have to go right now. At the same time, my gates are all already being completed, so that was the time that I decided to go and kill him.
Oh, an excellent pivot for the win and a great win overall. Congratulations, Zoun. Let's send it back to the studio, take a closer look.
Well, 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 I thought there was going to be no meat to this series whatsoever after the 2-0 coming in from Zoun. However, we got the roast beef in there, we got the roast chicken in there, we got everything going by the end. Byun tried to fight back, however, it was all in vain. 3-2 goes the way of Zoun Loco.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was looking like a 3-0 win, right? Like we were, watching it from the green room, and it looked like a 15-minute best of 5, but then in the end, of course, Byun did make it look pretty close.
Yeah.
Sadly for him, he did not quite complete it, but yeah, nice to see Zoun winning.
Yeah, tough series for Byun. It started in all of the wrong ways, right? Like game 1, he just missed the scout. You know, bad kind of choice to go for the engineering bay block. Great choice by Zoun, because I think he knew that was what Byun was going to do. And then game 2, Byun had a pretty good position and just all went wrong as well. And then he really did get into the series, which was nice to see, because I feel like after that 0-2, digging yourself out is potentially very difficult because I think it was such a bad start. Got it back, but game 5 just wasn't there, right? Just got caught in that one fight in the middle. Everything goes wrong, and then his army wasn't there to defend this final push.
A little telling when you look through the series as well and then listen to Zoun in his interview. He's like, I unlocked the super weapon, Storm. I'm like, oh,
that's so many good ones though throughout this series. Like so many of those Terran units just got wrecked by the Storm.
Yeah, definitely. Let's look at the final moments here as well. He's always a cheeky bugger, he is, when it comes to this kind of stuff. But unfortunately for Byun, he is done. Zoun will continue to prevail here for Vitality as well as himself, trying to move forwards to try and claim a world championship or a higher placement for the most part. He's crushed one. That is looking like unfortunate for Byun in a few moments' time here. However, when you think about this, right, it's not only good storms, it's also that Byun, I felt like, really took the brunt of the storms. He was walking into some of those and really taking a lot of damage.
And we saw it yesterday against Destroyer as well. It was definitely his weakness. Just storms were consistently doing so much to him. And you think of Byun as such a micro player, but something feels like it's in his head almost, right? Like, you know, we're talking about when he's chasing disruptors as well. Like, he's just not quite got that confidence that he used to. And then, I don't know, like, Terran is a very confident, like, race to play. Like, Clem always plays his best when he feels confident. You can see it, right? I think there's something in Byun's head about TVP right now where it's just not quite the Byun micro that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, fair. And unfortunate for Byun to find himself in this scenario, and of course, commiserations to him as a whole. But for Zoun, the road does continue on. Again, though, in terms of the field of Protoss that we have, I don't think a lot of people look at him as like the ultimate Protoss final boss here, with still hero, still classic, kind of still representing here. So Zoun's still got an uphill struggle here, I would say.
Yeah, he's a very good Protoss player. I feel like it's difficult to like really stand out, right, at the absolute highest level, especially when you have guys like, for example, Hero, and then lately, of course, we've had Classic. But Zoun has been quietly chipping away at a lot of tournaments, winning, of course, Home Story Cup as well. I mean, he's not somebody to forget about.
Definitely.
It's definitely just the consistency thing, I think, from Zoun, right? You know, he'll go 3-2 against Byun, but like if he plays Maru at some point or something, I could see him beating Maru, even though he kind of just about got over the hurdle with Byun, right? Which, you know, that's maybe a weird thing to say, but that's kind of just how Zoun plays. It's never 100% like, he's definitely going to take this guy down. So, yeah, he's definitely a fun contender.
Yeah, definitely. There were some other results coming in, of course, from our previous Group B, or B stream, I should say. Keeps tripping me up.
You love that Group B, don't you?
Yeah, we will get to Group B.
Yeah, I don't know it. Anyway, let's take a look at those updates coming in from the B stream as well, and hear for what was going on.
I am here at the B stage where Trigger just lost 3-0 to Shin. I don't know why I looked at you when I said Trigger. I am here joined by Max Estrella Angel, and you were watching the series pretty closely, so I kind of wanted to ask you what happened.
Yeah, Yoon lost a few times to the Hydraling Bane. The second game, he kind of just lost to a big attack. I think he was teching a little bit too much, so he was building a mothership while Shin was pretty all in, so he couldn't really hold. And then the last game, Yoon went for a Zealot, Yoon is Trigger, went for a Mass Zealot attack, which I thought was doing pretty well, but again, the Hydraling Bane came in for the counter all-in and punished him. So yeah, it's really tough. I didn't think he played too bad, but the all-in's good.
Appreciate that, Max. So yeah, Hydraling Bane for the win today here, and Shin will take it against Trigger.
All right, and that is that. Unfortunately here for Trigger, he will be done as we take a look at some of these brackets coming on in from Group A. So alongside Byun getting knocked out, unfortunately. But Shin does prevail. He continues on down in that lower bracket, and he's going to be waiting for one of the opponents from the upper here, Loco.
Yeah, Shin is always a very scary player. I mean, we just talked about Zoun, and I feel about Shin in a very similar way too, you know, where nobody's really necessarily picking Shin as like the very best Zerg or like the favorite to win it all, but he's always quietly there. He's, well, had moments where he's looked like one of the absolute best players in the world.
Yeah.
It's a good moment to peak.
Yeah, we'll see if he can kind of continue that on down towards the bottom. There's still going to be a lot of potential terrifying opponents maybe falling down to where he may end up being playing. But for now, though, we can actually hear from Trigger, who will be bowing out here for the Esports World Cup.
I am here joined by Trigger, who has now been eliminated of the EWC. Obviously, some tough games against Shin. You were the last North American in the competition, so classic question here. How does it feel?
How does it feel to be the last North American?
Sure, let's go with that. It's a positive spin.
Yeah, so, I mean, I am the best in North America given my results here, so I think I did really well. So I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, I think that's to throw a positive spin on it as well, I think you're one of the very few Protoss players that have broken into one of the very few players that have broken into the scene in recent history, probably the player with the least history in the game in this whole event. So can you tell us a little bit about your rise and how you honestly feel about this coming up into the scene?
Well, last year I didn't make it to EWC, and I was very sad about that. So already making it to EWC this year was a big jump for me. And yeah, I mean, I lost earlier than I would have hoped for, but I think I learned a lot about big tournament preparation and how it's different from like online cups, which are what I'm used to. So yeah, I think it's just a learning moment for me.
I think that's a great attitude. And lastly, I heard about your preparation going really well, especially in PvC against some of the best players in the world. So what do you think was different about this stage, about this particular opponent?
Yeah, so in practice, I did really well in like the standard games, and that's like for example, Cyril, obviously very standard player, and my other practice partners also very standard. I think next time I would try to get some more creative, crazy players to practice against, just so I'm more ready for different tournament preparation strats. But yeah, I did well in practice, so it is a bit sad to lose so easily here, but yeah, just gotta learn.
I appreciate that very much.
And that was, of course, Trigger graceful in defeat and giving us some interesting insights into how he was feeling after all of that was going down here, Wardy. So unfortunate for Trigger, but again, the field is unbelievably powerful when it comes to this tournament.
He was the underdog, right?
Yeah.
He's one of the couple of guys that didn't make it to any of our power rankings, unfortunately. And it's just because someone had to not to, right? And I think at the end of the day, he's had a good season building up to this. Like, he'd been practicing well, he had some good results, and I think that's what he's got to look to. Like, yeah, he lost today, but he had a great season building up to it.
And unfortunately for Byun as well, his key will be crushed. All right, explode or bend?
We've had explosions already. I'm going to go with bend for this one.
They all explode.
No. I've seen some just bend.
This one's going to explode.
No,
bend.
I think Zoun's going to take his finger off the pulse as soon as it's bent. No. Oh, no. Oh!
They keep surprising themselves with it, too, it seems.
I think so, yeah.
I love this shot so much.
Who is Key Guy?
Key Guy.
He doesn't say anything, but he's always there.
He's always there, lurking with the keys. All right, well, of course, we have some of our extra players going to be arriving here to the stage to get things going. Thank you, gentlemen. It's time for a short break here at the Esports World Cup. When we return, more excellent StarCraft 2 action coming your way.
Hello, everybody. Artosis and I are back together again. How you doing, man?
Very good. I'm very happy to be here with you.
EWC decided it would be a good idea to have us do a drawing contest. So we're going to be doing Pictionary. The way the game works is we pick one word out of this bowl. We don't know what it's going to say ahead of time. Dan would cover his eyes. I'm going to show you guys the word. I'm going to start to draw it. Dan has a minute to try to guess and see if he can figure out what my drawing is. Let's go.
Okay. Okay, that's a person. A singer. Okay, so I win? A microphone? It's someone singing. You gotta draw more than that. Is that a little dog? Are these people? A horse. That's a horse. Some sort of bird?
Okay, we're out of time.
What is it?
These reserve units, it's Sarah Kerrigan singing a song or giving a pop concert. Here's, I'm going to hold this up. It's got to be StarCraft related.
Okay. Well, no one told me that.
This is a StarCraft
like Lady
tournament.
Gaga? I don't know.
We almost got there.
Oh, God. Okay. This is going to be a very difficult one.
It's a pylon. A light bulb. It's a void ray. It's a void ray. It's a filming, a void ray shooting something. It's okay, they're making a movie. It's a void ray shooting a crocodile being filmed by a human. This guy's shooting. What is that?
You got this one already.
A crocodile?
Yes.
What's the void ray doing? There's a void ray in here, right? Human shooting, crocodile, camera, void ray. I don't know. What is it? What is it?
This is my picture. I think I did so well on this, and you did too. A void ray being filmed by Steve Irwin.
Oh, that's so hard. How did you get Steve Irwin? Okay, this I think we can do.
Can I open my eyes?
No, not yet.
Oh my God.
Okay, you can look. You can look.
Okay,
Yeah,
go.
Okay.
Try it. This might be like a Goliath or an SCV. Trees that are raining. What was this supposed to show? Your
You got the first
show
half.
Your shame.
You got the first half. I guess I did erase this several times. This was an SCV mining crops. I was trying to draw wheat or corn.
Oh.
And you were guessing trees.
Yeah, because you drew trees was the problem.
Yeah.
Are you ready for the next one?
I'm ready.
All right, close your eyes. We're gonna finally get one, okay?
You're making me nervous.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. I don't know what this is. Okay. What is this? It's not a giant pylon. Okay, we're gonna start over. Whatever class is attacking. A swimming pool. It's shooting a European flag? What is going on with this? What is that?
It was the Eiffel Tower. I was trying to show a French flag. Is that the French flag?
Eiffel Tower?
Yeah, he was burning down the Eiffel Tower. That's like maybe a pool, a spawning pool, a Zergling? Mutalisk? So this looks like a spawning pool. This is something about eating because it's a fork and knife. What is it?
This is a defiler.
Oh, a defiler. I thought we were doing StarCraft 2.
It's a defiler. It's supposed to be a defiler in a hospital.
Oh, man.
But this defiler never made it to the hospital. I think this might be my best work. Look, is it the Eiffel Tower again? It's a broodling?
I can't believe this.
Ultralisk. Okay. He's cooking. He's cooking. He's cooking ramen. Spaghetti? He's cooking spaghetti. It's an Ultralisk cooking
That
spaghetti.
has to count. It's Ultralisk cooking pasta. I don't know who gets a
What
point
is this
for that.
part on the Ultralisk, man?
His
is a kind of-
chitinous plating.
This may be our greatest challenge yet.
That's a really good picture of Jim Raynor.
It's like,
Wow. Jim Raynor, President of America? Okay, this is someone walking. Someone going to vote for Jim Raynor. Okay, he's got green hair. Why did you scribble green on top of his head? You're not even drawing your things, you're just sighing at me. This is an unhealthy relationship, tasteless. Okay, going for America. He's going to 4 countries.
Jim Raynor running for president.
Oh.
Is that it's a command center. So the command center comes first in the statement, right? Water, island, peninsula. It's a plane flying to, is this our trip here to Riyadh? It's our hotel, it's command center. In the hotel. Okay, we're in Saudi Arabia, we're in Riyadh. Okay. Broadcasting.
What am I pointing to? What am I pointing
I don't know, it's not a command
center.
Yeah. Riyadh. Command center Riyadh.
Yes. Command center in Riyadh.
Command center Riyadh. Okay, we did it.
Oh my God.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us for the Pictionary section of the EWC, but we hope you enjoy the rest of the games.
Well, those prompts were brutal but brilliant, and now we move on to another brilliant moment as Shin is going to get to crush the key of Trigger. Wardy, explode or bend?
Explode. I'm explode all the way this weekend.
Or every single key?
Every key is going to explode apart from the winners.
Okay. Which
doesn't get crushed.
Yes, does not get touched. Yes, correct. All right, well. They're all going to be explode. People are just going to keep going. Just keep pressing that button forever. Brutal.
Yes, it is brutal.
Brutal.
Thanks, Lars.
Yeah.
It's surprising because you'd think the Zergs with their key repeat rate would just tap it. But they don't. They hammer it.
All right, well, let's get on to our
Great
next
segment.
game. Well done, guys. Well done. Let's talk about a Zerg. So we've got ourselves good old Rogue, a previous world champion, going up against Heromarine here for our next best of 5. ZG, talk to me.
Dude, if we just go by how excited they are, Heromarine absolutely wins.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was great, yeah. Now, this is obviously going to be tough for Heromarine. Rogue has won against them literally throughout their entire history in StarCraft. Not that many games, but it's still something. And the most recent one was also a Rogue victory. So Rogue is definitely favored. I don't think it's a big surprise to anyone. But Heromarine does come in clutch sometimes. He does have some pretty solid TVZ. And I think it would be bad to just completely count him out. But if I were to give a prediction, I would say that Rogue probably 3-1. In my heart, though, I want to give Heromarine maybe 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, the previous series subverted my expectations after a 0-2, so we could see things happen. But how about yourself, Waddy? What do you think for this one?
Yeah, I think Heromarine going to try and play very standard, and I think Rogue's going to do anything to just stop that, and I think that's going to be the problem for Heromarine. So I think Rogue's going to have a good edge. I do not know how good Rogue's going to look against Mech, though. So that's maybe my concern. I think if Heromarine does better than the 3-1 that ZG suggests, because I'm kind of on board with that, I think it's through the mech play. So that's kind of where I think we're going.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when we look back to Heromarines mech play against Lambo, that first series you identified it very well, ZG, getting cornered, problematic. But in the second series, you had way more room to work with. So if you could find some of that, maybe there's a chance. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think there's actually a very strong chance. I think that might actually be what kind of, I don't want to say defines this series, but it's the secret ingredient that might change things compared to their previous records against each other.
Yeah.
Only one of them was in 2020, which I think was after the Cyclone meta then too. So it's, the Cyclone meta has not been, super powerful until this tournament, as many Zerg players are saying, and that could be something that Heromarine really hammers home, especially if Rogue shows any weakness to it.
Waddy?
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think the mech is definitely one thing to look at. I think it's just interesting because Rogue usually has crazy answers to these things as well. I mean, Rogue had a really cool answer where he kind of went late Swarm Host against mech about a few months ago, so maybe we could see something like that, but that was also much slower mech, right? So Heromarine yesterday's success was in the speedy mech, the Banshees flying around, the Cyclones being on the map, so it should be a fun matchup. I definitely feel like Rogue's got it, but we'll see.
Yeah, those Banshee follow-ups, like having 4 Banshees with a cloak, whatever, really does put a spanner in the works, per se. But anyway, it is time as we have Rogue going up against Heromarine.
Welcome back to the SNB Esports Arena. We have another set of keys, one of them on the line, one of them getting crushed, but we've got 2 incredible players fighting to stay in the event.
That's right. The second series of the day brings pedigree and power. Ladies and gentlemen, a former world champion coming up against the European Iron Wall. It's Rogue versus Heromarine. He says little, reveals less, and dismantles everything. Terran beware, the swarm follows Rogue.
Heromarine was yesterday's MVP with wins over Estrella and Lambo in play-ins and a tough series against Cyril. He's got to fight like his namesake to stay in it. A Falcon versus a Mouse is usually a foregone conclusion, but a Rogue versus a Marine remains to be seen. Let's pit them together and find out who wins.
All right, here we go, guys. Very exciting match here. Of course, an elimination match. I am Artosis alongside Loco, and we are going to be casting Rogue versus Heromarine in a best of 5.
Absolutely. I really like that. The Falcon going up against the Mouse. It doesn't really sound like the Mouse has much of a chance, but I don't believe that Heromarine sees it in much of a similar way. It is indeed going to be a best of 5 series between some of the very best players in the world. I'm excited for this one. I do believe, though, that going into it, Rogue is the favorite. Some people even call him the GOAT.
The smart people, I've heard. But no, he is playing well. Like, he did lose previously to Classic in a very close match. Here he is going up against Terran. And I will be honest with you here, Loco, and tell me what you think about this. You know, Heromarine's been doing a lot of mech, right? Various ways that he's been doing mech against Zerg, and of course it is pretty strong right now with the Cyclones and everything. But I feel like that style, it's like, it'd probably be better for the most part to go for a more straight-up style against Rogue. Because I feel like Rogue is a type of guy who, like, punishes fancy stuff, you know?
Yeah, I feel like Rogue has always been one of those players who prepares really well, and it is kind of like the flavor of the month right now, right? And you can predict that is a style we're going to be seeing quite a bit throughout this event, so I'm definitely with you. Now, interestingly enough, we're starting off on Last Fantasy, which in general is, it's usually one of the first vetoes that we see. I believe it's the first time throughout this tournament as well that Last Fantasy is going to be played. Either way, we're starting this best of 5 series off on a rather controversial map. Now, spotting right here in the bottom left-hand corner, requesting a quick little pause.
Sound always, man. Every time there's a pause, it's a sound issue. But yeah, I'm sure he'll get that fixed pretty quickly here. You know, I'm very excited about this because, you know, you mentioned that this is a map that gets vetoed a lot. The one thing about Rogue is he's, like, more willing to play on, like, a worse map overall because I think he's so good at planning and playing kind of outside of the orthodox strategies that a lot of times something like that can help him. Like, you might have a map where you're like, oh, my win rate is very high here or whatever, and he won't really care because he'll have a strategy he's going to use one time ever.
Yeah. Likewise, I think Heromarine is somebody who's very intelligent when it comes to preparing for these type of games. Yesterday, he didn't end up doing too well against Lambo in some of those matches, but he ended up opening up with a very interesting battlecruiser build.
Yeah.
Battlecruiser into mech. I mean, it ended up being a loss, but it certainly indicated to me that he is not afraid to go and mix it up and maybe bring something unorthodox to the table. So to start off a series like this between two players that like to prepare for games on a map as wacky as Last Fantasy, I mean, I'm very curious to see what we're going to get here. It could even be like something as silly as like a proxy marine rush or even just a bailing bust.
Totally. And I mean, it's Rogue, so it definitely could be that. But yeah, that's going to be kind of fun and interesting to see. And you know, here we go. Anyways, we're getting the game going once again. Looks like everything's fixed here in the bottom left. Our Zerg player, it is Rogue.
And his opponent, all the way on the top of the map, he goes by the name of Heromarine. Okay, so looking at the spawn locations of both of these players, this is a 1 versus 1 map, but it has 3 spawn locations. For the longest time in this game, we have really only had 1v1 maps with 2 spawn locations. Back in the day, we used to have 4 as well. This is the first time in quite a few years that we get a 3-player map in the map pool once again. And in general, just because of the spawn locations not, immediately being obvious, right? It changes the dynamic of the map a lot.
It does. It really does. You know, scouting on time and figuring out what your opponent is doing is incredibly important. You can see that the build order is massively changed here. Like, Heromarine is utilizing the fact that it's harder to scout to go ahead and grab a command center first.
Usually quite greedy here, but if Rogue were to open up with a quick spawning pool, I mean, this is not a very slow one, but he's not going to be able to address that command center on the low ground anymore, just because he wouldn't know where to really run the Zerglings to. He's going to see it right now. We'll probably be parking this Overlord on top of the pillar here in just a moment, but now he sees that indeed this is a command center first. Like, indeed, double orbital command immediately. Now, Heromarine may have not actually seen the Overlord, so at least that is something. We'll have to see where that Reaper decides to go, but it doesn't really matter all too much here. For Big Gabe, he's already gotten away with a little bit of greed.
Yeah, and, you know, once you scout that, it's not like you can change anything, you know? It's like, okay, yeah, you got me there. But I don't think that's going to be, like, necessarily the biggest deal. Now, to be fair, like, if he, you know, we obviously see he's going very quick factory here and everything. Maybe he's going to go into something like a quick Banshee, that type of thing, for a little bit of pressure. But what I would really like to see out of him here, and he is making a 3rd command center, is to go for, like, this 8 racks type of play and just keep massive pressure on Rogue. Because I think that's, for someone as strategically diverse as Rogue, something very straightforward and macro heavy and execution heavy is probably the best way to take him down.
Yeah, and when you can shave like 20 seconds off your push because of the command center first, it really does help. Couple Zerglings now running in. Mostly would be a massive problem here for Terran if that Reaper decided to go across the map. Now, Rogue has gone for a quick third hatchery, but he's taken it in a very strange position. So this is almost like a proxy hatch, and not likely one that Heromarine is going to scout here. Now, maybe luckily for Heromarine, he hasn't gone across the map yet, because he would be looking around right now for a third, and maybe not seeing it can actually be beneficial, because you don't want to overreact.
Yeah, let's see if he gets up here before anything crazy happens from Rogue. Because, like, the thing is, when you scout with the Reaper and you don't see a third and you don't see a lair, it's like, oh, okay, well, there is a third hatchery somewhere. But, you know, sometimes you'll get in there and the lair will already be started and you'll be like, okay, like, maybe this is about to finish, right? Maybe there's not a third hatch. But he sees, okay, no third hatch there. Doesn't quite get into the natural, so there's still a few questions, but I think he will go look around. He might look closer to his own base. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he doesn't know, though, if the lair maybe have started in the natural expansion. At least he got like a peek at the gas geyser in the main base, too, so at least he knows that nothing too crazy is coming his way just yet. But you are a little concerned right now as a Terran player for some weird 2-base shenanigans, and if you take too long figuring this sort of thing out, Rogue may just be able to get away with some very greedy play of his own. Now, the Hellions are looking around, but Heromarine's vision has not yet spotted that, well, faraway expansion, as Rogue is just going for a very fast fourth.
Well, one thing I can say for Heromarine here is he's grabbing a couple of engineering bays. So it's not like he's overreacting. He's actually just kind of continuing with his own game plan, which I think is by far the best thing that he could be doing here. Also getting Cloaked Banshees, so we'll see if that's going to be helpful here and can maybe get some damage onto Rogue's economy. But Rogue has taken his fourth base pretty quickly, right in between the third and the natural. So, you know, a pretty normal 4-base layout overall.
Yeah, I think Heromarine probably roughly knows. He doesn't know exactly what's going on, or at the very least where everything's located, but he knows that likely this is just a normal game with a hidden base somewhere out on the map. You're always dealing with incomplete information in a game of StarCraft. He does go now for that Overlord kill, and Rogue actually did fire up the +1 melee as well. Our observers pointed out that it was a little bit late, but lucky here for Rogue, he did not forget getting that upgrade going as the Zerglings swoop into the natural expansion.
Yeah, there are a couple Banshees here, so those will eventually get cleared out, but this is a really good trade for Rogue. A fantastic trade for Rogue. 9 SCVs die. 10! He gets a 10th SCV there. That is so painful for Heromarine.
And all the Hellions have also returned back home. Heromarine with a little bit of army hotkeying maybe just to bring those units back as quickly as he can. This is going exactly according to plan right here for Rogue. The problem here is, right, so an 8 Rex would be phenomenal. I would love to see that, but now suddenly when you lose that many workers, can you still reliably go for that push? Because the greedy start that you've gone for has now been effectively thrown out of the window.
That's very painful, I gotta say, especially with Rogue getting up to 4 base so quickly here. Macro hatchery is on the way. Okay, he's gonna get a little bit of counter damage with these Cloaked Banshees. 4 drones so far, but Rogue is already up in the 70s. So even though it's not like, oh, he got 6 more workers than Heromarine got. No. Rogue's in a much better place economically at the moment.
Yeah, Rogue also did go double upgrades before Lair, meaning that his double upgrades are already finishing up right now. The main cost here for the Zerg is the fact that Baneling speed is now later than it could be, but he's still likely going to finish it up in time. And look at the creep spread as well, Artos. It's like the creep spread here makes any defense so much easier, especially when it's a Marine-based army, right? When you're fighting it with Ling Bane, creep just slows everything down a ton. And already, I mean, this is looking really good here for Rogue. Despite the fact that we haven't really seen a big engagement yet, I'm liking his position a ton.
Absolutely. Like, this is a dialed-in Rogue. I've been saying it, you know, since the beginning of the tournament. This guy really is one of the dark horses. And, of course, you know, Heromarine is not someone we're looking at to win the World Championship, although he's had deep runs before. But he is playing, like, a magnificent game. You look at that mini-map, that is so scary, man. And Rogue is good in that late game as well.
Absolutely. He was popularizing that mass Nidus Worm, mass Overseer style, right? About maybe a half year to a year or so ago at this point. I would love to see a little bit of that as well, but it mostly depends on whether or not the Terran also wants to go ahead and play that macro game. For now, though, you can tell here with the way that Rogue is setting himself up, he is just waiting for whatever the Terran player wants to do. He's teching up towards the hive. He's just trying to outgrow the Terran at this point in the game, and he has very little intention in being the aggressor here, other than maybe with like a run-by or two. In the meantime, Heromarine is just macroing up, now building up those additional barracks, but it kind of feels a little late to me.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the plan is there. It did feel like he was supposed to do this like a little bit quicker. Maybe it was just those SCVs they ended up losing. You know, obviously you got Cloak Banshees and stuff too, and that can slow things down. But you know what? He's going to hit his 2-2, and I think we are going to see a push out at that point. But I don't think you can actually like do a very successful push here. If you look at how good the creep spread is, how big the economy is for Rogue, it feels like this is going to be a very long game.
Yeah, he does start up a second factory right now, so I wonder if maybe he will be going for a fourth command center eventually.
Yeah.
It feels like this is so much distance to cover though, right? Here as the Terran player, like you want to be fighting the Zerg ASAP, but you have to carve your way through all of this creep. And it's going to take multiple scans. I don't think Rogue is going to meet him off creep, although maybe I spoke too soon. I mean, those speed-up circles do make the engagement way easier as the Banelings off creep are still able to close the distance pretty quickly.
And I honestly, I think that was a fine engage for Rogue. He went in and he actually killed off a big chunk of the army. Like, how do you engage when there's Excel zones with Speedling, Baneling on creep? Like, it's just
losing all the tanks here. It's an absolute disaster for Heromarine. Ultralisk covered, by the way, on the back of this too, and we're not even remotely close to countering that at all. These trades heavily benefit Rogue, who's sitting at 95 workers. He's going to be able to steamroll ahead if he gets a couple more minutes.
Yeah, it's all about aggressively trading here, especially when you have that many workers. Like, you really want to make a lot of Banelings. You want to just reduce their army size. Because right now, it's like 5 bases going for 6 base as well against the 3 from Heromarine.
Absolutely. Those Banshees, though, are still putting in quite a bit of work, and Heromarine is not really taking the absolute worst traits he could be taking. Plus, he does have a 4th command center on the back of this as well. Nice splits right here on the Marines, trying to mitigate as much splash damage as he possibly can, but he's going to need those reinforcements soon, because at this point, the floodgates have been opened.
Dude, look at how many Ling Bane are going forward. It's like we're seeing Heromarine kite all the way from the middle of that map back to his base, and Rogue just keeps on sending Lings surrounding absolutely everything. Every time we see a trade like that, it's very, very good for Rogue, who is getting that +3 carapace as well as chitinous plating, and wow, like he has just set himself up into a beautiful position.
Heromarine is not ready to fight Ultras at all. Most of the time in 2025, we see Ultras in combination with Infestors. None of those are out just yet, but I wonder with this much creep if Rogue even really needs it. He keeps on engaging here. Did he go Adrenal Glance, by the way? I don't know if I saw that on the production there.
Actually,
no, he doesn't have it
Yeah,
yet.
that is an oversight. Like, that is one of the first things you should be getting on Hive, especially with this type of style. So I don't know if he'll even notice that, honestly. The game is pretty fast-paced. Like, he's doing a lot of things. That could be a massive
problem, though, if it stretches on, because Heromarine does now have a 4th base, and that 4th base, it takes a little bit for the Terran to keep it going, but he's still aggressive. He's starting to get rid of some of the creep throughout the map as well. Ultralisk, though, are coming, and they will be fully upgraded as far as the armor goes.
And now pushing forward here once again. Heromarine trying to take an engage here on creep. He does have a fair amount of Marauders in front to try to tank, but you can see, it's just so easy to engage with these Excel zones.
Yep.
He's surrounding the army in like a quarter of a second.
Absolutely, it's benefiting the Zerg army a lot, as now Rogue is thinking about being a little bit aggressive on the opponent's side of the map. Still, though, breaking his high ground is not going to be easy, but there's no Ghosts, there's no Liberators. We're fighting those Ultralisks with really just Marine Marauder Medevac. So far, it looks like Heromarine does manage to hold, and most importantly, he did, by the way, go for the +3 infantry attacks, and that is really important here against this type of army when you're unable to go into a proper, like a more reliable counter against Ultras, and still no Adrenal Blends.
Yeah, that's very painful, and I don't think he's gonna like figure that out at any point. That's like a really hard thing to see right now with the game going this fast. I mean, everyone's made a mistake like that in the past. I would like to see a little anti-air, even if it's like parasitic bombs coming out, because the medevac swarm is gigantic, and if you hurt that at all, what does Heromarine have left?
I believe he did make a Hydralisk then, so maybe that will be like his follow-up.
He didn't get even a single upgrade, though.
No,
it's
not
like
yet.
just sitting there. He just has it in case, maybe?
Big Zergling run by as well, though, with an Ultralisk to tank the damage in the picture-in-picture. This army here from Heromarine is doing good work, but we're fighting for some very unimportant parts of the map whilst losing an expansion at home. GG gets cold. Rogue is looking like an absolute monster here in game number 1. Definitely a falcon fighting a mouse here.
Yeah, well, it looked like that, unfortunately. He swooped in and picked up 10 SCVs with almost nothing, just a small
That's
group
so
of links.
unfortunate, right? Like, you get away with all the greed here as Heromarine, you go for the command center first, and you cut a couple of corners, you're ready to go for what was likely going to be an 8-Rex all-in, and then, well, the wind gets taken out of your sails as you just have those Zerglings killing a bunch of your SCVs, and your entire game plan just, goes out the window.
Yeah, that was really rough. That was a beautiful, just straight-up macro game there from Rogue. That's scary. Maybe it's time to bust out the Cyclones and see if Rogue can hold on against that, which actually, like, again, I feel like that is maybe something Rogue will be even better at dealing with. But we just saw what he did against, like, a greedy Terran that got away with it. He just, like, completely out-macroed him, did a little bit of harassment. He was really smart on the timing of everything. Like, he didn't get the hive too fast. He was, making sure he had enough Ling Bane at all moments that he was not going to die. And the creep spread, immaculate. A very strong game there from Rogue.
Yeah. I feel like when Rogue closes his eyes at night, like, that's the type of game he dreams of. It's just a solid, straightforward macro game, creep all over the map. Terran can't even get remotely close to your bases. You are just having the time of your life there. We are now loading into the second game of this best of 5 series. I would indeed love to see a little bit of Terran mech. We've already seen him catch his Rogue players off guard with it. I don't know if Rogue is going to be somebody that will join that list, but we find ourselves on a map called Torches, and spotting right here in the bottom right, it's Rogue.
And in the top right, our German Terran player, it is Heromarine.
Look at his keyboard all the way to the edge of the disc. Somehow his wrist is kind of falling off.
Yeah,
it's very uncomfortable.
Anytime I see that, I just want to remind them that you can actually put your keyboard anywhere you want on your desk. There's nothing saying it has to be lined up straight. Anytime I see someone play like that, my wrists start to hurt. I'm like, oh, how do you do that, man?
I'm hoping we're going to get a little segment on the stream as well at some point of Clem's hotkeys, because one thing that really surprised me about Clem's hotkeys is how much, like, he moves around his wrist. I sat down with him a couple days ago, actually, to talk about that. And it turns out he uses, like, an AZERTY keyboard, right? So basically the Q key is where his A is, and he uses the index finger for that, so he keeps on moving his wrist like that to keep... It feels incredibly uncomfortable in my mind, but obviously he is extremely successful. Well, it's funny how all the programmers have, like, different setups that they swear by.
What's really shocking is French players using French keyboard layouts, because those are... I have never been able to type an email and password combination on one of those in my life.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Happens every home story cup. I try to find, like, the @ symbol, when you fill out your email address, you're like, I don't know where it is. A very standard opener here for both players this time around. It's just going to be a barracks into a command center here for Heromarine. I believe we saw Rogue already mining out those skinny golden mineral fields, or am I mistaken? Okay, yeah, he's opened up a little bit of a path towards the right, so just on the off chance maybe that Heromarine is going to block the possible third base locations, he's at the very least going to have an alternative choice, and Heromarine tries to get some damage done here with that first Reaper, but so far Rogue is cutting him off at every corner.
I think it's really smart to do things like mining that out slightly. You never know. Like, the amount of games that you'll lose on, like, the ladder, for instance, when you don't do that. Just send the drone. Just deal with that early on. So he is ready. I don't know if he's going to have anything planned on that side of the map. Sometimes he has really elaborate plans, but not sure about this game.
This is a little bit funky though, Artosis. We have a bunch of barracks hidden inside of the main base here for Heromarine. The normal follow-up would be a third command center, right? After, like, a factory. Not what Heromarine is spending his minerals on. Instead, he's going for additional barracks, and it looks to me like he wants to go for some cheeky 2-base all-in.
Yeah.
And if Rogue opens up like he did in the previous game, where he goes into, like, a very quick double upgrades, but he delays Baneling speed, he's certainly not going to be able to finish it in time for this attack that Heromarine got lined up.
But what if he were to go, I don't know, 2-base layer? What do you think about that? Dude, this is the funny thing about Rogue. It's so hard to plan against him because he randomizes his builds ridiculously well.
And it's a 2-base lair with a Roach Warren and what looks like a proxy base at the gold.
Yep.
He's, like, opened his entire bag of tricks up in one single game.
I will tell you, I think he literally could not have lucked into a better build against what he's going up against, right?
Yeah.
Like, the fact that his third base is kind of tucked away. Like, Heromarine didn't mine anything out over there, right? So, I mean, he's a little bit tucked away over there. I don't know if Heromarine will go over and scout that and figure that out. Okay, he is going to send an SCV, so that's good at least. But
it's an odd number of Marines to see right now, though, for Rogue, right? I feel like Heromarine is showing quite a few of them. Okay, it's going to be difficult to get the Overseer Scout in, but, I mean, look at that. Stimpack and Comet Shield are already about to finish up. Yeah, we have Roach Speed coming. Yeah, we do have a Roach Warren and all that, but Rogue needs the units as well. And he's not likely to expect to push just yet. Now this, oh man, he had an opportunity to go.
Yeah.
Decides to retreat.
Yeah, he kind of wimped out there a little bit. I wonder what he thinks it is right now. Like, do you look at this and say, is this like a 2-1-1 or?
I think it's like a 60 Marine type of thing.
Yeah.
He hasn't seen any Hellions, he hasn't seen a Banshee. This was, by the way, just to like allow these units to sneak out as Heromarine is bringing out a 2-base SCV pool against Zerg. Not uncommon at the moment against Protoss. I mean, his third hatch doesn't stand a chance, but against Zerg, we never see this.
Well, you know what? He's going to kill the third hatch, but this is not the end of the world, I feel like, for Rogue. Like, all these SCVs are out, so the economy is not that great. He's going to make the evolution chamber. Like, he's just going to try to slow this down a little bit, and he's making a ton of roaches. So, well, with Stim, it is pretty scary.
Yeah, those corrosive balls are nice, but those Marines just deal so much damage. The SCVs here mostly just to tank as much damage as possible, but you're right, the roaches are starting to spawn. And I wonder if this Terran army is slowly fizzling out, and that was, of course, 15 SCVs going down. So despite the defense, you still end up losing like half your economy.
If I'm Heromarine, I would be so frustrated right now. Like, game one, okay, fair win, but you pull out a build like this. This looks like a build from Heromarine that would be like a free win against a lot of stuff that Rogue could have done here.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And it's like no, he went 2-base layer roaches into the gold base, and it's like, well. Again, I can't think of anything that would really counter that harder. No macro builds, at least.
No, you're absolutely right. It's a lot of damage here that Heromarine, well, effectively dealt to himself, right? As we have the Roaches and the Ravagers going in for a surround as well. Yeah, so far, Heromarine just not getting anything done in this game. And we just saw him start up a factory on the back of this. He's desperately trying to just follow this up with like what I guess is going to be another wave of an all-in. But Rogue is not looking like he's gonna allow him to get up to that point as the Roaches and the Ravagers are already knocking at the front door.
Yeah, he's going to throw some vials down there as well. Heromarine pulls the SCVs, but that's going to be a GG. A very quick 2-0 for Rogue so far in this series.
You're absolutely right. Like, that was like one of those games that, you know, sometimes you do a bit of a coin flip, right? You do a strategy that you hope counters your opponent's threats. And this is the type of build for Terran that probably counters about, well, at least 4 out of 5 games that Zerg usually go for. Yeah. And how frequently do you see a build like this, especially one with a Roach Warren? Imagine this would have been like, I don't know, quick mute us or something along those lines instead. This Terran army would have just
anything like that. If anything Marine-based, right, as long as there's no Banelings out, and even if there already has Stim, so there's a little bit of counterplay, but it's like, no, it's Roaches.
Yeah.
Roaches and Ravagers and a bunch of Queens, and, you know, the little choke that you went through slowed you down too much, and you couldn't get the engage right. That's a rough one. It is unlucky, but this is the type of planning that has made Rogue the most accomplished player in StarCraft 2.
Well, let's see what he does in the third game of this series and in just a moment, because so far he's making it look easy. I wonder what his plan was, right, with this particular build, because he did go for the quick Roach speed, but was that really what he was trying to rush out, or did he decide to, when he scouted a bunch of Marines, did he decide to just throw his original plan out of the window and go for something that would just counter what the opponent was going for?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, he made the Roach Warren ahead of time, right? He was getting the layer, so probably Roach speed was the plan. But I think when you do see that many Marines, especially with the Overseer trying to pop in, it's like, well, I don't know. Is he going Medivacs? Is he going to try a quick tank push, like really heavy 2-base? Either way, you're going to want the Roach speed. So,
yeah,
worked out for him.
Yeah, and scouting that number of Marines also feels a little bit funky. Either way, we find ourselves on the map Ley Lines. Spotting right here in the top right-hand corner, currently leading the series 2-0, we have a Rogue. Now on match point.
And his opponent in the bottom left, it's Heromarine. I hope that he can keep his cool. I think he will. Like, I feel like Heromarine, this is one thing that is a superpower for him. He always seems pretty composed, you know, even when a series is not going his way. He'll just buckle down and play his best game.
Yeah, that previous game was kind of like losing a round of rock, paper, scissors, right? Like, how upset can you really be? You decided to throw rock and your opponent happened to be going for paper. Like, what do? It happens.
And rock beats most stuff, man. It's like, who knew this obscure paper build would be able to take it down?
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I agree. I think Heromarine is going to be able to put himself past that strategy pretty quickly. We have him opening up with something pretty conventional.
Well, I really do wonder if we're going to end up seeing a Cyclone build from him, because that's kind of, you know...
That's what everybody's talking about,
yeah,
right?
I was watching very closely. I did hear against Cyril he wasn't really using the Cyclone builds. He was using more bio-based play. But I know, obviously, against Lambo, we saw quite a few of those, so...
Yeah, he did it on this map, if I'm not mistaken, actually, the Battlecruiser build.
Yeah. Was this one the Battlecruiser on this map?
Actually, no, that was on Totem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, it is something you could certainly go ahead and pull off on this map as well. And
I liked his Speed Banshee one, too. Like, the Speed Banshee was very, very cool.
I think Speed Banshee into Cyclone is actually better overall than
I do, too. Yeah, yeah.
Battlecruiser just feels so expensive and so committed.
Yeah, and it doesn't have, like, a lot of flexibility. It's not like, I'm really good at Battlecruisers.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I mean, everyone can right-click that thing, so...
I would also like to see a Rogue actually deal with it, because even though a lot of players have been quite vocal about the Cyclone and the fact that they're not liking it too much at the moment, we've also not really seen that many Terran players use it. Maybe they're trying to hide it, you know, for this particular tournament, and they're purposely not showing it off just yet, but I would like to see what Rogue has got prepared, because supposedly, from at least the word on the StarCraft street, right, it's something a lot of the Terrans have been using in practice games.
Yeah, but I think actually, just to say, because we obviously see a little bit of oh, he got a drone!
Wow.
Look at that. All right, well, wasn't expecting that, but he does get it. Oh, and wait. Yeah, third command center very quickly in the main
it's a factory before the third command center. But nothing too crazy.
The one thing I would like to mention while the game is kind of slow here, Loco, is I think builds like the Cyclone builds are not as good in tournaments as they are in online and in practice. Like, you come to a live event, it's the World Championships, everyone is 100% dialed in, putting out the best StarCraft games of their life. I just don't feel a Cyclone, like that type of strategy, is quite as strong there.
So far, this Reaper here is putting in work. It killed a Creep Tumor and a drone. That's about the best opener you can really get as a Terran. These days, even getting a Zarkling is quite rare, right? Like, just getting any damage done is good. Especially the drone, though, it's painful. It really slows down the Zerg. And the Creep as well. It's difficult, really, for Rogue now to get the game going. He decides to just go once more into a very fast lair. And a third Creep Tumor? Yep. Or a second Creep Tumor, rather. Third kill. Very fast lair, though, together with a Roach Warren.
Okay. What are we going to see here from Rogue, actually?
This is even faster than the previous game, right? I mean,
do you think he's, like, predicting the mech-type play, or do you think that this is just a Rogue build? Because the thing is, Rogue, like, has a history of being like, yeah, no, I go Roaches against Bio, no problem, you know?
Maybe that's what it is, actually. Maybe that's what he went for in the previous game, too. Just like I'm not going to, like, lose to anything mech-related type of start. But I wonder, though, if you just put yourself behind against a triple CC 1-1-1 opener, which is exactly what Heromarine is going for, right?
Well, I think you're right. Like, I think Heromarines build, without any question, is a better one than what we're looking at from Rogue. That is a fact, okay? Everyone's going to agree with you on that one. But, you know, Rogue, like, he'll play whatever strategy. Like, I remember the most disappointing GSL finals of all time, Rogue versus Maru. It was supposed to be the best ever, and it was the worst ever. And it's like he just went Rogue into Bio every single game and crushed. And it was like, oh, we didn't even know that you could go Roach. Like,
yeah. No, that is Rogue in a nutshell, right? I remember all the Nidus Worm strategies that he used in the day 2 when his late game was considered to be absolute best in the world. He's like, no, I'll just go for all-ins every time instead. I don't even need to be playing any of this. As Heromarine, by the way, is playing a triple CC 1-1-1, but then into mech. So this is a more conventional way of getting there, right? No shenanigans with, as we do have the Hellions at least attempting some damage here, but no shenanigans here with battle cruisers. It looks like this is just going to be, well, Hellion, Banshee, and then into Cyclones.
Yeah, I think he probably will get the speed upgrade, right? Like he normally does with this, and I think it goes very, very well. He's been super effective with those speed Banshees. I think he's quite good at utilizing them. A lot of roaches being made from Rogue, though, and we don't have, like, evolution chambers, so I'm actually... Is he just going to all in? Like,
yeah, what are we doing with this build here?
Look at it. It really looks like it. Like, the guy's sitting on 54 drones. He's making nothing but roaches. Roach speed's about to finish. I think he's just going to go.
But how are you going to counter Banshees? Like, it's constant bench. Well,
Yeah.
he's got 2 Banshees out right now. I mean, he can get the numbers, sure, but Heromarine can lose like 20 workers and still be totally fine. Now the Hydra is then does start up, and I wonder if maybe Rogue is just pushing himself into this like really weird corner where he now needs to deal damage. But this is a tried and true Terran opener, right? Like, this is something Terrans have been doing for years.
Yeah, but I mean, the roaches, you know, they are a little bit tanky, so even with the even with the Banshees attacking them, you can kill a fair amount of SCVs. We saw a similar thing happen with Lambo against Heromarine, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
Where he got a lot, like, look, he's killing a lot of SCVs here. Look at this,
Like
23.
such a weird timing. Just like the 1-1 roach speed timing, indeed, that Lambo ended up going for. Is he just killing him with a whole lot of roaches? Like, no upgrades, no shenanigans. We go Burrow before Link speed, by the way, on the back of this, which is also wild. 37 SCVs is too much.
This is reminding me of like the original TSL where the meme came up, roaches counter Void Rays.
Yeah.
Like it's like, yeah, roaches counter Banshees here, man. Like, look at this. This is 37 SCVs dead. What? Rogue is up here at almost 70 drones right now getting Hydralisk upgrades. Like, okay, I mean, if it works, it works.
He's got Burrow too now, by the way, which I think is very annoying. If
Burrow
he can
moving
run
on the way?
Yeah, tunneling claws as well. I wonder if Heromarine is looking at this game too. He's like, wait a second. I thought we tried everything. Like, this isn't supposed to work. He's like, no, just go for like a 3-minute lair into a 3.5-minute Roach Warren and just make roaches before you do any upgrading at all.
It's right. It was such a weird opener there. It was so weird. It was like, it looked pretty all in, but it got so much damage done. It's like, yeah, you can play a macro game from here, no problem.
Still though, at this point, Terran is going to have map control for a little while, and Heromarine does, of course, still have triple command center, right? So at least he can get the mules out, starts up a 4th base on the back of this too. My main concern, though, is when Rogue goes across the map again. He's getting a wide variety of upgrades at this point. He is also going Infestation Pit, but, I mean, if any of the previous games are any indicator, right, there's no way that Rogue is just going to sit here and macro up.
Yeah, he generally keeps the pressure on after something like this. Even though you can go into a straight macro game and like maybe say, okay, I'm just going to get Vipers and like stop your push or something, Rogue is more likely to continually attack while kind of slowly teching up and filling in the back end of it. So he still has options in the late game, but doesn't have to go for that kind of standard play.
Tunneling Claws is so cool. I feel like it's one of those upgrades that most of us have expected to be used a lot over years in StarCraft, but it's never really been complete meta. I mean, you must see this now. It's just that little, dark shadow moving around. It's so easy to miss because you never really see it.
Dude, what am I looking at here? This is so crazy.
He split them off, by the way. There's a lot of in the natural expansion as well.
Oh my gosh. This is such a good play from Rogue. Now look at this, he's bringing a little group up to the front. If he pokes with that, okay, he unburrows, and now he's going to maybe hit the front with that other group.
Yep, 11 SCVs go down as well. In the meantime, a Hive is coming up too, as we do have Corrosive Vials and Hydras pushing in. Rogue is looking like an absolute monster in this particular series, reading Heromarine like a book. And so far, Big Gabe has just not really been able to get his feet under him. He's been struggling in every aspect of the game.
No, Rogue is really, really dominating here. Pushing forward right now. Like this very small army, hitting the mech units before they hit that kind of critical mass that gets really cost efficient. And look at that, 27 SCVs down. Like, it's insane. But Heromarine still has 50.
Yeah.
He's making tanks.
He has 4 command centers, and he did go for an orbital on the 4th, which I do quite like. Main problem, though, for the Terran now is that, well, the aggression isn't even dealt with, and he will likely have Vipers in the moment. Vipers are just going to be, well, absolute disaster to deal with.
You even name whatever spell you want him to use, man. It's fine. I could see an Abduct-based victory. I could see a Blinding Cloud-based victory. Like, no problem whatsoever.
Heromarine needs to be playing that survival game for now. He needs to get a little bit of detection here and there. Contaminations as well, by the way. I quite like it. It's one of those spells we don't see all too often from the Overseer, but getting it down is really awesome. Now, he doesn't have an engineering base, so he can't produce missile turrets. And that means that these roaches can just tunnel wherever they like. He doesn't have infinite scans available because he needs to be replenishing his economy, so he keeps dropping down those mules instead. Now a circling switch as well.
Oh, he's forcing him to use scans here. You can't even utilize all of your mules to help fix that broken economy. Look at this. He is absolutely everywhere, tearing Heromarine apart.
What a series here so far from Rogue. Looking absolutely dangerous. You know what? He has a hive, but he doesn't even need it. GG gets cold as, well, Rogue. I mean, that was a very, very good.
It really was. And it's unfortunate to see Heromarine eliminated, pretty early here in this tournament. I think he's played some very, very good games so far, but that is it for his EWC run.
It is indeed. I'm impressed, though, with the way that Rogue, well, performed in this particular series. He didn't really seem to struggle all too much. I'm very curious about that particular build that he went for in game number 2, but then also in game number 3. It seemed like a different variety of the same theme. Just going into such a quick lair and then such a quick roach warren while still mostly playing macro.
Yeah.
Like normally we associate that with like a 2-base all-in or something along those lines, but not the case here for Rogue at all. Even though a lot of people seem to be complaining about, well, these type of openers from Terran right now, maybe Rogue has found the solution.
I think so. Well, he's the guy that finds solutions. That is literally what he has been through his career. And now that he's back in good shape, honestly, this guy is a contender.
All right, well, let's hear from the man himself on the main stage.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. I am here with Rogue and Maddox. Rogue after a clean sweep 3-0 against Heromarine. Rogue, first of all, congratulations. I want to jump into that first game, Lost Fantasy, that's the one. I just want to make sure, it's not really a Zerg favored map. So what was your approach going into that first game in the series?
이제 이병현 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 이제 라스트 판타지라는 첫 번째 맵이 사실은 저거한테 그렇게 좋지는 않은 맵이었는데 첫 번째 세트 좀 어떤 경기를 좀 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 라스트 판타지 맵이 처음에 이제 테란선이 되게 어려운데 중후반 가면 갈수록 저가 괜찮아서 처음만 이제 빌드로 괜찮게 넘기면은 좋은 상황이 될 거라고 생각하고 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it is definitely the map that Zerg struggles against the Terran, but that being said, if I go to the late game, it's actually quite doable. So my mindset was just leave the openings as favored as much as possible and then go to the late game.
I mean, you managed to get to the late game and you managed to get the win in that first game. Now, when it comes to the second one, what inspired you to play Roaches early on?
이제 두 번째 세트에서는 또 빠르게 이제 바퀴를 가셨는데 이런 빠른 바퀴 선택에는 좀 어떤 이유가 있었을까요?
일단 히어로마린 선수의 이제 메카닉이랑 이제 올인이 좀 무서워서 처음에 좀 안전하게 하면서 메카닉이면 올인도 제가 할 수 있게 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was familiar with both Heromarine's mech and also earlier all-ins, so I think Roaches were a solid start because it is actually a very safe build, so I try to counter as much as possible.
Okay, and you doubled down again on the Roaches in the third game, and your opponent had a lot of Banshees to handle that, so you didn't really have a lot of anti-air to use against them. So what was the thought process there in the third game?
이제 3세트에서도 마찬가지로 이제 바퀴를 선택을 하셨는데 마침 또 이제 히어로마인 선수가 이제는 또 염사밴을 하면서 사실 벤시 위주 좀 픽을 했잖아요. 그래서 대공이 좀 많이 부실했던 상황에서 이제 벤시 픽이 좀 까다로웠을 것 같은데 좀 어떠셨는지?
일단 바퀴가 발업되는 타이밍에 한번 찌르려고 생각을 했고 벤시가 무섭긴 한데 그 벤시가 그 조합이 갖춰지기 전에 한번 찌르면은 타이밍이 있다고 생각해서 그 타이밍을 잘 노렸던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was trying to rush the enemy base as soon as the roach speed is complete. So I think that being said, although Banshee is very formidable, but I thought I had timing there for a push, so I think that went well.
It definitely went well for you, a clean sweep. And now you have the chance to crush crush your first key here at the competition. Are you excited?
이제 또 처음으로 이번 대회에서 이제 키를 또 부술 수 있게 됐는데 좀 기대되시나요?
그 바깥에서 들었는데 소리를 너무 커가지고 지금 좀 많이 두렵습니다.
Yeah, I have heard that the key crushing and it was so loud, so I'm kind of afraid.
Don't worry. It's I want to say like it's covered with a it's covered. You're safe. Don't worry about it. We're going to make sure that nothing harms you or anyone else. So, and also it looks pretty cool and the sound is exceptionally loud. But boys and girls, that is a wrap on our second series of the day. Let's head on over to the studio and prepare to crush Heromarine's key.
Well, there it is. We have Rogue looking like the hope ender that he was in his heyday. A 3-0 going up against Heromarine. Cold, calm, collected, and an absolute killer. Joining me, ZG as well as Wadi to talk about this one. ZG, Rogue didn't give Heromarine much room.
No, it felt like the slaughter of the non-Koreans in the early days, you know?
Kind
it was
of.
just like, well, like this non-Korean is going to be fine. Like, he has some promise, and then a Korean comes in and is like, no, he doesn't. Excuse you. But I do think it is surprising. I know the results had trended towards Rogue heavily over their career, but it's not that many series. I just think Heromarine actually is a scary player, whether he played Bio, which I thought was okay in the first game, or Mech, which obviously was not set up properly in the third game. Like, I thought he could play both well, but Rogue just really had, like, I mean, great mechanics, great reads in the situations, all that aggressiveness, and just, you know, you saw Shark in the water, right? Once he finds that someone's weak, he's going to go for it. Loved the Tunneling Claws follow-up to this to ensure the Terran could never recover. It just was really solid play from Rogue, and it makes me sad for Heromarine, but it also makes me more excited for Rogue on the optimistic take, that Rogue really does look like his old self in some of these series.
I think Rogue really looks like a dark horse, James.
Ooh.
I think he does. He's looking good, man. Like, he put up a good fight against Classic. He completely disposed of Heromarine.
Yeah.
And Heromarine, again, was not playing badly. He's just Rogue played very well in this series, right? So, number one fan Otto says.
Wait a minute.
That's a great stat.
Who's having fun back there?
They're allowed to do that in the production. Crazy. But yeah, I really do think that... realistically, just Rogue looks really good. I'm super excited to see who he gets to play next because I honestly think there's a good shot he makes top 8.
Yeah, considering how he's looking there as well. I mean, we know that if Rogue is on form, and of course it's been about a year or so since he actually came back or whatever, there was a slow build up, but it really does feel like Rogue may be peaking here on his second run, let's call it.
Yeah, okay, yes, yeah. And I think that, you know, obviously perfect time, right? It actually feels like Rogue came back so much longer ago. Am I the only one who feels that way?
Is it a year and a few months or something like that?
Year and 8 months?
I'm estimating.
Yeah, like, because he played like... I want to say he played in Dallas, and that was a few months after he came back from military, and that was Dallas last year.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, like a year and a few months ago.
It feels like it's so much longer, because I guess we've always been expecting him to come back, and excited for him to come back, I guess is also what I'm thinking of.
All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket and see what is going on, as we have got ourselves, obviously, Rogue moving through into the next round. Unfortunately, Mr. Heromarine here is Dunzo, so we will see in a little bit of a key crush later on. Meanwhile, Showtime was able to dispatch of Cyan there. Unfortunate for Cyan. Again, though, to reiterate what we've already said yesterday, he did come in as a pretty extreme underdog for the tournament here.
Yeah, and in terms of players we're kind of meant to see kind of go out round 1, Cyan was kind of in that list where a lot of people expected it. I think if there was a chance PvP, maybe that was going to be the opportunity, but it was not meant to be.
All right, well, let's head over to the B stream now and hear from what was going on over there with Mr. Cyan.
Here once again from the B stage for an update. Cyan has been eliminated. There was a lot of support from the Chinese audience here and fans. It's very heartwarming to see. How do you feel about your run and also about the support that you got from them?
Cyan 首先就是很遗憾在这次电竞世界杯中失利，但是呢，你在现场有很多粉丝在这边支持你，你有什么话想跟这些粉丝们说的吗？
感谢他们不远万里来过来看比赛。很遗憾这次没有打出我自己最擅长的对抗和发挥，这2场 PVP 对我来说其实挺头疼的，所以说还是挺抱歉的，因为他们专门过来看比赛，希望他们在这里还是能玩得开心。
A huge thanks to all my fans out here who have traveled all this way across, across oceans to come and watch me play. It's unfortunate that I have not played my best at this tournament. I felt that a lot of times I didn't really do my best in terms of and in terms of just economy and just how the game developed. And unfortunately, PvP is a matchup that I am probably not very good at. So and it's been a big headache for me, but I've also learned a lot from these games, and I'm going to go back and improve. And again, thank you all to all the fans out here.
I think you didn't have as much time to prepare as many of the other players here due to entering later into the competition. And despite that, and despite you saying that Protoss versus Protoss wasn't your strongest matchup, I think that the casters and the audience were very aware that he put great fights both against Hero and Showtime, and the result perhaps is not a good representative of how good he played. So I think you can be proud, but it's good to know that you plan on improving, and what is kind of your mindset moving forward and your plan to improve in the future.
就这边呢，因为我们也知道你这边，因为作为B 组，你可能这边准备的时间比较少一点，相对比起其他的一些选手，而且你前面说就是这些 PVP 可能让你比较头疼一点，但是其实这次也感觉到你对战 Hero 对战 Showtime， 因为他们两个都是非常强劲的这个神族选手，就是也看得出你其实也有就是也发挥的也不错，就是也是有就是竞争能力的。就想问你，你后面准备怎么个去进步，怎么个去针对性的去加强你自己哪方面的一些战术呢？
事实上的话，因为很久没有打这种线下比赛了，尤其是像这么大的赛事还第一次来，我感觉在舞台上发挥的话，我就包括第二盘中那个陷阱，我其实想到他后面有陷阱，但是就一个冲头跳上去了，然后我就感觉完蛋了，我怎么又犯这种错误了？就感觉还是线下的这种紧张让我感觉没那么平时那么冷静，容易发挥失常一些。因为我现在觉得可能是要调整好心态吧。也在实力方面的话，我觉得更重要的是发挥。我如果能发挥出来的话，我觉得是没啥问题的。
I think honestly a big part of it is just the nerves of being on a big stage, because I haven't really played a lot of LANs since for quite some time. So being here at pretty much the biggest stage I've ever been to is definitely brought on quite a bit of stress and pressure, and has led me to make a few errors. For example, in game 2 just now, there was one wave where I pretty much ran into a stasis trap. And it was a mistake that I normally would have made, and I was pretty angry at myself for that as well. So I think just in terms of the mental pressure, being able to adjust mentally towards playing on the LAN and on a big stage is one of the areas that you work on. And just in terms of game itself, I mean, there are a lot of this. We've all clearly seen that there's a lot of areas that I do need to improve on. So I will definitely be putting in a lot more work when I get back.
Thank you very much, Cyan, and thank you, everyone.
All right, well, thank you very much, Cyan, for giving us that, as we now go to the key crush, as Rogue will take Heromarines. Heromarine was able to crush 2, but Rogue gets his. Explode?
They've all been exploding. That's what I'm gonna
okay,
guess.
I'm going to stop asking the question now.
Yeah,
it's all
respect
explode.
from me. Yeah,
the moment you stop asking, it's just bend.
I know. Rogue's like, yeah, I'm done now. Oh. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I like that they put the audio in a bit popping.
Yeah.
All right, well, there it is. And who is the key man remains to be unanswered here at the Esports World Cup. But, of course, we have our next match coming on up here in just a few moments' time. Clem going up against Solar Wardinio.
Oh.
Yummy, yummy.
What a matchup. As the official talent rotation organizer, I put myself in for this one at the first opportunity yesterday.
Nice.
So, very excited to cast it.
Well, nobody else wants to do it.
What? I
mean the rotation, not the game.
Oh, let's not start talking about the rotation document, because we are going to start fires in the green room.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's
Well, you're very good, James. You're written down as desk host straight away.
I know. I don't cause any problems.
I did it last year, and I said never again. Actually, what happened?
All right. Enough of this. We have got ourselves a fantastic match coming up on the other side of this break.
that, I guess, what happened and what could have gone better?
일단 변현 선수 첫 번째 질문으로 좀 2대0 상황에서 그래도 5경기까지 오시면서 거의 이제 리버스 스윕을 만들어내실 뻔했는데 아쉽게 좀 5세트에서 좀 놓치게 됐어요. 좀 이번 경기에 대해서 어떻게 평가하시는지 궁금합니다.
일단 경기 자체는 자신 있었는데 1경기랑 2경기를 너무 쉽게 내줘가지고 그게 패배의 요인이 됐던 것 같고 3, 4경기 해보니까 후반 플레이 해보니까 생각보다 할만하더라고요. 그래서 5경기도 그 기세를 몰아서 후반 플레이를 했어야 되는데 아무래도 압박감이 더 심하다 보니까 더 그러니까 초반 위주 빌드를 써가지고 그게 좀 잘 안 맞물리면서 그게 패배의 요인이 됐던 것 같아요.
I was overall confident before the matchup, but losing two matches in a row actually led me to a kind of a pressure of much of all. And that being said, I brought it back in game 3 and 4 with a lot of macro plays, and that part I kind of learned that it's gonna get good if you just bring into the late game. So I should have tried it to bring to the late game in game 5 as well, but I was heavily pressured in that moment, so I tried to end the game early, and that backfired.
That makes a lot of sense. And of course, it's been a while. It's been, I believe, since 2016 from your World Championship. Since you haven't won the World Championship, but you've always remained very competitive, and it's very impressive and very inspiring to watch a player be so consistently good and make it to the World Championship and put up a fight against all of the other best players in the world. So I just want to say thank you for being an inspiration, and also what is next for you, and what was kind of your goal coming into this tournament, and what's to follow.
이제 2016년 이후로 월드 챔피언십 우승은 없지만 항상 계속 꾸준히 월드 챔피언십 참가하시면서 좀 여러모로 되게 인상 깊은 또 활약을 하셨던 변현 선수인 만큼 좀 이번 대회에 좀 남다른 목표가 있으셨을 것 같은데 좀 그 목표가 무엇이었는지도 궁금하고, 그리고 앞으로 좀 어떤 변현 선수에게서 어떤 행보가 좀 기대가 될지도 궁금합니다.
일단 뭐 진행되는 월드 챔피언십은 거의 다 진출을 했어요. 그래서 저도 뭐 16년 말고는 뭐 인상적인 성적을 내지는 못했지만 그래도 꾸준히 진출했다는 거에 의의를 두고 있었는데, 그래도 계속 성적이 좀 나아지고 있었거든요. 근데 이렇게 떨어지게 돼서 너무 아쉽긴 한데, 아무래도 제가 이번 월챔은, 그러니까 이번 월드컵은 플레이인으로 올라왔잖아요. 그래서 최소 목표는 이미 달성을 하긴 했어요. 아무래도 플레이인이 정말 뒤가 없는 그런 매치이다 보니까 그 플레이인만 뚫자라는 마인드로 오긴 했는데, 또 이 사람이 마음이라는 게 한번 뜨니까 여기서 끝내기 싫더라고요. 그래서 좀 더 한 경기 한 경기 올라가다 보면 어느새 우승까지 와 있을 거라 생각하고 준비를 열심히 했는데 그게 좀 잘 안 됐던 것 같고, 뭐 저는 이번 월드 챔피언, 그러니까 e스포츠 월드컵이 마지막이 아니라 이렇게 쉽게 그러니까 빨리 탈락했어도 저는 뭐 스타트에 흥미를 잃거나 그러진 않고 집에 가서도 뭐 다음날에 바로 와디 뭐 온라인 리그 같은 것도 해야 되거든요. 스케줄이 잡혀 있어요. 그런 것도 하면서 감 잃지 않고, 뭐 내년 어떻게 계획은 잘 모르겠지만 그래도 기다리면서 연습 꾸준히 하면서 기다리면은 내년엔 더 좋은 결과 있을 것 같아요.
Yeah, I've been almost every World Championship. Besides 2016, I didn't make any impressions much, but I was very proud of myself that I got into the World Championship almost every year. So that being said, being in the play-ins, there's no another chance. I kind of led to believe myself that, this is going to be a last chance for me. So getting into the groups, that was my goal. And that being said, actually I got into the groups. So, now maybe I can do better. Maybe I can go further, but that didn't really pan out. So that's a bummer. But still, that being said, I mean, yeah, this is not the end for me, of course. I mean, my passion to SC2 didn't really dial down. Actually, I still love playing SC2, and even though there's not going to be a tournament anymore, there's still a lot of online tournaments, and I still have lots of online tournaments to do, even for tomorrow, maybe. So, yeah, I'll try to play it as much as possible, and then thank you for supporting.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I heard you've been going to the gym as well. So you got some biceps?
All right, time for another key crush here at the Esports World Cup as Showtime gets the chance this time. We have Cyan's unfortunately being crushed. Joining me, we have Rotterdam as well as Tasteless. Unfortunate Roddy here for Cyan.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it. It was obviously on the B stream, and we were watching Heromarine against Rogue as well. Showtime looked good, man. I've been hyping up his PvP. I'm a strong believer in it. Will it shatter, James? Explosion?
Whoa!
All right.
A little bit of a jump scare there. Yeah, we've had a couple of these that have bent, but a lot of them have kind of exploded at the end with a little pointy shard coming out there.
Well, let's get on to the main game that's going to be focused on here for now. It is our world champion making his way to the stage here, and he's going to be going up against Solar. We get to see the world champ playing his proper race here against the Zerg. So, Roddy, what do you make of this TVZ?
In before it's ZVZ and he's 12 full drone rushing Solar. I think it's going to be really fun. They're both by nature very aggressive players, and I think for Clem it's going to be a very tricky best of 5 because on one hand you don't want to get too carried away. He wants to be aggressive, but you also don't want to open the doors too much because Solar can be so punishing. And Solar traditionally at these big international events, the first, the second, the third day, he's so freaking deadly. He can be incredibly good. So Clem has to dance that very fine line between being out on the map, make sure we deny creep, we kind of keep Solar busy, but at the same time, don't expose ourselves too much at home. It's going to be really fun.
It's going to be interesting. I think Solar has some of the best build order selections and build order randomizations.
Yeah.
He's really good in a series that's going to be long like this. I think Clem is the favorite. I think that's an easy call. I mean, he's coming out here as the previous world champion, but also, and obviously he's not playing Protoss this time around, but the level of confidence you must be feeling when you're in the Esports World Cup. You're winning with Terran, obviously your main race, but you're also winning with Protoss. That's scary for everybody else. So I feel like the confidence is going to be there. Unlikely that Solar takes it. If it does happen, it's going to be a huge upset. That would be really exciting as well. But I'm going with Clem on this one.
Shin was able to eliminate Clem from the DreamHack Masters Dallas, and that actually allowed Shin to then play the semifinals against Solar. That Solar did win, so Solar went all the way to the grand finals, where eventually Maro was the final hurdle that he could not take. But I feel like a year ago, I would have said like, this is not going to be that close. Clem is just way too freaking good in TVZ, but with the patch and the balance changes we've had, I feel like it's more doable for Solar. I still think Clem's the favorite, but I think Solar will look at that victory that Shin had and be like, well, that was incredibly impressive, but if Shin can do it, I can probably do it too. And back in the old days, Solar used to get a few wins over Clem before Clem became so godlike on the previous patch. Like, honestly, I'm very interested in this one.
It's going to be interesting. You know, Clem was one of these players that was so young in the early days. Obviously, StarCraft 2, one of the oldest esports that there is, right? And you've got old heads like, you know, me and Roddy here that were there from the very early days, pre-StarCraft 2. And then we had a whole bunch of these really young players that were coming up as the game was already massive. And so, I don't know, Clem's continuing to go up on this rise. He's looking really strong. Yeah, I'm thinking he's probably going to take it.
It's time to go. Clem and Solar here. I'm going to have to cut you off as we get this game underway.
Rien n'est acquis, tout se mérite. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. And it's time for them to earn their spot in the top 8.
I didn't know you spoke French.
Je ne sais pas, je suis un poisson.
You definitely. Anyway, we're heading into the round of 8. We've got our players here ready to fight it out. No eliminations, no keys on the line, but these spots are highly coveted. So let's bring them on out. From Team Liquid, Clem, and from Falcons, Solar. Solar shared a pre-match interview request that Clem fear him a little bit, please. But he'll need to strike terror into this Terran's heart all on his own.
Terran by legacy, Protoss by evolution. Clem brings double the threat, double the depth.
Let's send it on over to the casters and get our first qualification match on stage started.
I am so excited for this one, Wardy. This TVZ has actually been developing across the last few months to be one of the closest TVZs for Clem. Clem previously had a very solid win record against Solar and still does, but the matches have gotten closer and closer.
It does feel like something is clicking for Solar. He's figuring out the builds that work. He's figuring out the transitions that he can't really get to when Clem is applying that pressure. And he is making these series super competitive. The last couple of times I've seen them play, it has been Solar bringing it to Clem and Clem just about able to eke it ahead in the end. But yeah, will he be able to bring that same sort of presence on a bigger stage, right? That's the big question. Can Solar perform on a stage like this at EWC, where Clem has already shown us he has been able to do it all before?
That is the question for a lot of players. Can they bring the same level as they do online, as offline? But you know, for Solar, I feel like I don't ask that question as often as some other people. You know, for me, he's always been pretty solid on both. He's obviously a very experienced player, winning his first championship back in 2016. I want to say, one of the first Legacy of the Void matches. And it doesn't really seem to phase him too much. So certainly a few years ago, I think we'd be talking a lot about Clem's nerves, but that has obviously been fixed as well. And you just have really, I think, two stable-minded, like very confident players going at it on an offline stage. Yes, it's got to be more stressful. The nerves are really high, but they are in also the upper bracket. So show your absolute best. Maybe you finally get a little bit of an upset for Solar, who really has not been able to complete the series, but edges closer and closer. And then if you do not, of course, you can go down in the lower match, where I do believe Solar has a strong chance to make it there as well. But as the Death said, Clem is absolutely the favorite here, coming in as the last Esports World Cup champion, and just looking basically as dominant in TVZ as ever. I don't know about 5-0ing Serral again, but we'll see if that happens later down the line.
Yeah, that really was something, wasn't it? So we'll see what we're looking like as we're going to start in the bottom left corner of the map. The red Zerg player representing Falcons is Solar.
And in the top right has the blue Terran. He is Team Liquid's Clem. It's a nice matchup as well for the club championships. Both of these teams absolutely needing these players to perform very well and having a very good chance of them performing well in the StarCraft 2 tournament.
I mean, Clem won it last year, right? Propelled Team Liquid into second place. Falcons were clear ahead in first, right? But this is number 1 versus number 2 from last year in that club championship. And I mean, if Clem could do it again, Liquid are going to have a good time once more, right? So yeah, it's going to be really interesting in that regard too. Obviously, these players we just saw, Falcons Rogue advancing. We've got QLA today, also in a great spot. But I would say that both these guys are their favorites between the two that represent teams here.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Well, we do have a normal opener right now for this TVZ. I mean, what we saw from their recent matches, again, online, was nothing too bizarre. I mean, I do recall a couple of all-ins, some aggression, but it was a lot still of the 3CC from Clem and Solar, well, you know, doing kind of defensive Zerg play. What I really liked from Solar recently was just felt like his decision-making was really starting to reward him more often than maybe the previous matches against Clem, where you would see him go for maybe like a bit of a risky gamble where he sends a bunch of lings across the map for the run by, and you're like, oh, that didn't work out, and then he lost back at home because he lost too many units there. But nowadays, it feels like when he makes those decisions, he really is making Clem nervous. Clem is like, okay, I really need to consider that possibility. I really need to bring my attention back home. And then he might make those mistakes on the front line that you look for, and he just wasn't allowing any Zerg to catch him off guard last year for. So, yeah, Solar, things are clicking, as you were saying, and I hope we see something similar here in this best of 5. And very normal stuff so far again. Factory coming down for Clem.
Yeah, everything is very regular here early on. Third hatchery, get the gas now started up from Solar, so that obviously that very kind of mineral-heavy opening for him. He is now looking to get into the next stage as Clem just throws down a third command center as well. So really, as far as the first 3 minutes of a TVZ could go, it's macro, it's normal, it's standard. Let's get set up and let's see where the game goes later on.
I mean, we're on Tokamak, and I do feel like we see a lot of 8-Raxes that can come out as well. I mean, maybe there's another map that's even more popular for it that we'll see down the line, but an 8-Rax is always a threat. We have been talking a lot about the Cyclones as well, which Clem isn't as well known as really anyone else to go for some mech, but there's always that possibility. It just feels like for Clem, he's deserved the confidence in his 3CC bio play to just do it literally all the time, and no one's going to be like, well, you should really change things up, Clem. He can. He practices change-ups in online tournaments, but when it comes down to these offline ones, it just feels like he's so smooth, he's so on point, he just needs to get a decent mid-game, and that's when he really starts to take control.
And if you can just open in a regular way and get comfortable in the series with your norm and your standard, that feels so good, right? Because then you don't have to pull out the fancy things, you don't have to pull out the tricks just yet. So I love it for Clem, Banshees, Hellions, it's everything we expect. Solo's playing into that Roach Roaring as well, which is not unexpected necessarily. The Banshees do give you some good coverage there as well. And Solo gets that extra Evo Chamber up, and we'll see where exactly he wants to take this. Of course, there's a lot you can do with the Roaches. There are the more aggressive takes, and there's also kind of where you follow up with as well, right? You can end up going into, you know, Roach Ravager, sometimes Hydra Lurker is kind of not the most common way, but, you know, there's also the choice to go Roach Ravager into Ling Bane later down the line as well, and kind of play what is more standard. So there's a lot of options here for Solo as that Upload gets in, gets through.
It scouted the cancel, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it must have. So that's that would have been just a genuine mistake from Clem, and it's not like something he tried to fake, because that would have been a little off time if that was the case. But quickly changing that up. But right, get back to the Roaches. We've also, I think, been seeing some Zerg players also bring out that kind of perfected Roach defense play that we were also seeing from Serral last year, and it felt like it was unbeatable until Clem came in. It was like, oh, it is beatable if you have like perfect micro and a billion multitasking opportunities. And I think that some Zerg players are able to bring that out and look pretty strong with it. We also see the inclusion of the Infestors overall a little bit more in this matchup in the mid-game, and that's really what surprised people in that Shin-Clem series, was those Infestors coming out a little bit earlier. Clearly surprised Clem. He couldn't really get the hang of it as well as the series went on, and I think that also can be a play for the Zerg players. Unfortunately, the Banshee may be going right towards the... Oh, okay. Bigger, unfortunately. Banshee finding damage, and Hellions getting right into the main base. That is a lot of drones to barbecue.
Yeah, and there's just no SimCity in here to try and save them either, right? Yesterday we had Lambo doing some great efforts against Heromarine to minimize damage taken, but this is going to be rough. We are going to get 9, 10 workers killed. That's going to be it. I honestly thought, considering the Banshee was unguarded in the third as well, I really felt like that was going to be more. It's still very good, and that's the exact kind of momentum that Clem loves to play with. Although Clem, do not lose a Banshee, that's very unlike you, and that is a mistake. He let that fly back in, so Clem, okay damage, but losing a Banshee, he's so good at retaining units usually, that's a mistake, and honestly it feels like Solo looks at this and says, I don't hate it, like I'm still 15 workers ahead.
Yeah, that is the thing, right? Like, how much was he already getting as far as that economy to be able to take a bit of a beating and be okay? And I would say that was pretty much it, right? The two Banshees won't be able to threaten as much, won't be able to defend as much as we go into the later stages, kind of get that scouting around. This one also very injured, could accidentally fly into a couple of Queens very, very easily. Solar is going for that, defensive macro play. He's packed up the 70 drones already, including more. Infestation Pit, Hydralisk Den is on the way as well. And this is him getting into that late game. There you go. Queens find him. Nice placement there from Solar. And I would say that is a really big loss. Like, the second Banshee not having the one-shot potential, not having as much firepower in general, okay. But losing all the Banshees really takes away that, for instance, like left lane that you're not necessarily pushing in, that's your scout for the left lane for all those run-bys. And now it doesn't exist. That could actually be a problem. These Queens are going on quite a hike.
Yeah, I don't think they're meant to. They're turning back around.
Okay.
And Solar is just going to get faster. He's going to move into the Lurker Den, so he's actually just going to play Roaches into Lurkers, which not the most common way. It is funny, though, because we often say when Solar gets to Lurkers, it's when he's at his very best. And now he's going to try and get there just straight off of these Roaches. He is going to have Link Speed on behind this. You do want those Lings to kind of be up in front of the Lurkers and to absorb some shots. Because the Marines here will do okay. I mean, Clem's going to have a lot of time where he's going to have good drop potential, right? Good creep clearing potential, because it's just these Roaches that are going to have to constantly chase after this drop and chase after these Marines. As long as Clem stays clear of that fungal, he should be able to do a lot of map control denial.
I think he just got a glimpse of it as well, maybe. But yeah, now that he knows, he can be extra careful about that. Not totally unexpected, too. The way that Solar has been set up and playing like this, like Clem has been able to read into a lot of these things, knowing that the Hive's going to be on the way. Maybe not that it's going to be right into Lurkers, though, honestly. I'm not sure if he's seen that. And wow, what a turret wall there of Spore Crawlers. So they're going to be denied entry into the main base as well. Soon we'll see the Hydras kind of put 2 and 2 together. But yeah, Solar has gotten to the technology. Basically, as we do have a secondary push, could do some damage, but he's gotten to the technology. He's getting to Lurkers, and that is a scary place for Clem to find himself. 460 is flying on over. He is starting to build the Marauders. That's the first step to starting to deal with a Lurker army, but obviously Ghosts are what we eventually want to get to.
Ghost will obviously make this whole situation a whole lot easier. Once again, doing a great job just with these little drops, right? A couple of medevacs here, a couple of medevacs there, getting some creep. Does eat the fungal this time, and that allows Soul to get a couple of pickoffs. So a little bit of value gain, and he's immediately there with the Queens to try and respread that creep and get that back on the map. This is a constant duel in the TVZ. That fight for creep spread. That one Marine going to deny 2 fresh tumors. It's actually really neat. Sees this hatch coming up as well. Wouldn't hate if Clem already took the opportunity to maybe knock the rocks down that denies the blue mineral line there. That would be really nice. Or just sit behind and get hands on the hatchery. That works too. As Clem is on the left-hand side as well, we have this really weird moment where lurkers just aren't ready to go yet. And so Clem has a really powerful force and Solar is not yet fully set up.
Some of those lurkers on the right side need to get over here. The rest of the army as well. A fungal is coming in. The roach is not going to win that fight without the help. The lurkers are denying that extra attack on the right side very, very well. And that fungal really helped here on the left. The medevacs are forced to flee. So yeah, it was a little late. It wasn't preemptive, which is what you want to have happen to defend. But that was a reaction fast enough as Solar is now going up to 5 bases, 85 drones. He's got 2-1 on the way. Okay, he's going to also upgrade his melee. The lurkers are going to get their upgrades very importantly, and he is going to add on that Nidus Worm fairly quickly. So that is a very big threat to Clem's side of the map eventually. Nice snipe right there in the Fester, and then get the heck out before the Hydras can take down that medevac.
Byun going to sit on the right side. Feels like he's got enough for 1, 2, and 3 lurkers potentially here. They all go down. Wouldn't mind better up, but they do go down before they fire. At least a saving grace for Solar, but losing the lurkers, not fun to replace, and just a nice opportunity taken by Clem. Solar is not far from reaching what we are going to call the dream composition, right? Where the Banelings are out as well, and he's got the lurkers up, and he's obviously got the Niduses trying to pop up on Clem's side of the map as well to take control of the game himself. This has been a game of sitting back from Solar, but it's about to be a game of him trying to get things done himself now.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't just sit back all the time. Eventually they'll get all their ghosts that they want to on the opposition as well in the offensive, and then that's when you really just are constantly retreating. You've got to give something to them too. Ling run-bys, Nidus in the main base, lurkers popping up where they don't expect it. That is what you need to do to really make this game a back and forth that you would like. The Ling is going to find a relatively small army. One of mine kind of pops off, and the medevacs are obviously there to escape. I'm waiting for that Nidus Worm, and there it is. Main base Nidus Worm as Solar also engages on Clem's side of the map. This could find some damage or just be the distraction that he needs. Some Marines come in here, and they are maybe going to stop the full flood of units, but yeah, definitely some lurkers will arrive, and in fact, all of them will. That was clearly not enough Marines. Ling's on the left side as well, killing the SCVs. Lurkers in the main base. Solar really bringing it to Clem's side of the map, forcing him to entirely withdraw. This will be cleaned up, but what a great breathing moment for Solar. He's going to be able to finish all of his upgrades. He's going to expand the creep. He's going to get on the aggressive once again on the third base as well as still in the main. This is not being cleaned up.
It is not, and these SCVs are all in trouble. A tank will go down as well. Solar has got Clem pulled around all over the place, and Clem is going to start struggling. Has to run into these lurkers, which gets some very good kills. Ghost going down included in that, and Solar doing very well at the front. Clem is going to get this forced away, but he is going to be bleeding. 150 supply, never mind. Solar's back with another wave. Coming in once more. That command center is low, so that's going to be that going down. The Banes keep on chasing. They take a second to stop, so they will be denied from crashing into all of those Marines, but it is Solar who's definitely taken a big moment here for himself. And this is huge because he's got the good economy still. If he can just hold on from a counterattack, he is going to be gleaming about this situation. 6 bases up against 3.
Yeah, exactly. But the counterattack is what Clem is looking for. He knows there's one opportunity before the lurkers have been remade, before the infestors are out waiting for those fungals. He at least is going to try and deny this base from mining, which Solar has pretty much already accepted. I think he actually moved the drones to the bottom right. More SCVs are going down as these orbitals aren't doing the trick defensively. They need those reinforcements, which Clem kind of struggling to get over into the right positions at the right time. At this point, he does clean up his base. He has a 4th command center to replace what was his old, and that will keep him afloat, but it doesn't really put him in a prime position. More links coming on in. What am I not going to help? Excellent micro there from Solar, but that is going to be too much to actually push into. Back at home, we got to talk about this army. Clem knows this is his moment. He already got 1 base. He's looking for a 2nd.
He is indeed. He's going to find himself that hatchery right there, so that's going to be Solar struggling a little bit on the eco now. Lurkers, Lings, Banes trying to push this army back, but still not quite enough. Clem with a 20 army supply lead is looking to get some work done because he knows he's taking a bunch of damage. Balins with the creep spread, trying to get in there. The Infestor has no energy to help in the background. Ling's still chasing. The Hydras are surging forward too, and it looks like Solar is happy to keep chasing this. We are eventually going to have to lift up into these medevacs to try and get away, surely, as the Hydras do push this back. Clem can run as there's no Lings left over. Solar finally getting the defense.
Yeah, I just noticed that 3-3 is not on the way. Clem missing that crucial late game upgrade as Solar's +3 Carapace is already halfway done. Solar able to bully back this Bio army, who's actually leftover Hydras, but there's just enough of them. Now going after the third CC once again, didn't even turn into an orbital or planetary, and hopefully gets another chance for Clem, but Clem is hurt. He is injured. He needs time to lick his wounds, and Solar, well, he still has that great army. He could try and go on the offensive, but he also needs to replace those 2 bases he just lost.
It's the big issue, right? Because now he was just a 4-base Zerg again, right? So while he gets the push back, he has got some re-establishing to do. Wouldn't even hate him maybe trying to take a base on the left, right? Clem's been so focused down the right-hand side, maybe sneaking one up on the 9 o'clock could give him some opportunity, because I don't think Clem's in a position to start splitting away units and hitting both sides of the map. Whereas where he re-expands to right now are both kind of in the same location, on the same pushing lane for Clem. He goes from behind this base down to the bottom side, so maybe that's a choice for Solar, as we are going to be seeing another Ling run by. He has been relentless with these, and Clem, because he's been kind of playing a little bit from behind, he's not been able to get properly on top of this. It's going to be 10 SCVs, it's going to be this base not mining, the Ling's forcing more units to come over one more time to deal with this, and it's just distraction after distraction as Solar is solidifying his position once more. Even Lurk has shown up to the top now.
You know, sometimes you get those 4 orbital commands and you have so much pressure and you have so much knowledge of what the Zerg is doing, you can protect it. But obviously, if things get chaotic, if you're trying desperately to get the counter damage done, you're not going to be positioned on your orbital. This is Lurkers getting surrounded, however, so Solar does go one step a little too far, and that Nidus Swarm, which was a great escape plan, is just a little bit too late, but Ling's finding a good section of units, and that is going to be it. Clem falls in game number 1.
It all started off with that Nidus, right? Solar, he finally got the defense set, and he just goes and starts, to begin poking to see what you can do. And the first effort of it really got the job done. Lurkers in the main base get out. Suddenly Clem has to pull back to defend. There's Lings on the third left side. The right side attack gets reinforced and gets to continue through. And yes, Clem eventually got the pushback and got an opportunity to deal some counter damage, but Solar put himself in a good enough position there and is able to claim victory in this game number 1. Send a great tone for this series, CG, because this was not Solar having to rely on something cheesy. This was not on him relying to, just do the little things to try and nick ahead. This was him just playing a pretty darn solid game. A couple mistakes from Clem early, losing the Banshee, throwing those Hellions in. Was, still kind of decent getting damage done, but it was still Solar just taking advantage of the opportunity, taking it long, and taking the win.
Yeah, it was a great game played out for him. It kind of felt like it up until maybe the last couple of minutes was going according to plan. For Clem, I wish we could take another look at what happened in the main base, because my feeling is that he did see the Nidus Swarm, right? He was reacting, and then maybe he didn't have enough reinforcements. I don't know if he was supply capped, and didn't have as many as he thought. There was the changelings kind of physically blocking some of the reinforcements that were going there for just half a second, but that was also really neat. It just felt like maybe that was something that he obviously predicted the later the game went, that he did see, and if he had just a Marauder in there, this is a world of difference. But unfortunately, it was just 1 or 2 Marines, and that was not enough. So we are going into game number 2 on Ultra Love with this man up 1. He is Team Falcons Solar.
In the bottom left-hand corner, our defending EWC champion, it is Team Liquid's Clem.
To be honest, I do feel like a lot of the recent matches have had Solar win the first game. And that always sets a great tone for him, and it feels like that's part of the reason he's also getting closer, no longer 3-0s, but rather 3-2s. But it is still a struggle, even if it's a beautiful display of how good you are in the matchup, because it was just defensive, macro, good reads, excellent aggression. It still isn't necessarily proof well, this is going to happen every single time. I'm going to win 3-0 here. Clem has an option of changing his build order a little bit. He has an option of not maybe being as aggressive with the Hellions and Banshee, which didn't get the result that he wanted. There's a lot more to play in this best of 5.
Absolutely. And there's also the fact that, again, coming down to maps, right? In this best of 5, we go 1 veto each, then a map pick, right? So Solar gets a pretty early map pick. That was his map pick before second veto comes down. So if there's a map for Solar to win, it should absolutely be that one as well. Solar can win here on Ultra Love now. That would be kind of crazy. Ultra Love is a great 8-Rax map, but Clem is not a huge 8-Raxer as well, so it's kind of this interesting kind of vibe. He's he picks it because he knows it's a great 8-Rax map, so does Solar respect that? Mm-hmm. Does Clem put it all in on an 8-Rax? It's going to be our question for a few minutes from now.
Yep, yeah. And I do feel like we're going to have to bring up the 8-Rax not every chance we get, but for every possibility. It is very strong. We've seen Terrans kind of develop better ways of getting out of it, whereas, you know, a couple of years ago, if it was an 8 racks, that was really considered quite all in. Your chances of expanding or getting the appropriate factory units out after that was just nil. Like, you weren't going to do it. So I do feel like we're going to see that at some point for Clem, and maybe, you know, depending on the map as well. But you're right, he's not much of an 8 racks player. I do feel like he was doing it a bit more in some recent tournaments, but like I had said earlier, we have Clem really use these online tournaments, so I feel like they're best, which is obviously he wins them and shows how good he is, but he also uses them to practice builds that he doesn't necessarily always bring out in main tournaments.
I mean, that's what you should use them for, right? Get some good practice in against players who are taking it seriously, who are also testing things out. I was going to say, Clem, you mentioned kind of like being able to transition away. Clem was always one of the first players with the A-Racks as well to have just 4th command centers coming down, right? And just, he's A-Racks and he's like, you know what, he sees that's going to do okay, and he's already thinking of that transition rather than just having to keep on shoving, as this is a build we were not expecting.
No. I mean, we mentioned, you know, a Cyclone possibility, a mech possibility, absolutely. But this is 2 factories, guys. This is 2 factories right off the bat. We're just going to go right into the Hellion Cyclone. We're going to try some, like, dastardly Blue Flame Hellion really quickly stuff. I mean, Solar, you know, he got that Roachborn last game. He might do it again here. Like, this might be a style of play that he felt very comfortable with. It does kind of help bridge you better into a mech game that you weren't expecting if you just default Roach. But if this is, you know, this is very fast. This isn't 3cc, then, like, maybe, you know, depending how greedy you are, Armory or something. And then 3 factories as you're just building up your production. As a fast 2nd factory, and there it goes down to 3rd. That really solidifies as well that it's mech and not some like opener into a transition, which is pretty old school nowadays. And it's something that Solar does absolutely need to scout. Eventually he will see a Cyclone and go, oh, of course you are.
Yeah. No, it's definitely about figuring it out right. If you can find out what it is at Solar, getting that prep down is so important. We'll see what his kind of blind tap's going to be. He's actually going to run a link forward, but it's just going to be the Hellions that he sees. Does get the link turnaround, so can try and play runaway there. And maybe even try and rescout at some point, but yeah, information is critical. He is moving an Overlord forward as well. That will also get the scouting for him soon, but not quite yet still.
Solar's actually grabbing a Lair right now. Not going for the same build as last. That Roachborn is, again, oh, okay, he does add it, okay. So if the Roachborn, as I said, it's a bridge, you know, you still would have to scout what they're doing and kind of get that tempo set up for you for the near future, but going into Roaches, making sure those Hellions don't become a problem. He does see the 2nd factory with a good amount of time to respond, and as I said, he's just like, oh, okay, like you had to expect this right now as a Zerg player, but the Hellions are still going to try and do some damage here, and the Cyclones following this up are always going to be starting to look for those picks. Now, Solar, you know, he might have had some words about this style of play, but he also has sometimes been one of the stronger Zergs to defend against it, so I don't think this is like an ace up your sleeve that you just bring out and you're like, aha, I win. But Solar, you know, he does need to respect this, and he does need to play this carefully, because as soon as you try to engage into Battle Mech and you're wrong, that's when the Cyclones really get good, as you retreat and you fail at it.
They just get so much value, right? They're just locked on. You can't really engage forward again. Roach speed is obviously going to be a critical upgrade for Soul to give him some speed to get close to those Cyclones in the first place. And a few Zerglings will try and actually get across the map. Maybe they can catch something, as the Queens are taking the defense on their shoulders right now. 8 Roaches in production. And as those Lings going to catch a Hellion, shouldn't be able to do too much else. Might try for the Cyclone, though, and actually is going to be able to grab that here. So these Lings doing way more than I thought they would. The other units are going to turn back around, give Solar a bit more breathing room, right? And again, you get those Roaches out, you start positioning them as well. This is really a battle for Solar of making sure that those units don't outposition you. You don't want the Blue Flame Hellions hitting your mineral line. You need to be pushing them back on the edge of creep, keeping them there, and then slowly working your way toward a reliable way to engage this army, which is either Infestor Fungals, that's the more common way nowadays, but also Vipers and just abducting units in every time they try and trade can also be a way to find efficiency for yourself as the Zerg.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it could be a struggle to get there, especially with the Hellion Cyclones, just kind of going from, you know, the first couple of Cyclones already looking for this damage. The Cyclones left alone temporarily as the Hellions go for something bigger and better in the natural. Some drones already going down, more to come. The Hellions are weak, but they are not dead. They will find the extra drones there, and 12 drones is decent. Gonna look for a couple more. Look like the Cyclones did have to retreat. 14 drones going down as the Roaches finally clean things up. Solar down to 41 drones right now as he builds nothing but army and looks to attack.
Yeah, he is just going to send it. He knows a lot of damage was done there. He There's not really showing any signs of going into the future anyway, so this is just it. Full send from Solar, and Clem just needs to defend this, and he's going to be in a great spot. He's up 26 workers, so if he needs to pull some SCVs to help out here, he can do that as well. He really is in the driver's seat of this game. Just needs to pull off this defense as the SCVs evacuate from the third base. The Cyclones are getting great lock-ons on the right side. That Roach army is getting whittled down extremely quickly.
Yeah, surround would have changed everything, right? But if one army is already dead, then it's not quite the surround you're looking for. And that right side army, it is going to get that partial surround, blocking those Cyclones in, letting the rest of the Roaches jump on top of them. Solar recognizing the opportunity and taking it. And you can see Clem not happy about that at all. He is now in big trouble. He has his Cyclone count reset. He's defending back in his natural base. Limited space for the Cyclones to actually use that lock-on range. And this could be Solar winning game number 2. Once again, an excellent fashion here. Nice read, nice decision-making. And when you got to be aggressive, absolutely go for it. The SCV pool might be able to save the day temporarily. That 4th CC would replace so much of the economy that Clem is going to lose. But Solar isn't done. More Roaches are coming in.
And we're stuck in the natural as well, so the Cyclones have so little space to kite back to it, doing a great job trying to block with the SCVs and stopping this Roach Ravage from gaining room on the Cyclones here. But more Roaches are arriving, Zerglings are here as well, and Solar's just going to keep holding this position and knows he has done a lot of work right now, a lot of damage dealt. Solar is still just building units. I think right now maybe let Clem walk out of the natural and try and jump there, rather than just continue chasing the natural where it's not quite doing enough.
Yeah, I think the SimCity really worked out right there. The SCV pool was exactly what Clem needed to give those Cyclones time, and Solar is going to tap out. Had he retreated, there was, I think, a moment where if he retreated and kind of fake retreated, if you will, maybe Clem goes, okay, time to chase. And that's when the Lings maybe get this around, and that's your one last, desperate play. But at the end of the day, that aggression was already a bit desperate. It had already lost so many drones, already being such a low drone attack. It really needed to kill the Terran player, especially if you see a 4th CC 90% done. I mean, you can't just kill even like 30 or 40 SCVs, honestly. You gotta really kill him.
Get him out of the game, right? And that's obviously what Solar was thinking. Yeah, I think maybe you back away and be like, oh yeah, I did enough, right? I'm droning, right? And Clem's like, okay, I'll take my 3rd, and then you jump. That's probably the opportunity Solar needed. It did feel like there was that better opportunity where he did get that surround, but it really felt like initially before that surround came in, when those Roaches were on the right side, they were getting bullied. Like, there was so many more Roaches there originally. So, like, that's what enabled Solar to have a chance. It's just crazy because I really felt like Clem was doing such a good job of just focusing on the right, but Solar did a really good job of using those Roaches not to just attack, but to block.
Yes.
And just make sure those Cyclones couldn't go anywhere, and then you finally have them in range to get kills.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of like you can even read a little bit of that situation in the player faces, which is like, Clem obviously thought that was a mistake. He was like, oh, that sucks that happened. But it did do a lot of damage before it died, and it did take up more time for him to get those other reinforcements in. I mean, if that happens swiftly, if you as a Zerg player immediately find the Cyclone army with a surround, that's probably game over, that close to the natural and the production point. But it did take some time. You did have to kind of go through some SimCity, and the SCV pool, like I said, also provided that extra time that was really crucial. And at the end of the day, that wasn't good enough for Solar, so Clem will bring it back. We're now into game number 3. It's going to be on ley lines. In the bottom left, as the red Zerg, he is Solar.
And in the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player is Clem.
Honestly, I was a little worried for Clem just seconds before kind of the action began, as we were like, okay, this is going to be an all-in, or all the armies coming across the map. Because I wasn't sure if Clem had really realized that. He did have a 4th command center on the way. And ideally, if you know, you also want to, again, kind of meet it halfway if you can. Make sure you don't get surrounded, have blue flame Hellions, protect the Cyclones from the Ling surrounds. But you want to meet it halfway, kind of whittle it down as soon as possible. Cyclones, when they run out of room to maneuver, that is when they're terrible. And that was what Clem was dangerously close to getting to in his own natural. But as evidence from the last game victory, Clem still had a good enough position. And Solar, maybe even with the drones that he lost, should have had like a little more oomph. Like maybe there was a few more units there that would have maybe gotten him that natural victory, but it wasn't enough. Solar very, very dedicated. And that's something now Clem can look at and be like, well, that was a little, closer than I wanted it to be. But it did work. And so can Cyclones be now my new bread and butter if Solar's going to have difficulty against them?
definitely a fun option to have, right? And as solo, like, I hate to be here right now because every game you have to sacrifice an overlord. There's no corner cutting allowed. Clem is clearly going to mix it up in a big way. And that just really opens up his playstyle. Like, yes, is he a beast in the bio games? Absolutely. If he can play Battle Mech amazingly as well, though, even better.
Right, yeah, that's terrifying. Something that Clem wasn't really bringing out in previous tournaments, you know, the option of being both bio and mech, and, you know, something to do with the meta and whatnot, but now also having that option is pretty scary. Losing your first drone like that, I guess, also pretty frustrating. Clem once again goes for the 3CC and what looks to be another 1-1-1.
Yeah, just getting into the factory finishing up, so should just be time for us to drop the starport down, swap the factory to the reactor, and go kind of a bit more normal and regulated in terms of expectations for the opening. As the Reaper is still just poking about, trying to keep an eye on what's happening on the natural as well, so it does have the third hatchery down already. And we wait to see what the next step is. There's the starport from Clem, so as we expected. And then back to the 1-1-1, which, yeah, you can kind of battle mech off of as well. Just, you know, this is what Clem likes to do anyway, because he likes to play Hellion Banshee, stay very safe, and get set up into those macro games. Instant roach run from Solar here.
Yeah. I mean, if his decision to play out all the games with roaches, whether it's defensive or he might throw in a couple of his own all-ins, actually, like, I think that is a solid play for him right now, and how good he looked in the macro game. Speed also starts up pretty quickly too, though. Like, he heavily delayed that in the first macro game. So I am wondering, like, could we see Ling Roach? That's what Clem also is wondering about right now, though. Wondering how many drones he can get. Reaper in the main base, Hellions in the natural. It's not much, but Solar doesn't have much either. Queen's taking a little bit of time to actually kill stuff. 5 drones do go down, make that 6 before the Lings pop out to shoo away the Reaper. 7, actually, somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy. This happens so much in Clem versus Solar, where Clem just finds ways in with those early units and gets so much value out of them. And I think you were right. I think Solar's plan was probably to kind of hit a Roach Ling all in, but hitting Roach Ling all in off of like 8 less drones, does that really ever have enough oomph to really do what you need? Clem's opening Banshee as well, so if you're not full strength, that Banshee is going to very quickly, you know, remove the remaining roaches that's already reduced from what it should be. So yeah, I don't know if Solar really has much opportunity here. He's still building the roaches, he's getting the Lings, but hard to believe after so much damage done so quickly. The Banshee is seen as well from Solar. Is he still going to go? I mean, we're about to find out. More Hellions into the natural expansion. Even just a few more drones here going to be painful. Lings going down as well. And he just cannot get in reach of those Hellions to shut them down at all.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if that was enough for Clem to actually determine this is going to be the attack. He didn't see Speed finish, which I think would have been it, as well as 16 more Lings on the way, but he does have a start to the setup with those Banshees. The Banshees, even on the offensive, if they get a glimpse of the army moving across the map, they're going to start the damage so early. They actually managed not to, so Solar is kind of circumventing that typical pathway, but Clem does pull back. He doesn't look for any more aggression. He has read into it. The bunker is coming down, and that, I think, is going to be good enough, actually. Clem, 17 SCVs ahead. All he has to do really is live here, and 2 Banshees going to start immediately targeting these Ravagers. The SCVs could be pulled. The bunker is not going to be finished. No Marines in that. The SCVs have to be forfeit as they do not make it onto the main base where the supply depots have to be raised. Clem can take a lot of damage against this.
He can take a lot,
okay.
But yeah, I was going to say, like, the Ravagers died so quickly, right? The SCVs were kind of there in trouble, but, like, there was a lot of Marines on the high ground too, so
yeah,
I think it was kind of just doomed from the start. Like, it looked fun, it just, yeah.
And by can take a lot of damage, I don't mean is a possibility Solar does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I meant Clem could lose 30 SCVs and probably still be okay.
Oh my, yeah, then
yes.
He was definitely
absolutely. He was totally fine. Clem knew it as well, like especially with the drones that he killed, further making this all in, further reducing the reinforcements. Like, Clem could have taken so much damage and still come out ahead, and Solar knew that as well, which is like, don't even wait to see if you can break the main base.
Yep, Clem was stupidly far ahead. You're not meant to lose 8 workers to... Like, 8 workers to the 6 Hellions in that first game, right? It's like, okay. But, like, 8 workers to 2 Hellions in the Reaper, and then the Reaper's still around, coming back in, continuing to poke, scouting, seeing a little bit of what's going on. You just don't get away with that, and it is kind of funny how frequently it happens. Like I say, a lot of these Clem Solar series, there's 1 or 2 games where Solar just takes that kind of damage, and that's some of the wins that Clem gets.
Yeah. And it does feel like it is a bit of a pattern with, like, the first game macro is great and the other ones are just kind of those early game mistakes. But we are going to be going into game number 4 very soon. We're going to head to a break right now, and when we come back, It is game 4 between Solar and Clem.
This land is calling.
I am here with Big Gabe, who just got eliminated by Rogue. Unfortunately, Big Gabe, I mean, you got to crash a couple of keys there. Got to crash Astrea's and Lambo's keys, but this time around it's your key that gets crushed. So I suppose, how are you feeling?
Well, I mean, after a loss, you always feel bad for the first moment.
Fair enough. Do you feel like you played your best, for example? Is there something that you would change in retrospect, or looking back, going into the matchup, is there something that you feel like you should have expected from Rogue that just didn't come to mind?
I think my condition in all of the games was pretty good. I don't think that's really an issue anymore. I think I usually focus on the best, or the most is that I can always play my best. But, well, to summarize like the games, he did what I sort of expected. But yeah, basically first map is like a weird 3-player map that actually has some spawning imbalance, and I got the one spawn that is not good for turn. So that was that was a little rough. He also did a clever trick there. Second game, and that was the main issue, I didn't prepare very well against the road builds. So I have a few things in mind that I just tested, but I actually did a lot of these things for the first time, freestyle. And yeah, well, they didn't turn out as good. It seems like, especially in the third game, you can see some of the players, including also Lambo, they came in very well prepared against the mech style.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about your preparation a little bit, I mean, unlike most of the players here, I think that you focus a lot more on streaming, for example, and such. So were you able to find enough custom games to where you came in here feeling prepared, and kind of what were your expectations coming into the tournament? You qualified through the wildcard, the last chance qualifier. So how far were you expecting to go, and is this a satisfactory result for you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really focus on the results. If you ask me what I expected from the tournament, I mean, in the past, you know, I'm a very honest guy. I always say like stuff like, yeah, I think I'm like not the favorite. I might win a couple, and then people say like, oh, this guy is not confident. So from now on, the only thing you're gonna hear me say is I expected to win this tournament. Okay, I can already see people saying that I'm overconfident now. But either way, to give you a proper answer, I didn't play any custom games. I just streamed and had fun, and I gave it my best here. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy to be here either way. Yeah, since I expected to win the tournament, I guess I'm not happy.
That's fair enough. Thank you, Gabe.
Things started off so well for Solar, who started the series off with a fantastic macro game, taking a surprising Game 1 victory. But Clem, he strikes back with some early game aggression, finding so much value with such few units, and really putting a temper on Solar's attempted all-ins.
Yeah, it was... Solar had a plan, and he just never even got to the part of, you know, executing the plan in the slightest, right? Because you just can't take that much damage early. Clem is so annoying. He always finds those little openings with the Hellions, and that's just what Solar needs to sharpen up on. If he can shut off that early game, if he can just kind of see the mid game, I think we saw in game 1 just what he can do, but that's the difficulty of playing against Clem, right? Clem has that advantage in every stage of the game. It feels like he's good late game, he's good mid game, he's amazing early game. His micro is top notch, his unit movement is really stellar. He's just such a difficult player to beat, so with your back up against the wall, what are you going to bring out? You're playing on torches, so let's see what the plan is going to be, as in the bottom right-hand corner, the red Zerg player representing Falcons is Solar.
And in the top right, now one win away from qualifying into the quarterfinals, he is Team Liquid's Clem.
Fun map torches. We've seen obviously a lot of different things on this with the gold base on that right side, that avenue that can be opened up when you mine out some minerals. The map opening up in general once the rocks fade away a bit further into the game as well. It's definitely been this map which when you first look at it you're like, oh, people aren't going to like that, but it's actually played very fun since we had it in the map pool.
Yeah, I mean, I would have said those people were kind of weird.
Well, all the pro players hated it the first time they saw it.
Oh, well, of course. Okay, all right. That's different. Of course. Very much distinct between the community being like, yeah, weird stuff, random stuff, let's go. And pro gamers are like, we would like to know approximately how we expect to win all these maps. But anyway, yeah, I think it has played out very fun. It's been a difficult map sometimes to have those baseline expectations because, initially a new map comes in and then, hey, look at this. A new map comes in and then it is kind of just like, what are we all doing? Like, what can I do? What can I push? And then it settles for a little bit. And then once it's settled, we once again have people being like, well, it's still an odd map, but there's still a lot of avenues I haven't tried. So let's mine out this gold much faster. And let's put the hatchery over there. And then for solar, let's put the drone way over to the left side. But they also don't mine out the gold base. This is still tricky, and Solar, he is being a little tricky right now, or maybe just setting up for future opportunities. The SCV checks the third, doesn't see anything. I mean, the drone can come back without being interfered with. I also really like Clem going for the SCV scout. I think he is such a strong player, and in an overall game that he can kind of sacrifice that economy for the scouting as well as for potential block on a hatch. But yeah, Solar does just take the bottom left base. So what do you think about that?
It's very interesting. I can only assume he wants Clem to think
Freak
it's
out?
2 base for
Yeah.
as long as possible and maybe overreact, but I mean, I don't know what that really gives you as Solar either, because he's not going to be able to transfer drones there with the repress out outside either.
Yeah. What do you think about the drone also taking the mineral out? Did it take all of them? Is there a pathway open?
Yes.
Yes, okay, all right. Yeah, he did go for both. Okay, I mean, the option is open. I could kind of see this working out. Clem has his expectation of how a TVZ is going to play. Reaper is going to be destroyed before seeing very much at all. So the more that he sees that it's not a third hatch, the more that he's like, okay, what exactly is happening? I have to be scared here, I have to be very conservative. That's when Solar is happily mining off of a third. Yes, from further on, so the mining's not ideal, but it gets there, and then he does still have the triangle base, since he's mined out the gold, to also take if that's what he so desires. But I like that if it's going to be like a quote-unquote secret base, I like that it is the one on the bottom left, actually, and not the gold, or the bypassing the gold, because then that just makes it, the Terran's like, oh, I'm going to drop forever. We're just going to go on that one.
Yeah, you can just jump between bases so easily, right? Even if you just find it later on. I feel like that's also the base you would check sooner as well, so
Yeah.
I do like the bottom left. Just thinking about where we're going, Clem is obviously a bit scared of what's happening, so he's building Marines, not Hellions. But Solar's building into Roaches.
Is that why he's doing it? Because I feel like I want. This is one of those funny situations where the big brain play might happen, and you think you're going to be like the puppeteer, and then they just don't scout.
Yeah.
So I don't even know. I had something to be afraid of. I had this is something that Cure did before, I believe. It was it looks kind of like a 2-on-1 because there's no Hellions. If you include the Banshees, I thought it would be very interesting. Maybe it was a Byun build, actually. I'm not sure, but it was very interesting. But we really didn't see a lot of results from it. This isn't something where you're just oh, this is a huge fake, and the Banshees are all of a sudden going to show up. The game that I saw, Spore Crawlers were made and Queens were repaired, and the Banshees weren't a big deal at all. So, and the extra Marines for not making the Hellions didn't seem to really overpower the Zerg either. But that is the potential, I think, of this.
It could just be as well that he's like, hey, you keep opening roaches, so
yeah.
let's just. I know my Hellions did very well in the last game, but like, what if I do just build Marines and my Marine count is that much higher when it comes to fighting the roaches? Because then it can just give you that little extra oomph, right? Because the Hellions, yeah, they give you map control, they give you harassment, but if you feel like he's too basic and so on, whatever, maybe there's not much opportunity. Now, you've got a lot of Marines, and as upgrades finish, you're going to have a big hit against those roaches as the Banshee shows up. Spore barely started, so this is going to be a lot of drones going down.
Yes, it is. So this, I think, is what is kind of supposed to happen. You know, when a Zerg player can't get into the main base to actually see the starport and a tech lab, they're going to rely on other cues, one of them being at least Hellions. All right, that opens up the possibility of the Banshees, but Marines, not so much. So this is actually, I think, what is kind of supposed to happen. One Banshee did already fall, I believe, and the Banshees are out of position as roaches come across the map, but there are so many Marines. To your point, you know, Solar can't really find any wiggle room there. I mean, I'm kind of glad he tried, because there wasn't any problem with that. But yeah, there's nothing he can do with it. Now the Banshee is going to track the roaches, and well, Solar did just take that damage. And Clem, well, his third CC had been delayed for a long time. That did not actually land.
Yeah. It's just been an entirely game which has just been kind of strange, right? But we are getting to a more normalized state now where Solar gets his infestation pit, opportunity to kind of tech up there. Clem is going to be fully set on this Marine tank force, and we'll see how his pushes begin to go. He is just now landing that third base. Banshee in the main will try and find a little bit more damage. Even going to get to see some Clem point of view, so if you get dizzy easily,
yes.
shut your eyes.
Yes, exactly. If you get dizzy easily, just look away. Especially as he's about to get going, too. But honestly, even just watching a macro can be kind of crazy. 2 medevacs on the way, Banshee looking for everything, making sure your macro's going well, reinforces at the right place, upgrades are going down, the supply depots fall. I don't know why you would do that, but okay, I guess. Why do they do that?
Oh,
Supply depot in the main lower than raised.
I don't know. Things to click.
Yeah, yes, yeah. He's got to do something with all this energy.
Yeah.
But the double drop is going to be denied for some legitimate casting and not Clem point of view casting. And just look for the creep spread cleanup, which not going to be happening. Not going to be happening. Roach Ravager actually showing itself. Maybe a little bit of a heart rate spike there because you haven't determined if they are going to go for like a 1-1 Roach all-in yet, or they are going to play that defensive macro game.
Yeah, this is the moment where you are just trying to pick up information, so you're seeing what Clem's doing. He's playing around the edges, right? He's trying to see what he can get. The Banshee is there to keep an eye on things, sees the base bottom left as well. He'll even maybe get a drone or two. Love that retargeting as well. Realize the first drone that he was after went into the extractor. And stimming some Marines across. He can stim to that healing shrine, right, and just get healed up there too, so that's exactly what he's going to go for. Heading to the left side, or not. I thought he was just stimming there to get healed.
I do think the healing shrines are still a little forgotten about. You know?
Yeah, they got really good at it on Persephone, but Torches is...
Yeah.
It's in the back of the mind.
Yeah, by the way, Clem reading this, I think, well, not that particular battle appropriately, as the fungal does land. You see he's upset about that, but that will happen. It's not the end of the world with the first push having that happen, but it does obviously take away a lot of that map pressure and a lot of the continued scouting as well. But even before that point, even before the Infestor, I think he did realize like this was not going to be some big aggressive all-in. His 4th command center came down, no panic mode with bunkers, and he's also fine on the upgrades, and so this will continue on. At Solar, I wonder, I was looking at his camera to see if he noticed the lack of minerals at the 4th. I didn't see anything. You have to ask him in an interview, but yeah, this is him losing a bit of that map control, and Solar getting to that first game position. So this feels, more optimistic for Solar in game 4 here.
And because it wasn't super like Hellion Banshee and everything, like the creep spread is really out there as well, right? So
yeah, that's a good
we've
point.
got a lot of creep that Clem will just now really start coming to clean up a little bit. So Solar should be feeling pretty comfortable. There's a Ling here to keep an eye on this CC. A few others are going after an SEV and even getting his cancel on a Sense Tower, which is nice. So Solar knows where he's at. Clem is expanding down this right side into this Zerg territory, and now it's all about pushing this creep back and setting up some positions and seeing how exactly he wants to approach the next few moments.
Creep spread is actually very good. Something that Clem, wanted to go and clean up with the double drop, but Solar just had very nice positioning. Now the Ultras are already here, and that's always a little concerning. So that was the other option as you get into that Hive technology. You got a Hydralisk stand, you can go into Lurkers, Are you going right into the Ultras? And the Ultras, obviously, the answer. +2 Carapace will be done. Chitinous Plating will be done. Not the attack upgrades, but Adrenal Glands as well. We got a very powerful Ling Baneling Ultra army with the remnants of the Roaches as well. That base is already a planetary with the choke too, so that's always going to be very dangerous for a Zerg player to go into. Clem also getting another drop off to the left side, this time with 3 medevacs worth of units. Absolutely going to find that hatchery. Solar, maybe the indecision for a second there on the minimap. Like, do I go and save that? Do I continue the push? But he is going to have to actually respond to this because his 4th base, or 3rd actually, is also in trouble.
Yeah, this hatchery is going to get targeted down. Clem lifts up. He did give away quite a few Marines to be able to get that kill, but he's happy just to knock down the economy. Solar has a new base coming up in the front. This is the sort of scenario where if you just don't get super comfortable as the Zerg, if you don't have the eco rolling, yes, right now Solar has a bit of a bank, but if you don't have that continually replenishing, it is troublesome. The couple Ultras getting turned away. I think Clem's setup is going to be very solid. It's going to be tough to imagine Solar finds a way to break through here, even with those Ultras. See if he can find anything, finds a tank in the front, but I think he might be having a look to the future. The Hydra Den's coming up, so we are thinking about a way toward Lurkers at the very least.
I mean, I do think we're getting already to that point, actually. I mean, it was very short-lived where the Ultras were kind of the scariest thing on the playground, but the positioning in the Sim City, I think, of the map actually doesn't really necessarily play to them that well, especially when Clem sets up the bases that the way that he does. You know, initially he was going to go over to that other 3rd, and then maybe the 4th is in the very top left corner, and mobility with the Ultras would really be very annoying to deal with, having to protect 3 different entry points. With the setup that he currently has, it's really 2 and kind of 1. You can see that Solar really is only hovering around trying to get up to this 4th base, which also protects the 3rd.
I'm just trying to fight the edge of this army, right? If he can get some shots off on Ultras, etc., push some creep back, that's great. But he doesn't want to take a full engagement, I would imagine, unless Solar ends up running into him, run into that live, run into those mines. So he's got Lolings on the other side, going to dart those around. We'll see what he does with them as an Ultra, 2 Ultras going down there. So Clem getting some good pickoffs. The Lings turn back toward the natural in the end, so that's going to be a big counterattack. 1 Fungal landing over here as the Ultra try and capitalize, but they're dying so quickly. The Lings and the Banes and the Roaches are through onto the natural. See how well Clem can deal with this. And Solar wants to try and get some damage done after losing what has been a good amount of his army on the bottom left, and he's still losing over here.
Yeah, this is getting really troublesome. Solar not able to draw the line in the sand here. That Liberator being drawn back into. The Zerg unit's not having fun with that at all. Finally gets taken down thanks to a couple of corrosive biles. With Solar, as much as he is keeping his head above water, the supply looks fine, the bank looks fine. He is once again losing another hatchery, and it's just really showing the power of the Terran push in a situation like this. Is that Clem taking Solar's base?
Yep, he is in the bottom 100%. Right of the CC. Yep.
All right. Yep. Well, exactly. The point is that if the Terran player can expand to where they're aggressing, they're going to be like, yes, this is amazing. Please, more. And that's just such a difficult position for the Zerg, especially when the way they're expanding is towards your main base where all your technology is. This is very, very dangerous. Solar needs to push this back, punish this base. It's already a planetary, but not enough units seem to be here. As the planetary is targeted, it is going to go down. Tanks, though, providing a lot of that damage as well. Some of the Zerg units will fall, of course. Roaches and Lings also getting back into the natural base. That was some carnage right there. Clem losing 28 SCVs, falling down in overall supply. Even this base suddenly in trouble despite a brutal choke for the Zerg player, and that planetary falls as well. That was Solar's moment apparently, and Clem is now reeling.
I mean, he really is. The Ghosts don't even get a chance to snipe, and Clem is in full retreat mode. Solar just flipping this game on its head, and he is just going full steam ahead. He is so far ahead now, suddenly Zombie Grub. That was an incredible sequence of events, and it isn't over because we are just waiting for Clem to type GG at this point. He has basically got nothing in reserves. He's got a couple of Ghosts coming through. Solar will back away for a second, but we're talking, 200 supply to 100. Clem lost loads of SCVs. The economy's not there for the rebuild, and Solar will just take a moment or two before, some Ultras pop, and he hits right back across the map, I imagine.
That was a blink of an eye. Like, Clem was setting up so... It was disgusting watching the Terran set up. It actually was, all right? Like, he was expanding offensively. He was getting this planetary as well. His army was just, tightening the noose. It just felt like this was going to inevitably lead to Clem being able to put Liberators on a choke that Solar couldn't hold. Instead, before he's quite set up, before he's maybe got his army all in the right position and all the Liberators covering the chokes and whatnot, Solar finds the weak point, finds another weak point, and another weak point, and it spirals out of control so quickly.
Actually kind of crazy just how fast that all happened, because it really did feel like, you say, Clem, you mentioned that base in the bottom right. It's like, well, you sit there with that base and you've got libs, and Solar can never break that. but then he breaks it, and it's not just that base, it's a good enough fight to go for the next base, running through the choke. We talked all game about this is a difficult map to attack on for solo. There's not a lot of entryways, but he found a way to take a fight that gave him that chance, and it was that kind of attack into the natural that kind of led into this whole thing as well. So kind of, vibe back to that first game where we had the Nidus that started to pull Clem around a little bit. It was that one attack that pulled Clem around a little bit, and Solar is seemingly very good at jumping on those moments, and now he gets to play in a game 5.
Yeah, I think Clem, it's like it really does feel like an extra disappointing game. It's not just a game that brings you back onto match point, but it's a game that I am convinced, was just about to be unbeatable for the Zerg, Yeah. Like, it felt moments away from Clem just having too much of the map and too strong of a position with, an increasingly better Terran army, and the Zerg player was going to have to be like, well, where exactly do I attack? Do I continue pushing the natural? Do I just let my main base die? Like, that gets weird. And instead, it is, again, 30 seconds going from, I am so good right now, I am amazing, to, I just lost this game. Like, that is so brutal, and it does send him to match point. It's now tied up 2-2, and I kind of feel it for Clem, honestly. I don't know, maybe the Terran's coming through here, but it was just so close to perfection.
Yeah, no, it was so close to just being, having the winner's interview on stage right now. But Solar dismantled it all in a few moments, and we get to reset this full series down to a final map. Which is crazy because Solar's worked his butt off for the games he's won and had a couple of moments where it's just worked out. And then the couple of games he's lost, it's been like, bam, bam, you're down 2 games, right? So great for Solar to bring it back, as we are going to start with him down in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha. Big map to wrap us up on. This is Falcon Solar.
And at the top left, we do have the blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is Clem. The other real gut punch is the map win record for Torches compared to Maganatha is such a crazy difference for Terran versus Zerg. Now take this with a grain of salt, because it's a compilation of a lot of different matches. But Torches had a 69% win record for TVZ.
Wow.
Maganatha has a 48. It actually goes slightly unfavored. Again, take with a grain of salt, and it's not something that necessarily the pros are thinking of immediately. But that, again, just adds to how close to perfection that was to end the series. And instead you go on to what most people would say is like, okay, this seems to be good for Zerg because it's such a large map.
I'm going to see Clem opening the 2 Rax Reapers, so a little shift of what he wants to get done here. And maybe it just feels like size of the map just wants something a bit different to take control with early. A bit of a different way to get set. It's not the best spawn for him, because if he builds add-ons there, they're going to point outwards. So that's one thing to note. We'll see how many Reapers he goes to. 2, 3. That's just been kind of consensus lately. No one's really been building more than that.
Right, yeah. It's been a while since I've seen the 5. Been a while since I've seen the cheeky 3rd Rax as well, which I think would be extremely unlikely on this map from Clem in this meta. So not too popular. But the Boulevard is going to see the Reaper awfully fast, see the split about the front lines, kind of figure things out. You do want to consider the possibility of more aggression, either the 4th and 5th Reaper or the 3rd Rax, but you see the command center shortly after, so really the only difference could be 3 or 5 Reapers.
We'll see in a moment as the 2nd Reaper finishes, starts to persevere across to the other side, and he is going to go for an extra one, so we are going to see a couple of extra bits of aggression for this early stage. Then we're going to start going back and forth. Soul already building some additional Lings to help out as he gets Ling speed on the way through. And the Queen there, obviously, there is going to be a big aid to help him keep those Reapers pushed back as well.
I feel like the calmness of just like, well, a relatively normal opener. This is something that has made its way into the meta and was the opener for a little while, guys, but it is, it's not trying to do game-ending damage here. It feels like the calmness of it is almost like freaking me out. Just heart palpitations are going. Like, I don't know who's actually going to win. Like, I don't know how this is going to go. Like, is Solar going to try and all in again? Like, that would be insane. If he's going to play the macro game, he looks so strong in it. And obviously, I am leaning towards the macro game. Maganatha particularly, but also Solar's games have won out when he's been able to survive, certainly past the early game and into the mid and late. And then then I'm suddenly like, well, is Clem going to go in a lower bracket, which I think would shock everyone.
Yeah.
But that would be such an awesome result for Solar, who beats like a 7 loss streak, by the way, or something like that. It's a lot of things are on the line right now.
The crazy thing as well is like, this is the scenario we always find ourselves in with Clem Solar lately. It gets to 2-2. Solar's played some great games. He lost some games he never even got to play. And then he doesn't quite get it done in Game 5. That has been the story of the last 2 series they played. Will he be able to shift the narrative here on the biggest of stages? You know, this is the time to get it done if there is a time. That one Zergling, look to see what's up, sees those Hellions. Still got the 3 Reapers here as well. That will be able to team up with those Hellions or counterattack elsewhere as well. Oh, Clem, a step too far there. The Ling's looking for a wrap around the grenade. Not quite good enough, and that's going to be one dead Reaper. Are we going to chase for another? Don't think so. Hellions are going to be good to turn this around, but that was Nelly, a big mistake.
Yeah, losing the Reapers, which really do add a lot of potential in the Hellions as well. The grenades can help obviously bop the Queens out of the way, but then also just straight up the extra DPS can kind of heighten the chances of a lone Queen actually going down. So definitely don't want to lose those. And they could just go into the main base if they really need a scout, which I do think you still want to consider, even though a lot of the signs of this final game are pointing to Solar wanting to macro.
Well, that's just coming online, and Clem even going to get liberated this game. Hellion Lib used to be the old school kind of Clem way of playing because he was so good at always keeping the Lib around for so long. From one base to another, he'd be so good at he'd siege it up just to unsiege it, right? Just to force the Zerg to put APM into moving the Spore Crawler, reconfiguring the Queen's position as well. So a little bit of old school Clem, obviously with the Reapers this time as well off the opener. Stim's going to finish soon, and we have the Medivacs coming out to give Clem even more map control. And so we'll want to try and get some creep out right now, if possible, before those Medivacs out and before those are going to aid kind of Clem in kind of pushing that creep spread back.
Liberator is currently being tracked very well, taking a lot of damage actually. He considered just kind of pushing through to the main, but then reconsidered. It's already at half health. That's already quite, I think, nice for Solar. It's like, okay. Not going to do quite as much damage. Roach Feed is on the way. Single Evolution Chamber. Again, all signs, I think, just the way this has gone is Solar going for the macro defensive use of the Roaches. And so far, as what we're seeing, 4th base come down very soon. With a decent amount of pressure on the front line. That's about to have Marines, however. I don't believe he added that fast armor. It doesn't look like it, so they will not be Hellbats, but still, there's just a lot of army that's about to arrive on Solar's doorsteps. Got to make sure his Roaches are in well position, and they are well positioned. So just a couple of creep tumors, and we move on.
Yep. Get rid of those. Going to come around the left-hand side. Queen's Roaches will settle themselves in position to play the defense, but the Hellions are going to go down the right, and that's what Clem is so good at, just forcing you to move one way with your units and then hitting on the other side. 6 drones just go down. Nice little grab from Clem, as he is looking for that cancel as well. Gets the 4th base, so a good couple of sequences there, and he's back on the right side looking for even more. Lings and the Roach trying to get up there, and the Hellions are out once more, so keeping those units alive even while getting so much threatening damage done on the map.
Yeah, Solar just, maybe not quite enough units to actually spread around in the first place. Had to add a bit more army to appropriately split them. Finally does clean up the harassment squad, the ones that were looking for the drones, not the direct fight. And the Marine push was also getting pushed back. It was a drop, not so much a push. Oh, we're gonna get a push. We got 1-1 on the way. How many barracks? This is not exactly the 8 racks map, but that would be a twist on the expectation. We are gonna instead see a 4th CC. And Solar is going to get once again to that macro game, and maybe this will be this might be his path to victory, as crazy as that kind of sounds, where usually people say Clem gets past a certain point, he's not all in, he's not dead, he's almost guaranteed to win this matchup.
Liberator going to be annoying, just going to force the Queens to come over. Not going to be able to really deal with that easily. Queen from the main base will be the bigger help. We lose a Queen as well, it's just those little things, right? Damage being taken, a Queen down. Those are the things you want to try and improve on and just not let happen. Don't give Clem those little edges. The base on the right side seen by the Liberator. That's why Clem's army is starting to head towards as he comes through the watchtower and goes right over to this right-hand side.
Solar, not unfortunately prepared to defend that. Does have to give it up, but it's better to do so. Prosobiles will take down the Liberator, and the Fungal is dangerously close. Now, of course, in the know, should be a little more wary of doing, well, I would generally say things like this, but clearly the Infestors are on the low ground. Main base looks a little open. The single Spore Crawler not quite enough. Grabs the Queen, grabs the units that are coming in single file so far. Meanwhile, also attacking on the left side with a drop that was seemingly cleaned up, but even just 5 Marines, adding that little bit, and then we're going to have the hippity hop. Main base, 4th base, main base, 4th base is going to be very annoying for Solar, who can't quite position everything correctly.
Clem taking some momentum here, and Solar having to run around after him, as that just choice to to kind of lift and go into the main was spot on, and that bottom left base is in trouble on that picture-in-picture. Those Marines are still working. Finally, Solar putting the attention there. He might just about be able to keep that alive as he keeps on ping-ponging Clem from one base to the next. He's got reinforcements showing up over here as well. The Infestors do not have energy to really aid on this any longer as well, and that might make it difficult for Solar to defend this next attempted shove inwards as Clem is still there with that medevac, going to run to the far corner. There's the push on the front as well, and this is going to be, again, difficult for Solar, who's trailing a little bit in army supply. Clemens finds this base, and that might actually go down this time if he targets the hatchery. Otherwise, he can just go for some drones. The Roach Ravager will be enough to chase back, and the tank's not well enough protected. Will go down. The Infestors, bring them back.
Yeah, okay, the Infestors are controlled, but the hatchery absolutely could have been a target. Initially, the drones were sticking around, so we went for them, but then they were finally pulled, and that, well, just, opened up the opportunity for the hatchery. That goes into the earlier harassment, able to grab that, which it just simply is not supposed to happen right now. Solar absolutely in trouble. He does not have everything set up preemptively that would usually give you the best chance to tackle this multitasking, or even just a big direct push, which Clem is now singing across the map. He has 4 bases comfortable back at home. He's nearing 2-2. He has a Ghost Academy behind this should he need it, but Solar not able to get up to that high like he would usually do. He's desperate to defend right here. A great bungle, yes, but so choked up on his own base that he wasn't really able to capitalize on it, and that army will heal up again.
Yeah, it will. Solar is not going to be able to have enough. Clem gets it done. Look what it means to him as he books himself into the top 8 of this EWC. His multitasking, his speed got the better of Solar in that game from start to finish. Solar was just not in position on the right, pulled out of position on the left. It just kept going, and once Clem got a bigger opening, it really did not stop. He was just going again and again and again. As you can see, Solar instantly checking out that replay as well, seeing where it went wrong, because he's going to have some improvement to do as he drops down to that lower bracket.
Yeah. It's going to be a little while before he faces a Terran again, potentially, as either Zoun or Shin down there. But once again, I mean, it feels like it's inevitable with the way that Solar is improving and playing that he will eventually take down this very big epic series against Clem. But once again, Clem is able to, despite a couple of twists and turns in the series, able to take the win 3-2. And again, qualified into that round of 8. Let's go ahead and talk to Clem with the interview.
Thank you all so much. I'm down here with Clem, our champion of last year's EWC. Clem, a lot on your shoulders coming into this match, and a very tough match to get through there. We saw a lot of emotions on display, but right now I think I see happiness on your face. What was that match like for you?
Honestly, that was very stressful and very close. Honestly, like, Solar always knows how to kind of like abuse my playstyle a little bit. Like, he loves doing like Niduses and like fast ultra and all the kind of stuff that I don't really like playing against. So it makes for very tough matches always, and it's usually very close, like 3-2, and that match showed it as well.
Yeah, this seems to be a pattern for you guys here, but speaking of knowing your pace, being able to capitalize on that, you threw him a bit off his pace in game 2. He was coming on into your base, but you had an interesting setup that kind of stopped him there. What was that like from your perspective?
Yeah, I had a bit of a lucky choke point for my Cyclones. Honestly, I thought I was dead that game after I lost my Cyclones on the right, and I got like kind of cornered and flanked. I was like, oh, okay, this one is probably done. But then he kind of, I feel like he was just more all in than I thought he was, because I killed a lot of drones with my Hellions right before that, so I didn't realize exactly how all in he was, and defending my natural in the end was enough, and yeah, that was a very close one.
Well, it's very clear that you respect him as an opponent, but in a pre-match interview, he asked, Clem, could you fear him a little bit, please? Do you fear Solar at all as an opponent?
Yeah, I do, of course. I do. It's very scary to play against him.
Well, I'm glad he got his wish, and I'm glad you got your victory. We'll see you moving on to the round of 8. We'll send it back to the desk, take another look at those games.
Well, the defending world champion currently rises to the occasion again here, but it was not without its dangers. Solar here in Falcons versus Team Liquid takes him to the very precipice, but Clem wins 3-2. Joined him in Rotterdam as well as Tasteless to talk about this one. Rotti, that was a bit of a barn burner.
It was a really fun best of 5.
Yeah.
We were interested, we were excited, we were curious and see if Solar could make it closer than it has been in the past, and he absolutely did. Solar really had his moments. I loved that first game. I thought he played excellent from start to finish, and in that second game, James, the moment that he kind of surrounded those Cyclones and he collapsed on them from both sides, I thought he had him there for a split second. I was like, man, if Solar takes the 2-0 lead, but kudos to Clem, but definitely didn't come easy.
It was an incredible series. We kind of expected Clem to come out and win here, but it was close, man. Every game was epic. There was a moment that really stood out to me off camera where we saw Clem after the second loss, where it was like he had to kind of pull it together a little bit. You saw him, there was a pause, he put his hand over his eyes, and in the end, in this last moment here, he pulled it off. I thought it was a great fungal here, but in fact, Terran just already had way too much and was able to basically seesaw the fight back. Clem, an amazing player, but ultimately, Solar not able to keep up.
Kind of sign that makes a champion, right? Like being able to keep your composure even when you feel like, this is a really rough and difficult trial that I'm going to have to face here. And Clem, you could see it in his eyes there. The elation at the end of winning this series, it means a lot because, of course, he does move on there into that round of 8.
Yeah, Clem had to dig deep, and I think Game 5 loading into Mega Natha as well, that probably adds a little bit to the stress. That's not a map that a lot of Terran players are truly in love with. He decided to go for that 2x Reaper. I didn't feel like he had a mega start. It wasn't bad, but definitely didn't find crazy damage. It's just the moment that Clem got his hands on a couple of medevacs where he could load up those Marines into the medevacs, go to the main, Zombie Grub had her moment, the fourth base, the main, It's like Clem was all over the place.
Liked that bit. Yeah. Was like, hit him from the north, hit him from the south.
That was going through all of our minds, Colaris. But Clem's multitasking there, just excellent. And Solar did whatever the hell he could to hang in there. In the end, barely not enough. But last year, Clem won the entirety of the Esports World Cup, only dropping 2 maps.
Yeah.
He dropped 2 maps in this best of 5. That really goes to show how well Solar played.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more opportunity to try and strike out the world champion here. And Solar, of course, loses that series status, but he's not down and out just yet. And I think this does bode well for him potentially being able to make a decent run down in that lower bracket.
That was a series where even though he lost, it was really clear he's an extremely strong player. He's
Agreed.
in very good shape. There's a world where a couple things go differently in that last game, and he actually ends up winning. And it's the talk of the whole day here of EWC for StarCraft 2. So that you're right, he's not out. Clem kind of reasserted himself here, again in a close series, but he absolutely could be the guy that ends up taking it this year again.
That Leylines game was pure pain because we had 4 amazing games and Leylines, and like losing 8 drones to 2 Hellions and a Reaper. When you play against Clem, that's just over. Obviously, you're not going to leave a game early here at EWC 2025, but Solar knows at that point that is just over. So it's such a shame that he couldn't even truly execute what he had in mind over on Leylines.
It does mean Solar will go up against Shin in a Zerg versus Zerg. Both of them absolute rapscallions in ZVZ. That could be. Ooh.
I think if you tell that to the European Zergs, they're all going to lean back on the couch, grab the popcorn, and be like, all right, we're so happy we're not on the receiving end of this ZVZ Clown Fiesta. Now, that's actually going to be mega fun for all of us. Yeah. Shame to see one of them go, but I'm looking forward to that, Mirror.
All right, well, before we move on to our next match, though, we can check in, because there's lots going on here at the bonanza that is the Esports World Cup. So let's check in over on the Boulevard.
I am here with Eric, otherwise known as Eruption.
How you doing, Paolo?
Doing good,
Paolo?
man. Yeah, Paolo.
Looking good, sharp.
Yeah, so are you. And Honor of Kings, why don't you tell me a little bit about the game?
It hit the global scene about over a year ago, and it's been doing great, especially in Southeast Asia. In the Philippines, where I reside right now. So shout out to sa mga Pilipino dyan, mga Pinoy, everywhere. They're everywhere, even here in Saudi Arabia. The game has been doing very well in terms of exposure, downloads, especially recently. And it's been doing a great job with all these different countries, even in the Western side. Southeast Asia, even in Europe. So, Honor of Kings, you guys can check it out. But it's been in the game for a long, long time. But it was mostly based in China. So only it hit the global market in the last year and a half or so. So it's pretty well done, and it's a MOBA game for mobile.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And is that what separates Honor of Kings from other MOBA games?
You know what? Honestly, MOBA games in general has the same goal: destroy the enemy base, and it's awesome. Me being a Dota player, I come from Warcraft. I have a history with StarCraft too. Even with my brothers, when we always challenge each other, LAN gaming and all that sort of stuff. So, in terms of MOBA, it's the same goal. You got these heroes decorated with different types of skills, different types of ultimates, and different types of items, and you just got to know how to master it, right? If you're a MOBA gamer, you'll play all these, you'll test all these MOBA games, including from Dota, the mother of all MOBAs, to not Honor of Kings, Heroes of New Earth. We're going all way back, and then
way back.
League of Legends. Then you have Mobile Legends, you have Honor of Kings, and all these other games. And I'm just thankful that I veered that way into the MOBA scene from Warcraft.
Cool.
And StarCraft and all that sort of stuff. But
that's sweet. So let me ask you, like, if you were to add a StarCraft unit to become a hero in Honor of Kings, what would it be?
That's a good question, huh? I'm a Zerg user, but I would say I'm more of a Protoss guy. So I would go for a Zealot or a Zealot. And the saying, you can never ever tire from listening to the words of "My life for hire." You know what I mean? That is awesome. Right?
These guys good on camera. Yeah. Thank you very much, Eric. Really
appreciate the time, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
Damn, who let a young Dwayne Johnson into the studio? What was this? Who's it?
The moment he reached for that handshake, I was like, damn. This
I really like Catch's older, cooler brother. That was awesome. All right, well, we are getting ready for our next match here on the StarCraft stage as we have got ourselves Reyna versus Maru. It is a banger of a fixture. You don't want to miss this on the other side of this break.
Hello everyone, my name is Loco. I'm joined here by none other than Solar, and we're going to be talking a little bit about hotkeys. So first off, what sort of hotkey profile do you use? Do you use grid? Do you use standard?
I use standard.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I changed some customs for myself.
Okay, which one did you change?
I changed like control. First, I control group is the 0. This is most important point. I change it to the W.
Oh, you have a hotkey for control W?
Yeah, it's
okay.
Like, I make because my hand is not enough go to my number 0.
Mm-hmm.
So I change my control group 10 to W, which is make it easier. Also, I also set my cameras to like F2, F3, F4.
Okay.
F5. I usually set up to F8, but
that's a little difficult.
Yeah. A bit far.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. So what do you usually bind to hotkey W then?
Queens.
Queens?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So what is the hotkey for injecting then? So it's like a quick...
Injecting about it, there's a unit management, there's the choose ability or AI target, collect this, and there's a add alternate, and I add it like to C.
Okay, so could you maybe like show a game how you usually start it off, like maybe the first couple minutes? Okay.
You just start it. First one, I just like basic, like make drones and sending overload to the opponent side. And I just kept making drones, and I setting the camera keys first, like each basis. Like if I set up now, it's like very easy to.
Ooh, you use your thumb for the 8.
Yeah. It's very easy to like switch the cameras, and I just make second overload and I put it on the my natural.
Okay. So what did you bind to hotkey 9?
9?
Yeah.
It's
tilde.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one is like for the niders in the late games.
Ah, okay, I see.
Yes.
So what do you use F1 for? Because you don't...
F1 is for the drones.
So you immediately start off all hatcheries on 4, I think?
Yeah.
The 1, 2, 3 is army?
1, 2, 3 army, and 5, later 5 going to the army as well.
Okay.
Just for the natural hedge for now. But later it moves to the army. So I use 4 army hotkeys.
Okay. So that's like spellcasters? Or?
Yes. Like for the late games, spellcast. And my queens are all OW.
Ah, okay. So 1, 2, 3 is army.
Yeah.
5 is like special spellcaster, and W is queen?
Right, correctly.
Okay, cool. So the repeat rates and the repeat delays that you adjust in the settings, they basically just allow you to produce everything quicker here, right?
Yes.
So you don't have to hold down the button as much.
Yes, correctly.
It seems like most people do use either grid or standard. I think most people use standard. Do you know anybody that like uses a crazy hotkey setup like the core that used to be popular back in the day? But
Maybe Showtime.
Showtime still does, you think?
Yeah, because he only used like half of the keyboard, so
Yeah.
he only used like the right side of the keyboard, so maybe Showtime.
Yeah, I know some of the players have split up their keyboards.
Yeah,
They have
that's
like a
very
keyboard.
They like Lambo and Showtime, I guess.
Yeah, hard to
build. Yeah, very build for me.
You don't deal with that?
I don't like it.
No. Why not?
I'm just old boy. I'm
Yeah.
classic boy here.
Is there like a setting you think you maybe should adjust, but you just haven't? Because for example, personally, I play grid and I would be very stubborn to change my baneling hotkey. So I would have like the same hotkey for morphing the baneling and then the same hotkey for exploding the baneling. And sometimes I would blow up my own banelings because of it. And it took me like 5 years of being stupid before I adjusted it. Do you have anything similar?
Actually, there's art. I did it like art control group like this. But I didn't use it for a while because I didn't know it. After the server becomes very good, I figured out when I watch his streaming, like he's always split army like very smart like this. So I was very curious how he does it. And so I asked Lambo about it. He teach me there's art can split the army. I finally figured it out and I started to use it. I think if I use it earlier, I think it's...
Yeah, they introduced it with Legacy of the Void.
Yeah.
Which
I didn't know
10 years ago now, but...
but like, at least I use it now, so it's fine.
Yeah, okay, I see. All right, well, thank you very much, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Day number 2 of the Esports World Cup here for StarCraft 2, and it's a big fight field because we have got ourselves Reina going up against Maru. It's a best of 5 from 2 of the people that are best to ever do it here. Zerg versus Terran will collide in our next matchup. Joining me are Toasters as well as State to get this a-rolling. This is a big one, tasteless. I mean, Artosis. Damn. It was almost perfect.
You're not going to get me to help you on the couch at all now, James. Yeah, no, this is... It's going to be sick. These 2 mechanical monsters going at it. I mean, you can't really ask for a much better match than this.
How about yourself, State?
I feel the exact same way. I mean, the moment that the schedule came out for day 2, I was like, okay, this is one of the matches to look forward to. It is the greatest Terran in GSL history going up against one of the fastest, most mechanically gifted players we've ever had in StarCraft 2, who has been looking to be in such good form.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Well, of course, this is a hot match, but before we get to that, we've got Dr. Zulaman Al-Habib with some hot takes, so let's hear from him.
We are here outside the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena. I am with Daruti Sandstorm, and we're under the scorching Arabian sun to give you some hot takes. My hot take of the day is going to be that Raynor will 3-0 Maru.
Fair enough. Well, you know what? My hot take is, we're all thinking it. I'm just going to say Protoss, perfectly balanced. I don't care what anyone says.
Wait a minute, he just ran away. Sandstorm, come back, we still need you. What is this? All right, so what are your guys' hot takes? I guess I'll start with you, State.
I'm actually right there with Sandstorm. That's what I came here ready to say. My hot take is, you know what? We've had so many people complaining about Protoss heading into this tournament, especially the players. A lot of players for Protoss already knocked out, I think 3 in total.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if we had 2 make the playoffs, and I do not think a Protoss is going to win.
Okay, what, 2? If 2 in the round of 8?
I'm expecting 2 at most in the round of 8.
Artosis?
How many hot takes do you want?
Just the one. just the one.
All right.
Jeez Louise.
Oh, man, there's so many. Okay, so I'm going to have it kind of be about this match, right? I mean, people have already heard me talk about Rogue enough, and it shouldn't be a hot take. It's just fact. But I would say that my hot take is Maru is actually the most skilled player in the history of StarCraft 2. If you look at the length of how long he's been a pro gamer, you look at his base skills, his micro, his macro, his decision-making, his coolness under pressure. You know, you look at all these different things he does, he is the actual most skilled player in the history of the game.
All right. Okay. Well, there you go. Let's take. Let's hear from Reina coming into this match.
I am here with my friend Ricardo Romiti, Reynor, as most know him. And you're about to face Maru. I mean, it's one of the most hype matchups, probably the best matchup that we've had up until this point of the tournament. Very exciting. I predicted in my hot takes a 3-0. How are you feeling going into it?
Feeling pretty good. I think I'm gonna take it. I think I've done very good preparation. I got a lot of help from Cyril and Lambo as well. So the Zerg Cabal is coming hot for this one, that's for sure.
That's good. Are you feeling locked in for this tournament? How did your practice go kind of coming into this? Like, do you feel like you're prepared? In previous years, you know, you've been the favorite. Whenever you prepare, I feel like you show up at a different level.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of changed it around a little bit this year. I felt like I maybe played too much and didn't quite live my life for the previous year. And I tried to switch it up a bit and played a little bit less, focused a lot more on strategies and preparation. Also, I feel like a different motivation for this year, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty locked in.
Last but not least, Ricardo, are you ready for the Cyclone?
I'm ready for the Cyclone. Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Well. Reina feeling confident going up against Maru. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this segment. I didn't get to ask you much about this game, but we are almost ready to head on into Maru versus Reina. Reina, a previous world champion, going up against a man, Maru, who should be a world champion. Let's get to it. Best of 5.
Give me the cue to start running.
Good. Welcome back.
Thank you. Next game, they have faced off on stages around the world, and every time sparks fly, 2 giants of StarCraft will take to the stage. On one side, the Iron Fortress of Terran Control, and the other, the lightning-fast Zerg Prodigy with the heart of a champion.
Let's bring them on out! From Team Basilisk, it's Raynor, and from Team Vitality, it's Maru.
He has beaten legends, lifted trophies, and defied expectations. Now, Raynor looks to take down one of the best to ever do it.
Best is right. Maru, considered the greatest Terran in GSL history. He holds the winning record in this matchup, but just barely.
Swarm meets Steel. Chaos meets Control. It's Raynor versus Maru. Casters, the floor is yours.
What is up, everybody? Welcome. It's Tasteless and Loco bringing you a match between Maru versus Raynor. I think this may be the very best match of the day, Loco.
Yeah, they asked us at the very start of the day what we believe to be the match of the day, and it was a little bit of arguing back and forth in the green room. Ultimately, we ended up settling on another match. But this, of course, is a phenomenal one. It is going to be Raynor going up against Maru. They faced against each other before, most recently, of course, in the GSL, and I mean, this is a very promising match. We're now doing best of 5s, of course, too, so I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, Maru, of course, being for some time in StarCraft 2, basically considered the strongest player in the world, and then, of course, Cyril comes along and begins to steal that and begins to overshadow Maru. And then, of course, the last year at the Esports World Cup, it was, in fact, Clem who ended up stealing the entire show, becoming the world champion. So the big question now is how exactly is Maru going to perform? Raynor as well, a former world champion, has said he's been very hungry to come here and once again reinsert himself as the very, very best that there is. So a lot on the line here now as we're getting closer and closer to actually finding out who will be the 2025 Esports World Cup StarCraft 2 best player in the world.
Yeah, and we've seen both of them already compete in this tournament so far, right? And both of them are in very good shape right now. I find this one a super difficult one to predict. I'm honestly not sure exactly what to expect as far as the outcome of the series goes. I just think we're going to get some very high-level StarCraft 2 underway. Both players seem to be prepared and locked in. Rainer actually just came to hang out in the green room as well for just a little bit, just to, watch some of the games with us, and he seemed to be in a really good mood. I feel like that's super important. Sometimes you travel to an event like this, and maybe you're just not really feeling comfortable, or maybe you just don't sleep particularly well, right? But Rainer looking very, very locked in and ready to go.
I think this is going to be very close. I think we will be going to a Game 5. If it's a 3-0, that would be the biggest surprise of all, because I think both of these guys are very evenly matched. They're both extremely hungry. And there's not that much tournament left, right? You can kind of bring out your best ZVT strats, your best TVZ strats here.
You're not hiding anymore now.
Yeah, there's not, in some phases of tournaments, you want to pocket something. You might have an ace up your sleeve. But I think for both of these players, it's extremely important that they advance and get to the next round.
Absolutely. No, we're not holding back anything anymore. If indeed the Cyclone strategies are a little bit too good, which is what a lot of people were hypothesizing going into this event, we didn't really see them all too much over the last, maybe month or so. A lot of people saying, okay, maybe the Terrans are holding them back a bit, and they're waiting until the EWC, until they truly reveal what is possible. We've been seeing them a little bit. I wonder how frequently, though, someone like Maru is going to bring them out. I would not be surprised whatsoever, but Rainer, of course, knows that this is something Terrans are very fond of right now.
Yeah, it was also interesting to hear that Rainer said last year he practiced maybe too much, didn't get to live his life. He tried to do a little bit of rebalancing coming into this. He's been residing in Seoul, actually not far from where I'm staying in Seoul, so I've seen him a decent amount.
Okay.
Certainly putting a lot of practice in, but also trying to figure out, what is that balancing act? When am I burning out and over-practicing? When am I under-practicing and I need to apply myself a little bit more? And so we're going to be hopping into this game momentarily here. If Rainer takes it, it's a huge milestone in the tournament, I would say, for someone like him. And I think this is true for Maru as well. Not too many other players that can necessarily take each other out. I'd put these guys in like 2 of the top 4 that there is for StarCraft 2. So you advance through this, and in some ways you've kind of passed one of the hardest parts of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2.
Absolutely. Both of these are absolute tournament favorite, right? Like you can talk about, for example, Serral, you can talk about Clem, but I think these two are extremely close to them, and no one here would be surprised if they ended up winning the entire event. So this is one of those matches that could actually just be a straight-up grand finals, right? Like, we could be getting there at some point in the future, but we get it relatively early on in the event instead. And that's what you get when you fly out the very best players in the world to compete against one another. Even in the relatively early rounds of the event, we are going to see big names clash like these two right now. And you mentioned Rainer trying to, find a little bit more balance, right? Maybe not playing all too much. I think Maru did much of the same thing. Maru also took a little bit of a break at the beginning of the year, allowed his wrist to maybe heal up and feel a little bit better across the board. But both of them have been putting in a ton of work over the last 6 months. And, I guess it all comes down to this now.
Yeah, it really does. You were saying a second ago, Loco, that this could be a grand finals, and you're 100% right. With the differently structured brackets, this could be it. And so I'm interested in seeing how exactly they're going to approach this. Coming into this, Maru has traditionally kind of led the way in a lot of Terran thought and theory. I do feel like he has, I guess, the Cyclone obviously popular because it's so strong right now in the current iteration of the game, but I'm curious how much of this is going to be mech versus traditional orthodox bio tank kind of pushing, because Maru is, I guess along with Clem, maybe the very best at that in the whole world. Actually, excuse me, we're in our game now. All right, here in the top left in the red from Italy, he is Rainer.
And his opponent in the bottom left of a map called Persephone, it is Maru, of course, from South Korea. One of the very best players from that region, if not the very best. I'm excited for this one. This should be such a close series in my mind. I would be incredibly surprised if this ends up being a 3-0 sweep. I just can't really imagine that between these two players. They've been living up to this game for a while now, and we'll have to see what they decide to bring out in one of the absolute most important matches of their life.
So the map, we should probably point out first and foremost here, there are speed zones on the far right. A lot of maps, you start out diagonally from each other. On a map like this, you start out both sharing the far left. And it's important to remember that drops are extremely important in TVZ. I mean, granted, they matter in all the matchups, but drops are basically always going to happen in every game because of the nature of the symbiosis of the Marine, Marauder, and the Medevac, right? You start to lose a fight, you pick up and go somewhere else. But drops that end up going into the main are a little bit harder to pull off because of the predictability of it coming in from the left side of the map. A lot of times you have maps where it's diagonal spawns, and so there's ambiguity. Will the Terran be in the, let's say, the upper left or the bottom right side of the map? I got to watch for both. And so we've seen a lot of drop preemption be pretty strong here. And then other than that, I think we're going to see both players most likely expand. In this case, for Raynor, hugging the top and going to the right like we're seeing right now. And for Maru, probably hugging the bottom and going to the right as well, unless they take that triangle expansion. The fourth base, if the Zerg takes that at the very, very far top right, is hard to actually reach and push. So a lot of times that's not the target that's pushed when there is a fourth base.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Generally speaking, when we do see a fourth hatch all the way in the corner, it is something that Terrans can drop, even though it feels so far away. But exactly because of those speed circles you brought up, you can get into that section of the map relatively easily. Now, for the time being, though, these are very standard openers that we see from both players, as we get a little bit of double first-person view, which I always love. This is a triple command center start, probably a 1-1-1 right there for our Terran player, where a Zerg is going for a quick triple hatch.
There's a fairly new idea at play here. And that's the location of the third command center for the Zerg. It's going to be used as more of part of the wall in here. Sometimes Zergs will glide in with an Overlord into the main to check for the third command center because they'll usually make it fairly close to where the third base could float. Nothing major, but it's always interesting to see developments and base positioning as an idea here. For now, in TVZ, and this is pretty standard for most TVs.
This is not a
second factory here. Okay, hold up. Never mind the general stuff here. Yeah. That is going to be 3 factories. So Morrow went for 3 command centers into 3 factories. Not something we were really expecting from him. This is, if you had to cover up the IDs for the players and tell me to guess who the Terran is, it would not be Morrow.
You would guess like Gumiho,
yeah,
one of those crazier Terrans out there, yeah. Now this is a strategy that a lot of the Zerg players have been quite vocal about, right? They're saying that Terrans have maybe been hiding it a little bit over the last couple of months, preparing for this particular tournament, and this is when we will see all of those Cyclone builds come together. Well, we have an attempt at Overlord Scout. Very normal timing here for Raynor, 4:15 or so is the norm, and he sees that this is indeed, well, that's weird. Why the hell are we driving in that direction?
Yeah, that may have telegraphed him hiding that. So the one thing that to note, and this is all very subtle, but it only works against the best players in the world, the positioning of the third command center, it was part of a defensive wall-in, but it's also there because if you do Overlord Scout, you are going to see it.
I think he knows right now, too, because he still saw production in the factory, which is a little bit odd. Normally, that would already be switched over.
You're 100% right, and I think tucking the Hellions away, if Raynor has a good read on this, again, it's very subtle. We don't know if his screen was over at the time. He was definitely macroing. A lot of Zerg early on is sort of just this mechanical dance of trying to do larva injects and expand and grow. But if Raynor has a good read on this, he will at least be able to prepare for it.
So this is actually not a Cyclone opener, Taze.
Yeah,
like he may transition to it in a little bit, but instead we're going Blue Flame Hellions. It's odd, though, to be committing right now this deep onto creep with the Hellions already, and I wonder if that's a mistake. Still, he's going to be able to deal a lot of damage, Blue Flame or not. We do see the Evolution Chamber blocks right now, but the Zerglings are already gone. He desperately needs to make new ones. Queens are trying to chase these very fast-moving units around, but it can't quite catch up.
The Hellions so far are just wiping out a lot of drones, but he hasn't gotten that juicy hit just yet. 5 are down now. The Lings are going to come in. They are cornered right now, the Hellions. The drones are going to be sent back under the protection of the Queens, and if he doesn't get very many more worker kills, this could have been a huge waste of time.
Absolutely. He also canceled Blue Flame during all of this, and Maru ultimately only kills a bunch of Zerglings and 5 drones for like, what, 12, 13... It was way too many Hellions to be losing.
Yeah, it didn't pay for itself.
In total. No, not at all.
Yeah, so 12 Hellions go down. Normally when you attack him with the Hellions, you need to like kill more than the cost of them as a general rule of thumb. And yeah, the fact that Blue Flame was upgrading and then canceled means he decided to shift gears mid-attack. So it's going to be a lot of Cyclones being made. Now, obviously the Cyclone, it's a little bit controversial right now in StarCraft 2 for how strong it is. The question is, did he power into Hellions a little bit too hard off that blue flame upgrade to the point where the Cyclones are going to be small enough in number that Raynor can maybe easily deal with it?
I wonder if he should have actually just kept the blue flame upgrade around. He has additional tech labs on those factories anyway. I really feel like blue flame is still a useful upgrade. Either way, Raynor's going to try and use some of those leftover Zerglings that he made for the defense to harass that base. Doesn't achieve all too much, and matter of fact, those links do get intercepted too by some of the reinforcing Hellions. In the meantime, though, we do have a 4th hatchery going up all the way in the top right-hand corner, and despite the fact that Raynor defended that, in all honesty, really, really well, this is still not an easy spot for him to be in, because Maru is going to continuously layer on the aggression.
Yeah, now Maru wants to try to chip off as much as he possibly can. He's going to have a spotter command center float out here. Hellions in the front to tank and melt the Zerglings, and the Cyclones to basically kite whenever it's deemed appropriate, taking out more Overlords and Creep Tumors. You know, the Roaches have some of the worst range in the game, especially when compared to like a Cyclone lock-on. So it's a pretty tough fight. The burden for Raynor right now is to basically push through this without losing too much and eventually have a counter to what the Terran is meching up to.
Ooh, Tunneling Claws is going to be Raynor's weapon of choice, and we'll probably see a few Infestors too for that fungal growth, or maybe he's going to, okay, go up to a Hive instead, lean into a few Vipers in a moment, but we're still a long ways off from all of this kicking in, and until then, Maru is going to have that map control. The barracks here that was used as a spotter is indeed going to get denied, and we're going to try and get some counter pressure in. We see a lot of Zerg players crumble under the pressure at this point, right? They just get attacked by the Terran non-stop, and Terran gets to do whatever they like. Raynor, though, going Tunneling Claws, and then also now that Overlord drop on the left side of the map, he is trying to make sure that this Terran player goes home.
Yeah, he is continuing. Maru is to sweep the map, take out the Creep Tumors, and you can see that the Creep has really receded pretty far back into Raynor's base, and you know this has implications for far later in the game. You know, the Zerg wants to have the map pretty heavily paved, and with the sheer speed of the Hellions as well as the Cyclones, are able to really push us right back to kind of the starting location of the other hatcheries. We've got a Roach drop inbound now, and this is to try to force some of these units back, but with the Roach drop coming in, I don't know that the Zerg's going to be able to do much more, you know.
It's so slow.
It's so painfully slow
for this unit to arrive, but ultimately the Roaches go in and they cannot tunnel on the ground. Just trying to force as many scans out of the Terran as possible is also big, because every scan can be a mule. He's going to leave one of them behind, maybe 2 of them behind. In the meantime, this is a misplay right here from Maru. Loses like 2, 3, maybe even 4 Cyclones here to this attack. In the meantime, we have Vipers coming up and Hydras. Honestly, I don't mind this position here for Raynor very much at all. He's got a good economy, and I mean, his main weakness right now is the lack of creep.
You know, it's important to remember, you know, as these Roaches are going out in various directions, and you were saying this earlier, Loco, to kind of force out scans, which then are denied mules later on. As both these players max out, it's going to be much harder for Maru to remake. Factory units come out a lot more slowly than Zergs can.
Yeah. And Maru, of course, also ended up losing that barracks, right? So he can't even add on additional factories if he wants. Oh, no, he's actually
he got the extra barracks, yeah.
Oh, he built an extra one. Okay, fair enough. Anyways, we have the Roach harassment continue here for a little bit longer, but now the age of the Roach is over, right? We have some Roaches maybe still as leftovers, but we're gonna be transitioning now mostly to Hydralisks and Vipers. Maybe some Roaches for support in front, but this is a much more reliable unit composition here for Raynor than what we saw just about a minute ago, and I find it impressive how he's managed to get there, but still, Maru is maxed out, and his army is scary, Faceless.
Yeah, he's going to push up into this 5th base, and I think that probably Raynor's going to have to ditch it, and as long as Maru can take out this base and the one about a screenshot to the left, there's not a whole lot that Raynor can do. So Raynor at this point in time has to try to pick out these tanks, take them out, but I think Maru maybe even trying to move in here for a kill move.
Yeah, this is a really risky play because there are already Vipers out and they have plenty of energy. Blinding Clouds do indeed land on all of the tanks. Is there enough, though, for the Zerg player to actually clean up all of those Cyclones? They're dealing so much damage. Obviously, Raynor is going to be able to reinforce this pretty quickly, but does he have the numbers? That's the question. Been quite vocal about not liking the unit all too much, and even though he disables the siege tank there, the Cyclones and the Hellbats themselves seem to be enough.
I think you saw the look on Raynor's face a second ago. He knows the pain is real. I don't know that Zerg can muster enough to actually get close enough to these tanks to really take them out. You know that reinforcements are going to be on the way here. Again, factory units they make much slower, so it's harder to reinforce. But if you just have enough tanks, like we're seeing right here, right now, you should have enough to just reinforce slowly over time and eventually push in here and get the kill.
Yeah, this is going to be frustrating for Reynor, though, because this entire game has been going really well for him until the Terran moved out across the map, right? Remember all of those Hellions that died in the earlier stages of the game? He's been trying to build up an advantage ever since, but then ultimately Maru does max, and he comes across the map with this, well, bulldozer of an army, just wipes out most of those Zerg units. Still, though, it takes a long time to actually, well, close it all out, but Reynor decides to just tap out and rip off the Band-Aid. That means we will be going into game number 2 after, well, Maru wins the first match of the series. Oh, I think that's a frustrating one right there.
It's definitely a frustrating one. I think Maru basically played it perfectly. I'm curious if there's a way to punish that from Reynor. Obviously, we don't know. We can't read his mind, but it did seem like a game where he maybe had some of the hints, some of the clues that this was coming. But look, Maru swept the map, kept the creep oppressed, and then basically maxed out. He had enough tanks. He got into a good position. There was no counterplay. We had a couple of roaches dropped and burrowed. It certainly didn't do enough to prevent the Terran from pushing out. You know, you can try to delay a Terran all you want, but when they're maxed out, eventually it kind of doesn't matter, right? They've made the army they need to probably finish the game, and if you can't draw the Terran back into his base, and Reynor wasn't able to do that, then Terran gets to push, and the only thing you can do is try to stop the push.
Yeah, I think the main frustration right here for Reynor is the fact that he ended up killing all of those Hellions in the main base for only 5 drone losses, right? And generally speaking, that kind of feels like a Protoss versus Zerg, where Protoss gives away their first 3 oracles, right? Like at that point, usually Zergs just sort of skyrocket ahead, but that's exactly where those Cyclone builds are so powerful. Even when the Terran does lose a bunch of their early game units, they can still accelerate their production quite rapidly. And of course, well done right there by Maru. He took a very greedy early game, very fast triple command center, and it really allowed him to just continuously fund all of that production of his. Either way, we are now loading into game number 2, and I believe this is Ultra Love, as we are going to see a little bit of a switch up here. This should be, well, a pretty good map for Terran.
Yeah, we got to see what kind of Terran game Maru's going to bring. He went for mech back there. We know he can play any kind of Terran style he wants. 3 command center into 3, and then 4 factory mech. It was Blue Flame at first. We've seen a lot of stuff with Hellions as well. We're going to see what he does this time around. Introducing our first player here in the bottom left in the red. He is Reynor.
And his opponent in the top right, it's Maru. Currently leading the series 1-0. Looking very strong in game number 1. Now he's got a little bit of wiggle room, right? You can go for the double barracks at the front. You can go for the single Rex. Maru's actually one of the very few Terrans that's really fond of just doing a single barrack, single factory in the natural expansion as a wall-off. Most Terrans just build it in the main base. And when they do go for the low ground, well, we go for the double barracks here. But Maru likes to mix it up a little bit. And this will likely be, well, about 3 to 5 Reapers, right? Usually it's 3, where you put on quite a bit of pressure on the Zerg player and you make sure that they can't really do too much crazy stuff early on. Reynor, though, will have a lot of experience against this sort of opener, because it's been around for quite a long time.
Yeah, I don't feel like Maru does this build as much anymore, but this is a solid build. I think I first saw this used a lot by Byun. It was very much like a characteristic build from him, but over time it kind of, I think everybody basically adopted it as one of these control openings. You know, we see a Reaper in almost every game in a TVZ, but when you add in a little bit more, it forces the Zerg to behave a certain way. It restricts a lot of corner cutting that they would, I was going to say that they would otherwise get away with, but Reynor went for Roach Warren extremely early.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this is a double barracks opener, and double barracks openers always lead to a bio mid-game. Like, this wouldn't be a factory follow-up in the same way as we saw just now in the previous match, but Reynor is trying to shut anything down here before it really gets going, as we have a good old Roach Rush. These have become more popular again as of late. It's very interesting. Like, it's one of those builds that you sometimes don't see for literally years, but Zerg players have been mixing them in once again as of late. He is adding on a few drones, though, so curious to see how many roaches he can even really produce. This might just be a handful, just to put on a bit of pressure to make sure at the very least that Terran doesn't just get to bully the Zerg, right? Maybe just to get a little bit of map control out.
Yeah, I like what you pointed out, that this is like, it's gotten popular now, but you don't see it very often. It's like almost a Stone Age build, right?
Yep.
You know, getting a Roach Warren off of this right away, but you know, there's really nothing that Roaches can do. By the way, sound the alarms. Maru sees what's happening. You never see a Roach come out that fast. And so he's already morphed the first Ravager. But the counter to this is just to sandbag the entrance enough where the Zerg can't do that much. Then they're not that viable.
I think he's actually, like, maybe
You're right.
moves out
No,
a little
Loco,
bit.
you're 100. I'm glad you pointed that out.
Yeah, he's
Drones
just
have already
throwing
started. So this is a fake. So it's a fake of an old cheese. And the idea now, I said a second ago that all that Terran had to do was sandbag this. What he actually has to do is not over-defend, because then he's going to be behind in a different way.
This is just a Roach and a Ravager going on a little stroll around the map right now. They're just doing a bit of sightseeing, and oh yeah, there's like a black hole or whatever here in the middle of Ultra Love. Not exactly sure what that is all about, but they're just looking around the map. There is a third Roach as well, or a second Roach, I guess, with the first one. Morphed into a Ravager. I think that was also really just to sell the story here to the Terran, who has now figured out what he's going up against. But you can tell here, Maru going for a Cyclone, not usually the norm in this particular matchup. Just making sure that he doesn't lose to anything silly. I think this is just going to be a single Cyclone, maybe two, and then a transition towards Bio, but we'll have to see, right? We see this all the time in Terran versus Protoss. Oh, no, never mind. There's no way, Tasteless. We do a double barracks opener into Terran mech? That
Loco,
feels so weird.
This is, you know, it's so funny. They are both playing such complex, deceptive plays. And by the way, for those that are not that familiar with StarCraft 2, in some ways this is a little bit inefficient. A lot of what StarCraft 2 is about is optimizing builds and trying to then switch them into even, you know, more advanced, comfortable positions. But these are a lot of really hard shifts.
Those are the world's
sides.
most expensive Marines right there, man. Like,
Yeah.
they could have made that easy at this point out of a single barracks.
So what he's doing now is he's switching into like a really unusual mech timing. I guess when you see the Cyclone, that can telegraph it. Although, you know, he might think that's a fake of a fake, but it's good. It's such an interesting dance with these two because they're not relying on sheer mechanics in game two. It's really all about obfuscating and tricking and lying.
Yeah, it's very odd to be seeing a single Cyclone or two Cyclones. I thought he made it mostly because, well, you needed to be safe against the potential Roach push right across the map just to make sure that you can continue that dance if the Roaches do actually show up in larger numbers. Well, Maru decided, you know what, I'll just double down on that unit instead. And lucky here for Raynor, though, he already has the Roach Warren done, right? But he's decided to go into the +1 armor, cancels it, switches it up for missiles. So this right here is the moment that Raynor realizes that it is actually going to be Cyclone mech. The reasoning for canceling the upgrade is that the Cyclone lock-on ability is considered spell damage in StarCraft 2, so it ignores armor anyway. Because of that, that's the majority of the damage when it comes to the Cyclone build. He doesn't need the +1 carapace.
Okay, he's going to try to take this fight over here now. The kiting from Maru has been impeccable, but I think that right now Raynor has enough beefy units he can basically endure and push that away. Maru's going to then switch up here and try to clear out some of this creep. A lot of very fragile units. An overextension would result in the death of some of these. So Maru has to tread very, very carefully.
Absolutely. He's trying to dance, though, using that barracks right here for high ground vision, much like what we saw in the previous game. Blue flame on the back of this as well, as Maru is starting to roll around. Nice targeting there, though, by Raynor, as he does get one of those Cyclones killed. And I think eventually, especially with Roach speed finishing up, it will be difficult for Maru really to stay over here.
Okay, great kiting so far. It's really about Raynor not bleeding out too much. Frankly, this is a little bit easier for the Terran to pull off in this position. So it's up to Maru to try to keep the creep spread as much as he can, not overextend, not retreat too far. Burrow's going to be done in a second, but so is Infernal Pre-Igniter.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that barracks here, Tasteless. I think that barracks for high ground vision is so clever. It allows you to get the maximum range on your lock-on ability a little bit easier. But now Roach speed is done, and Maru does need to be careful. He doesn't get overwhelmed or surrounded by a little hit squad of Roaches trying to target fire down as many of those Cyclones here as Raynor, but still, though, the Cyclones are dangerous. He does break the lock-on by burrowing those units, and that's going to prevent this from continuously firing. Maru doesn't have reliable detection just yet but he's already making a transition. We have double armory on the back of this, so we'll likely see him at least go into a siege tank-based army eventually if he feels like he needs to. You don't really need the attacking upgrades here for Cyclones, but I guess he's got some resources. He may as well get the upgrades rolling.
Okay, couple Hellions going to come in here. They are wiped out easily. The question is going to be, now that we have tanks being made, we're in the next phase of the mech build here. Terran is going to try to muster forces for a push. Rainer's got a lot of ways to play this. You don't have to try to get in the Terran's face or do counterattacks, but you really do need to grow. We've got Evo chambers coming down here. We need to see all the upgrades, the right number of drones, which I don't know what that is, but he's at 71.
More than this.
Yeah, more than this. Sorry, he's at 66 right now.
Yeah.
Morrow at 71. And he has to do all that while still being ready to hold off this push. Roach, especially Roach Ravager, when they're off creep, they just get abused by these Cyclones, and we're seeing that right now, as you were saying, Loco, with that spotter barracks. It's very handy. Burrow will de-lock the Cyclones, but this is all basically leading up to a big crescendo where the Terran's going to try to push out and end the game.
Yes, exactly, and that is a very key point because the third base location here for Maru is in a perfect line to Rainer's fourth base. It's one of the big problems that Zerg players run into on this map. The distance that Terran has to cover is just relatively short compared to other maps in StarCraft 2. So Rainer is really trying to see if he can potentially get Vipers out, maybe get a few Infestors out, just to slow down the advancement of that Terran army. But so far, Maru is playing this brilliantly. He's got more cost-effective traits, his micro has been very good in that department, and he's had the superior economy. So when you have the better eco and you're trading more effectively, and you're going for those quick upgrades as well for the double armory research, I mean, the next attack here from the Terran is going to be incredibly tough for Rainer to hold, but maybe he can do it with some well-positioned, especially like blinding clouds. That would be huge. He needs to try though and prevent the Terran from just straight up moving into the fourth base.
Yeah, the blinding clouds are going to be very important. It seems like Rainer got the right setup with the blinding clouds, but lost too many units when he attacked, and it's really all about having everything in sync. You know, you don't want to have the blinding clouds come in before the units take too much damage.
He decides to go into Neural Parasite instead. I guess we're kind of shifting gears here. He does have a Hive now. Maybe Hive is just going to be, as we do have the barracks now going down, maybe it will just be to maybe go into like Adrenal Glands or something along those lines. Or maybe he wants to build Vipers as well. In addition to the Infestors. That makes the unit composition very tricky to control, but I think we're just about to witness the big move out here. This is what Maru has been building up to the entire game long, and this is why he went double armory. It's not for the Cyclones, it's for this mass transition right now into siege tanks. Now, he needs to approach this slowly, right? You can't just cross the bridge. The bridge here is the difficult section of the map, because everything is going to get funneled if you're not careful.
Just taking a look at Morrow's perspective here, you can see he's so mechanically sound. He's going to be taking the fifth base right now. And this is really scary for the Zerg because the Terran is going to be so big. And even if you counterattack some of these bases, the Terran might not care. They might just try to bring this battering ram down here and try to flatten you. So far, he's basically been deflecting everything, but I think right about now is going to be the time the Terran will push out.
This is by no means an all-in, so there is like a ton of economy here as well on the back of this for Maru. He's got like, how many command centers are we on right now? Well, quite a few. There is Vipers though, and we do also have Neural Parasite. Now, Neural Parasite revealed right there by locking onto a Cyclone. I don't know if that's ideal.
Yeah, he's going to Neural Parasite some of these tanks and Cyclones. I don't feel like this is paying off.
Oh, Zergling run by in the meantime in a natural expansion of the Terran player too. There's Lynx now also inside of the main base. It is now absolutely critical for Rainer to hold this particular attack, but he's dealing so much damage from the other side of the map in the meantime.
We've got almost 30 SCVs that have been killed, and now that Rainer's going to try to push out. He's got the blinding clouds down here. The tank's under fire, but the Terran position remains.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, though, I think this is totally fine for Rainer. 29 SCVs have already gone down, and he's got a lot of powerful upgrades kicking in, too. Now he's getting rid of the siege tanks in the middle of the map. This is exactly what he's been trying to get done now, and it looks like Maru is going to get wiped off the map here, and at least to the middle of it. He's taken a lot of damage at home, but 61 workers is recoverable, and keep in mind, he's got a lot of orbital commands.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you know, the Terran lost a lot of SCVs, and the reality is Rainer didn't lose that much of anything. You don't really care if you're trading out your army in order to take out their army, but when you lose a bunch of workers, that's when you really have to try to build back up. And so I think this game is looking very good for Rainer. That doesn't mean that Morrow can't drag it out and win regardless. He's probably the best player in the whole world at Terran and kind of hunkering down and not giving you that win and instead forcing you to overextend. But right now, I think this game looks very, very comfortable here for Reynor.
Okay. As the dust settles, though. Oh, well, I've said that. As the dust settles, the game is looking really nice for Reynor, but Maru does not want to slow down anything. Big fungal growth, though, is going to make it difficult for the Terran really to get much done. We see a blinding cloud, too, but this Terran army still needs to be respected. Supply-wise, it's just so incredibly powerful. You can see the big sigh right there from Reynor. He's like, well, I've just killed most of your economy. At least it felt like I did a lot of damage to you. We've also traded armies, but then still, this Terran force just replenishes so quickly. He gets a couple of siege tanks, though, in the middle of the map, and that will be nice, but he loses 2 hatcheries in the process.
We've got 11 more roaches and 10 more lings on the way. The issue right now is that Reynor's on 4 bases to Maru's 5. We talked about the first push really not doing anything. This one, it's quite the opposite. Terran is beginning to tear through here. Even though Reynor is beginning to build up an army in equivalent size to what Terran has, it might not matter with those 2 bases lost.
Yep, those Cyclones still dancing on the edge of the creep the entirety of these fights, and it's very tricky for Reynor really to get a decisive win, right? He wants to, well, really get rid of this Terran army once and for all, but Maru just keeps on replenishing it, and in a very real way, he is currently swarming the Zerg player. We do have some nice neural parasites, though, and he's using the weapon of the Terran against the Terran himself.
You know,
how do you like it now?
It's funny, because I don't really think of neural parasite as something you use on Cyclones, right? I imagine tanks, I imagine Thors, you know, stuff like that, but you know, it's cool. The big issue is it might not matter because, again, we are once more with Reynor on 4 bases, Maru on 5, probably going to be 6 soon here. It's a little bit hard for the Terran to get a 6th base because everything's so far away, but it seems like we're going in that direction. Really, this is an easy game for Maru to navigate. All he has to do is wind up for another attack and do the same thing he's already done 2 times in a row now.
Yeah, so he has the eco advantage, and he seems to have the better army too, right? And that's a bit of a theme in these games so far. Even though he's losing a lot of units across these games, his economy allows him to replenish it so rapidly. So again, Reynor's trying to chase this down. He's trying to deal with multiple units at the same time. And then suddenly you go for a big wave of siege tanks once more. Terran is also continuously upgrading still. Reynor effectively needs a big fungal growth or some continuous abductions here, maybe a big blinding cloud to really get rid of this Terran army, but I feel like just Roach Ravager Ling is going to make it very difficult.
Yeah, well, with the Hellbats here, suddenly the Lings really can't do that much. The combination, you have things that melt melee attackers combined with the Cyclones that punish anything that's retreating. Oh, now we've got a little wave of infestors coming in here. This may be the most important part of the game here. What can he do with this? Can he stop this push?
Ooh, those scans are so critical, Tasteless. If he has one bad scan, it makes the entire game impossible, but well, Reynor is sharking around the map, and now indeed the infestors are spotted. It's gonna make it obvious for Maru that he cannot really march around like this anymore, as we do have the rocks. Crusher, I guess one of the infestors, maybe one of the Ravagers too. Lucky to have Reynor, he did manage to get some of the units out of there. Maru continues the kiting in the middle of the map. Man, that lock-on ability is so strong.
It's crazy. He also isolated temporarily the infestors from the rest of the army. Now, the issue is this is a back and forth up here now, but if you look at the minimap, Maru is so much bigger than Reynor.
86 workers versus 69. Like, he's just got so much economy, and this is the problem here for Reynor now. Like, he is the Zerg player, but he is also the one getting swarmed.
Yeah, I like this play up here to, you know, neural parasite these tanks, try to take them out as well. The issue is, can he advance any further? The one burrowed Zergling's going to delay the 6th command center from landing. The question is that going to be enough?
Reynor right now trying to see if he can maybe start snowballing some of these engagements. If he can get on top of the production, that would be massive. And he is slowly starting to break through this. Using those Cyclones against his opponent is very intelligent as he breaks another lockout there by neural parasiting the Cyclone. Maru needs to be careful that he does not overextend. I think he's sitting only on a single siege tank for the time being. I think it's okay for him to just sit back for a moment and just let this game breathe. Try to remax, because his economy is massive. He really doesn't have much of an army.
Yeah, it's funny. It goes to show you what that one burrowed Zergling can do with that command center when a game is this busy, when there's you know this much APM being committed to fights. I think Maru may want to try to glide through here, snipe that command center. He's going to land yet another one over here in the top left. And you know, there's 2 stories here. There's the tug of war in the middle of the map, but it's also just the economics on either side. And Maru just has this growth engine that is far superior to what Raynor has. Now, Raynor, if he can win the next couple of fights, I think things even out. But if Maru gets back to what he was already doing before, I do think long-term Raynor's going to be flushed out.
It's very interesting how Maru was the aggressor that entire game long while also having the bigger economy. Normally, that's not quite what we see, right? Normally, we see that work a little differently here for Terran. So Maru can actually transition to that style that he was playing a ton about a year or so ago. He was going for that very passive approach a lot back when the ghosts were still 2 supply. He really liked playing the more laid back, the more turtley Terran style. And yeah, he may just be forced into something like that right now. Now, of course, he's playing Terran Mech. It's a very different army composition than what he used to do back then. Raynor, though, is going to use some of the time that he's created for himself to go into Aspire. And I think the ultimate goal for him is to go into, well, Broodlord Infestor. It's a unit composition we used to see a ton back in the day against something that has really fallen out of favor. Still, though, Maru has this massive army, and he's going to test the waters with it. And still, like, we're one bad engagement away for honestly both of these players to the game just being completely over. Huge fungal growth right over there. At the same time, some big neural parasites coming too. Still, though, this is a Terran army in a choke point, and those siege tanks, man, there are so many of them. They're just blasting that entire Zerg army off the map.
Yeah, it was crazy because it looked like he might be able to break through, but you give siege tanks clumped up like that with the splash damage, enough rounds of shots, and everything melts. Raynor, you can see he was shaking his head there. This may be the moment where he can actually move through now. Maru can, and maybe close this out, but a big link attack comes in here on the side.
He was thinking the only way he's going to fight this is with Mass Infestor. Now suddenly, though, he catches all of the siege tanks on siege. And I think this may be a blessing in disguise right here for Raynor. Maru overextends this engagement by pushing too rapidly. He assumed that this Zerg army was going to get reinforced by Roaches and maybe Hydralisk. He did not expect a mass influx of Zerglings like this. And suddenly, this game has been flipped upside down. We've switched to shots of Raynor shaking his head like 3 or 4 times. But I think this may actually still work out in his favor.
It's crazy because he overextended so badly, but the tech switch into, you know, the starting unit of the game, getting the lings, and just overwhelming all the tanks. Maru ended up overextending. We're back on a Terran on 5 bases where they were almost up to 7 before. And it looks like with Raynor shaking Maru off, he should be able to continue to grow. By the way, we're running out of map. There is only a few more places to expand. Raynor realistically has 1 more base he can take. Maru has 2. For both sides, these periphery expansions are extremely hard to hold. So we may see this turn into a game where both sides of the map begin to mine out, and it's about whoever can hold these pretty hard to defend outposts close to the middle of the map.
Maru transitioning to Ghost Mech Tasteless. He's getting an armor upgrade in that engineering bay that he produced a long time ago to make, well, a bunch of missile turrets with and planetary fortresses and all the rest of it. He's going into personal cloaking for those ghosts as well. Raynor, in the meantime, still running around with Zerglings, though, whilst building up a potential switch to Broodlord Infestor. The Great Aspire at this point is done. Still, though, he's trying to mostly make sure here that the Terran can not just grab all of the bases all around the map. Those neural parasites are incredibly good, and at this point, I think there's more Terran army for the Zerg than there is for the Terran.
Yeah, he's going to neural those, do damage, and wipe out the rest. And, I mean, for now, Raynor grows into the final location on his side of the map. I should mention, it is possible for the Zerg to expand onto the Terran side of the map. We almost never see it, but that could happen in the top left location here.
Yeah, Maru is kind of stuck though, Tasteless. He's got like 5 bases, which usually is enough for Terran, but he's having a lot of troubles securing an expansion past this point, and we're now at the 21-minute mark. Those bases that he does have, they're running out. He actually needs another base, and he needs it pretty soon. So that's why he's now focusing all of his attention by expanding towards the right, and that is leaving the natural expansion wide open. Raynor immediately using that advantage here. He's in the meantime also swiping on the right, and he knows that it's making it very difficult for the Terran to actually grab the economy. Still, though, Raynor needs to make sure that he does not overextend, and Maru, I mean, he wants to make sure that he grabs this base because he needs to get additional minerals very soon. There we go. Big wave of those mules. They're going to start harvesting those minerals really quickly.
So the base over at the 3 o'clock position, maybe a little bit south, maybe the 4 o'clock position here, is the most important base in the game right now. Because Maru's going to mine out very quickly. If he can't hold that, he can't do anything. If he does hold that, the game's going to go on for a long time. Zerg's going to be in the same predicament in just a little bit here because they're going to be mining out on their side as well. So we have in the kind of mirrored opposite position, Raynor taking his newest base. It's the opposite one of the one we see here. Yeah, this one right over here. This is also equally as important.
He should definitely take the top left. I think you brought up a really good point. Yeah, the top left-hand corner is likely a pivotal base, and there indeed we do see the outline of a hatchery that he will be building in a moment. I saw some ghosts on the production tab earlier. Do we have a few of them out right now? Because a Broodlord transition is imminent. Okay, there is a little group of ghosts here, and they're critical, because if suddenly like a dozen Broodlords appear and you don't have a counter to them, they can just destroy this Terran army in a heartbeat.
Beautiful moment there. Cleans up a couple of those Hellbats that are coming in here now. Now, I want to point out, Maru is the very best at this in the whole world. These kind of exhaust play games.
He sees them. That's big.
Yeah, so he scans those Broodlords. He sees what's coming. He's going to evacuate the SCVs that are over here on the center right. Now comes the push here from Maru to poke out his most important expansion. Well, he's going to ditch this base over here. He doesn't care, so it's not a base race because it's not a value. He's going to hit this base instead.
Yeah.
And, you know, Raynor can't lift off his hatchery. He's Zerg, so he has to pull these drones away that are going to get shot down, and maybe the hatchery gets wiped as well.
I wonder if this is the right decision, though, here from Maru, because ultimately those Broodlords do need to be dealt with. He's going into a Thor transition now, which takes a while to get going, and in a weird way, he's maxed out, so he can't really produce that many. Still, it's one base denied on the side of the Terran in favor of like 2 for the Zerg now, right? And EMP, big EMP there. He is going to get rid of the energy on those infestors.
Now, the Broodlords are hard to deal with. They're going to come down here. Anything they can take out is good. A huge link run by here in the main. I don't know if Maru's caught onto it yet.
Yeah, he needs to try and get rid of those Thors. Those Thors are like the scariest unit against the Broodlord. This is an incredible back and forth so far. Raynor trying to see if he can push this Terran army away again. Any minute that goes by right now, though, means less money here for Maru. Like, even though he's still, well, close to maxed out and he still has a little bit of money in the bank, he really doesn't have much income compared to the Zerg anymore.
I'm going to burrow these links here. Any scan you can burn is going to be ideal. Raynor licking his wounds right now. Now, I think this top left base, I don't think Terran sees it. Or if he did,
he
did see it. I think
he tried to land it.
Yeah, he floated the command center over there. I stand corrected. So he needs to keep that alive while he retakes these 2 bases. I think Maru handled that earlier part basically perfectly. The fact that he evacuated his SCVs so that, you know, the kind of base trade scenario wouldn't actually validate.
Yeah. If he had like just a few Thors in that army, after the EMPs on the Infestor, I think he could have actually tried to commit there. The fact that he didn't have the Thors out yet before that fight and didn't quite realize that the Broodlords were already out, I think that made that push and the base race situation a little bit, I mean, it wasn't really a base race, right? But it made it a little bit more dangerous for him than it needed to be, because the start of that fight was pretty much perfect. When you EMP all of the Infestors, I mean, that was such a big chunk of the Zerg. Now, though, the next fight that he gets, I mean, the Infestors are going to be back in action once more as he gets a Neural Parasite already. Fungal growths as well on those Medivacs. The Thor is going to disappear very quickly. As a matter of fact, the Siege tanks help out.
We see the push coming down here. Raynor has to be very careful to not overextend. Broodlords are the clunkiest units basically in the game, especially when it comes to high-value units. But he's also keeping Terran protecting that pivotal base. Remember, Raynor's up on a lot of bases. He did lose one in the bottom right. That could be reclaimed pretty easily. Maru,
yeah, he has the base, though. He has that base on the right side, and he's leaving it completely on. Oh, my God. He should run it. He should run it.
He should go in there.
That base is so wide open.
The issue is, I think also Maru probably has to expand into the top left base eventually as well if this game goes on long enough.
No, you're absolutely right. Still, though, the fact that Maru is getting any mining on that base actually surprises me. Raynor sees this entire army moving around, and he knows that the base is likely defended. He's making the assumption, he's giving Maru the respect that that base is actually defended. But there's nothing. It's just an open mineral line, and it's really the only income that Maru currently has. Raynor, though, is worried about this army, and rightfully so. This is a massive Terran force moving through the center of the map once again.
We see the Fungals coming down now. The Broodlord's doing quite a bit of damage. He's got to stay out of range of that Thor. Does he actually have enough? So many siege tanks sieged up over here.
Oh, EMP on all of the Infestors now. The Infestors no longer can really cast much. Reinforcing Zerg units will be producing right about right now. Good pickup as well by Maru, who tries to save some of those Thors, using the Metavex too here just to micro his army. It looks like we're going back to good old Road Ravager again as Zerglings are available. Blinding Clouds though and Neural Parasites also allow the Zerg to swoop in as he gets this around right now into reinforcing Zerglings. Siege tanks in the middle of the map go down again. Oh, if only there were. I think if Rainer had like 6 Zerglings on the right side of the map, Maru would pretty much be out of this game, but because that base has been mining, now he sends the Lings in. If this base was not up and running, I think Maru would be, well, pretty much dead in the water.
I think that Rainer has basically won this game.
Yes.
The SCVs are going to go down here. There's basically no more bases of value. We see Rainer pushing in over here towards the entrance. He's going to Neural Parasite those Thors and then take them out. Maru at 100 supply, Rainer at 154 while controlling the entirety of the map.
What a brilliant game of StarCraft 2. Both players, well, are pretty much broke, but Maru is more broke than Rainer. Still though, right? Like, we watch this game with perfect vision. We can see how much supply the players have. We know how many resources are still coming in. The players don't know that. They have to make an educated guess as to what's happening. And you know what? Every time that Rainer sees this Terran army moving out, he must wonder if it's the final wave. Maru still mustered up such a big army.
Yeah, Maru, this is kind of his Hail Mary moment. He has to make this work or he is going to lose this game. Beautiful harpooning there to pull in the Thors. The Hellbats here in the front are not going to fare well. The command center on the far right was lifted, and I think this is close to the end of this game, Loco.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This time around, we did see the Zergling run by coming in, and now Maru is really on his last leg. Those Lings for the counterattack are being brought back home, and this game is going to be decided within the next minute. Rainer knows he needs to defend his army, still tries to squeeze as much value, though, out of these Cyclones and Hellbats. Here is Maru as he's trying to swoop in. Zerg reinforcements are showing up. We have a Desperation Mutalisk. I find it a little unlikely that it's going to do much, but I believe that the Italian Zerg player barely has enough. Still, though, you need to respect these units. Hellbat on the left side kills a whole lot of Zerglings. Metavex pick up whatever is still available, and there's so much micro potential in this Terran force. Still, the Rainer has so much more supply. The Queens have been pulled away from their hatcheries, too, just to transfuse whatever is available. GG gets called as Rainer gets the map win, but man, did he have to fight for it.
That game was insane. Earlier on, it looked like Maru basically had it. He was roaming, he was flattening expansions, and basically not taking enough damage in counterattacks to matter. But Rainer had a lot of genius in how he handled the later game pushes. He took a lot of shots from those tanks, lost pretty much everything, but he reset his army with Zerglings. He went back to tier 1.
Yeah.
Maru actually ended up overextending. From there, it was a pretty complicated endgame scenario where Maru got one base and Rainer took the rest. Rainer lost several bases, but mustered enough of a force over and over and over again that he was able to wipe out that final base there for Maru. I think it's base number 6, while hanging on to enough that he could survive that counterattack. We saw both supplies plummeting, I believe sub 100 there.
Yes.
And at the very end, Rainer had enough, smothered that final attack. We're tied up 1-1, Loco.
These are unbelievably difficult games to play. When you are in a situation like this, it is so easy for things to accidentally snowball for the opponent. The fact that we had what was like a 30-minute long scrappy game of StarCraft 2 is insane. Both players making plenty of errors, but that's exactly why the match was so entertaining, as the score is now tied up 1-1. No breaks requested by anyone, so we're immediately jumping into the third game of this series. I am excited for this one too. Do you think we're just going to continue this high-level gameplay, or the players also just want to just, you know, get some quick matches in?
Let's get our players intro here, and then I'm going to talk about that. Bottom right, in the red, it's Rainer.
And the top left of Maganatha, we have Maru.
You know, with these two players, it's like the games get better and better the longer they go. I think Rainer did something almost no Zerg player in the world would have been able to do. By the way, interesting to see Maru in 2 games in a row going for mech.
Yes.
Seems like when everything's on the line, you're a fool to not go for Cyclones. We'll see if it's going to be the same thing again this time around. So Maru goes for Command Center first.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to say that this means you can't go for Cyclones, because we've already learned today that...
As a matter of fact, it may actually make the Cyclone build better.
Yeah, that's actually, this is the only way to go Cyclones.
Advantage right away.
You know, it's funny because the early game in Game 2 was really complex, and we basically got into such a crazy, exciting late game, we kind of didn't get to talk about it that much, but they both made huge fake outs early on.
Yep.
We saw the Roach fake all in, where he made one Ravager and one Roach.
They're playing an actual strategy game.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then we had, in the later part, we had Terran basically, go for the double racks opening, but in fact actually went into Cyclone. So we'll see if they have any of that here now.
You know what's really interesting to me too? We have those heart rate monitors, right, on the players, and you can see some residual heart rate still in this game. We're only 2 minutes in. Both of these players have literally done this tens of thousands of times, and we're still sitting for Raynor here at a heart rate of 150.
Yeah.
When you're sitting in a chair, just moving around your mouse and clicking some keys on the keyboard, right? Don't underestimate it. Even though the players right there, Maru even did a little bit of a yawn just now, even though they look pretty relaxed in their chairs, you can see that this means a ton for the both of them, and that stress levels are very, very high.
I mean, it was a wild endgame. One of the best ones I've seen in a long time here. Second factory, by the way. So it's Command Center first, wall in, and then a second factory. So we got to see what kind of game exactly it will be post-factory, because, when you see players, it's like the same thing when you see players go for barracks. There's several units you can get out of the barracks. You could go more Marauder heavy than Marine heavy. We did have a game previously which was very Hellion heavy, which is kind of rare to cast. You get like 6 or 8 Hellions, and then you kind of forget about them for a while. But let's see what he does this time around. Will he go right into Cyclones immediately? Will this be more Hellion heavy? Time will tell.
I think there were a lot of opportunities for Maru to actually potentially win that previous game, but he kind of threw away his army a few times, right? And that made the match doable right there for Raynor. Now, Raynor may just be trying to see if he can potentially shut down this sort of aggression before it really gets going. We have a quick Overlord speed and a very quick lair, and that will probably lead towards Overlord drops. Still, though, I don't know if there's enough Zerg army to really go in for like a killing push. I don't know exactly if that is the plan, but he is going to try and do some multitasking. And while Cyclones are good, right, especially when they get that upgrade is not yet available. And Mass Zergling is not easy to kill when you don't have a lot of Hellions.
Very true. Yeah, Hellions are the direct counter to Lings. I mean, Marines are only good when they have Stim and Medivacs. Otherwise, Lings surrounds basically wipe the Marines out. Okay, so he's going to see... Did he see the drop Overlord there?
I don't know if you know, that's a regular Overlord, but he sees that there is a little bit of army movement, and he does decide to bring those Hellions back home. This is a very high-level play right here from Maru. It's so tempting to be out on the map right now, but he indeed needs this unit composition at home ASAP. Raynor's doing this off of only 26 workers, and intercepting this is absolutely massive. Raynor trying to go for a quick win here in the third game of the series, but he gets spotted, and I don't know if there's going to be enough damage out of those Zerglings. Great movement here by Maru as he funnels the units in, whilst walling himself off at the front. Now the Queens have finally arrived too. Lings once more get lifted up, but one of them actually does go down. One of the Overlords, that is, does go down. And this has been a brilliant hold so far by the South Korean parent.
Yeah, this looks really strong right now. I mean, basically, he bottlenecked it perfectly. He took advantage of the position of the edge of his base, along with the factories there. There's only 3 Queens here, but the Queens are going to have diminishing returns. We do have a couple of Lings inside the main that are wreaking havoc here, taking out these SCVs. The rush is not done yet. No. Droning, though, has started back at home.
Yeah, he actually decides to just follow this up with some macro here. I really thought with those upgrades kicking in that this army would immediately get cleaned up. Raynor still getting a bunch of damage done in the end. You know what? Those creep tumors are super annoying. There is energy on that orbital command in the natural, but he can't use the energy to scan until the orbital command lands. So he can't actually, finally, he's got enough energy in the main base. He can't actually use that command center until then. The Queen drop harassment does continue as well. How is Raynor doing this?
It's kind of crazy. He did drone up a little bit more, but we're already seeing him make some more Zerglings. I think these are defensive Zerglings for the time being. There is a third hatch started. games like this, when the dust settles, it's always a little bit hard to tell where exactly each player is. There were so many unique interactions that occurred back there. That definitely didn't do the damage that I think Raynor needed it to do.
Raynor's going for what seems to be a big counterattack, by the way. He's got the majority of his Zerglings on the left side of the map, and Terran just left, well, their entire base is open. There's some reinforcing units available now, but really not that many. And you know what? The main base is wide open. Supply depot not raised in time. And you know what? Maru decides to walk his entire army back home. This surprises me the most. Raynor now sees the units coming back home, and he is going to be able to get at least the majority of the Lings out there. Really good movement there by Raynor, because I think if Maru committed, he would be able to deal a lot of damage, at least deny the third.
So there are so many more Lings making. There are Banelings coming. Morrow maybe a little bit too far out on the map. This hatchery is going to be hit, but I think that actually Raynor's okay sacking this. I think what he wants to do is basically hit this natural expansion so hard. Now, the fact that Lings aren't coming back should telegraph to the Terran that this is exactly what's going to happen here now. He's going to come back in here with a big counter. Zerg does not want to overextend. I want to emphasize how important it is that Raynor has been extremely patient and not overextended here.
Yeah, I just wonder if you can really fight this reliably, though, with, like, Zerglings against Blue Flame Hellions. It just seems like a risky choice. Still, if you can get the surround, right, that may be all you really need. Maru may be accidentally playing himself into a bit of a corner, although he does move out of the way. Still, though, this is a very complex game, but I don't really know if I love this spot here for Raynor that much. I think if Maru just takes it easy, he's got a similar economy, and his army should be better, right? Like, how in the world is Mass Zergling going to be able to kill Mass Hellion with Blue Flame?
It's going to be all about that surround, right? You got to try to pin them. You got to hit them from an angle where they're not ready. You know, Morrow has been reacting extremely well. Even just seeing the army wedged between the depot and the edge of the base, it's so strong. Now, this attack is going to come in on this hatchery. I think this is actually got to be canceled. Yeah, he does not have any avenue to get that saved over there in time. And remember, I mean, you know, you can even see the look on Raynor's face. He knows his position right now is very bad. He basically has to get a good engage, and Morrow knows that as well. A little flank comes in here, and it doesn't matter. GG, Raynor taps out. He took a risk. It didn't pay off. And that's going to be maybe our shortest game of the series.
Yeah, that was much quicker than the previous one. And honestly, very intelligently played right there by Maru. I think he could have gone for real damage right after the original Zergling drop and the Queen drop was held. I think he could have actually gone for the counter immediately, but he decided to take it easy and just play it out slowly, knowing very well that Zerg can't have much economy at that stage in the game. I mean, you commit to so much unit production there as the Zerg. I mean, you're doing mass Zergling against Blue Flame Hellions. You can even turn them into Hellbats if you're like really concerned after making the armory. I think it's pretty much always a winning play right there for Maru as long as you take it easy.
Yeah, it was a game definitely where we saw the initial drop come in, and it especially when you do a move like that, it's so important to have a lot of damage come out, right? You need to come in there and really have that damage spike, and then you either finish them off or you get into a pretty scrappy game. But I think Maru looked pretty healthy, and so the series continues on. Guys, we're going to a short break. We come back. This best of 5 between Raynor and Maru continues on.
I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. It's time to go into the fourth game in this best of 5. Right now, Maru up 2-1 versus Rainer.
Both players just taking a little bit of a moment to breathe right there. Maybe we'll see a bit of a reset too in the heart rate monitor right there. Both players clearly very stressed out after that second game in the best of 5. Look, game number 2 was an incredibly long one. Game 3, in hindsight, obviously super quick. I think Rainer was hoping for a quick 2-1 win, but perfect hold right there by the South Korean Terran player. And that means apparently we're going to be going to Totem, judging right there by Maru's monitor.
Let's see what Rainer decides to do. I don't blame any player for a curveball, cheese, or all in a best of 5. I think, in fact, he'd be foolish to not try that at least once. But it backfired so hard, and it was basically smooth sailing there for Maru. I mean, he held it and kind of pushed out and made sure to defend. And you know, every counterattack that you shut down just gets you further ahead. So the big question is, how exactly will Rainer play this? He's shown that he can actually win in Supreme late game, even though he neglected to have a game in Game 3 that would go for that. But yeah, and of course, Maru is open to cheese as well.
You're absolutely right. Well, here we go. Bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak. He is Rainer. And in the top right-hand corner, with the blue SCVs, we have Maru. Now, even though Rainer ended up winning that second game, and it was an excellent macro match, I really feel like across the board, he's been playing a very frustrated series. Like, anytime the camera switches to him, you can feel a little bit of that desperation, right? Like, he's trying to come in with the big surrounds, and he's really trying to play on edge, but I feel like Maru just kind of draws out the game and doesn't really get baited into that over-eager play. I think Maru, honestly, is the favorite here.
I think he might be, yeah. I mean, look, it's just going to be 1 to 2 more games to decide this. I do think this matchup is very, going into this very 50-50, right? I suppose one edge that Maru has is that he is as good as any other of the great Terrans in the world at using the Cyclone. I mean, I think when you think of Cyclone usage, I think you think of a lot of the other Terrans coming from Korea. And we were curious today, is Maru going to rely on his kind of base play style that I think he's most known for, which is, Marines with medevacs and dropping and tanks, which, by the way, I think is still viable. There's nothing wrong with doing it. But the current state of the Cyclone, it's almost foolish not to use it, right? And so we're seeing that he can build into that style of play and make it work very well. So, look, I think we're probably going to have Game 4 of Mass Factories into Cyclones with Hellions.
I think so, too. I think it's a fair assumption. Maru has been playing Terran Mech in every single one of these games so far. We'll have to keep an eye out on exactly what the plan is from him in just a moment, but I would not be surprised at all to see him playing mech once again. I think he's looking back at that second game of the series. I mean, obviously it was a loss, but there were a lot of little things he could have done better that may have actually changed the outcome entirely. And he's got a little bit of wiggle room, right? Like, he doesn't really have to be too aggressive at this stage in the game. He can just slowly build it up. In my mind, action is very much so on Raynor to try and stop the Terran from playing that style. Like, for example, with a Queen drop and a Zergling drop like what we saw in the previous game. And if Maru can defend that stage in the match, I think he's probably quite comfortable. Despite the loss in game number 2. It may sound a little bit weird, but I think in the longer games, he probably feels more comfortable than Raynor.
Notice this game, he put the third command center tucked into the main. Doesn't want to use that as one of these kind of new age structural defense positions.
Yep.
And we'll see if it gets scouted or not here by Raynor.
He already has an Overlord on the far right side, so I think he probably is going to be able to see it here eventually.
Yeah, I was actually trying to find it on our screen.
Yeah, it's right over there.
Up of him, like there should be an
blending
Overlord.
in with the trees.
Yes, it's a camouflaged Overlord. Yeah, so he'll be able to fly that in and confirm that command
Second
center.
factory, by the way, in the corner.
So there it is. So this is, again, it's all been thematic with our games today.
Is this going to be a blue flame rush? Is that what we're doing here?
I think so. I think he's going to
Because we don't have a third factory this time around. This is what we used to see, or is this... No, it's just going to be Cyclone production.
So it's going to be Cyclones out of one factory, double Hellions out of the other, at least for now. The Overlord is going to come in, and look, you need to make sure that you see not just the command center, but in the nature of games like this, you have to see that second factory too.
Yep, and I think he's going to get the perfect scout. Excellent scout right here by Raynor. He sees exactly what he's playing against. So this is triple command center, Cyclone, Hellion once again. Raynor already committing to a pretty quick Roach Warp. So he's also going for the much faster lair. And it should give him all of the tools to deal with this, but we've already seen that dance, right? You need to make sure you get the Roach speed done ASAP, and he also needs an opportunity to, for example, like surround the Terran mech army or neural parasite, fungal growth, maybe abduction, but he needs a bunch of tools to all work together at the same time to be able to reliably counter this unit composition. And for the time being, he doesn't have anything other than like the Terran overextending. Technically speaking, this Terran army should not go down.
Yeah, he's going to just do what he's done best, continue to roam here. Now, the hatchery is actually pretty low. I don't know that he can target that down and try to kill it. Whenever you see a hatchery that just started, it can be tempting to try to poke that out. And, you know, from Raynor's perspective, we have to ask the question, how good is the balancing act? Can he hold this off without overextending? Mentioning that hatchery earlier, we're going to get to that point here now. He can drive this to 0 and force either a kill or a cancel. And he does force a cancel, that's massive because the 4th hatchery is so important here for Zerg.
You're absolutely right. That Overlord got pushed back, and because of that, Raynor did not see the army cycling right there from Maru. He expected it to go back and forth, back to the 3rd base location, and it popped up a second time around at the 4th. Great movement right there by Maru, squeezing just a little bit of juice out of his army, and slowing down the Zerg here in any way is brilliant for him, because he is doing more of the same on the back of this. What's really interesting to me, though, is that yeah, the Cyclone is really strong, but it's effectively been like this ever since the most recent balance patch, and it's been quite a long time at this point, right? It's taken a while for Terran players to really figure out how strong the unit truly is. So we do not see some nice target firing right there from Raynor. He's got that army for the Zerg here to catch some of these Terran units that get a little overly ambitious, and now Roach Speed is going to kick in as well in about a second, so maybe he can catch a few more of those Terran units, but I find it very interesting how, like, the unit has been this good for quite a long time, but Terrans only recently have realized actually how powerful the unit truly is.
Yeah, right now, Raynor just trying to stay on top of his larva injects, try to drive back these units, keep as much of the creep tumors alive as he can. Any overextension from Terran will be punished. Of course, Raynor has to be careful to not go too far off of creep because that's when the kiting really kicks in. That's why he wants to take advantage of these burrowed roaches that basically plug. Yeah, I like that. That was a cool move because if Terran dives in too deep, he unburrows and just pops out and kills everything.
Yeah, later on in the game, you have a lot of scans available as Terran, but obviously at this stage in the match, it is not so straightforward. So any scan that is forced out is still going to be very cost-effective for the Zerg player. It's a little bit more difficult to quantify, but any scan that you force out could have been a mule. Either way, Maru is now making that transition again to the double armor research, and we are gonna see the siege tanks once more kick in.
And so the siege tank transition is what sets up for the push.
Yep.
So there's basically 2 phases to this build from Terran. There's the roaming phase, where you're sharking around the map, you're trying to pick off creep tumors. If you can, like we saw Maro do earlier, you're trying to kill or deny a hatchery. And you just try to kind of whittle away at what the Zerg has. And on the Zerg's end, you're trying to burrow, dodge, creep tumor out, grow, and just drone up as much as you can. But for phase 2 here for Terran, it's going to be about a push. And that push has to flatten a base.
Tunneling Claws once more here coming up. We have Zerking Speed once more also on the production tab. Marui may get intercepted here. There's Burrowed Roaches on the ground. Raynor, where are they? Oh, he could have had some of them, but he did not quite notice the army movement there from the Terran. Maru escaping just barely with that army, even though he doesn't quite know it himself. Either way, it's going to be a Baneling transition this time around. Okay.
So now, I mean, Zerg's looking pretty healthy. Things quieted down for a second. Terran's going to take this 4th base at 12 o'clock. And it seems like, you know, we're ramping up to maxing out here for Raynor. There could be an opportunity for Raynor to try to tack into either 12 o'clock or this triangle base. I'm not sure how perfectly defended they both are, but I think this has been maybe the most peaceful mid-game we've had here. Great surround, by the way. Maybe the most peaceful mid-game for Raynor that we've had.
I think this is exactly what Raynor wants. He wants to go for a big swoop with a whole lot of Banelings here. He's got Vipers coming, Adrenal Glands as well. He is prepared to go for one really large attack here in just a moment. And you're absolutely right. He's been trying to play a more passive game, right? But it's a Terran player that's constantly throwing a wrench in that plan. He's been trying to slow down the game somewhat. And I think in this match, he is, well, really for the first time achieving that goal. I'm a little bit afraid for Maru when the Banelings do come up. I'm expecting at the very least the Zerg is going to go for a push here. So far, not quite, well, any of those units on the production tab yet, but I mean, he's got Adrenal Glands, he's got +1 melee finish. I think we are going to be seeing Banelings here in just a moment. He's got Vipers with energy now too.
Yeah, he's just going to continue to tick all the boxes for the late game. Get as many bases as possible. By the way, Raynor took a base close to the bottom center that is very hard to hold. We see just north of that base that we're looking at now. Yeah, this one over here. This is a very pushable spot. We'll see how much he's actually able to mine from that. He's also now expanding into the very bottom right. So Raynor has exploded on the map.
Yep, absolutely. I think he wanted to go for a Baneling push, but then decided better of it. He will still have the Baneling speed available at a later stage if he wants to. He decides to go into a Spire now instead. Now, Maru is sniffing out that this may very well be going in that direction as he's already begun the Ghost production. He's even gone for a second Engineering Bay. Finally, by the way, those roaches do pop up from that burrowed position that they've been hiding in for several minutes. But look at the production tab right now. Like, a nuke is coming up. We've got ourselves 4 command centers, a Thor. We have 3 ghosts. Maru's getting a little bit of everything, and I wonder if he's maybe diluting his army a little bit too much. Look at the bank that Raynor has. When he opens the floodgates, he can keep the push going for, well, literally minutes.
Raynor's looking extremely strong here, even hitting this base up. So many roaches and so many Ravagers coming down. We see the Ghosts and the Cyclones coming in. The Banes are going to try to spill forward. Beautiful blinding cloud here on the tanks as the Banes get further and further in. Raynor just shattering this position.
Yeah, I'm getting deja vu from that series we saw earlier this week as well between Heromarine and Lambo. I feel like we had a very similar spot, although, well, in that match there were battle cruisers and corruptors up in the air too, but we had a similar spot where Terran just kind of got a little too greedy at this point in the game, and then Zerg can just keep attacking that expansion. Look at the top left-hand corner of the minimap already. It took us like 30 minutes for every map to be, or every base rather, to be mined in the second map of this series. We're only 11 minutes in, and both players are already looking at securing the final mineral lines.
I mean, Raynor has literally more than half the map.
Yes.
At just past 11 minutes. I actually don't know that Maro can recover here, and that's saying a lot because Maro's the best at these like bad positions and basically turtling. But I mean, look at this. I mean, Raynor has so many resources and so many units, he can just blast through these positions, wiping this out.
Yep, and this is exactly why we see Terrans be more aggressive, right, earlier on in the game. A couple of the Vipers do end up going down there, so a bit of a donation from Raynor. Unnecessary, but this, you brought it up, right? Like, this is what we usually try to prevent here as Terran. Maru needs to try and be active out on the map earlier on to prevent the Zerg from getting into this position. Because if the Zerg is, well, left by themselves, this is what they can build up in quite literally just a few minutes' time. Raynor has effectively every tech transition ready to go. He's got a load of upgrades. He can do whatever he likes. He's not even worried about upgrading Carapace, by the way. Just looking for damage and constant transitions into different units. And look, Maru is stuck in his little starting quadrant, whereas Raynor has like the rest of the map.
I mean, Raynor's basically surrounded him. The whole, it looks like one of those campaign missions.
He's surrounding him at bases.
Yeah, it's one of these late campaign missions where the entire map's covered in Zerg and you got to push out across it. You know, from here, this game may just fizzle out. There's a real world where, you know, Maru just tries to keep the position he's got and Raynor wipes it. Now, if Maru wins this game, it's going to be because Raynor overextends multiple times.
I love this right here from Raynor. Raynor decides to transfer workers towards the top left. How many times do we see games come down to the final mineral fields, right? Yep. Especially in a corner base like this. He knows that the expansions that he took these drones from is going to be way easier to mine out, and it's a big indication that Raynor believes that this is going to be a longer game. Even though we are kind of looking at this and the match is looking like at least like Raynor has all the opportunities in the world to do whatever he likes, but don't forget, Maru chose to play this style. Here goes Raynor once again though, swarming however many bases he can, denying this expansion over and over and over again, but these traits are expensive for the Zerg. Yes, he's got a lot of money, yes, he's going to be able to deny bases with it, but rarely will it be cost effective.
He comes and he wipes that position. He's going to back out. And you're right, Loco, it's very expensive, but Raynor's got deep pockets. He's at 6.4k minerals, 4.3k gas. And look, you can see Maru, he's hitting the bottom of his resources. He's going from 0 up to maybe 200, 300 minerals and then hitting it again.
This is a very different approach, though, here from Maru compared to what he's been doing so far. Even though it started off quite similarly to what we've been seeing, this quick transition right now into the Ghost and then also a bunch of Thors, and now we even have, like, Liberators coming up. This seems to be Terran Mech evolved another step compared to what we've been seeing in the previous matches.
You know, I think he's going back into the turtling style that's worked for him in the past. Normally when we see Maru play like this, he went bio.
Yes.
So you kind of organically end up with, like, you know, Liberators and a couple of these other things, and so I think he's trying to go back into that, because you can go Cyclones and Kite, but you just lose your base. You run away and don't lose the Cyclones, but you lose the thing you're trying to defend, which is your expansion. And so he's trying to go into stuff that can kind of hold that position. We've got another set of Lings, and Baneling's coming in now. And I got to say, the defensive positioning here from Maru looks really good, but I mean, I guess he's going to be able to keep this base for now. Maybe Raynor fed a little bit too hard there. Only killed 16 SCVs off.
Yeah, Raynor has so much money in the bank right now, right? He's got more than 11,000 resources, and he can keep these attacks going for a long time to come. Maru, though, slow pushing his way to new expansions. He's now seeing that indeed there is a lot of mining, as we have what looks like maybe a potential tactical nuke. Yep, ready to go across. And he is going to try and just harass whatever. This is mostly just to try and throw the Zerg player off a little bit. Carefully you don't transfer the drones into the nuke. That would be super unlucky.
I think he's okay. Perfect timing.
Yeah, that could have been a bit of a disaster.
This is what pro gamers are capable of.
Man, imagine that. That would have been so fun.
Yeah, that would have been the worst thing ever. Yeah. So he's going to kill off some more SCVs over here. Note that the Terran right now is down to 66 SCVs, where it's 91 drones. A little push over here on the side, I think, will be denied by these Lings coming up here and wiping out the Liberator and tank. Again, it's a bit of an awkward game here at the top left because these two bases are so close together. The problem right now for the Zerg is that Terran can kind of lift off and pull away, and yeah, you'll lose SCVs, but you can always float another command center over here. Maru with a more committed push is going to come up to this position now, and Raynor's going to try to deny it.
Yep, here we go again. Raynor keeps on sending in wave after wave after wave of Zerg. Zergling run by as well, by the way, on the right side at the exact same moment, trying to overwhelm as many of those expansions from the Terran as possible. This is a very specific choice that Maru has made throughout this game, right? Like, he's decided to play this style. It's very ambitious, honestly. Like, how frequently do we see this set of upgrades for the Terran? Like, we have 3-3 for the mech units, and then also +2, +3 for the bio units. 17 minutes into the game, it feels like we have just sort of focused on, well, tech alone. I mean, he kills a hatchery in the top left, but anytime he kills a hatchery, I mean, there's mineral lines all over the map that Raynor can still be utilizing. And can we maybe have a look at, like, the units lost here? Like, how many resources have gone down? Yeah, this is still very effective for Zerg. I mean, he's lost about 3,000 resources more than the Terran, but I think that's about the best case scenario for him.
Another scan over here at the 3 o'clock position. Look, Terran is keeping these bases and continuing to mine the resources. Raynor is staying consistently very high in income. Any tank you can take out, any unit you can wipe is going to be huge. And, you know, resetting the workers to come in over here has been pretty rough. Finally, we're going to have a counter push here. I thought this base was never going to be utilized in this game, but only for the first time now we've seen Maru attack it.
But look, anytime that Maru attacks, Raynor attacks on the other side of the map, he can address that army from the Terran player too, but he knows that his army is far more mobile and far quicker to run around with, so he's got a lot of resources in the bank. Any trade in the bases right now will be beneficial from the Zerg player, assuming he can hold a possible all-in from the Terran. Now, this is not an army you can really all-in with. There's no way you can, well, overwhelm the Zerg expansions with it. So Raynor's saying, yo, you can take out 2 of my bases. I will take 2, maybe 3 of yours. I know I have a larger bank than you, so strategically speaking, I think Raynor is playing a perfect game here. Like, this makes so much sense.
No, I 100% agree with you, Loco. I think this is the play, is you just say, fine, take out my bases. I'm going to run through here and obliterate so much of what you actually had. Oh, I would love to see these Ravagers come back here and take out that CC. I don't know if it's going to happen. And so Raynor does the damage. He's going to come across the map now and wipe out the few units that are still on the map, harassing, and rebuild his infrastructure. Again, we're at Terran floating about 350 minerals, now going down to 0. Raynor just slightly below 4K.
Yeah, 7,500 gas as well. Usually that's the main bottleneck for Zergs at this stage in the game. Still though, this is a Terran army that needs to be respected. I think Raynor is feeling pretty good about how the game is going, but it's easy for him to overextend and maybe underestimate how powerful this Terran army still is. Maybe going for like a more reliable late game switch would not be bad. Like maybe something like Brute Lord Infestor again, like what we saw in the previous game. Either way, he wants to try and see if he can obtain the victory just by constantly swarming the Terran. But at some point, he's gonna have to address the main army. And Maru's army can still hit like an absolute bulldozer, right? Like he can just wipe anything off the map at this point. But I feel like that is pretty much the outcome that this is always going to result in, because Maru just is not really able to secure any bases here.
Yeah, I think also Maru's going to run out of command centers, which is kind of a weird thing to say. But,
Here we go.
Normally Terran just throws extra CCs on here. The big Hail Mary push is coming out now from Maru. He needs to wipe out these bases and keep as much of this alive as possible. He does have medevac, so he can escape.
There's an oh, that infestor ended up going down there. That would have been a really nice unit to sneak into the base, or into the army rather, as we have continuous Zergling run-bys. Maru decides to blow back home again. Man, he's playing this so hesitantly now, Tasteless. Like, why is he... I feel like the previous games have shown us that he is perfectly capable of playing a macro game with this sort of army, but he's playing it very cautiously now, and Raynor believes he can buy time to go Brutes.
I mean, the problem right now is that Raynor doesn't have the 2 top left bases.
Yes.
So the longer he's not drinking in these minerals over here, the more opportunities there are, 5-10 minutes from now here for Maru.
Brute Lord Infestor coming up. I think this is a brilliant choice here by Raynor. That's exactly what he needs, because that is the type of army that can actually, nice corrosive balls, that can actually stop this advancement from the Terran properly. Lingbane Roach Ravager is awesome, but I don't think it can really win the main fight. So he's now using it as an harassment squad, picking off whatever he can. This is not an army, though, that has a lot of anti-air, and now Raynor is going to be able to get the ultimate flying unit here for the Zerg. There are 11 ghosts in the mix, but fungal growth can make that so difficult right here for the Terran, and now you will see the Brood Lords. I think this will be the moment where Maru's heart sinks, because what do you do here as a Terran? You just deal whatever damage you can and then drive your army back home. In the meantime, he's losing eco on the left side as Raynor is still harassing with the Ravagers.
This might be okay for Maru. He's going to run. He doesn't have a lot of workers. Raynor's maxed out, but it's like barely. Okay, he doesn't have a ton of money behind this, and neither of these guys are getting a big income here. The question will be, how much damage can the Broodlords do? Note that Raynor has been compacted to what looked like what the map was at like 7 minutes into this game. So he's reclaiming the bottom right. He knows Maru doesn't have a lot to work with, so every unit is precious, every unit counts right now. But Raynor isn't soaking up the entirety of the map. So, I mean, this is kind of a miracle story here for Maru. But Maru has to navigate the next couple of minutes perfectly. He still has some command centers. I think some of these are actually from bases previously. In a lot of these macro games, you see a ton of command centers everywhere.
He's only got 4.
Yeah, so he's only up to 4 right now. Every SCV that gets killed, it's pretty painful here. But remember that a lot of Zergs, they win games by remaxing after a fight has traded out. And so, you know, right now Reynor operating off of some pretty, you know, basic tier 1 units.
I like this position for Reynor Rotundo. I think across the board he's got a really nice army, and he can actually now contest with that of the Terran. He can constantly counter as well, just to be as annoying as possible. And as the Terrans moving to the right, the Zerg army, at least the mobile part of the Zerg army, is moving to the left. And then we have that group of Broodlord Infestor at home, ready to defend the potential counterattack right here from Maru. I think strategically speaking, Reynor is playing this incredibly smartly. Assuming he can actually deal with his army. Again, now there's Vikings in the mix too. I think Vikings are really good. Reynor is trying to counter them with Corruptors right now. Keep in mind that the Terran army here, as far as upgrades go, is incredibly strong. Reynor doesn't quite have that edge, but I mean, he's now effectively forcing this into an all-in. Maru started all of this off as harassment, but these constant Zergling and Roach counterattacks. Look at that guy. Look at that siege tank.
The tank is doing donuts, circles just outside the base before it leaves.
He's playing a MOBA right there, man. That was the support getting the final hit. I can't believe it, getting the kill steal. But I think Reynor here is forcing his opponent into an all-in. I just don't see how Maru can fight this army on creep.
Well, I don't know. I mean, let's also remember the few bases that Maru still has, they have some resources. He's got mules, so he can still mine decently from that. He's going to come back up. He's basically like not defending by lifting up, going out, poking out a base, and saying, you know, Zerg has to spend money every time they take a new base, unless they're going to long distance.
I think he's baiting Reynor. I think he's baiting Reynor to move off creep. If he fights this army off creep, I think it might be manageable. But Reynor is cleverly not moving his army too far. Like, only the mobile part of the army, but the actual brunt of the damage is going to be the Infestors and the Broodlords. As long as those are on creep, I think it'll be difficult to stop.
Okay, this is it. He's going to siege up. The Banelings are going to come in. The Hellbats are here in the front. The Fungals are decent. Zerg moves in. Corrosive Vials come out. A great retreat, and Maru is here with a very thinned out push.
Yeah, and those fungal growths are absolutely lethal. The Broodlords are just raining from the skies, and even though there are still some Vikings up in the air, this is a dominant performance from Reynor. This game went exactly according to plan, and I think Reynor can be quite proud of that one. That is exactly the game he's been practicing, I'm sure, and that means that this series is going to be decided in the 5th game. We're going to get a map 5 in a best-of-5 series.
One player crushes the bottle, the other one finishes it politely, puts the cap on and puts it away. The 2 different playstyles shown here at the EWC.
Yeah.
Look, I think that Reynor got such an insane advantage in that game that he was able to, even though Maru put up a good fight, take advantage of the investments in the mid-game and kind of, you know, eventually pull through there at the very end. This is it, guys. We're tied up 2-2, which means whoever wins this next game is going to be the victor in this best-of-5.
You know, I'm actually quite surprised with the way that Maru played that one. In the previous games, other than the last one, he played that Terran mech, that Cyclone army very actively, very aggressively. But then in this game, he decided to open up similarly and then take it very slow. Transition really quickly towards those ghosts, get the transition towards the Liberators going, and just sort of play that turtley style instead. And I don't think he really needed to do that. I wonder why he decided to make that move. Maybe it's just because of the map, because that map is generally speaking quite good for the Zerg. Either way, we are loading into game number 5 of this best-of-5 series. Reynor going up against Maru, and I'm very glad that this series is delivering. This has been some phenomenal StarCraft.
This has been a treat to cast. I have no idea who's going to take this. I think we will see mech again here from Maru. I think there's no reason for him to deviate from that. Anyways, guys, let's go into the final match and see who wins between Reynor and Maru. In the bottom left, in the red, from Italy, he is Reynor.
His opponent in the top right of ley lines, we have Maru. I would like to see some Terran bio, actually. I would like to see good old Marine Marauder Medevac against Hydralic Vein. It's so funny because we've seen that for the majority of the last year, but at this point, after all the Cyclone games, it would be nice to have something, you know, a little bit more conventional. Although maybe this is the new normal, I don't know.
Well, it's
are we
going to
doing
be the
double barracks
rack
again? Yeah.
Yeah, now we did see him in think it was game 2.
Yes,
This,
he started double Rex and then went mech anyway.
Yeah, and went mech anyways. But, you know, occasionally you'll have build orders where you can have it start out the same looking build order. So you have 2 of the same build orders starting in a best of 5, but it'll branch into a different direction, and that can be very deceptive. We'll see if that's the case now. But for now, this is going to be Reaper pressure openings. I guess it makes sense on some level. You can do a lot more bullying on this map with Reapers.
You know what's pretty funny is these guys are also basically running a marathon during all of this. I feel like Rainer's heart rate has not gone below 150 ever since this series started. It's actually incredibly tough. They've been sitting there with, well, how long has this series been going on for? I don't know. I feel like these games have been lasting a while, but it must be so intense as well. I think everybody's got that experience when you play StarCraft, especially for the first time, that you're absolutely exhausted after playing a single match. And mentally it's very draining, but you can tell that these players physically are also really pushing each other to the absolute limit. This is the type of game that matters more than basically any other game that you play. So you want to perform to the absolute best of your abilities, but then at the same time, you've already been trying your best for such a long time. Drone does get split, but this is nice right here from Aaron.
Perfect deny. He almost actually got on top of the extractor to deny that as well. But
yeah.
So this is success so far, at least in the control play opening. If the hatchery goes down right away, you can still actually kill it with Reapers if you're good enough, but this is much, much more ideal. Now, a drone should be shifted up here to the top left, and I kind of thought he would have sent the other Reaper over there.
He doesn't cancel it. He decides to just
that's
save
funny.
it for a rainy day.
Yeah.
Little piggy bank
He'll take a base there eventually, and it'll be fine. No, I mean, look, it was a moment. I thought, actually, you send the second Reaper always over to the other base to try to deny that.
It would make way more sense, yes.
Yeah, so, well, you know, now that you look at it, I guess you could probably, if you get enough Reapers over here, maybe even deny this. So right now, the noose is tightening here for Rainer. You know, it's very important for the Zerg that they have an explosive, basically perfect early game, especially with how long StarCraft 2's been out. You know, Zergs are so good at never missing a single beat. So an opening like this really constricts the development of the Zerg.
I'm just looking at the top left-hand corner of the screen, Tasteless. I'm trying to see if there's another factory coming up or if it will be a starport this time. We've had a 2-on-1. Oh, double NG Bay. He does get the cancel, by the way, on this base and the kill on the drone as well. That is big, but we have Terran Bio. Marines and Marauders?
If this series hadn't started out the way that it had in the first 4 games, we might have been very nonplussed by seeing, you know, eBays coming down here and seeing standard play. The question is going to be, how deterministic is Rainer going to be with how this game has been, right? Because the entire thing has been kind of aggressive mech, kiting, Hellions, Cyclones. You know what I'm talking about. Eventually tanks come into play. This is going to be a timing push where Terran can basically do a lot of damage right square in the mid game.
I think Rainer, though, much prefers playing against this flavor of Terran than what we've been seeing so far. He'll be very glad when he realizes that this is indeed infantry, but that does not mean it's going to be easy, especially with the start that the Terran player has had. Look at that. He sees a green light inside of the tech lab attached to a barracks. That must mean that Stimpek is coming in right now, too. Now, there are a lot of timing attacks, right, that Terrans can go for from this exact position, but this is the type of game that Rainer has played, well, I was going to say thousands of times, but it's more than that, right? Like, he's played against many Bio Terrans over the years, and it's going to, at the very least, give him an opportunity to maybe go, like, still Roaches, but he could transition into, like, quick Ultras, right? Like, this is a much more, I guess, conventional style of Terran, so Rainer doesn't really have to worry nearly as much, but it's still Maru controlling these units, and Maru is an absolute monster when it comes to Bio.
So now we're letting the push begin to build up. We've got Stim on the way here. The Hellions are still on the map. And remember that in game 1, he actually hit a lot of Hellions, so I don't know that it's 100% clear to Rainer what exactly is happening here.
He's seen the green light in the tech lab on the barracks, so I think he must know that.
Well, unless he's trying to fake it. Let's not forget game 2, right? There was a lot of fakes there, but it is in fact going to be Bio over here. So the Lings come in here, he's going to snipe that. Seeing the Marines here is going to be the nod. Okay, I know exactly what kind of game it's going to be.
But there is still a Hellion. There's still a Hellion coming up, which is so strange. Maru is a very tricksy player for sure. I almost wonder if it's a misclick. Maybe he meant to go for something else instead, but just bringing out as many units as he can. And there is an armory 1-1 is also done, and his armory, of course, can be used to also morph those Hellions into Hellbats. So we'll have to see exactly. I guess a strange attack that we have coming in right now. I mean, broadly speaking, all the puzzle pieces are the same, but the way that Maru got here is very odd.
Okay, Hellbats morphed. Committed push up here in the front. Let's not forget that third base was delayed, and therefore the fourth as well. He's going to push in. The Lings come in and deny the reinforcements, which is going to help, but it's going to be really about trying to hold the brunt of this force.
Yeah, Banelings are coming up, and Queen so far are tanking the damage nicely. The Hatchery itself, though, is taking a lot of damage. Raynor trying to buy time until the slow Banelings are available, but I think the Hatchery itself will likely die. It does indeed fall, but he does clean up a lot of the units on the ground.
Yeah, and you know, the Lings are going to clean up the rest, but that's basically mission accomplished.
I think it's okay, though, because Raynor does have this base here at the bottom, so at least the drones can find another... Wait, it should really be going down south, but they should find that mineral line at the bottom to continue mining.
So what Raynor needs to do now, he lost that base, so he's hurting, but what he's going to do, he's going to triple expand at once, which is not normal. Okay, you're not at this phase of the game supposed to have 3 bases started. I think a more conservative player would have just gone with remaking 2 and had a pretty wonky position. Now, Morrow hasn't scanned that, and he might be trying to land mules instead before he confirms exactly what kind of game this is. But if you can see 3 hatches making it at the same time, you know that your follow-up push could be fatal for the Zerg.
Raynor going into the +1 melee here too. Baneling speed is going to finish up in about a half minute. What I really like right here from Maru is the fact that he's got 2-2 coming at a very nice time. He also has his additional barracks now. I believe those are barracks 6, 7, and 8 ready to go, and he can really pile on the pressure with that, but it's also super committed. He's only on 3 orbital commands. He's effectively now turning this into, well, I don't want to quite call it an all-in, but it is an 8-Rex push on 3 bases, and it's something that needs to deal damage. Normally as Terran, you make the choice. Do I build up a 4th command center, or do I build those additional 3 Rexes? As long as Raynor's creep spread is okay, and as long as he has good Baneling speed, I think it's very holdable, but these attacks have been dangerous, especially over the last few months, and especially when Zork has had a bit of a strange early game. Maru does need to get a move on, though. I'm very surprised to see him sitting back here. He needs to go. Like, +2/+2 is done right now. We should be fighting right now.
Okay, the creep spread, by the way, is really good. Let's remember this was not a game where it was Hellions and Cyclones wiping the map the whole time. The push is going to come out. The Banelings are not really in range of this. Maybe they can be used later on. This push, again, if Zerg doesn't hold this, it's going to be really bad.
He jumps it off creep. Oh, no, okay, he does decide to retreat. I was going to say, fighting this off creep would be incredibly risky. Raynor, though, mostly just trying to slow this down. He faked it outright, and I believed it, you believed it too, so I guess Maru had the siege up and therefore slow down the advancement to this base. This is not an expansion though that Raynor should really care about all too much. He's got other mineral lines to worry about, and if he reads this correctly as a 3-base all-in, he should just back up and just give up the base. Yeah, I think this is the right call.
Yeah, smart move for Raynor to not fight for dear life to keep that, but he's going to keep growing. So he's got this bottom half. I think Maro's handling this very well, though, to be honest. I think this is going to be a very tough game here for Raynor. He's going to stem, he's going to spot the hidden Banes, and he's going to loop back around here, probably coasting down the center middle of the map.
Yeah, Maru's army is still absolutely massive. And when those siege tanks are sieged up and the creep spread gets, well, slowly retreated, it's going to be hard to stop. And we see fights in this exact section of the map all the time. There's a massive Zergling counterattack in the meantime, though. That is the majority of the Zerglings going across. The depot just barely raced in time, but now we have a bit of a base raise once more. Maru does not really have the opportunity to go back home. Instead, we decide to take down the hatchery in just a matter of seconds. Likewise, the orbital command, it does get lifted.
I think this is really bad here for Maru. I mean, sorry, for Raynor. I mean, Maru's going to lose his stuff at his second base, but he's still kept the majority of what he has alive. The push is still going to come through the middle of the map. We're going to see Raynor try to come in again. Maybe a little bit of an overextension. It's right now Raynor on 2 functional bases for Maru, but expansions are popping up in the corner here for Raynor.
Terran is stuck though on creep. He's very deep onto the creep, and the Zerglings are coming back home to try and defend this. There's still a lot of production as well. I love the 3-3. If the 3-3 finishes right here for Maru, that is such a massive power spike. And look at the reinforcements. Maru, despite not really, well, being able to mine, had still a little bit of money in the bank to continue the aggression with, and you know, Raynor needs to try and hold this, but Maru's army is looking absolutely massive. Now the Zerglings do get into the natural expansion, though, and some of the Terran reinforcements decide to retreat.
Does he scan? Does he see it? Is Maru going to be able to detonate this? He takes it out. Is it going to be enough, though? The Lynx spilling into the main right now, trying to take out the remaining SCVs.
The Terran army on creep is dangerous. There are siege tanks in position, but there's really not that many if I'm not mistaken. One bad fight and Maru's army supply will absolutely plummet. Still though, it's 55 Marines tasteless, and Rainer's natural expansion is in trouble.
Yeah, a lot more Banes just to the left side of the screen are going to be morphing in here. Rainer knows if he doesn't stop this right now, there's nothing else he can do.
He needs to pull the trigger here at some point. Look at the amount of reinforcements moving on the minimap as well for Maru. Does he have enough to even break, well, what looks like half of the Terran army? It does not seem to be the case. The Queens decide to transfuse each other, but Maru is looking so powerful in this final game of the series. An 8 Rex all in like no other. Very well executed by the South Korean Terran as he obtains the victory in this best of 5 series. What a phenomenal match.
Crazy match. When the counterattack came in there from Rainer, I swear to God, the depot popped up at like literally the last possible second, which means the Zerg can't come in and punish all the infrastructure, the SCVs. So the remaining resources you have, yeah, you're going to lose your third, you're going to lose the SCVs out there, but you can give that up because you're still mining on the 2 bases, whereas Zerg is exposed. They're out on the map trying to come in here and hit from different angles. It wasn't enough, and Morrow, you know, with this YOLO push, just moving from base to base, poking things out, Rainer took the counterattack that wasn't able to quite clean that up, tried to come in with a surround, but even though Terran was on creep, the spread was just too good.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If Maru did not raise that depot at that exact moment, or maybe preferably slightly earlier, if those links slipped into the natural in the main base, I think you're in an absolute world of trouble there as Maru. But he got the job done in the end. And what a variety in strategies here in this best of 5. Well, let's hear from the man himself as he is talking on the main stage.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. That was one heck of a series. Congratulations, Maru. Sensational finish all the way to 5 games. But generally, I want to ask you regarding your playstyle. You played lots of mechs throughout this series. Do you think that mechs are better than Bio at the moment, or do you think it's specific to maps or specific to your opponents?
일단 조선우 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 일단 굉장히 또 치열한 접전이었는데 이번 시리즈 내내 이제 메카닉을 좀 많이 쓰셨더라고요. 그래서 이게 맵 때문에 그런 건지 아니면 상대에 맞춘 전략인 건지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 제가 바이오닉을 하면 좀 뻔한 것 같아서 메카닉을 준비했는데 1세트 해보고 잘 통하길래 오늘 괜찮겠구나 했는데 2세트 유리한 걸 져가지고 그때부터 조금 말렸지만 마지막 바이오닉으로 이겨서 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, it was obvious if I do bio, so I try to turn the tide of that. But actually, it actually really worked really well. So maybe I'm getting lucky this time. But that being said, I lost the game. I threw the game 2 so hard that it's like I need to shift the bio in the last game. So it went well.
Regarding that game 2, how did you manage to recover from game 2 going into game 3? Were you also expecting an all-in so early in game 3?
이제 그 2세트에서 또 유리한 상황에서 게임을 내주시고 또 3세트로 갔는데 마침 또 올인 전략을 또 막아내셨잖아요. 그래서 그 올인 전략을 좀 어떻게 좀 대처하셨는지 궁금합니다.
솔직히 할 줄 몰라가지고 그 대군주 속옷 보고 눈치를 차렸는데 제가 애초에 빌드 싸움을 이긴 상태라서 그냥 침착하게 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, that was unexpected to me. I was really rattled that I barely saw it of the OV speed coming in. So, that's the moment I saw the all-ins coming. But that being said, I was already ahead of the build, so I just, I can just defend it and I can win.
And you did manage to get the win at the end of the day. One final question for you. You were playing mechs throughout the entire series, and when it came to that final game, you switched to bio. Was that the plan all along?
이제 마지막으로 다시 돌아가서 이제 마지막 게임 때 결국에는 다시 바이오닉을 쓰셨잖아요. 그러면 이제 이 마지막 바이오닉은 상대방이 예상 못할 거다 이렇게 좀 생각을 하고 일부러 좀 쓰신 건지.
그런 생각은 안 했고 4세트 끝나고 생각을 좀 해봤는데 원래 쓰려던 전략이 이거였어가지고 그냥 자신 있어서 꺼냈습니다.
Well, that particularly didn't came to my mind, obviously. To be exact, but Well, actually, I prepared this particular build in this series, so I just used it, and yeah, I think, well, it went well.
I mean, definitely it went well. You managed to make it to the next stage. Top 8 for you now. Congratulations again, Maru. Thank you very much, Maddox, for joining us. Head on over to the studio. That was an insane series. And guess what? We still have more. And that wasn't even the match of the day. Yes, I know. It's crazy. So, studio, break it down. What happened?
A whole lot, Sandstorm. I said it was a big fight field for a reason, and we have got ourselves Maru moving through 3-2 after an absolute brawl, a full war going up against the former world champion in Reina. Joining me, we have Artosis as well as State to talk about this one. Artie, where on earth do we begin?
Well, I begin with another hot take. Artosis is right about everything. I mean, look at the skill Maru displayed in that series, man. Like, even the games he lost, it's like insane games. And honestly, Rainer, insane games there as well. That was just a fun series. The series of the tournament so far, in my opinion, easily.
Yeah, I disagree completely. Like, or I agree completely.
Like,
let me make sure that I enunciate properly here. Game 2 from Rainer. I mean, talk about a comeback going in with Vesterling like that. We were watching in the green room. We weren't sure the comeback was possible. It was looking so good for Maru.
Yeah.
But he just found miraculous ways to be cost efficient, and then bringing it all the way to a game number 5 was so stunning.
I did enjoy this particular game when Rainer, and we're looking at his heart rate, and it said 170 BPM, and then the Broodlords pop, and it went down to 155. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah.
It's like, okay, I have them. Okay.
I'm feeling a bit better now about this, Artie.
Yeah.
Well, looking at this final game as well, though, the switch into bio state made it much easier, it seems like, for Maru to fall back on what he's true tried and tested for this matchup, and he was able to run with it.
Yeah, I was a little bit wondering whether we're going to see a bio play like that one there in game number 5, because there were some questions about Maru's shoulder, his wrist, something physically he hasn't been able to practice as much. He was even skipping some tournaments as a result of it. And so I was thinking, maybe we'll just kind of lean on mech because it's a little bit easier. And it's still Terran, so it's going to be hard, but it's a little bit easier on the arm, on the wrist. And no, he busted out the bio. It worked really well. He took down that hatchery, and it just snowballed from there.
I think someone in our post-match has just, thrown caution to the wind and decided to do whatever they like. Because
I missed that, yeah.
There was some interesting stuff coming out, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Keep those coming to us. But yeah, so a great series overall. As you say, Artosis, probably the series of the tournament so far. Maru advancing on to the round of 8, I don't think is a surprise to anyone. No. And that means now Reina will be playing against Zoun down towards the bottom. I think, again, Reina should be favored down there.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Like, look, Zoun is good. He's here. He deserves it. But Rainer does seem like he's another level. Watching Zoun's games earlier, I think his run through the tournament's almost over at this point, and it would be hard for me to imagine Zoun actually moving through here instead of Rainer.
Well, Terran is eating well so far, so is Team Liquid and Vitality, with Clem and Maru going through as our first names to the round of 8. What do you make of the bracket overall, State?
I mean, I feel like the favorites have mostly emerged victorious here. Clem and Maru obviously have been playing spectacularly. Clem even bringing out the Protoss versus Byun has been really thrilling to see. I'm looking forward to seeing Clem on a big stage, like a best of 7, try and deliver that PBT if it comes to it. But I set on Rainer versus Zoun and Solar versus Shin. I totally agree with both of you that Rainer probably favored there. I do like Zoun's play a lot, and he looked very good against Byun, but I just think that Rainer, if he plays the way that he did versus Maru against everybody else in this tournament, I'm not sure who else can stop him.
Well, what's better than having one GSL Finals rematch from yesterday? It's having a second GSL Finals rematch, as we are going to have Hero and Cure coming up next on the main stage. You can see them both arriving. I do love Hero's glasses. He looks cuter than ever before. How is that possible?
No, he's not just cute, he's cool as can be as well. I'll never forget when he rode his skateboard to the GSL studio and won the tournament. Like this, he's just the coolest guy that there is, man, and he's so happy too.
All right, it's time for a break. When we return here, Hero versus Cure, Twisted Minds versus Team Liquid. A World Championship bracket, wall to wall, usually contains spectacular matches, and you get to witness finals of prestigious tournaments like the GSL in just the second round of the group stage. It's going to be Hero going up against Clem once again in the best of 5 to determine who is able to keep themselves alive here when it comes to moving on to that round of 8 straight away. Twisted Minds versus Team Liquid, 2 teams vying for big points in that club championships as well, and both of these two stone cold killers. Joining me, we have Loco as well as State to talk about this one. Hero, he is the Protoss to try and topple a very strong TVPer.
No, you're absolutely right. I just had a look at the stats. I mean, it's not just the GSL Codes. Apparently, he's won the last 13 encounters that they've had.
13?
Yeah, 13 in 2025.
Right?
They play against each other all the
Jeez.
time. Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that wild? Like,
That's
in my
crazy
mind,
because for the longest time, Cure's TVP was so good.
yeah. Like when I
Really
think of like both Cure and Hero, in my mind they're like right around the same level, right? Like it's maybe like a slight advantage for Hero, but apparently, well, we'll see. Can he do it a 14th time in a row as well?
That's a good question. I mean, not just good in the matchup, but also some of the most entertaining TVP on the side of Cure. So Protoss is a little bit of a tough nut to crack lately, but Cure has had the lineage and prestige of being able to be so good in the matchup of prior matches.
I mean, the GSL Finals, he brought it all the way to Game 7 versus Hero, and he did that with some pretty crazy all-ins as Terran were trying to find their way around the new meta with the Hallucinated Phoenix, the extra information the Protoss gets in the early game. That led to a lot of SCV pulls, but already here at the EWC, we've seen a lot more kind of crazy builds. Like I'm thinking back to that game, I can't remember the map, but at the 12 o'clock position, we had a barracks, a factory, and a starport, all proxy to see
Showtime
into the main base. Yeah, exactly. And you know, Hero is a very good Protoss at matching that level of chaotic energy. I feel like he rolls the ball with that kind of game very well, but Cure, yeah, he's a dangerous beast. He might break that losing streak in this one.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Storm, right? Like the players have been loving Storm, really focusing on just getting that upgrade out as quickly as possible. Not even really like going for a super fast third base, which is what they were doing for the longest time, and instead just prioritizing that quicker tech and then eventually getting the third going. I mean, you have a lot of variety now. It's really fun to see. So many different build orders as Protoss here too.
I mean, if you can't hit the niche window that exists before Storm comes along, surely you just need to hit really hard from early on, and that's what that kind of proxy thing is able to do for a Cure. Cure looked so good in like base trade scenarios versus Protoss in the past, but if you can adjust it and make it really aggressive off the idea of these proxies, then maybe you could get in the head of Hero a little bit here.
Yeah, it's the same idea from the GSL Finals too, right? Like just do an SCV pull, and sometimes we'll even see them do them at timings that don't necessarily make sense, just so the Protoss player extra doesn't expect it, which is a fun mind game in and of itself. But yeah, this is going to be, I think, a crazy PVT to watch, because Hero, he's like chaos in a bottle. You know, it's on both sides of this. With Cure and Hero, you don't know what to expect.
We have Persephone to start things off. Ultra Love will be coming up next, then Top Mac. And after that, if we need them, Maganatha and Leylines to finish things off. Any thoughts, Loco, before we get him?
No, nothing all too crazy here, right? Like, these are the pretty standard maps that we see most of the time, and yeah, I mean, we've not been seeing Last Fantasy much. I'm hoping secretly we're going to see it a little bit more throughout the tournament, but probably not with a Protoss player here. I don't think
we saw it like once so far.
Yeah, we've seen it literally once.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one when it comes to map pulls sometimes. But on the other side of things, it's funny because when I listen to like Pig's preview of the tournament, for example, he always categorizes Hero as like the best worst player, because sometimes you feel like, because it's undisputable that he's like one of the top 3, top 4 favorites for this tournament, realistically speaking, State. But at the same time, sometimes Hero does some weird things which like might not look great, but then still win him out. So he does all right.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Like he's very reckless, and sometimes that goes well for him. He'll take fights that nobody else will take, and he'll take them at angles that nobody else would even dream of taking, especially with the aggressive blinks. And occasionally it pays off, occasionally it doesn't. It's one of the reasons why, you know, basically every Terran player, I think it was like the GSL Season 2, the player intros heading into the season, they're like, yeah, I don't want to play against Hero. It feels like you're suffocating. He's just...
right.
He's everywhere at once. He'll do crazy things. You don't know what to expect. Like, I hate it. Everybody, that was like the unanimous opinion.
Yeah, you also see it materialize in, I want a GSL. And the next GSL, what happened? It's, the results didn't quite go your way. Of course, the field of players is very good, Loco. Sometimes he can be a hit and miss, but when he's hit, he is a championship contender.
Yes, like sometimes he really looks like the world's best Diamond League player, and then the next game he looks like the absolute best player in the world, right? Like if you bleed out a unit here, you bleed out a unit there, and then you just never really get the ball rolling. It's so hard to play Protoss properly against Terran, but when the games are exactly going according to plan, the way that he has it like envisioned in his head, he looks pretty much unstoppable. And I think that's why Hero is so much fun to watch. He's just such an aggressive player, but yeah, you mentioned it as a double-edged sword. What do you call? I don't know.
Yeah, you got it.
Right?
It's a perfect way to describe it.
Yeah, absolutely. On the opposite side of things is Cure, who realistically, aside from the GSL final, a little bit quieter around him, but that doesn't make him any more or any less deadly in the matchup.
Yeah, especially with the early games builds that he has showcased both in the GSL and other tournaments and here at the EWC already. That's something that Hero has to look out for, which might dampen his aggression a little bit, although I say that and it's Hero, so who knows. But yeah, Cure, he's so good in the late game as well, so it's going to be close.
Let's get to it then here, as we are going to have yet another GSL run back. It's Hero going up against Cure.
Welcome back to the S&B Esports Arena. We hope after that long match there, you've grabbed the snack, ran to the bathroom, and now you're back, because we're turning now to the Group B bracket. We've got another qualifying match and 2 more Titans to vie for it.
2 veterans, 2 masterminds. In one corner, the unpredictable Protoss who thrives in the chaos, the smiling assassin. And in the other corner, a cold, calculated Terran who never backs down, the master of late game precision. A clash of styles, a test of nerves, and only one goes through. Please welcome Team Liquid's Cure and Twisted Minds' Hero.
Twisted Minds' Hero, forged in the darkest days of Protoss. By his own admission, he's since dropped the weight to Rock Lee style and enters this matchup the statistical favorite. Just don't tell Katz his thoughts on post-toss patch.
And his opponent, a Terran with nerves of steel, with builds sharper than a scalpel, surgical, methodical, and always lethal. This is Cure.
Our players are ready, so let's send it on over to the casters and get this one started.
It is time for our 5th best of 5 of the day here on the mainstream. Cure versus Hero. These two have a crazy amount of history. That history lately has heavily favored this mine, who is representing Twisted Minds, who could absolutely use a couple points in that club rewards, as it's not been the hottest summer for them yet, but I'm sure we'll see a lot more of Hero and all the other Twisted Mind members. I am Roddy, with me is Wardy, as we are pumped for this TVP.
Absolutely, this is a matchup which has just always been fun. Like you say, recently Hero has had the wins, but Cure has been bringing the fight. And in the biggest tournament of the year, we already saw it a little bit yesterday with him against Showtime. Cure is coming prepared. He's going to be doing some weird builds. He's going to have every trick that he has made up over the past few months ready in his arsenal to use today.
Yeah, Cure looked so good yesterday against Showtime, even if he didn't even have to show a whole lot. But he just reminded us. It probably is like, hey, y'all must have forgot. Whenever the big tournaments come around, I'm pretty freaking clever. Yes, he's got great hands and great mechanics, and we know that he knows what to do, but it was just incredibly well thought out. Showtime has probably thought over 100 scenarios, but very few will look like the game that we saw on Tokamak, and even less probably look like the game we saw on Leylines. And I'm sure that he's got a few more very cool and clever build orders up his sleeve, but Hero's no stranger to Cure. This is not Hero's first rodeo. I think it would be very foolish of Hero to expect a very standard series. Let's macro a little bit and I'm gonna get rich. I think Hero knows he's gonna have to be on his toes throughout this entire best of 5.
Yeah, I think Hero knows that, and I think Hero is also going to be ready to put Cure on his toes as well, right? Because, let's face it, Hero is not the most standard of guys. And while lately he maybe doesn't need as many tricks to get up in that PvT, sometimes that doesn't stop Hero from mixing it up and making sure that, yes, you have to respond to what I'm doing as well. You're not just going to get to dictate the entire pacing of this series.
Yep. What I love, by the way, is that we finally get to talk a little bit more about Hero, because I feel if this would have been 3-4 months ago, we would have been talking about Hero non-stop, top-tier favorite, the Protoss hope coming into this tournament. But Classic lately has been stealing his thunder a little bit with that amazing best-of-5 win over Cerro in Dallas, and then, of course, peaking in the RSL recently, and all of a sudden it's like, we talk less about this guy, but I am sure he's here to remind all of us that we better start talking about him, because this won't be the last we get to see of him. Representing Twisted Minds, it is Hero.
He is taking on our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. It is Cure.
And Hero tends to do this. Whenever we get closer to one of the biggest events of the year, or the absolute biggest events of the year, he suddenly slows down a little bit. He won't be signing up for each and every single weekly. Nope. He basically turns off the light, he starts practicing in the dark, and I am certain he is incredibly ready for this event. We didn't get to see him yesterday as he played on the B stream. He had a PvP against Lancer. I heard it was somewhat close, but in the end it was still a 2-0 victory for Hero. For the people who wonder, it's like, yeah, but he struggled. It's like, well, Lancer is actually really freaking good, and it's PvP. It is incredibly difficult to outclass somebody who's good in PvP from the beginning till the end. So the fact that Lancer put up a fight does not mean that Hero is not in top tier shape, because I really do expect big things of Hero.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll not forget EWC last year where Hero showed up and he looked freaking amazing. Like, it was a whole new Hero from what we expected him to be coming in. So that only gets me excited even more so for what he gets up to in this PvT and future matchups as well. As this probe just doing its job early, came across the map straight away, wants to make sure Cure is not up to anything pesky right from the very get-go.
And the only thing I'd say that is worth mentioning so far when it comes to these build orders is that Hero decided to go for the Nexus before the Cybercore. This used to be standard, and then kind of other players stopped doing it, and now they're going back to it a little bit. I've always preferred getting the Cybercore before the Nexus, just in case I get cheese, but to be fair, Hero did Probe Scout incredibly early, so maybe he could have adjusted. It doesn't matter that much. It's gonna change the economies a little bit, but it's not that Cure is gonna be in panic when he's like, oh no, your Nexus went down a couple seconds earlier than it otherwise would have been. It of course also means that whatever Adept or Stalker Hero would open with, Stalker in this case, is gonna be a little bit later because that Cybercore was late.
Reaper shows up, and the Stalker not here yet. The Probe in the back is not seen by the Reaper, but he is going to go hunting for it. So he finds it in the end. That is going to be first blood here on the side of Cure. Takes that down, and then going to go try for a second. Probe actually helps with the damage, but it's not enough. It's a second Probe, and the Stalker not in reach to get the Reaper in return.
You can see Hero shake his head immediately a little bit. Losing one probe kind of annoying. Losing two probes is already what you feel is unacceptable as a Protoss. And then to make it even worse, to pour salt in those wounds, the Reaper gets out of there. It's not going to ruin Hero's game, but it's definitely a little bit tilting. And that's why I think he was shaking his head, where he's like, that's not really how I wanted to start the best of 5. But obviously, best of 5s will go on for a long time. What do you make of Hero's shield battery positioning, by the way? It's very far forward.
It's very exposed, isn't it, right? That feels like it's just asking to be taken down. Like, the moment any sort of push comes up, I guess he's just that desperate to have it as part of the wall. So, yeah, just wants to keep the Twilight up in the main base, not wall off with that tech, and then just desperate to have the wall off to help against the Reaper Hellion here, which is going to work out, I suppose, for the moment. But yeah, it is a concern for later, as we are going to see the Reaper Hellion going to try, and the grenade will be good. We'll have to
Yeah, that's one of these moments where you really have to drop it immediately, because if you're a bit too late, the Reapers and the Hellions are a lot quicker than Stalkers without Blink, and obviously then Sentries. Hero is going to try to re-wall. That won't work. He's probably going to end up losing a couple of workers here. The only question is how many. Cure is closing his eyes, and he's just hoping he's going to get the dream shots off. Nice target fire. Gets 4 probes on top of the 2 probes he got earlier. Gets out of there with a single Reaper. I like it so far for Cure, man. Like, none of this is game ending, but I'm sure if you're Cure, like, it is actually going pretty well. 4 minutes in, you're still on 2 bases, you're forced to pull your probes, you've lost 6 probes, you've lost the Sentry as well, all for basic units. Now we've got that medevac with the Widow Mines heading towards the main bane, and Cure's just gonna fly in and boosting it. Oh, loses the medevac with 1 Widow Mine inside of it. And in the end, only gets 1 there. Losing the medevac is one thing, but not being able to unload the second Widow Mine, tiny bit painful.
Yeah, could have had some, more mining time denied for a little bit there. That was a quick denial from Hero. And so Cure just doesn't do much with that medevac, but that's the first thing that really went well for Hero here, because those first 6 probes, that Sentry, with all things Hero would have really liked to have had, right? The Sentry especially, it's a continued scouting, potential to maybe use that hallucination in an aggressive way with the Blink finishing as well, though he does have a further on the way out, so just nice to have that. It's not the kind of thing you want to rebuild, because all of your gas now is going into those Stalkers, as the Raven will pop out, and that's going to be another potential harassing option for Cure. We'll see if he does want to send it across, or if he's maybe a bit afraid that it might get caught by Stalkers on the map.
Yep, it is kind of hard to get into that little spot in the top left side of Persephone, especially with 4 Stalkers guarding that spot. I would really love it if Cure does not end up losing that Graves, and it is so nice to just keep it with your main Terran army and taking away some of that vision that Protoss can have with those observers. Cure is obviously very good in spotting observers, but you just make your life a whole lot easier if you do have that Raven. Is he just gonna fly by? Nope, he's not doing it. I would almost say at this point, when you see how ready Hero is, just bring it back to your main army.
Yeah, I know, just get it home. It's not going to do much there, but it can actually do a lot with your main army. Come across the map, and then it's got all that utility it can still utilize. Observer seen everything in the main base for Cure, so Hero is informed. There's a couple tanks actually going to get some shots off. Hero responds in time, does not lose that Stalker, and does see the first poking out of Cure here at the main force.
Hero just going 8 gates for now. Had a War Prism on the way for a split second, decides to cancel it. And I think he might be looking for an Immortal because I'm sure that he's expecting Cure to be very aggressive here. And indeed canceled the War Prism, goes for the Immortal. I believe he's going up to 8 gateways. Stalkers, soon Zealots with charge. He doesn't have a sentry, by the way, or does he? Because he obviously lost the initial sentry, but holding that first push without a Guardian Shield, that's actually something that Hero really needs to remake. Guardian Shield is a lot more important than an extra Stalker or 2 extra Zealots.
Yeah, the value of that over time in the fight it just adds up, especially when there's so many Marines fighting, so much damage to absorb. That Observer taken out as Cure does look to move out. I mean, Stimpack finishing, Combat finishing, the Medevac's almost done as well, so the timing really is here.
Hero got a sentry. That's why I was chuckling. And has gone for the War Prism in the end after that first Immortal. Maybe he was worried that the push of Cure would arrive a little bit earlier than he would have liked it, so he decided to go Immortal first. Oh, Stalkers could be in a little bit of trouble. Hero probably has to blink towards the left side, recall out immediately. And that was the correct choice. If he blinks to the low ground there, Cure was ready to receive it with open arms. And he would have been able to target down a couple of these Stalkers. Hero still, by the way, no Forge, no Robo-Bay. Hero is truly anticipating Cure to attack into him. So what Hero's doing right now is very good. If Cure goes for an all-out assault into him, because then Hero can smack this push down and immediately counter, retaliate, the way that we saw Zoun do it early today against Byun. But if Cure picks up on everything that we see, Cure doesn't have to attack Hero, and that is actually going to be really awkward for Hero, because it's like, we're 8 minutes into a game, we're now supply blocked, we have no Forges, we have no Robo-Bay, we have no Storm. I love this decision, by the way, by Cure to retreat. It's such a good call.
Yeah, very mature, just realizing what is up, and now you just get to sit back. Your third CC is coming online, and moments like this are easier to defend because you're close to home, and that's a lot of Zealots in the main base. Hero's going to decide to jump on this army. Cure stims it up. Obviously, tanks are not siege here. Force fields and the Medivacs do not stay close to go and save them. Just manages to grab one, but the Zealots are ransacking the main base at the moment.
Fantastic retarget there on one of those mines. The 2 mines in the main base do get picked up, though, so Cure, his main, is still in shambles, and Hero's still in the face of Cure. Cure was still a little bit too far forward. This is everything that Hero wanted. This is everything that Hero was looking for. Because Hero truly needed a fight. He's got no additional tech on the way. Hero needed to trade out these basic units, and he has found the opening that he was looking for.
Amazing stuff. If your opponent's not going to fight into you, why not just fight into them? Well, that doesn't always work, but it does for Hero here as SCVs are pulled in. Now those Immortals are going to go down, so this is going to get a little bit scarier, but the damage really is done. And there's still so many Zealots over in the main, keeping so much of this bio busy. This Wood of Mine will go off as the final few Marines are even starting to go down. The Zealots realize they might be able to keep on fighting this. The Medivacs have to lift and retreat. This is pulling back, and we still even have forces over to the right side as well.
This one Observer, by the way, has been so freaking useful for Hero, as it has granted detection on all those mines that popped out of the factory. Some of them were able to fire once, but they've all been picked off rather quickly. And that has just made it so much easier for Hero to actually continue this harassment in the main base and make sure that these Zealots survive a little while longer. Is that a maxed out energy Raven?
Yeah, because it hasn't done anything all game.
I mean, that's something that would have been very useful as well. Dropping 4 auto turrets against Zealots with 0-0.
Yep, it would have been really nice, but I think Cure just forgot about it. Maybe thinking of using it when he attacked, then never attacked, and then he got caught and he went to Chaos's. Stalkers get a few more SCVs. The bio does force those Stalkers back on that right side. 1-1 upgrade starting for Hero. And you know what? If you control the map, why don't we just play like Hero and throw down the gold?
I love the positioning of the forges, by the way. Imagine you're trying to learn from Hero and you're going to analyze this. You're like, so, all right, double forge at the 4th, right? And it's like, personally wouldn't, but you know what? Why the hell not? It is going to be unlikely that Cure makes it to the top right side anytime soon. And that is such a close call by Hero, right? That was probably the last 30 seconds where he was able to find a good fight with those basic Zealots, basic Stalkers, and the one Immortal he had. Cure was just a little too far forward. If Cure is truly standing in his natural, if he has a bunch of bio units in the main base to deal with that Prism, this would have been such a difficult game for Hero.
And now we still do have the advantage here a little bit for Q in terms of upgrades. He's going to get the anti-arm missile as well. Gets one Immortal. This is going to be a wraparound. Hero had the units coming in from the other side. We are going to lift and try to retreat. Can the Stalkers get any of those medevacs? No, but the Raven will fall, and Hero is going to continue to charge on down to the bottom left and try to punish this medevac lift as they try to unload.
Here has thrown down a scan at that 3 o'clock position. It's the how far behind am I scan, and he sees that there is a goal that is not quite saturated yet. Probably clicked on these units here. He's like, okay, 0-0. Well, then I should try one more time. But there is just so much Hero. The Zealots and Stalkers coming in from 2 different angles. We've got the Sentries and Immortals wailing away at those Marauders as well. And this is all right before Hero's upgrades, but Hero does not give a damn. The medevac count is incredibly high. I think Cure misfired there for a split second on those unbuildable plates. That obviously does not help when you're trying to pull off a hold. Hero with deep move command. Hero doesn't truly have to do this, but Hero says, I don't care, I'm winning this game. Let's go ahead and get it over with. Let's get ready for round 2.
He's already killed a ton of SCVs. The Liberator is probably not going to be much help. Targeted down by Stalkers. We could do with some extra Zealots as 1 and 2 Immortals will go down, so just Stalkers left. Cure will, in theory, hold until these Zealots show up, and then that might just be about it, because it's going to be tough to shoot through those, especially now those upgrades have evened out completely. Medevacs are going down, so the healing is non-existent compared to before, and it does look like Hero, aggressive as ever, going to close out this opening game.
5 base Hero, nothing but Zealots, Stalkers and Immortals. No High Templars were needed in the making of this victory in Game 1. A frustrating one for Cure, I think, especially if Cure goes over the replay and he's like, oh, come on. Like, I was actually so freaking close to having a real answer for all those units you're working with. That Raven initially indeed would have helped out a ton if he had it at home, because Zealots without any upgrades, they do really struggle with those other turrets. But perfect timing for Hero to sneak that War Prism into the main base, unload those Zealots, and immediately force that fight on Cure. Not quite in the center of the map, but still far away enough from the natural that SCVs were not pulled. Cure has no walls or depots to hide behind, no bunker to worry about. Like, it looks like such a convincing victory for Hero, but it was actually really freaking close, because if Cure pulls back a little bit further, I really like Cure's position there.
Yeah, I think if Cure doesn't get caught in that moment, like you say, and it really was out of nowhere, like, Cure's like, okay, you were setting up to receive me. I feel like I can just head back. He's just chilling. But then he was like, oh yeah, well, I was ready to receive you, so if you're not coming, I've got to go to you. And that's what Cure just wasn't ready for. He just thought Hero would start to tech up, actually throw down the splash damage, actually throw down the forges. Hero had other intentions.
A single missile turret maybe on the left side of the main would have been useful. Imagine a mine connecting with the War Prism, or if you have a slightly earlier Viking to put some pressure, because that War Prism was around having a good old time in that main for an incredibly long time. I think we had 3-4 rounds of War Pins there, because Cure was obviously so focused on dealing with that big army in the natural, or between the natural and the third base. There were just a lot of fires to take care of there for Cure. In the end, Hero lives up to the hype and takes the 1-0 lead. As we load into Ultra Love, that is historically a pretty good Terran map. Let's see what we will be able to witness. In the bottom left side of Ultra Love, we are looking at the main base of the only representative of Twisted Minds in the StarCraft 2 tournament. It is Hero.
In the upper right, representing Team Liquid, we have got Cure.
Both players have pretty fond memories over Riyadh. Of course, Cure was the runner-up of Gamers 8, the tournament we had over here before the Esports World Cup was started. And Hero last year was the highest placing Protoss in the tournament, making it into the top 4 and playing some stunning games, really making Serral work for it as well, getting some impressive victories over Raynor. So I think they both kind of enjoy coming here, Waddy.
Yeah, I think so too. Cure was only 1 match shy last year as well of making those final day playoffs as well, right? He was in that lower bracket. He lost out a Hero then as well.
A shot at revenge.
A shot at revenge. It's not started well.
No, well, you know, it wasn't bad either, and I still feel that Cure's got more tricky stuff up his sleeve. Even though what I do really like about Cure is that he's unpredictable. It's like some people, the Korean Terrans, they just go for the 2 base all-ins, they SCV pull all the time. Well, so far, that hasn't really been the case. Cure did kind of go for an SCV pull against Showtime in that first game on ley lines, but I really love the way that he approached that last game. Clearly, Hero was expecting crazy aggression of Cure to hit rather early. Perhaps that's why that shield battery was so far forward as well. He's like, alright, so whenever that game-deciding fight happens, I'll have a Guardian Shield near the battery and I should barely be okay. I've got 8 gateways. I am not investing anything in a Robo Bay or in a Templar Archives that may not just be ready in time. I just want as many units as you. Battle, stabilize, 3 bases against 2 bases with half an economy, and I'm going to win. But that's actually not what Cure did. So in a weird way, Cure won the mind game, the mental war, but obviously Hero got the most important win, and that's the actual game.
That's very true. As the Marine come back up this high ground, more Marines on the way out, so nothing across the map early this time around, right? Just not going to have that Reaper, completely blind as Cure. Just going to say, you do whatever you want to do, and I'm just going to do my thing.
Yeah, last game we had no Adept at all, right? It was just Stalker, Stalker, Sentry.
Yep.
Stalker, Sentry is Stalker, and that's most of the time the way that these guys like to go about it. Hero's gonna switch things up. I often feel on a big weekend like this, or a big week of StarCraft 2, that we see at least one Resonating Glaive Adept build. When we least expect it, when we never mention it, because who in his right mind would suddenly play Resonating Glaive Adepts in 2024 or 2025? Well, Hero or Classic will sneak it in, or Zoun actually. He's a bit of...
He actually loves it, right?
Yeah, he's a bit of a fan, especially if he has a bad start where he's like, the normal stuff's not gonna cut it. He suddenly hits you with 6 gate Resonating Glaive Adept, with Proxy Gate as well, but that is not happening yet.
Not just yet. Adept going to shade up as the Stalker gets ping onto a couple of Marines using that Adept shade as high ground vision to help pull your way forward there. But not much to be done. Again, that high Marine count is going to be effective from the start. Now straight into the Cyclone too, so it's a lot of firepower units early.
Interesting 4-gate Blink Stalker on the side of Hero. That is something that's not ultra common these days. Most of the time we'll see the 3-gate Blink, sometimes 2-gate Blink Robo, but in the era of the SCV pools, 2-gate Robo, Blink third base is probably a little bit much. But seeing Hero open up with 4 gateways, that is a tiny bit surprising. Means that his economy is going to be a bit worse. He does let the Adept Shade finish up. Maybe wanted to get a little peek behind that wall. Secure gets the first wall. I thought he lost a Marine there. Didn't he lose a Marine? No, damn.
Check him out. They were very low, but keep him alive. I mean, to be fair, that Stalker Pokemon's been worthwhile, because considering Q is coming across the map, that's Medivac energy drained, all low HP Marines that are trying to fight right now, so definitely helps, definitely worth the effort that Hero has put into this so far. He does miss the movement, that probe in the center is not quite spotted, but he's barely aware this is coming, no?
I'd love to see Cure go home immediately. Like, I understand this move out, where he's like, okay, if you have a third base and you barely have any units, maybe I can get a cancel on it, maybe I can kill a pylon. But the moment you see that the Hero is not on 3 bases, we need to get the hell home. Because, like, wait a minute, you are so ready to actually fight. You are not investing in that long-term economy. It's a little peek at the triangle as well, and he's like, nope. And you can immediately see Cure sending these units home, which is a perfect call. Because attacking into a 2-base Protoss that has opened up 4-gate Blink Stalker would just be silly.
Yeah, you don't want to give Hero a chance to utilize those gateways, right? Make them be wasted, make him have to find the effort, put the effort into finding the damage. We do see, though, Cure is pretty adamant about wanting to be aggressive, reinforcing with that Medivac. Now it's Banshee and Cloak on the way. So he's looking for a really aggressive push here in the end.
Yeah, and look what Hero's doing. Hero's going up to 6 gateways now. A Zealot charge has been fired up as well. 6 gates of 2 bases, making it immortal. He is expecting Cure to continue his aggression. If the tank count goes up, the tank count has gone up. I'd love to see Cure get a bunker on the low ground here as well. Start sieging the tanks immediately. And with the SCVs here, repair is great, but I actually think a bunker or 2 makes your push 10 times stronger, because it's going to be really hard for Hero then to eventually find a good fight, as the Stalkers are quite exposed. They've taken a lot of damage, loving the bunker.
Yeah, keeping these Stalkers to the right side maybe gives you the option to potentially think of reinforcements there coming off. Loses a couple Stalkers there though, so that's messy. Ultra Love is really nasty for this. The tank in that position can hit this wall off. Of course, from Hero's point of view right now, he's like, okay, let's just try and get charged. Let's let these elves have the best fight possible. And that's what he's going to aim for as he warps in outside of his natural, so that when he does engage, he's not coming out that round.
And with 6 gates, he's obviously going to have a lot of production. That one Banshee's a little bit low. The shield batteries have done its thing. War Prism is just giving Hero a little look what he has to worry about. At one point you can ask, does Hero have to attack into this? Is there a world where Hero just expands towards the left? The tank is not quite in range of the mineral patches, I believe. Hero definitely wants to crush his army. He's going to go for it. Guardian Shield gets activated.
Here we go. The bunker's going to get surrounded. The tanks, one of them goes down already. That Immortal will help if it can target the right things, helping to knock that bunker down ASAP. As that last tank is all that remains. The Medivac will even go down too, as the Stalkers are going to grab that, and Cure gets cleaned up. it was the threat of the units being out there, right? There was not much chance to reinforce.
Hero needs a full wall-off. I would really love a full wall-off here, because Hero is so zealot heavy, and Hero has already revealed that he has a crazy amount of gateways, otherwise he couldn't have that many units, as there was one Cloak Banshee instead of a single bunker. I love the defensive bunker in the natural as well, but I'd like more, because you don't want to see those zealots get on top of your tanks. Cure thinks he's got enough. Does he have enough, Wadi?
We're gonna find out. The Immortal jumping forward with the help of that Warp Prism. Prism may want to stop to get the Warp in here. The Immortal does get saved last second. 2 tanks down, 1 remaining. Zealots are working their way through some hold position SCVs, which is nice micro. 13 workers down, but Hero is taking damage as well. The Banshee on the other side taking a long time to get dealt with. That's going to be at least some return fire for Cure, who keeps Hero down in workers.
Yeah, and it's a 2-base Protoss.
Yeah.
It's not even that, like, okay, Hero's down a couple pros, but he's got map control and he's on 3 bases, he's upgrades. No forges, 6 gateways and a robo, and 2 bases. That's all that Hero has. Hero's attack there was scary, but it absolutely did not get done what he was looking for. Perhaps if he would have taken 0 damage from that Banshee, it would have been fine, but clearly he did take a lot of damage from that Banshee. Now I think Hero feels that he only has one choice, and that is a quick Templar Archives, fire up Storm immediately, use energy recharge on one of those High Templars for a couple of extra Storms to work with. I mean, even going up to 3 bases when you're on 37 probes and you've got a tiny army is incredibly painful. And I don't even know where these Banshees are coming from. How many Banshees did Pure make? They've been fantastic, nevertheless.
Yeah, they just keep coming back in and hitting hard. As we're getting a few Zealots back here, obviously Hero needs damage right now, and he is going to get himself a couple of SCVs in return at least. But yeah, if it wasn't for the Banshee, right? Like, the Banshees have just done so much, and now as he tries to get to the Storm, really a desperation measure. Kira is fully set on upgraded bio units. If this Storm isn't somewhat miraculous, then Kira is going to overrun that third so easily.
Hero is in a world of trouble, and I'm sure he knows that. It felt that Cure was playing exactly what Hero expected him to do, and Hero tried to blind counter it, right, by playing 6 gates on 2 bases, yet he didn't get the fights and he didn't get the trades that he was looking for. Where do you think it went wrong for him?
I honestly think it was the Zealots that were just on that left side, stuck on SCVs for so long. Really didn't do as much.
So you think the initial defense was fine, even though it took a little while, he did clean it all up?
I think that was fine. I think what he attacked with was genuinely scary, but like so many Zealots were on that left side, and if that gets on the bio and the other tank a bit faster, and then we just stuck on SCVs, right? You know, killing SCVs is nice, but some of them weren't even attacking.
Do you think there was a lot more potential in the counter? Either way, Side Storm is done. We're going to try to land some of those miraculous Storm. The first one is all right. Where is the other one? Okay, we've got 2 more Storms, and they will connect with a decent amount of units, but there is a Banshee that's still picking up a couple of additional probes in the main. Of course it is. Here is now an upgrade ahead. He's 11 workers ahead. He's 50 supply ahead overall. And it is just a dream game for Cure. If Hero somehow finds a way to win this, I think Cure may just forfeit game 3. He's like, all right, that's it, guys. If I can't win this one on Ultra Love, I'm waving the white flag.
Yeah, this would be a pretty ridiculous loss from this stage. The worker count is there, the army's there, the upgrades are there. I mean, you can see Hero is poising to do what he can with these few Stalkers. Like, he's in a position where he needs to get anything possible done, which might even just be him attacking and looking for the win, because I think he knows that the length of this game is not favoring him.
This is such a painful spot for Hero, whereas like I really don't want to attack, because I know that landing fantastic Storms is a lot harder when you're the Protoss running into the Terran than when the Terran is running into the Protoss. Hero is completely aware of this, but he also knows that if he sits at home, there is no way he ever wins this game, so he's got no choice. He needs to force the fight, and I love what he's doing here. It's kind of like throwing a feint, right? He's like, hey, Cure, I'm here. You should really chase me. Your army is better, and that makes it more likely that he can land those Dream Storms, but he doesn't need 1 or 2 good Storms, Wadi. He's gonna need 6 phenomenal Storms in a row.
He really does, and that one is pretty good in the background, which is, it's nice, it's something. He does get to push forward, but he's already running out of Zealots, and once those Zealots are gone, you're gonna be in trouble. Only Stalkers are not gonna do that much. A couple Zealots still on the bottom side there.
Close.
Holding up. It's way closer than it feels like it should have been, but surely with a couple of reinforcements, we are good.
Yeah, thank the Lord for Cure that Hero is as committed and as all in as he is. Hero's like, well, that was so close that, you know what, we're gonna give it another shot. A new Warp Prism, a few more High Templars. But the next time Hero is gonna make this fight, there will be some ghosts ready to drop a couple of EMPs, but those Storms were very big, and Hero did have a lot of basic units. I'm sure that Cure flicked on the units of Hero there for a split second, took a look at the upgrades, and was like, wait, what? You've got 0-0? How all in are you? Well, if he sees the work account, it's even more than he probably expects Hero to be.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, Kira is just going to be able to position here. There's storm coming down.
Storm.
I mean, those are the storms you need, right? If you're going to stay in this game, that is what you need to be finding. He's going to give it a go, and these units are still low HP. That bunker's not exactly healthy. He's got around himself, and a couple of High Templars still looking to storm right now. The Byun have to pull away, and we're going to get another warp in his Zealot. The Prism will stick around. Extra Zealot showing up, and where's the army of the Terran?
Hero's starting to do this. There is an Oracle now that has finished up morphing after those storm connected in a big way. Hero is on 0-0, but he doesn't care. Kira's going to be very happy. He's got that bunker here. One EMP does land, a couple of EMPs land, and that means that his Archon is now very low on HP. It comes down to the final few Zealot Stalkers. SCVs, Marines, Marauders, and Ghosts are trying to make the difference. Medevacs are putting in overtime. It is starting to look like Cure might still just be okay. Hero counting down the seconds for another warping, but look at the economies now. It is 27 SCVs against a 38 probes, and of course Hero can warp in a few more High Templars at home. Use energy recharge again. It is ridiculous what Hero has been doing here of 38 workers.
Has not built a probe in so long, and now he's ahead on the work account. Now, don't get me wrong, obviously Terran still has 3 bases, still has mules. Kira just needs to settle for a second. He still has the upgrade lead. He now has Ghost, so it should be easier. Hero maybe needs to not kind of go in too heavily. Those mines and the Ghosts are going to make it tough.
Yeah, it feels like it's still good for Cure, but right now all the momentum is on Hero's side, and you can see the look on Cure's face where he's like, are you kidding me? How long will this go on? And now it does feel that we are 2 deadly storms away from Hero potentially still winning this game. We are about to have our hands on a Viking that will really make our life a little bit easier, dealing with that War Prism that takes a lot of damage. That Widowmine shot was fantastic too. Cure just needs to be very cautious against all these High Templars. We've got storms for days.
We really do. Right now, Hero's just zoning the ramp as he does get the EMP on the High Templar. The last 2 High Templars do not morph into an Archon either, so no more storms, no more splash damage right now. The Prism gets targeted down, no warp in. Surely that is enough for Cure to finally make a hold. EMP in the Archon. He still is just scrapping with what feels like some final units. The Stalkers blink away. Hero is on 8 army supply, warping in up to 18 now, but man, that should surely be good enough for Cure.
I think my heart rate is a lot higher than the players right now, because my heart was beating out of my chest there for Cure. If he does not snipe that Prism, if he doesn't land that sick EMP on multiple High Templars next to each other, I think Hero could have done it there. It is 47 army supply at this point for Cure, our Korean Terran from Team Liquid, as Hero has managed to sneak in 5 additional workers, by the way, and now it's Heroes working on an 18 worker lead. And it's so difficult for Cure to deal with Zealot run-bys, right? Because he doesn't have any of those defenses he had earlier. He had to pull out all the stops to stabilize a while ago, and now it is up to Cure to attack into Hero, but attacking into Hero is hard, because that means that you are in danger of clumping up and eating really big storms.
Yeah, we are going to see these probes in some trouble. The Zealots as well going to get blocked by the probes. These few units aren't going to do much. The one Prism coming back from the right-hand side is going to be a storm, but it is split away from pretty quickly. Second storm comes down. It's good, but do we have anything else to support? There's no pylon here, so we can't warp in there at all. I think Hero just has too much at this stage. 1-1 upgrades doing their thing, and Hero just doesn't quite have enough time to warp in what he needs to actually make that economy worthwhile.
I think Cure is starting to relax a little bit now, where he's like, all right, in the end, it is all good. 10 Marauders, 9 Marines, 3 Ghosts. He's got 1-1. Hero still has no upgrades. This War Prism is really the last thing that Hero has to get excited over in this game. And if it goes down against the Viking and against the Marines, that could very well be it. He uses the recall. That's very cute. So he at least saves that High Templar and the Zealot. Hero's like, all right, let's do it one more time. And Cure is only on 15 SCVs, but of course Cure has triple orbital, and Cure has a much larger and above all, much more powerful army. But I cannot believe how close Hero made this game.
He's going to realize that he's just not got a chance. Types out GG, and Cure has to take a big sigh of relief. In a game where we thought it was unlosable, it very nearly was lost.
Up 50 supply overall, up in workers, up in upgrades, and it felt like he knew everything that was happening. Had a good push, a fantastic hold at first. I really never thought there would be a moment where we'd say in the end, one storm came online, but Hero was so all in, we'd say great hold by Cure. But that final hold, when he sniped that War Prism and he landed that EMP, if he would have messed that one up, honestly, he could have lost there, and it would have been a miraculous Hero victory.
Crazy game number 2. Got some long games in this event. This was 15 minutes of just absolute chaos, less than 100 supply. Absolute mayhem. That's what we love about these two when they play, right? They can bring the chaos to each other in scrappy situations. That's what's so fun about watching Hero. Even when the man's dead, you never count him out.
Hero is incredibly good in playing from impossible positions, and this truly was an impossible position, but it does go to show the power of energy recharge on those high Templars, where you just have a few more storms to work with. And of course, Cure could have maybe split a little bit better, maybe he could have made his life a bit easier with an extra bunker, or even something like a missile turret to keep that Warp Prism at bay. But the fact that Hero made it so freaking close really goes to show that it's never a guaranteed win against that man. Fun series so far. At one point you could see Cure's face as well. He's like, is this happening? Like, he was pissed, Wardy, and rightfully so.
I mean, I know, man. Like, he knew the position he was in. He knew it shouldn't be happening. We get ourselves readied up for map 3. It's all tied up 1-1. We've had great qualifying series so far today, and this one is living up to be the same. In the bottom left-hand side of the map, we're going to start Tokamak off with the red Protoss player from Twisted Minds. It is Hero.
In the top right side of Tokamak, we are looking at the main base of the man who is looking to join his teammate, who is already in the quarterfinals. This is Team Liquid's Cure. Cure is always so impressive on these big events. Like, I wouldn't say he flies under the radar, because of course we give him the props and the credits he deserves. But he's still impressive, just in the way that he gets stuff done, and the build orders that he shows up with, and the execution. And I feel overall his game sense in general is incredibly good.
Yeah, he really knows what's up. He knows what he's doing all of the time. He is playing some great StarCraft 2. Every time he never really disappoints at big events, does he?
Can't remember the last time that he bombed out early and he had only bad games. Oh, losing an SCV here would really suck. But Cure does save it at the last second. That actually means that Hero's Probe is eventually in a bit of trouble. Again, goes for the Nexus before the Cybercore. If you guys have just joined us, we've had 2 players qualify so far for the round of 8 that starts tomorrow. Those 2 players are Clem and Maru. Clem with a nail-biting victory over Solar 3-2. Maru with a banger of a victory over Raynor 3-2 as well. Are we going to have a third Terran in the quarterfinals, Wardy? Or do you think it is time to finally start off that promised green wave? Because so far that has been a very tiny wave.
Yeah, it's been real small, man. It's big in the first round of the lower bracket. So, I mean, yeah, it's not been quite the dominance from Protoss yet, but of course, we've got the heavy hitters now, right? We've got Hero, we've got Classic coming up, although that's going to be a tough one for him. We will see.
And of course, after this, we have one more amazing best of 5. This is our 5th series of the day. The final series of the day is that rematch from the DreamHack Masters Dallas a couple months ago. It will be Serral versus Classic. Any interest in another Broodlord versus Archon battle there?
One Archon versus one Broodlord. Sign me up, baby!
What an ending that was, eh?
An unforgettable one is the factory. Got to a tech lab here early, so you can see the setup of Cure. Just going to get into that very, very quick Cyclone and begin to get some map presence with that. So each game, some little differences so far.
Cure very unpredictable to play against. Even though Heroes kind of tried to blind counter him a little bit, and it kind of worked out, but it also kind of didn't work out. The game 1 was a win for Hero, but legitimately on a knife's edge. Even if it looked dominant, that really comes down to seconds. 20 seconds later, the same fight looks incredibly different. And in game 2, obviously expected Cure to go for something along those lines, tried to counter him, staying on 2 bases, which is not standard for a Protoss in this matchup, going up to 6 gateways, which is absolutely not standard. Still could not find the victory. Like, I like that Hero is putting a lot of thought into his build and into the series, but it's also important that you don't get too carried away into trying to make all the correct calls in the dark, because that can really backfire, and then you can just find yourself in incredibly uncomfortable positions.
It's very true. As that Blink Chrono boosts up, so you're going to see Hero once again. This game with the 3 gates, obviously not as aggressive as the 4 gate was meant to be last time, but will still have some poking potential. It is the kind of way to play right now. 3 gate, whereas 2 gates was popular for so long, but people are loving the 3 gates now. So the 3rd Nexus comes up. Yeah, so the barracks to your tech lab is the 4 Marines and the Cyclone, again, different little way of harassing each game.
This might be very similar to what Cure was doing against Showtime, where he will pull some of the boys on 2 bases. He's gonna, I want to say very quick stim, but it's actually concussive shells on the way for now. Drops and not a barracks, so it could lead into heavy early mid-game aggression coming out of Cure. Cure's medevac has flown over to the other side of the map, is going to unload next to the pylon, is gonna gun down this pylon. Stalkers, I don't think they quite want to take this battle yet before Blink is done. I would be very careful if I was Hero here.
Yeah, don't want to give away Stalkers. Cyclone's so good at kind of punishing those. But yeah, that concussive shells was just a fake out. Hey, look, I'm tacking into something big. I'm probably getting stim, but the reality is it's a tank, it's a lib, and now he's going to start stim. So it's going to be a bit of a stronger push, and then the stim bio follow-up.
I do think it's kind of funny that we are faking a research on a tech lab while building 3 barracks and playing bio. What could it be?
Yeah, it's definitely got a little bit of amusement to it as we get to see the Q point of view right here for a few moments. Libra is setting up, you can see he's trying to deny that hallucinated Phoenix. The storm is going to blink in though.
That actually means that the door should be open in the natural. Cure realized that immediately as we are following Cure's first person view. Hero's not quite committing because he's like, this is a bit too good to be true. Loses the sentry at home, loses a lot of probes. It is painful to take this much economic damage. That's not a great defense by Hero at all. I don't know if these Stalkers are still around there, but this little skirmish has absolutely favored the man of Team Liquid so far.
Yeah, that was nice. Got some good damage done. Got held off in the main base. Did kill a reactor here, but that was about it. You can see that Libera is sieging up as well. Some more problems. He will go up to the 3cc as well, showing us that he does want a macro, not some kind of 5 racks timing here on our third map of the day.
Hero has a spotting pylon, we can see on the minimap. Surprised that Kira is not looking at it, but Kira's like, you know what, a pylon does not scare me. He spreads the circle. He's gonna get at least 2 workers there on siege the lip immediately, and he's now gonna try to hide it in the bottom left side. Hero's praying that he can gun it down before it is out of range, but that is not going to happen. Another little thing that goes Kira's way. 50 SCVs body against only 52 probes for Hero. Hero does have a Forge this time, and obviously great scouting with his hallucinated Phoenix, so he gets the confirmation that third command center is there. I still like it a little bit more for Cure. Definitely not a game-ending lead, and I wouldn't quite get dramatic saying that Hero is in a lot of trouble, but overall this has just favored Cure a tiny bit.
Yeah, it really has. I think all the little things have just gone his way. At this point, we've got Hero getting ready for a 4th base. Cure just getting that +1 attack, and we'll see what he can start doing as well now that this bio is upgraded. Maybe he can get a bit more on the map once more if he wants to. Of course, he's got to be careful with that charge ready. He's going to find the potential 4th coming down as well, so good job. Just 1 medevac of Marines, just a little bit of investment, nothing too much to get some work done and just slows down a potential 4th base.
Hero gets a cannon. I'm very curious, where is Hero building a cannon? Is it near the, okay, in the 3rd mineral line. Alright. I guess assumes that he's going to get dropped later there. Already has a shield battery as well. Does have 5 Stalkers on the other side of the map to keep an eye on when Curious forces are leaving the natural, or perhaps when Cure is going up to 3 bases. Right before he dropped the Templar Archives, I was a bit surprised that he didn't yet. Because if you see how successful he was with those High Templars in the previous game from an impossible position, kind of feels here, if you get the scout, your opponent's going up to 3 bases, you've got all the time in the world, like, why aren't we rushing into Storm? He's getting stormed out.
Yep, that's Storm on the way up as the Marines try and get into the catch here, and we are going to once again deny the pylon towards this 4th base. Be able to grab that and get away fairly easily. It's a little scary, but at least a few Marines. Obviously, there's that Storm showing itself, but the real talk here is getting up to that Storm. We are now going to go onto that 4th base as well. He scans the natural once to see the gases, I guess.
Yeah. Throws down a scan in the natural, sees no gases, and that might actually scare Cure a little bit, where he's like, wait a minute, are you just about to attack me with a gazillion zealots? Not quite, because Hero does have the gases at the 3rd, and I do believe that Cure was able to caught a glimpse of that earlier. And Hero's obviously gone up to 4 bases, taking the triangle, but he didn't take it mega early. There's 66 workers across the board. That is something normally Terran players will get very excited over, but these days, until they have a bunch of ghosts out on the map, they're never too excited, knowing that High Templars are out there with more than the usual amount of storms.
True. The armor coming up at a nice time, getting more upgrades on the way. Nice catch here from Gear, just getting a couple of the zealots. Target fired that one in the front as well to make it 3. Slowing it down with concussive shell, so again, just a good job, but we have now got Storm, and you can see Hero, the moment he gets Storm, he's like, all right, baby, let's go, let's party. In we go. Widowbine's on the left side, going to help a lot. Good connections on the Zealots initially. On the right side, we get held up on a missile turret, though, as we do start to get forward. That High Templar is showing up, and man, we are going to get some decent first Storms, and Cure, does he have enough to keep holding this off as the Zealots keep coming in? Still more Storms available.
Yep, one more High Templar with a lot of energy, but Cure has successfully guided all the way back to that bunker, and now these units are in range, kind of shooting at depots, shooting at bunkers. One Archon is falling, the other Archon got pushed forward a little bit. I think in the end it's a pretty successful hold by Cure. Perhaps Hero got a tiny bit too excited there. Of course, it is harder to land those perfect storms when you don't have that War Prism, and I believe that was the first robo he built, right? Like, and he didn't build a robo earlier, so he never had a War Prism, he never had any observers. He continues to battle, Hero needs to be very careful because he doesn't quite have the numbers to take these kind of fights if we don't have a bunch of storms to fall back to.
Yeah, without the storm, it's super scary. There's so many medivacs he nearly killed off as well. Would have been amazing to finish off some of those. Love this Liberator still around, and there's one stalking to the edge, so get rid of it, but we're going to lose a probe or two first. Just one.
I didn't even really realize that Hero's Robo was so incredibly late. Like, it just finished up. He has immediately added the second Robo. He's going to add in the Robo Bay, and I think Hero has fantastic Colossus control. This is something we often applaud Clem for as well, and of course Max Pax, man. You give these guys a couple Colossus, a couple Stalkers, and they find the perfect spot to always be right on the edge of where the Terran army is, force out stim after stim, but never truly give the Terrans the fight that they are looking for. I do think this is a little bit crazy, Hero. We're going up to 5 bases, and we're trying to transition into Colossus. Do we really want to make attacks like this? Hero says yes, because he's a bit of an adrenaline junkie and he always wants to battle, but I think it's a bit questionable, Wadi.
He is always just playing with the idea of, hey, look, I'm going to pretend I'm strong and that makes me feel strong, so I can do anything. He's going back in again. The Ghost did not do too much. A couple storms come down. Second storm didn't hit much though. Now the Zealot's going down. We just got to get out of there.
Hero, you're losing every single Zealot, and I know it's easy to replace Zealots, but he's got 22 army supply right now. That's not a whole lot, and if Cure suddenly sends it to the other side of the map, of course we have a High Templar or two to fall back to, but I believe most of them are low on Storm. These Robos are so incredibly important. If you're poking Cure at the third, if Cure does decide to counter, if he gets on top of that base, he gets on top of your Robos, it's actually kind of game over. So, dangerous by Hero, but that's the Hero that we know and love. He always plays with fire, but he very rarely burns himself.
Very true, but this game is not looking too hot right now. His play is not great. There's plenty of ghosts as well to EMP. The question is, do those Colossus just scare Cure off? And if that is the case, then you get some time here as Hero to get back into this. Your work count is okay. 5th base is coming online, right? Like, the base count's not the problem, so we're kind of in a somewhat playable place.
No, I like it. I don't hate it for Hero. I definitely don't hate it for Cure, but for Cure it is going to be very difficult. He does have his second starport now, so he's going to have to pump out a lot of Vikings. I love that he's already working on those ship weapons. One of the most important upgrades in this matchup is +2 for the ship weapons, because if Cure then ever decides to add a couple Liberators as well, he can 2-shot Stalkers. If he lands an EMP, he can 1-shot Stalkers. But right now he just needs a couple Vikings, because dealing with Colossus, if we don't have Vikings or Lift, is incredibly difficult.
Yep, this Colossus switch definitely catches Cure a little bit off as the Vikings are on the way, but not ready yet. Storm's coming in to buy some time and just push that Bio Army back, help the Colossus to not get jumped on. Colossus still looking for damage though. Hero is still pushing on forwards and he is still looking for more. If they hit the Marines, it's going to be deadly. And those medevacts are so low on energy. Another stim is going to bring those units down even lower. We've got ourselves a few SCVs pulling into this fight. A lot of those going down. The prison falls, and that's going to mean that nothing gets away from this fight. The Colossus will both go down, and Hero is going to be pushed away, losing nigh on everything.
Yeah, it did kill 21 SCVs, forced out a bunch of stims. Most of the goals have used all of their EMPs. There was one crucial EMP, by the way, on 2 High Templars that were standing next to each other. That really made this a bit more doable for Cure. Hero perhaps overstayed his welcome a little bit, but Hero is never afraid. He just loves to battle, but he can't afford to lose these Robos, because if we lose the Robos, we're in serious trouble. I'm sure Hero knows that. That's why he's spacing out these Templars, spending as much money as possible right now, getting a couple of additional Zealots. And if Cure goes home, then in the end, it kind of worked out for Hero, right? Because he's going to be able to rebuild his army. He's got 82 workers now, and he killed 21 SCVs there. And he took care of a couple of expensive units on the side of Cure.
The counterattack definitely seemed like the initial kind of scary factor of this, but it didn't happen. Losing one Colossus there. Storm is good to, again, just keep the bio back and stop it from chasing down for a little bit. Pull back to the right-hand side. Cure, again, just not comfortable going across the other side. And I actually don't think Cure can afford to keep on stimming for fights right now. 3 medevacs on the way feels necessary because all of his medevacs are super low energy. Needs to work on that as once again Hero just takes another base, and that's the problem at this point in the game. Base after base comes down. We dodged the EMP to the second storm. High Templar Hero.
Now he absorbs another EMP, even though you couldn't really storm anymore. You can hear this High Templar saying, I can dance all day, and it's like Neo in the Matrix. In the end, he does get picked off. Cure has a couple sensor towers that should make his life a little bit easier to give him a heads up to know where Hero is coming from. Hero is just right now playing with so much confidence. And what often happens here is that Hero will take a questionable fight or a questionable engagement or two, but because he's so incredibly rich, it doesn't matter. And a confident Hero is a terrifying one.
Yeah, good position's definitely slipping a little bit as we do have those Zealots threatening to run in. The Ghosts even look low on energy as well, so I don't know how many EMPs we really have available right now. A couple fresh Ghosts, I think, just joined the fray, so maybe we will still have some available. That's going to be a nice EMP into Snipe, gets rid of that High Templar. Only one High Templar on the map right now.
That is scary. But yeah, Hero is just so freaking rich. I guess we're getting a few more gateways. He's waiting. He's got 13 gates at the moment. That's obviously a serious number. He's taking a silly amount of bases. He's going to snipe that sensor tower. And this is what Hero can do incredibly well. Being right on the edge, in and out of range. Like you throw a couple jabs, you force Cure to go forward with units. Those units will get picked off by far superior range units on the side of Hero. If more units go forward, they're forced to eat a storm to the face. Hero is incredibly good at that stuff. Does lose a Warp Prism, was able to land one storm. But I think right now he is just looking to gun down as many Vikings as possible. Look at that Stalker control, Marty.
Yep, Stalker control very nice here. A couple of SCVs going down. Bio still chasing. The Archon will fall. A couple of them all just getting pushed away as well as this army of Hero does retreat down the bottom. It's this stage of the game, though, where you can just see the encasing kind of set of Protoss bases wrapping around the edge of the map. And the Terran can't afford to just split off drops and just deny them all. And even if you deny one, so what? He's got ones on the other side, too. This is the position that's so difficult for Terran players to play out of.
Yep, because if you just stay where you are, then Protoss gets all the bases, but the moment you start dropping, you're kind of donating units, because the 13 gateways will always be able to take care of a single medevac or a double medevac. So you basically have to decide to go for 50-50 on your army. I think that's almost the best play, but that's where recall can come into play as well. As Fury is taking a couple of good fights here, though. Hero rallying his Zealots, and Hero does need to be a tiny bit cautious, because yes, he's got bases for days, but it's also not like he's sitting on 5k, so he's going to have to take some slightly better fights than he has been taking over the last 2 minutes.
Absolutely, those Zealots on the right side going to be donated in there. We've got Stalkers chasing a factory, the Colossus showing up, they're going to be the issue once more. There's Vikings, but not a ton of Vikings, and again, this bio has been so active that the medevacs have no healing to add right now, like they are empty.
Why don't we get the Mobius reactor? Is that what we call it?
Yeah, Caduceus reactor.
Caduceus reactor, there you go.
One of those upgrades that medevacs have.
The fancy medevac upgrade to make sure that we never run out of energy. Honestly, would not be a bad investment here at all for Cure, who is maxed out. He's got a tiny bit of money in the bank. Love to see it. He's got a strong army. That Storm, though, did connect with a lot of units, and the Vikings are in a terrible spot right now. We have a lot of Stalkers right underneath these Vikings, and that was incredibly expensive for Cure. You cannot lose that many Vikings like that.
He really thought he had something there, but it was not it at all. And now Hero's like, okay, I'm not going to knock down the rock, so I can go as quickly as possible. He wants to go. He knows that was a good fight. A lot of Vikings dead, so now there's no answer to the Colossus. The Bio army's half HP before this fight even begins.
This orbital is the orbital of the main base. Colossus do go far forward. Cure guns down one of them immediately, but the other two are still here, and that's a lot of Bio falling. These SCVs do matter to Cure, as he only has 61 to work with. The original main base has been picked off. Love to see one or two more Colossus shots there, and all the SCVs, you know they're gonna line up. Cure cannot save that base. Is adding in the fusion core as he's building 4 Vikings at a time. I just went a bit too deep with the Vikings there at the bottom side of the map. It's so hard to replace all of them, and it's so incredibly expensive.
Yeah, because ideally you just keep the Viking count and you start getting range liberators, and that really does a good job of zoning the Protoss army.
Oh no.
Now we lose another base, so now we're just suddenly a 3-base Terran. Yeah, there's another CC moving out. We're going to take some positions, sure, but like, this is the natural expansion moving over. Like, does he only have like 2 CCs built on the map right now?
Yeah, I think so.
1 planetary, 1 orbital.
Yeah, because he lost the triangles. A couple of storms do land. Viking positioning a lot better this time, and that means that these Colossus are going to fall incredibly quick. Lots of Bio remain. The High Templars are very ambitious, but they've got no energy as they got EMP'd. Cure takes a pretty damn good fight here.
He really does, and he's going to chase down for so many of the tech units. We already saw the Colossus fall, but now the Immortals all get dropped down as well. So many of the core units here from Hero fall. The Cure kind of has to go, though. Like, his economy is in shatters, right? He's got 19 SCVs that have just died, so only 36 remain on the map. He can't afford to just stick around, but, I mean, what do? Go after the bases? By that time that's happened, Hero's rebuilt the army.
It is incredibly tough. If Cure goes for the bases, then he's going to lose even more SCVs. He's going to lose his production facilities, but if he does nothing, then Hero is just going to rebuild everything. It does truly feel like it's a lose-lose situation here for Cure. Perhaps his best play is just try to somehow remax one more time. Definitely don't lose this orbital, because that is our final orbital. We'll have no more scans. This game might just be a bit too far gone for Cure, even though he has fought well, he has fought hard, he has taken some amazing fights. I don't see any correct choices here.
I don't know what you do, right? It's just, you can't run around after bases. Your army's just not good enough. I mean, even if you take an okayish fight, Heromarine is so much more. And you can lose like 2 bases before it's even a problem. I mean, at this point, Zelda's going to chase in there. We're going to chase on the right side. We're going to make it a sandwich as we have a Storm to slap bang in the middle of it all. Stalker's blinking through. The Zealots are there, and it's a beautiful ending for Hero. Picture perfect to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5.
The Zealots around on Bio and Vikings with a couple of storms in the middle. The perfect storm is crowned. I don't know what year that movie came out, but I believe we just remade it here as Hero takes the 2-1 lead in this qualifying best of 5. Has to work for it, but he's looking good.
Looking good, looking like Hero, right? Scrappy, bit messy, some fights that you kind of don't think about so much. He's cheering with the crowd right there as well, I believe. Having a good time up on stage. It was, at those moments of this game, I felt like Hero was in a pretty darn good spot, and then Hero just gets on the map, and then he's expanding. I just felt like Hero could not find a good fight for so long. Never found the chance to transition into the lips either. Again, Hero up 2-1 right now in this best of 5 to advance to the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2.
There were 1 or 2 moments where I kind of believed in Cure his chances there, but after losing all those Vikings in the bottom side of the map, I feel like we both looked at each other and knew that it was going to be incredibly hard for Cure. We're going to give the players a couple of minutes, and after that we'll be back with Game 4 between Hero and Cure.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Oliver Pacific Trade World Cup.
We are back, ready to continue what has been an awesome and fun series here in the SNB arena between Hero and Cure. It's the purple bracket. We're looking to qualify players into the top 8 of this year's Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2. Hero currently leading 2-1. And, he has quite a crowd cheering a moment out there as well, Roddy.
Multiple times the Let's Go Hero, and that's why he perhaps after that game took off the headphones as well, just to soak it in for a little bit and show some love and appreciation for the love that he is getting. Cure playing a strong tournament so far. Yesterday, the 2-0 victory over Showtime with a couple of very clever and sharp builds. Today playing, I'd say, a bit more standard, but perhaps that is the mind game because clearly he is in Hero's head. Hero has done a couple of very odd things in the beginning of these games. Especially Game 1 and Game 2. Game 3 was, I'd say, the most standard, even though I was shocked and I kind of missed it by how late that first robo was. And maybe that's why those initial attacks of Hero were just not that good, because on this level, if you want to land those Dream Storms, those High Templars need to hop out of a prism. If they're not out of a prism, it is just incredibly unlikely that a slow unit like the High Templar can get in range to drop a fantastic storm.
Well, we line ourselves up into Game 4. Hero looking to advance to the top 8. Cure looking to bounce back, give us a Game 5. 2 Game 5s back-to-back so far in the qualifying matches today, so let's see if we can do it again. But in the top left-hand side, we are going to be starting with the player that's in the lead, up 2-1 from Twisted Minds. It is Hero!
Bottom right side of Maganatha, we are looking at the main base of the man that is representing Team Liquid. This is Cure. Another Nexus before the Cybercore?
Yeah. Why not?
Seems to be fun of it. It's really funny how that's such a thing that has gone in and out of fashion throughout like a decade, maybe even longer. And you've got some really strong believers as well, but I feel like Hero in the past was pretty much always a Cybercore before Nexus guy. So I'm a little bit shocked to see him show up here, even though I don't think it is the most interesting thing to debate about for days, but I do find it fun to keep track of it.
Yeah, gonna scout here and obviously gets there quickly just to check Caesar Barracks. He's happy about that because you know how tricksy Cure can be.
Yeah.
Well, Caesar Barracks early is nice, and he is indeed going to go Nexus and then the Cybercore. And some Marine first from Cure again. 3 games so far, Cure has done very different things on the opening, from Reaper Hellion Harass to Marine Cyclone Push to just a little Marine Cyclone drop. So very different ways of opening. We'll see if that continues with the Game 4.
I do like this command center on location here, even though we're not going for a Reaper and we haven't really SCV scouted. If Hero plays Quick Scout Nexus before Cybercore every game, there's really no need for Cure to start building a command center on the high ground because you don't have anything to truly worry about. Yeah, it is not too long ago, Wadi. I'd say a year and 4 months that these two players met in the round of 12 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Score at that point 2-1 for Hero. Game 4, Cure sends out the boys, builds a couple of Marauders, kills Hero, sends it to Game 5, and actually turns the series around with a win on El Sayani. Back then, Hero playing some Phoenix Zealot, a style that I'm incredibly fond of, but I didn't really have a chance to talk about it yet because no Protoss plays a Stargate in this matchup in this tournament. So honestly, I think this is the first time that I mentioned the word Phoenix.
Really?
Yeah, I'm having withdrawals into it.
Rough couple of days.
Yeah, no, that's why I can't sleep at night. I'm like, Phoenix, Phoenix, Phoenix.
Cyclone on the way out. So this is very similar to what we did in the last game so far. Hero has his sentry popping as well. There's that starport coming through, and we will see the immediate hallucination, of course. You can energy overcharge that sentry, hallucinate across the map, and you to get info. You get to see exactly what's going on for the most part in these early stages, so it's very difficult for the Terran to do anything too tricksy when the Protoss makes this investment.
With the Cyclone, we hopefully are able to lock on that hallucinated Phoenix immediately and at least keep Hero in the dark for a little bit. Ideally, you kill it so quick that it doesn't quite get to see everything, but the hallucinated Phoenix is incredibly quick and it does get to see everything. I'm expecting a medevac first here coming out of Cure. Cure seems to be quite fond of is just a couple of Marines, a Cyclone, put it in the medevac. He never sticks around with it for a very long time. It's kind of like a scout. We want to see what Hero is doing on the other side of the map, and with this medevac we can safely do it, because until Hero has Blink, it is unlikely that Hero is willing to truly fight for Marines, a Cyclone and a medevac. So Cure gets his scout, but then Cure knows that it's time to go home, because obviously he doesn't want to stick around too long. Once Blink finishes up, it's going to be a lot easier for Hero to deal with such a tiny army.
Cyclone locking on, hallucination, he's down. the medevac will load up and we will start to boost our way to the top left-hand side of the map. So, as you mentioned, it's an opportunity here, timing window. It's time to go quickly into Stim, with your second barracks already down, and now a third barracks coming up as well, so we'll see where that takes us to.
In theory, I like this for Cure if he gets the correct scout, because Hero is kind of expanding towards Cure. Cure is going to have a very quick Stim, maybe some quick tanks. If he can switch tank, but was it already done? That'd be so quick. I can swear that we had a tank on the production tab. Oh, it's out already, so he's going to get a second tank, and he can actually go for a little SCV pull, and Hero is going to probably be forced to fight that with only gateway units, and for the first time in this series, Waddy, Hero takes a very quick third Nexus and a quick Forge. He doesn't have a Robo, he doesn't have a lot of gateway units. If Cure attacks him with a lot of Marines, 2 tanks, 3 tanks, a couple medevacs, perhaps a couple boys, how on earth is Hero going to deal with that?
I mean, it doesn't really look very probable to defend, right? He should hit before charge, right? Charge is way off right now. Stim's already halfway done. There's a deadly timing on the board. I mean, Hero's going to have to buy some time with these Stalkers, but it's not like he has tons of those. They're going to walk right into a siege tank to begin with as well, so it's a little bit of shields lost, and we're going to get ready to move out in the next couple of moments here. It's time for Cure to start heading across.
Great little move there by Cure, right? By sieging that tank up here, he already prevents the scenario that Hero is going to get the first few shots off and Cure walks out of his natural, because now Cure is already way outside of his natural. Cure is already halfway across the map, and Hero at this point has nothing other than a couple of Stalkers. Showtime was in a very similar situation, was forced to take this fight, did have a Robo in that game. Cure a little bit indecisive, apparently does not want to go up that ramp, wants to go for the natural, is going to siege up the tanks here. Hero's definitely doing a really good job in buying a lot of time with the Stalkers, and for now has gone for even more Stalkers.
Yeah, he cut the SCV pull in half so far, so he's doing a great job of getting rid of this without taking much damage. Now the tanks may get siege. Charge is actually not that far away from finishing. Can Hero really buy time for Charge to be done? I think he will.
Yeah, but Stim is done as well. Let's not forget about that. And 2-3 Zealots are not going to cut it, because Cure is going to gun down those Zealots. I think we're going to get a crazy blink. This right here has everything in the making for a perfect crazy Hero blink. He's got a lot of units. Here we go, Waddy.
One tank going to go down, but only after 2 volleys. The Zealots are doing their job of helping to push this back. 2 tanks down, 1 remaining. A bit further back, the Guardian Shield still there. There's our final tank going down, and for now, Hero pushes this back. The bunker's never finished. He will chase with the Stalkers blinking forward again, and the Marines have to pull away. Hero has held.
Such a sick hold by Hero, and in the end, I almost want to say he made it look easy. Like, he still has a lot of units left over, plenty of healthy Stalkers. He still has a couple Zealots left over as well. It is not over yet, as Hero needs to be careful. Attacking up a ramp, it feels a little bit crazy. Marine count is high, medevac count is not that high. Zealots continue to do their thing. Without combat shield, I guess these Marines just have an incredibly difficult time kiting against all these Protoss units, and Hero holds on 3 bases with +1 armor, up 20 workers. What a spot to be in for the man from Twisted Minds.
And Cure only has one thing on his mind, 2 more barracks. He realizes, hey, I'm just gonna have to go, right? There ain't no stopping at this point, but I think he already knows this was not what it needed to be early on. Hero has found an amazing defense. I mean, Hero's right here now. He's ready to keep on trading, man. He got rid of the medevacs. The Marines are not super healthy. There's only 1 siege tank. We blink on in to help out. It's not the best position at all, but we will get the medevac. The Zells are still doing their thing, and it will be a pretty messy fight for Hero, but Cure is still the one who's losing out a fair amount overall.
Yeah, Cure keeps on losing his medevacs, and that is incredibly expensive when you're only on 2 bases. These Stalkers are better than Bruce. They've seen some stuff. Hero right here taking a few fights that he perhaps doesn't have to take, as he eats another big... Hero, we can slow this down for a split second, man. We're up a base, we're up an upgrade, we're up 25 workers, as he is very close to becoming the first Protoss to make it into the round of 8 at the Esports World Cup 2025. To much delight of Twisted Minds, we could absolutely use a couple points in that Club Rewards Championship. He's almost there, just don't do anything too silly, but incredibly impressive defense earlier on by Hero.
Yeah, no, really good stuff, and right now, just, I mean, he's storming ahead with 60 SCVs. At this point, he just needs to build units. He's going to have a +1 upgrade to help with it. Stalkers do just about blink back in time as the secondary SCV pulls from Cure, and this is it. This is the moment for Cure to try and get it all done.
Yep, but Cure knows that it's going to be incredibly hard to pull this one off. We've got a War Prison with a couple Zealots heading towards the main base of Cure, just to make things go from bad to worse for the Terran from Team Liquid. And it's starting to look like Cure won't be the one joining his teammate, but it will be Hero, who is going to be the first Protoss in the top 8. And we're getting a couple of extra sentries. You could really see, by the way, the impact of a Guardian Shield and +1 armor earlier when those Zealots were in the worst spot ever, and still they refused to die.
They did indeed. Here we go. Kira setting up to try and take something and make it happen, but it's just not looking likely. The Stalkers blink down the ramp. The tanks are gone. The Zealots are chasing, and that Marine force is just running on away. But Kira is half the supply of his opponent. The Stalkers will blink aggressively. We got the Prism kiting from the other side. It's going to flank, and we are going to be coming through. The Zealots will keep on chasing, and Kira is really running ragged back home. He has no hope here, Roddy. This one is looking done. GG.
He knows it. The GG gets called. Hero gets the job done and will once more make it at least into the top 8 of the Esports World Cup. That's not bad for him. 2 out of 2. Last year even made it into the final 4. I wonder, with that first move out of Cure, because he does have Stim pretty early, should we just use Stim earlier? Because he really waited forever. He did not want to Stim until the tanks were sieged up and the Zealots would storm in. But I feel like if we maybe Stim, we lead the charge with the tanks, with the Stim, we get right on top of the third Nexus, we can force that fight a lot earlier.
I think so too, man. I think there's a huge opportunity there to kind of get in and get something done. Like, Hero felt weak, and you let him buy all the time he wanted to get charge up and set up the fight and choose when he picked the engagement. Obviously, those final moments were hopeless for Hero. The chance was absolutely non-existent, and Hero marched right on through to that top 8.
After the first attack for Cure didn't get it done, this game was basically over. But we also thought the same thing on Ultra Love, and that game went on for a little while longer because of some great storms. Hero looking good, even in the one game that didn't go his way. He made a lot more happen of 38 probes than I've seen any Protoss make happen for a long time. Let's hear from the man himself as he's on stage with either Sandstorm or Rachel, I don't know, but take it away.
Today, it's Seltzer, and I'm quite glad because I get to talk to Hero here after that excellent series, especially that last game. Looked like you were preparing for a bit of a long-term, settling in, putting out some, furniture and things like that, but then all of a sudden, Cure rolls up on you, tank a bunch of SCVs. Were you expecting that, or was that just a genius pivot taking him out?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 방금 경기부터 한번 좀 들어가 볼게요. 일단 4세트 때 좀 운영 빌드를 준비하셨던 것 같은데 김도욱 선수가 마침 또 이제 치즈를 준비해서 들어왔어요. 그럼에도 불구하고 되게 잘 막으셨는데 좀 예상을 하셨는지 아니면은 정말 임기응변이 좋았는지 좀 그게 궁금하네요.
일단 도우기가 치즈를 즐겨 쓰다 보니까 머릿속으로 일단 생각하고 있었던 게 디펜스 하는데 좀 큰 영향을 미친 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I obviously had cured would do with cheese, and I had that in mind always. So I think that helped pretty much.
Well, Hero, you talked about being at a great point in your personal performance, and it's a great point for Protoss. Are you feeling confident about this tournament overall and your chances?
이제 마침 또 프로토스가 좀 강세를 보이고 있기 때문에 좀 올해 좀 우승을 많이 노리실 것 같은데 좀 올해 우승을 좀 하실 수 있을 자신이 있을지 궁금합니다.
일단 10년 만에 우승이라는 타이틀이 굉장히 좀 탐나고요. 그리고 이번에 뭔가 EWC에서 제 손 움직임과 약간 생각 돌아가는 걸 봤을 때 우승할 수 있는 적기지 않나 싶습니다.
Yeah, winning a title for Protoss in 10 years it's a very tempting prize. And that being said, I'm really, really prepared. My form is good, my macro is good, my micro is good right now. So I think this is the time to have a Protoss champion.
I'm sure you at home can hear them, but Hero, I have to ask, of all the players to stand on this stage, it has been Twisted Minds fans that have shown up in the biggest way for you. What is it like to have so many here, so many cheering for you?
이제 또 로컬 트위스티드 마인드 팀 소속으로서 또 팬분들이 많이 이렇게 또 열렬히 응원해 주시는데 이 팬분들의 응원에 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
일단 이럴 줄은 몰랐는데 약간 홈 어드밴티지가 있긴 하더라고요. 그래서 일단 경기 하는 내내 힘을 정말 많이 받았고 아낌없는 지원을 해주는 트위스트 마인즈한테도 감사합니다.
Yeah, it wasn't expected, but yeah, definitely I could feel the home advantage here because all of the fans of Twisted Mind came here. So I'm really grateful for my team, Twisted Mind, for all the support.
Well, congratulations on the win, Heroes. Fans of all the players, take note. The energy is felt by our pros. Now let's send it back to the desk for another look.
A very sophisticated-looking hero gets himself into the round of 8 by headbutting Cure into submission with some stalkers and finding himself the victory here in this best of 5. Joining me, we have Loco as well as State to talk about this one. Loco, this was a bit more fiery, more rambunctious than what we saw from our previous series here. A little bit more, a little quicker.
Yeah, Hero wins it in the most hero-like fashion, right? I mean, we talked about it before the games began, but the man loves chaos. He loves being very aggressive, and sometimes he does it a little bit too much, right? He gets a little bit too far, like with the aggression especially, but it's so much fun to watch. Just constant action all over the map and across the board. I don't think this was really a series where you have to, sit back for all too long. Very little macro. A lot of just hyper-aggression the entire way through.
Yeah, Pig describes Hero my favorite way, where he's all gas and no brakes. And you watch it, I think like in 3 of the 4 games that we saw, it felt like Hero was attacking Cure for basically 10 minutes non-stop. And when you put that kind of pressure on an opponent, I mean, it just takes one false move from Cure to get the momentum going, and Hero just does not lose his grasp on that. He is such a beast.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, ever since he kind of got his resurgence back, was able to kind of do very well in those international tournaments as well. It felt like his usage of gateway units as a Protoss felt like above everyone else. He was kind of reinventing things. And even there in some of these games as well, you're watching his gateway usage alone, never mind any AoE damage coming on in. Blink Stalker play, peak.
Oh, man.
Favorite desk host, Kalaris. Wait a minute. Well, I'm the only desk host. What is this?
That's why you're his favorite. Obviously.
Yeah, be gracious that he didn't say your least favorite, because it could also
you're also
technically be true. Yeah,
you're also my favorite desk host.
You know, if I asked him, he might... no, he's not going to say me. Ever since those early IEMs where he was the prince of the Intel Extreme Masters, I was kind of, covering him and doing... It's been a long time with the good old smiling assassin. I'll give him a thumbs
I feel like not a lot of people call him Smiling Assassin anymore, but he's always smiling and he's always assassinating players.
It was definitely a red eye thing, and yeah. Anyway, I'm his favorite desk host. Apparently.
That's all we need to know.
Yeah, I guess so. But that now means we have our Protoss moving into the round of 8. Let's take a look at the bracket from Group A and see what has been going down so far. Is it Group A or Group B? We'll have a look at the bracket and see what is going to be going on as well. In a second, I'm being informed. So just let Kalaris flounder for a little bit longer, I suppose.
You look great doing it, though.
Thank
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at it, actually. I'm a professional flounderer.
There you go.
Yeah.
There
I
you
did
go.
get them to put professional clown on one of Intel Extreme Masters Katowice credits once, which...
oh, really?
Yeah, they were okay with doing, and I was totally okay with it. Let's take a look. It's Group B. Hooray, I've done it.
You wanted to say the letter B so many times at the beginning of today's broadcast, and now you get to.
I'm useless today. We have got Hero advancing into the round of 8, and now who will join him straight away? Will it be Classic or will it be Serral? But the 3 players that have advanced into the round of 8 so far, Loco, Clem, Maru, Hero, nobody's arguing with them being in the round of 8 straight away.
No, I feel like this next one is also just so good, right? Like, who do you even... it's hard to pick a favorite here. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to say Serral is going to be the one obtaining the victory, but Classic, I mean, he won last time they played against one another, and Classic has been on fire lately, so I think this is going to be another phenomenal match. We've had so many good games of StarCraft today.
We have.
Incredible.
And another one is going to be coming up right after this break. We have got Serral going up against Classic, and maybe even a little special surprise right on the other side of this.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
We're here at EWC, and I am here with Solar and Trigger to play a little fun game. It's going to be called Pixel Games, and they're going to be trying to guess what StarCraft, or maybe not StarCraft, thing is on the screen that's all pixelated and low resolution. So let's get into it. You guys ready?
Yep.
I'm ready.
What is that?
I know this guy. I know this guy, but I don't know his name. He's like one of Terran guy, I think.
Yeah.
It's definitely Terran because he's blue.
Is that your final answer?
You can say it.
I changed my mind. I think it's something else now.
Hellion. I guess I said
like an auto torch or something. I don't know.
You guys ready? It is the Thor.
Thor?
Yeah. The Thor. He's rocking out. He's got a headband. Super cool guy. Some others have guessed Siege Tank for that one too, so I guess they're just really interchangeable.
This is very easy.
I know.
All right, yeah, this one should be good.
Yeah, Dark Templar, yeah.
100% Dark Templar. Next one.
Barracks. Barracks. Yeah, barracks.
It is a floating barracks. What is that?
Circling?
Yeah, I think circling as well. Yeah, he's circling.
Good job. Yeah. How about that one?
Maybe Hellion?
Dragon from StarCraft 1, I guess? Dragon.
Dragoon?
Yeah, Dragoon, yeah.
Is there even StarCraft 1 in here? Is that like not allowed?
Well, you know, it doesn't have to be StarCraft 2, I guess.
Yeah, Dragon.
It's Dragon. Okay. I never played StarCraft 1.
It's actually a bit of a trick. They included a bike just to throw you guys off. Terran coded though.
Hellion.
Hellion kind of works though. All right.
Sentry, yeah, Sentry.
Wow, you guys got that so quickly. All right, these guys were way too good at and too fast at this, so we're gonna play another round of Pixel Games and see if this trips them up a little bit more. First one.
Come on.
Overlord.
It is an Overlord. That's the easy one though. Trust me. It gets harder.
Oh yeah, it's hard. I think this one might be the trick one, like the sub. Like
it's the middle of Last Fantasy.
Trigger is correct.
Oh. How did you know it?
Banshee.
Banshee, yeah, Banshee.
Correct.
Ultra risk. Ultra risk.
You should know this. I don't know.
I know this. It's ultra risk.
Okay, I agree then.
Ultra risk.
It was Queen.
Ah, it's Queen. Yeah. I told you. It's ultra risk. I told you. It's ultra risk on Queen.
What? This one's very difficult.
Want me to get this one?
It's a StarCraft unit.
It's a StarCraft unit?
It is.
Better not be StarCraft 1.
It's not.
Okay.
It exists in both.
Oh, that's a hint.
Terran?
It's got a little red on it.
I mean,
so.
it's looking like Zerg, but
Zerg?
I feel like it's a dead Zergling or something.
This one's extraordinarily tough.
Maybe borrowed paints?
No, that shape is...
I have no idea about it.
That shape is giving me some Muta vibes.
Mutas?
You are right. It is Muta.
Oh.
The only one who's gotten that one at all. How about this one?
What is this?
Could be Stalker, like the face of a Stalker, but I don't know.
It's StarCraft related, but it's not a unit.
Not a unit?
Well, what is there other than units?
A simulator?
It could be like a mineral patch, maybe.
It's a bit of a tricky one. It's going to be the Esports World Cup trophy.
That was really impossible.
That one's difficult, but you got, I think, the most difficult, or well, if they weren't trick ones, which was the Muta. So good job. These guys still pretty darn good at it. And yeah, still pretty fast actually. But thanks for playing, Solar and Trigger. And thanks for watching, everyone. Keep enjoying the EWC.
How much you try to follow me? Protoss, most balanced range in StarCraft 2. Also, Storm, not broken.
As if Classic versus Rogue wasn't enough to delight you, now Classic goes up against another insane Zerg opponent. It's going to be Classic going up against Serral to find out who moves through into the round of 8 here at the Esports World Cup. And this is the Saudi National Bank match of the day for day number 2 here for the StarCraft World Championship. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's a best of 5 to determine who makes the top 8 straight away. And joining me to talk about this one, I have Rotterdam, I have Zombie Grub, and I have good old Lambo. So Lambo, give us your thoughts coming into this one. Classic versus Serral, what are you thinking?
Super exciting match. The last time we saw it was in Dallas, where Classic actually managed to take it. But I think this is a clash of styles that really favors Serral, especially lately. Every time I boot up StarCraft, I get into the Battle.net, I check my friends list, and it's a 1-hour game between Showtime and Serral. They've been grinding the late games, and that's kind of Classic's plan A. Against every Zerg, it's enough for him to just stay defensive, stay super solid, survive to the late game, and that's where he shines, where he wins. But I think against Serral, he needs a different plan.
ZG, your thoughts?
I mean, I guess that sums it up, right? Like, it just... Classic is going to be great in the late game, but Serral has proven over like however many years that he's basically the best in the Supreme late game. Yeah, Classic got the edge in Dallas, but I think, you know, Serral's been talking about revenge against Clem. He's also looking for revenge against Classic, and I think the style still suits him. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm going to give it to, you know, Serral in a prediction.
Roddy?
Yeah, it's hard to follow that up because, yes, historically, Serral, his plan in the ZVP is always let's drag it to the late game, and that's where we shine. But the late game is also where Classic excels, and I guess that brings up to the biggest question, like, will there be a moment where Serral's going to be a lot more aggressive? Does he have 1 or 2 clever builds to prevent this from A, being a 3.5 hours best of 5, and B, something that can really work very efficiently against that Stalker Storm style that's rather defensive that we know Classic likes to play?
Well, before I get your answer on some of that, Lambo, let's actually hear from Serral before we get into this all-important match versus Classic.
I am here with the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time, Juna Serral Sudala. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing good, slept well, ate well, and some little practice, some little shit talk with trainer, and it's all good.
Yeah, we were actually just watching a few of those games, but your opponent is going to be Classic. So it's a tough one. He won the GSL. He's one of the strongest players coming into this tournament. Did you get a chance to study him much or to play him much in order to kind of understand his weaknesses and how you are going to approach this?
Absolutely. Since I knew that I was going to play either Rogue or Classic pretty early on, I studied for both of them. But it's always a little bit hard. He plays pretty bulletproof in a way. So there's no like easy answer there, but you can always look for weaknesses and stuff, and that's what I did. And I guess only time will tell if those are actually weaknesses or if it's all bulletproof.
All right, well, at the same time as after that interview, thank you very much, Serral and Katz, for that. Lambo, what do you think about what Roddy was kind of posing before that interview?
No, I think it's very true. I think Classic has to come up with something prepared. I also talked with Serral himself, and he said the thing that matters the most is having a clean early game. I think the games are pretty much decided in the early game for himself because he's so confident in the late game that he thinks if he gets off to a good start where he doesn't lose any drones, where he knows what's coming, where he doesn't get super surprised, he's very confident in those games. So I think Classic, it's on Classic's side basically to come up with something. If he just does the same thing that he always does, 2 adepts, then Oracles, then Blinks, I think it's not going to happen for him.
I just have a question for Lambo as well.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to ask you who you think is going to win because I know you say Serral, as you pretty much always say Serral. But after we finally saw the green wave gain a little bit of momentum with our first Protoss in the quarterfinals, are you afraid that this green wave is going to grow even bigger here?
No shot. I think it's my boy Serral all the way. This green wave is just made up stuff from I don't know who, but
fake news. All right.
Fake news over here. No, honestly, I think I see Serral as the favorite, but Classic obviously has shown that he can bring it to him. That he has definitely he has a good shot, I think.
I mean, at the same time, you look at Classic versus Rogue. Yes, okay, Classic's able to do very well in that late game versus Rogue and stuff like that. But Serral is, as much as we're comparing him to Rogue, who is fantastic, Serral is Serral in the late game, right? Like,
yeah, I know Serral's always been so different from Rogue, right?
Yeah.
Like, we look at Rogue, we set it up there at the desk, he's aggressive, and then Classic's defensive, and that works out to Classic's favor. But when you face someone who's just also looking for the same game, but has basically proven to be better over the years, not very recently, but over the years, like, that's what makes it so troublesome for Classic. And Serral just really dominates the longer these games go as well, or longer the series go. Both, actually. The longer the game goes, as well as the longer the series goes. Like, his best of 5 record is absolutely insane. His best of 7 is great. And best of 9 is a little marred because of last year, but even that used to be very good.
Yeah.
And I think it is, as Lambo said, it's up to Classic. We're looking at him to have the plans to mix Serral up.
Yeah, if we think back of that amazing series they had in Dallas, of course, everybody thinks back of that one Broodlord battling the one Archon to figure out who is going to win this epic 50-minute game. But there was also a really cool game of Classic on Ultra Love where he had a couple High Templars, a couple Stalkers, and it looked like such a little innocent move. I was like, oh, we force out a couple units, we push back the creep a little bit, he lands 2 good storms, and he blinks forward. He straight up wins the game. I do hope that Classic will bring some of that ambition and some of that courage, because as great as he is in the late game, I do feel like we need to bring a little more than let's just defend forever.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about Classic being this defensive monster, and that's absolutely true, but it feels like it's been too long since we mentioned the DT snipes in the main base.
The BlizzCon, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, Classic, it is kind of funny. I think at a point I always considered him a little bit more of that troublemaker in that sense. Obviously, he always had the good macro and defense and all that. But then maybe it's died down a little bit as we just watched him perfect defense. But I think it's up to him to do aggression again.
Let's do it. Can Classic, our GSL champion, beat the great Jonas Atala?
After a day of excellent games here in the arena, it may seem bold to assert that we could save the best for last, but what I can tell you is we did in fact save the next head-to-head as the Saudi National Bank match of the day, and for pretty good reason.
Because when greatness is on the line, these next two don't flinch. One brings legacy, the other breaks them. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Basilisk Serral and Virtus Pros Classic. A veteran of the game with timeless mechanics and a champion's poise. This is Classic!
His opponent, Serral of Basilisk, a 2-time Triple Crown winner, the Zerg most feared, and really an all-around nice guy.
Yeah, very much so. He's just a chill guy. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, matchup of the day. A timeless Classic versus Serral!
What is up, everybody? It's Tasteless and Artosis for the final match of the day. This is Classic versus Serral.
What a match we have in store for us here, Tasteless. You know what? You thought that match earlier, Caster, was going to be long, the Rainer versus Marwin. You haven't seen anything yet, Tasteless. We're going to be here all night, and I can't wait.
I think it's going to be long, it's going to be dramatic, and it's probably going to be pretty back and forth. We're talking about two players that have basically figured out the matchup from A to Z with their respective raids. Yes. I think you could not create a longer PvZ than what these two are about to give us. And honestly, I think it's a pretty tough one to call who's really going to take it.
It's very, very tough. I definitely agree with you there. I liked some of the points that Lambo was having with, like, it's up to Classic to maybe do some damage or whatever because Serral's so good in the late game. And I agree. I think Serral is the best late game, Zerg player by a good margin. But I actually think the metagame right now favors Protoss in the late game a little bit. It feels that way to me. So I actually don't see it as Classic necessarily has to mix it up. I think that because they're both kind of leaning on defense and very good in the late game, that might actually mean that Serral needs to mix it up a little bit and not allow Classic to get to that insane composition at the end of the game.
It does seem like Classic has this ability to basically very carefully stretch out on the map, get more tech. Eventually we go into that Stargate tech. That's where he's really, I'm talking about late game here, really getting more comfortable, accumulating Tempest, eventually getting the mothership. And it seems like it's just a tough situation for the Zerg to trade it out. So I think you might be right. I think some of this is going to come down to Serral stopping Classic, so to speak.
A lot of people have mentioned that Classic has kind of given them some stats vibes with how he plays recently. Well, that's where Serral made his name. Like, most of his big tournament wins back there were against stats in the finals, but Classic is stats plus, stats extra, stats zero, cherry stats.
Certainly not diet stats.
Diet stats, yeah.
It's
stats and Coke.
This is going to be very cool to see. You're right. We've seen the rebirth of the macro defensive Protoss. One of the things that's very celebrated about Protoss, and also very frustrating to play against Protoss with, is that they have so many different approaches to the matchup, right? They have very strict rules about the tech pattern after the cybernetics core finishes, but they don't have to be cheesy. They don't have to do timed attacks. They don't have to mix it up. You can be almost a predictable to a T Protoss player, just macroing up. And that's why I think this is going to be so exciting and so epic. And, Serral is able to play the full range of Zerg styles, but I think it's fair to say a lot of games he tends to go for that macro route.
Yeah, he leans way into the macro. He plays a better defensive macro line than anyone else in the world by a good margin, I would say. And he definitely leans towards that. Like, we do see him occasionally mix in a cheese, and I think that this overall balance has worked wonders for him over the years, obviously. But I think he is going to be tested a little bit at this tournament. Like, we have some players that really have gotten up to this ridiculous level in these big kind of defensive macro games. So I do wonder if Serral is going to mix it up any. Like, I know Classic will do some aggression. Like, I mean, you're Protoss. You got to do a little bit of attack move. Come on. You got to get in there and mix up a little bit. But I don't think, as it's been described, that the onus is really completely on him, because if he just gets into good upgrades, Storms, Archons, late game Tempest Carrier, Mothership, that's hard for Zerg to stop.
We had a long period where there wasn't that much StarCraft 2, and then, of course, StarCraft 2 was announced for the Esports World Cup, so we had to get all of these tournaments ramrodded through. Yeah. And very quickly we learned that in the current state of the meta, Protoss seem to be pretty strong. They are in a stronger position than ever before. We've had historically more Zerg and Terran wins in the past, but this does seem to be the year of Protoss. A lot of people here at the broadcast, like behind the scenes, are planning maybe for Classic to win this. He looks to be in very good shape. He's got a style that doesn't seem to have any kind of obvious flaws. In fact, it's more of a puzzle to solve for the Terrans and the Zergs that have to go up against him. And let's not forget that Serral was here just a year ago, fighting against Clem. And, Clem, we thought, wouldn't that be cool if he won? But obviously, Serral was the favorite. However, when that final match happened that you and I casted, it was Clem that won decisively. So now we have Serral returning this year to come and take it all. Right now, Classic stands in his way.
I do think Classic is the strongest Protoss in the world right now, so this might be one of Serral's biggest tests in this tournament. And it looks like the game is just about to start.
So we're going to be going into our first map, everybody. This is a best of 5, and probably it's going to be a pretty long and dramatic best of 5. Probably a lot of macro games here, as two of the greatest macro players in the 15-year history of StarCraft 2 are going head-to-head to see who will advance to the next stage here of the Esports World Cup.
Oh, man. Cannot wait. What's your prediction, Tasteless?
I think Classic 3-2.
Oh, that's what I think, too. Oh, we were meant to be.
Oh, wow. This is gonna be
you and me together forever, taste ass.
Bottom left in the red, he is Classic. And his opponent here in the top left in the blue, it is Serral. In a Korea versus Finland match. It's interesting, when Classic won the GSL, in one of the interviews before he actually took the whole thing, he mentioned that, last time he was on top of the world was a decade ago. It's easy to forget how long ago that actually was.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he is a long-standing high-end Protoss, and honestly, he was like the best Protoss in the world back then. He's come back obviously, and he's had some good results here and there. Really, this year he's peaking again, which is really, really nice to see. I always thought that he could, but it's great to see these guys come out of the military and actually regain some of that former glory.
Yeah, it's cool that we've gone on for long enough where, in Korea, all the professional players have this mandatory military service where they have to serve, and they're not allowed to make money, and that includes from pro gaming. And so, historically in Korea, a lot of the Koreans and basically fans around the world kind of assume that once you go to the military, because of that time off, you're going to be too old to compete and not viable when you come back. And we've learned in the long history of StarCraft, all the way back from StarCraft 1, which is about 27 years old now, into StarCraft 2, which is about 15 years old, you can come back and play in your older age and apparently be one of the greatest players in the world, as we see here with Classic.
Yeah, and that's more of a recent development as well. Actually, the first player to come back successfully from military in StarCraft 2 was DRG.
Right.
And that was not that many years ago, right? That was 4 years ago or so?
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, it's really great to see because we never have to permanently lose these great pros anymore, which is really nice.
And it's also so cool to see that we have these macro Protoss players that have come back in a period where it almost seemed like macro might have been a trend that had been solved by Terrans and Zergs, where it's like, well, they could try to play that, but maybe it's the hardest way to approach the game.
Yeah.
And really it's about trying to play a long game where you do everything perfectly versus trying to come in here and do something cheesy or throw them off or fake them out with some tech that's actually
I gotta correct the way that you said it, just because I think there's a better way, Tasteless.
Yes.
Although you are technically correct, it's not that the macro is harder; it's that the cheesing is easier.
Yes, I like that. Okay, the first Adept is out on the map. This is Stargate tech, which is normal. This doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a macro game or a cheesy game. It's just one of the standard routes we see in the matchup. We have the Adept coming in here. It's not going to get drone kills. Pushing in, seeing, okay, how many drones are there in this position as the Oracle is going to be starting back at home. I imagine we're going to see a couple of Adepts, a couple of Oracles, a third base. Classic specifically in this matchup tends to not try anything other than poking, scouting, occasionally getting workers if he can, without ever overextending.
Well, that's how you end up losing a lot of games, man, is overextending. More than anything else, probably. More games, I think, are won through solid defense than great offense.
I think so. So the first Oracle is out. The second one is on the way here. And basically, Classic needs to confirm that there's nothing weird and out of the ordinary going on here.
All right, the Oracle going to fly in and be pushed away pretty quickly there. And not any real damage dealt as of yet. Time for that third Nexus to get started. A couple of Adepts coming down and taking their standard positions. We'll see if Cyril dives on that. He did make a decent group of Zerglings, but normally you do have between the Oracles and the Adepts enough to hold this, but the Oracle's going in for another dive, so Cyril, he has some potential here.
The first two Oracles are going to come up. They're going to be able to, I guess not, actually snipe the drone that was on the move out there. Instead, they're going to get a triple kill. Glide over here to the back. The Adepts are positioned in between the minerals so that the Zerglings can't get the surface area, but this is actually a lot of Lings, and these Oracles aren't going to quite get back home. This is a pretty masterful little sneaky attack here from Cyril, because normally Zergs have a little bit less Lings, so even though Cyril loses the drones here, Classic has to go all the way back home. This is a lot of damage on the Nexus, and the Oracles, look, some of that's going to be permanent because he did chew through the shields there, so I like this overall here for Cyril.
Yeah, that was a good move. Don't forget that, he did end up losing 3 drones to the Oracles in that time, so it's like, okay, he also had to warp in a couple more Adepts, so he ended up losing 4 Adepts, a couple more Adepts warped in. Yeah, I think it was still pretty good for Cyril overall. In the meantime, getting his melee attack, going into the layer as well as a fourth in that top right that you see very, very oftentimes. And now a Roach Warren coming up.
So the Oracle going to come through here. It does spot the layer. And, these are one of these, this is one of these slow cook games. Both sides are very focused on development. Both sides are trying to hit every mark, get every worker out perfectly, don't get supply block, don't miss an Overlord, tech up. And games like this, they tend to ramp up on a crazy level the further along that you get. The Zerg expansion pattern is gliding across the top of the map. And one way to think about this map is, from bottom to top is almost like it's layers. You've got your first layer, which hugs either the top or the bottom, depending on your starting location. And then you've got the second layer, and everything in layer 2 that's a little bit further down or a little bit further up, again, depending on the spawn location, is much more pushable.
Mm-hmm. Is there a third layer?
No. Well, I guess maybe the center right, but
that 9 o'clock, that's the third layer.
Yeah.
You know what? No, I think that's an appetizer for one. We've got to battle over that one.
We actually have a lot of games where that base ends up being taken. It's kind of crazy. You would think that base would never actually be captured. But so we've got an expansion here, actually not on that bottom layer. It's going to be at the triangle base up here.
I got to point out here, Hydralisk Den and Bailing Nest coming up, right? He has that Roach Warren, which is, something that I would think is more kind of Cyril-esque, but More recently, like we've definitely seen from Rogue, who's had really good results against Protoss, a lot of Lingbane Hydra. It's an older style, but it feels like it might have a place. Now, the thing is, if Serral tries to play a more aggressive Lingbane Hydra, will he be as good at it as Rogue is? And the thing is, Classic has been holding it more often than not. So he is actually like an expert at defense against this.
This is basically like a burst damage play.
Yeah.
Where you're going to come through here and you're going to try to ideally plow through that expansion and also go so far. If you can get the cybernetics core as well, that's the icing on the cake. And it's really up to the Protoss to have perfect engages and kind of preempt this as much as possible. And it's tough. And, it doesn't come without sacrifice because the Hydras are very expensive, so are the Banes. So you basically do a huge dump in resources to not have any amazing investments later on, but to try to cripple the Protoss to simplify the game later on.
So much of it comes down to the retention of High Templars, right? Like, if you can kill off a bunch of High Templars, then, yeah, you can continue to keep that pressure on and, maybe end up picking up a victory pretty quickly there. But if Classic can keep those Stormy Boys alive, the cost efficiency just goes through the roof for Protoss.
That's right. Got the first Archon morphing over here.
Second Archon.
Sorry, second Archon. Thank you. We're going to have...
Because of you and me. No, it's the first one in the game, Tasteless. Come on, Tasteless.
This is where the attack's going to hit. He's maxed out. Serral needs to do this with perfection. If he can, it's possible that Classic is going to be knocked into game 2. But if Classic holds, and holds really well, it's going to be a very, very easy game after this for him. We've got a drop loading up. We've got the attack over here in the front. And the idea is that Serral's going to hit so hard in so many locations that there's nothing that Classic can do.
Yeah, this Zergling drop is actually something that Rogue showed us as well against Classic in the GSL Finals. So very cool to see that being mixed in, a couple of different, very aggressive styles coming out here for Serral. I really like the way that he's approaching this game. Now he is starting to come in. The Baneling's trying to roll, and looks like they do get stormed out, but the Zergling drop is going to reach the main base at the same time as this Lingbane Hydra attack.
And you can see the Banes coming in now. 2 Archons here in the back, and the Banes are going to roll around right over here to the workers. We've got an attack in the main as well as the natural. There is just chaos everywhere. Classic down in supply right now, has to hang on. Serral's been very conservative with the Banelings, not overextending, not letting him just get eaten up by Storm. The final push comes through. There might be enough Hydras and enough damage that with the Lings that are going to reinforce, he could possibly bust down this position.
33 probes going down is a large number, but don't forget, there are 4 Nexus. He still has 58, so the game isn't over right now, but definitely this was a good move from Serral overall. The Ling drop in the main base, I think he kind of complicated this position for Classic more than Classic's used to.
That's right, another attack's going to come in here on the side. A Storm goes down, getting a lot of value there, taking out a lot of those Banelings. The Hydras coming in here from the top as the rest of the Hydras and Banes wrap around. The Concave here is looking really good, but the reinforcements here from Classic are barely enough.
Yeah, he's holding on, but that High Templar count, I'm not sure that it's in a very good place right now. A little bit of counter harassment here with these Zealots, so, tries to get something done, but Serral actually cleans that up very, very quickly.
He did pick up with those Overlords. I assume these are Banelings. They're going to be dropped off over here. There's a chance that Classic's not looking. Even though he doesn't have a screen anywhere else, it doesn't matter. He gets the drop, and that's going to be 15 probes.
Ooh, Serral looking so good this game. And I got to tell you, I love to see him play this more aggressive style. Like we were talking about before, Classic is so good at the late game, the onus isn't just on him. Serral needs to think about mixing it up early, and he's just done such a good job of it here.
Yeah, he's going to have another attack that's going to come in over here. This appears to be the weaker position as the cannons go down. Serral not going to overextend, but, that forces out a couple more cannons. I mean, anything you can pick at this point in time is going to be worthwhile. I think there are still drop Overlords on the right. Is that correct? On the bottom right, I think I see something down there.
Those are Banelings.
Yeah, okay, so they're not there. He's going to make Banes there. I guess some of the drop Overlords are back up north, but either way, he's going to try to set up another position. Looks like Mapu's found him up there at the very top. But with Serral maxing out, point in case, he is going to wind up for another attack.
Yeah, he's getting Lurkers ready, and Lurkers obviously against this composition that we're seeing from Classic are going to do very, very well. Now, Classic is starting some Plasma Shield upgrades. I actually saw him cancel out his +3 attack to get Plasma Shields. I think that's actually a pretty good call. He also has some Stargates, so maybe he can start to get... Yeah, there we go. Carrier on the way. So, you know, that's kind of the way that you're going to start playing at this point when your opponent is going to be going into those lurkers. But I feel like Serral has a very good timing with this lurker-based army where he has real potential to get more damage done and just get this game into a position where Classic is not going to be coming back.
We did get sight of a Nidus network. By the way, I love how Serral, he just trickles a couple units in. He's trying to bait out a couple of storms and then basically get an opening here. The lurkers are going to leapfrog forward right now. If Classic pushes too far in, he could lose quite a bit, but keep in mind, Classic supply is spiking up. We did a second ago get a shot of a Nidus network, but we don't know where it's going to go. I assume it's going to be the main. I think we have an Overlord just out of vision there. He probably can't plant that Nidus until he starts another attack. The idea is that you can only have your screen in one place at a time in StarCraft, and usually you're trying to storm, you're trying to position your army, and that's when you want to throw that down. Never mind, he's going to throw it up over here on the right.
That's kind of interesting.
Normally they do that after it fails in the main.
Yeah, no, right? The build is to actually fail in the main and then pop it up
out there.
outside of the fort.
He might fail outside his base, then he makes it in the main. Oh, he's actually gone for 2 Niduses. All right, well, I guess we were both right.
Very cool, very cool. Okay, so yeah, he got the first one down and actually walks some lurkers over here. We'll be able to push those back, but it seems like the other one has been dealt with. You know, I think that's why people normally go for it in the main base first, because after the first Nidus, you're way more ready for future Niduses. The first one has the most potential.
Right, yeah.
So as soon as you hear that open, you actually look at your main base, right? That's normally where it is.
That's a good point. You'll always default if you hear that noise to over there. Keep in mind, there's no way with the lurkers over here for Protoss to expand to the right, but Classic is going to wrap around from where his third base is and go to that area. And if Classic gets on 5 bases and stays on it, the game becomes so much more doable for him.
Yeah, entering that second layer of the cake is crucially important here for Classic.
We've got another attack going to come down here from the top. And if it hits down here, I mean, I don't know how prepared he is. You know, it's starting to get scary when you see the carriers come out.
Yeah.
Because that's really where they can punish you as you run away. You've got more damage coming out here. The interceptors, especially under the Protoss army, are basically never killed off.
Well, it looks like he is zoning out successfully, and that 5th base should be able to finish. Of course, Serral has already taken his 6, as well as that base at 9 o'clock. We do have one more base up here in the top left that hasn't been taken. I'm sure he'll take that at some point coming up. A couple Vipers on the way, getting the Flyer Carapace and some Corruptors to help deal with these air units. You know, we'll see if he wants to approach this via, like, abducting things, or is he going to try to get, you know, a bunch of parasitic bombs down? You know, we've definitely seen both of those styles utilized.
So, at this point in time, I mean, Classic's kind of gotten to where he needs to be. Zerg does look scary, especially when you consider the fact that the gold base is still not something that can be contested right now. Classic's still in turtling mode, but beginning to finish all the pieces of the puzzle. We've got the Tempest out here. We're going to have the Mothership soon. And from there, it's basically the Protoss' turn. In fact, we see a push coming up on the top of the map. Well, I guess he's going to turn around. There are some Zealots, though, hitting this gold base.
Yeah. Well, with a couple lurkers there and the spines going up, I think that's a really great, efficient defense there from Serral, so that Zealots aren't going to be a great answer to it. In the meantime, trying to utilize some of his extra lurkers. And, yeah, I mean, I like the ideas here from Serral, where he's trying to poke in and prod in, but Stats is kind of on top of everything. You know, he's not really taking any damage from these. He will end up coming down, and they pop an Archon or two, but most of these lurkers will go down.
It's happening, Artosis. Classic is beginning to clear the map. The threats from Serral are disappearing. Now Serral's repositioned into a very defensive game. Small Ling attack over here, but it should be fairly inconsequential.
Yeah, throws down that cloak and really going to make it a little bit hard for him to come back. Recall as well to bring that army over and force everything away. Classic does have to keep his 5 bases up. You can't really lose a base from here and feel like you're in a good spot.
Okay, we've got to push out on the map with the Mothership. And this is where the trading becomes extremely difficult for the Zerg. Most of the game is the Protoss barely trying to keep on top of this. You know, they got the Storms, they're trying to get everything into a good position at a tight angle. Here's where it gets very, very scary.
I gotta say, I just saw a second Nidus go up over at 9 o'clock. Very kind of StarCraft 1-esque, like very defensive Niduses.
Yeah,
so
it's like a Defiler Nidus.
Really love to see that there from Serral. Very, very smart move. That might be able to save that base later on. Now, Classic's starting to push down this base. This could be a little bit tricky because we don't really have that ultimate late game army or what is generally considered that for Serral as of yet. He's still very heavy on lurkers. We have seen Rogue playing that way a little bit as well in this matchup, utilizing the lurkers as kind of the anti-High Templar, anti-Archon, and I actually think there's definitely some merit there. So what I'm most interested in watching here from Serral's point of view is as the lurkers go down, does he remake them? Is this actually what he wants on the ground to help clear out those ground units from Classic?
I like the Zealots being spread to these different expansions. This basically forces Serral from ever getting everything that he has together, because you have to have something here to position or the Zealots will punish. A push on the gold base, I think, is a pretty smart move. We have another Nidus, I believe, popping up over here in the center left, just outside the 5th base for Protoss.
And he is going to go ahead and just evacuate with these Niduses. Gets most of the drones out, so that's kind of nice. And does bring through the lurkers to attack this bottom left. But, you know, with that recall, of course, Protoss has a Nidus of their own and will be able to clear that up.
It's a funny thing because it takes longer for Protoss to kill with these pushes than, like, let's say Terran does. Sometimes Terran could just stim and obliterate everything. But it works out nicely because of the recalls.
Yeah.
You basically come in there, you try to barely hold off the counterattack. Right before the counterattack kills anything that you have a value, you recall, and then it resets the push again.
Yeah. I'll tell you, without that recall, I don't know how Classic would ever win a game like this. It would just be impossible. Serral all over the place with these Niduses. I really like how he's just popping out everywhere and trying to deal damage. But when you look at the efficiency, it looks really good for Classic. It's like Serral's walking up with a bunch of lurkers and killing some stuff, but they're getting stormed down, right? Like he's using lurkers for like mineral-based buildings oftentimes. Now recall coming into the main base. Huge move here. Time Warp on top of the ramp. Tons of Psystorm ready as well.
Yeah, great Psystorm there. The Archon's going to come down here and just position it away where there's no way for the Corruptors to get on top of this. So that's going to be a tech reset. The Hive is gone. Any tech he gets in here, and there's a lot of it, is going to be a long ways away before he can get it back.
Really looking fantastic here for Classic. You can see how strong his late game really is. Serral trying to remake a lot of his tech around the map. You know, he is getting that +2 flyer carapace, so that's good at least. Has a lot of Corruptors in here, and he's going to start picking off some units, so that's good. That's a type of move that he needs to do, but he needs to do that a lot for a very long time.
Yeah, and because he's in the main, suddenly this base over here is impossible to defend. So he's going to get a second free kill. Nothing on Classic side of the map has been broken, by the way. Maybe a little bit excessive for this Archon to be eating damage from that spine, but I think Classic's got his hands full for the time being. This hatchery goes down, and with a counterattack, I would imagine we could see another recall here from Classic.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if he just recalls everything back. That would kind of make some sense. But he might actually just walk down the ramp and try to break more things. Like, you see a bunch of the units there of Serral in the bottom, so why not attack a little bit more? Oh, is this your new layer? Let's take this down. Oh, is your Spire down there? Let's kill that.
Yeah.
And if Serral brings up a lot, or he thinks he's bringing up a lot, maybe you use the recall then.
I don't know if there's another Spire in the game, but the Greater Spire's over here, so that's actually going to knock out... Oh, never mind. There's one more Spire here, but it's not been turned into a Greater Spire, so killing that's going to be big. I actually think the Classic is probably going to close this game out with a win.
Oh, it definitely does look that way. It would be amazing for Serral to come back in this position. But, I mean, they are both maxed, and Serral actually has a bigger bank than Classic, technically, but he's lost a lot of buildings. The cost efficiency that Classic has been showing us has been just superb, and you can see in that picture-in-picture, a lot of harassment still going down from Classic, even though he's just kind of camping up here.
He's going to take this hatchery out again. You can see the harpooning of the Tempest and the carriers, and yes, he will get the kills on those. But the Death Ball just sidesteps this, backs up. And again, you want to be very careful. Here we go. Another beautiful recall over here to safety. And now he can go right up here to the gold base. This is hilarious.
Oh my gosh. Oh, so painful here for our Zerg player. And Classic going to be able to take out 9 o'clock pretty quickly. Those drones pathing in the wrong direction there. Serral will turn them around and save them. But Classic taking another base. And don't forget, he hasn't taken bottom right yet either. So there's still a lot of bases on Classic sides that he can mine from.
So The one spot on the map that Cyril has that I don't know that Classic's going to ever really reach before this game ends is the quadrant in the top right, like the base over here that's damaged, the one down here. Center right, I think, is actually going to be poked out over and over again, even though Cyril doesn't have a whole lot of other places to expand to. That's kind of, now that the whole position is shaped, that's kind of the outer, that's the periphery of expansions that are outside the Zerg's top right spot here. And, you know, the truth is, Classic's been on 5 bases, actually, excuse me, now 6 bases, and will probably take the bottom right. Classic has a very simple game from here on out.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, if you just kind of rotate back and forth, you know, just kind of zone things out from attacking you, pick off the fringe bases, the cost efficiency is just, again, it's so ridiculously high. You know, Cyril, he was trying to get some damage early on, and he did. He did a good job reducing the probe count. He got some damage here and there. But Classic's late game is really, really scary. And you can see he's just controlling his army very patiently, very, very well. Look at him pull these Tempests back over the Archons. Okay, Parasitic Bomb, I do like the idea of Parasitic Bomb because everything is so clumped up. But it's going to take a lot of those. And every time you're casting one, you're in danger of losing units.
It's going to be up to one of these bases out here to finish up, and then Classic might try to push through. Classic does have superior banking right now. He's got more minerals. He's got a decent amount of gas here, but Cyril can't really take advantage of the gas as much at this phase of the game. Obviously, Protoss love to make Templars, right? Make Archons, stuff like that. So when you have a lot of gas with minerals, there's so much more that you can do with it. And so for now, Classic's going to roam. I think he's going to wait for a target. You know, it sounds counterintuitive, but sometimes it's almost better if you know you're in the winning position to let the hatchery finish and then just run in and kill it than to let it cancel. It can be risky, but obviously if you can just pick it off, then it's great.
Well, if you're going to run him out of minerals, if that's the game plan, why not, right?
Yeah.
It's a bigger commitment in that way. Some lurkers going through those Excel zones to come over and guard this gold base. I like that Cyril's actually long distance mining there too, like just trying to get more than half the resources on the map this game. A few Lings attacking into that bottom right that we still don't quite have a Nexus at, but I'm sure that Classic will rectify that pretty quickly.
So he's going to play a very, very patient game here. And, you know, a lot of times in StarCraft 2, you don't just want to have a ton of cannons at a spot, but at this phase of the game, it's actually definitely the play. You know, just fortify every position. If Zerg overextends and counterattacks into a spot, they're going to be punished for it. They're going to bleed off units. We've got the Greater Spire starting again now. So there was a Dark Ages for tech in this game for the Zerg, and we're finally about to get back into that full hive tech.
Right now, these Tempests going to start nailing down these spores oh so quickly. Of course, any launches they can get onto those Corruptors are going to be very strong as well. Some Infestors coming up, some really quick feedbacks there, but you do have to be careful. Yeah, look at that. Just the dance is being won by Classic so far. And actually, you know, now that they both kind of have what are generally considered like the best late game armies that you can get, I feel like you can kind of see what I was talking about, where it feels to me like Protoss in this position, it's a little bit more straightforward how they should be playing, right? It's a little bit more straightforward how to win the game here as Protoss, where Zerg, it's very hard to take that full engage and win it.
Okay, the Lurkers are starting to work their way through this Nexus. This is oh, he's going to ditch it. I guess realizing that he didn't have enough damage there to actually kill the Nexus, decides to instead just leave. At this point in time, every Lurker is important. Any unit you see that's killed off that doesn't really extract value out of the game for that side's army is going to be a big victory there for the opposing side.
A few Zealots will be picked off there. It's so fast. Lurker going to be killed as well. Now, Cyril just kind of going back and forth between 9 o'clock and that base right above that second layer, and trying to keep his air army in that general area, but this is opening up a possibility for Classic to either do a warp in or split off a small part of his army to maybe go and try to kill that top left base.
Okay, he's doing a lot of damage over here. He's going to be able to wipe out this the hatchery, excuse me, once again. The Broodlords are going to come through. They do have the benefit of the speed zone, but then the Protoss moves into the speed zone here as well.
Yeah.
It makes dodging the Psy Storms a lot more effective. The gold base being wiped out on the right side. Cyril has now leaked into the very, very upper left side, a base we haven't really given any attention to up until now in this game.
Yeah, that's going to be one that could be a little bit hard to hold on to, and this is where moves like Recall can be super, super, super helpful. We'll see how Classic wants to end up dealing with that. I think he has to have a decent idea that that's occurring. A bunch of changelings coming in. I mean, I guess I will keep you busy for a second. Yeah. You will clear those out.
You want to get rid of those. And so, with the base up, Serral rushes a huge amount of his mobile defenses over here to plant outside of that base. Classic's going to roam through the middle here. Nice fungal, only catching an Archon actually. I thought I was going to get a little bit more. Neural Parasite there on that, and he's going to get the instant kill there.
I love that. I love that combo.
Okay, we've got more gateways coming down, and the idea from Classic is that sort of like you see with Zergs historically in StarCraft 2, where they trade out a maxed out army on both sides, but then they spend all of their larvae on a new army, and maybe all the larvae after that on the new army to counter it. That's what Protoss is going to do now with insane numbers of gateways.
It's a very smart move. You might be able to go into like mass Blink Stalker or something after a big engage, and a lot of times all that's left over from either side is a bunch of Corruptors, right? So like the Blink Stalkers can be a great play there. Now that Nidus did get up. It seems as if Classic didn't quite notice. He is starting to make some cannons over here to try to help out, but looks like Serral is going to cause some problems.
Okay, poking out the gold base once more. You know that Classic's probably eyeing expanding to there. Kind of a funky recall there. I thought that would have gotten more. But he does send some of these units back over here. Now, Classic's bottom right base has been slowed down from mining, but in some ways it's not that consequential long term.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Classic's going to ever not have that bottom right base, even poking this out with the mothership. And so if you look at this from Serral's position, he's starting to dry up on his side of the map. The two bases in the top right, I think, are basically mined out, if not fully mined out. And so he has to basically rely on these bases on the outside, which are, you know, a small walk away from the expansions that are very fresh here from Classic.
Yeah, I do wonder if we're going to see him actually switch to the other side. Ooh, very nice Time Warp goes down. He does bring those Tempests forward, getting a lot of fungals on there. Nice Neural Parasite to help finish off some of those Tempests.
See him storm the Tempest there? That was kind of a funny look. He's going to send probes over here now, probably to start to throw pylons and cannons down if he can. Yeah, actually, just get a long distance mine. That's kind of cute. You know, just take anything that you can take away from here, even if these probes are killed on the way back. It's not going to go into the pockets of Serral.
Yeah, and you might get some of it back. And honestly, like losing probes when you have 49 and all that's left is bottom right is okay.
It's fine. It's totally acceptable.
Well, I guess he's technically still has the base right below here as well. But, you know, he doesn't have like that many bases going on right now. So I do like a little bit of long distance mining there as well.
I am a little bit worried about this base in the upper left because that's going to give Serral a lot more time in this game. And so it looks like he's going to send a push up there. He's got some Zealots coming down here. He's going to keep the Zerg honest and at least force him to defend. In the blind spot on the map, Classic is about to pounce on this base up here. It's very heavily defended, so it's going to be a lot of work for these Tempests to try to push through here.
Yeah, so he has to decide, does he stay and kill that base, or does he recall back? I think he recalls back in a second here, like leave 2 units and recall as much else back as you can, maybe? No, he's going to do the full trade. He's going to allow this base to probably fall, and it looks like he might move over and try to kill this next base as well.
Yeah, I think this is the play. And this is annoying because the space is almost mined out, so it's almost painful to make a hatchery here again. And who knows, you know, he might even just try to push all the way up here until Zerg tries to come up here and fight this directly.
He is forcing him back. There are a few Broodlords that were left at that expansion of Classic, and they will be able to finish it off. But don't forget, Classic still has bottom right. Serral is barely mining right now.
That's true. Serral's income is painfully low. Some cannons here are not able to spot the lurkers at this distance. And I think Classic has navigated this game beautifully. We're over a half hour into this. And what's happening is that Classic's bases can't quite be destroyed and denied forever. It's very Maru-esque last couple years when he was always doing exhaust play. It's so much harder for the Zerg to come in and shut down a base and lock you out of it. They can kill bases, and Protoss can kind of withdraw or counterattack and then recall and push back in. And that being said, I think for both sides, these Deathball armies are very hard to interact with.
Oh, well, for sure. If anything goes wrong, I mean, that can be the end of the game. Really, you have to take a very strong engage. But I do think it's a little bit harder right now from the Zerg side. But if anyone can do it, it literally is Serral. You know, he is the best at controlling that type of army, but very, very tough to get in on top of Classic's army. Now, Classic is retaking that base. He actually has a Zealot in the top left that's being a little bit annoying. He does grab that Oracle, I believe that's what that was, that just went down. And, you know, obviously tagging these units, that's very, very helpful.
Nice knurl here on these. He's actually going to recall some of these back that got hooked in there. And the Tempests that are knurled, they're going to be killed off.
That was really nice from Serral.
Yeah,
that was very, very efficient. That is the type of move you need.
And this is really where the game slows down, not just in movement, because both players have to be cautious, but in income as well. So when you see a unit picked off, it's a very big deal.
Yeah.
Pretty soon it's going to be impossible to make more stuff in this game.
Yeah. All right, so comes forward with the High Templar. Don't forget, the High Templar is very cheap, or like 50 minerals, 150 gas, right? So it's like, it's not the end of the world to lose one, but each one you lose, it's, you know, the map doesn't have that many resources left. And guys, we have seen games between these two where it really comes down to no resources in whatever units are left.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have this that often in StarCraft 2, but we do get these games where the map is mined out.
Yeah.
And it really does become a crazy situation. And it's important to remind everybody that the losing conditions are you lose all your buildings.
That's right.
We never see it happen because one player realizes, oh, I will eventually lose this fight, and I'll lose all my buildings. So
only when it's a real base race that's very close.
Yeah. Only then do we see it go down to that. But
very rare.
So Classics reclaim this base, is sitting back here. The two bases in the top left are being rebuilt, and it seems like Classic is going to try to maneuver up here and just deny this once more.
Yeah, I like the move. Like, you should come up here, deny this as many times as possible. Cost Serral as much money as you can. This is such a good move from Serral. Look at that. He picks off the Mothership immediately. A very expensive unit, but also, you know, potentially the recall can be a little bit harder. Now, he picks off this hatch, and of course Serral doesn't have top left. So all Serral really has left now is a few little patches just laying around in various places.
Well, he's got some of the gold base, right? But that's pretty
Yeah, there's
out.
barely anything there, though.
Oh, that's actually worse than I
Right?
thought.
It's like,
yeah, I thought he had a little bit more there.
Just over 1,000 minerals there.
So, yeah, it's these forgotten patches that are on the map that suddenly become vitally important.
Yeah.
I don't know how many there are for Protoss. I think I can see a couple on the mini-map here. We've got this base, which is functional, and then you have bases like this. But, you know, the truth is, oh my God, I love this.
And then, of course, this base stays.
Yeah, so this base is basically the most valuable position on the map, and I think Serral might be strained trying to protect it. I think Classic, if he was going to commit to this, probably should have had a little bit more here to try to defend.
Yeah. I like the idea of trying to sneak it in and try to make some zealots.
If those cannons just warp in, it's like, uh-oh.
And honestly, at this point of the game, though, I kind of like the idea of like sending some Zerglings around and killing them again. And by the way, Mapu's showing us right now, this cost efficiency for Serral has gone much better. He was down by 8k resources, and now he's only down by 2. So you can see his efficiency for the last few minutes has been madness. Like, he is, for the last few minutes at least, outplaying Classic.
So Classic, I think it's just so complex. It's a funny waiting game, right? A lot of StarCraft, you just expand as fast as you can.
Yeah.
You get the resources as quick as you can. The game is slowed down to a very drawn-out chess game. Every move is really important here. You don't just want to throw a Nexus down willy-nilly, and then they attack it and you've lost resources, right? So Classic's going to be very patient. He's going to move up again. He's going to try to have a really high-value attack. And Serral wants to come in here with a flank. He gets that carrier.
Yeah, he gets the carrier. He does eat some Psy Storms there. So did soften up those Corruptors a little bit and some of the Broodlords as well. It's a huge amount of Archons. Oh my gosh.
He actually cancels the hatchery there at the top left. Serral trying to save money. Serral, by the way, has more resources in the bank here, both in minerals and gas. A Zealot Warpin is actually denied. Okay, this could be where Classic, you know, could really get screwed here.
That was a great move. That was a great move from Serral to like depower everything real quick.
Yeah, it forces the recall. And the recall is kind of a resource of its own in this game.
You can't talk unless I say your name. But yeah, that was a very, very good move from Serral. But I mean, as soon as you clean that up and kind of remake your pylons, isn't Classic going to rotate up towards top left again?
He will, but it buys more time, right? The Nexuses have to be restarted. I mean, you could win this game as Cyril just forcing Classic to make Nexuses a couple more times. And then they're not going to get the value out of that.
Yeah.
And he always has the right number of lings to come in here and attack.
Yeah. He's pretty good at StarCraft, that's for sure. Okay, so has a couple High Templars here. That's going to make it almost impossible to break with lings. You know, he might attempt to do it again. We'll see. The gold base is almost out of minerals. The only mineral patches that are left on Cyril's side are in that top leftish area. Okay, and right there too. Thank you. And you know, it's hard for Classic, right, to decide. Okay, do we sit tight and mine out these bases and let Cyril have another base, or do we keep attacking and then keep having to go back?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a complex, technical late game. By the way, nice snipe on that Tempest. I mean, everything, even the observers, anything you can get that you're forcing them to make in the game. By the way, energy becomes so important here because that's the only infinite resource, right?
Yes.
That's the only thing where you can get a value over and over and over again. A good Psystorm, a good tag on their units for another setup for an attack, anything like that.
Yeah. So what I feel like Classic really should be doing here is just as hard as possible abusing his recalls. Okay, you have the recall ready, hit top left. Recall ready, hit top left, right? Because that's how you can save your base and maybe shut his down. And I feel like if you're not utilizing that to the best of your ability, I think he was already trying to do it when the Corruptors came in to get the mothership, right? It's like that's why you would put that there, right? Is you want that additional recall. But I think he does need to try to move towards top left and utilize recall when it's appropriate.
Okay, nice Psystorm. He's going to take out that Infestor. This means the Oracle actually is saved. A tough situation normally for Protoss. A lot of times, you know, you get neural parasited and that's going to be it for your unit. Instead, he manages to pick that off. We don't have much more of the map left. Both sides have sacrificed using workers at this point in time and slowed their income down to a trickle in order to have a gargantuan army. Cyril has this center upper left base. It's super resource rich. I think it's more resource rich than the two bottom right bases combined at this point in time.
I think you're right about that.
I might actually be wrong, but I think it's about slightly more, which matters a lot in a game like this. To top that off, Classic is not banking up anywhere near as much. Cyril has an absurd amount of units, and it seems like he's trading more efficiently over time.
You know, I think I was going to call them stats because it really does feel like the old
like
days.
Stats for sure.
But I do think that Classic needs to be a little bit more careful. Like when he was just walking over there, his air units were like just needlessly too far out. Like you need to keep them back a little bit and not allow those fungals to come down so easily, right? You have to play that kind of footsies game with the feedback versus the infestors. Because Cyril's cost efficiency, look, he's even now. He was down 8K, now he's even. That's
crazy.
That's wild.
Well, Classic had such a good late game. Now we're in this, you know, actual end game here. And Cyril, yeah, he traded so efficiently over time. I think he did the positional game really well, especially when he forced that recall back at the bottom right base where it was starting to get wiped out, especially when the Zealot Warpin was denied, so it forced a recall back, and that allowed him to really cement his position up here. I think Classic wants to try to push in and break and shatter this position. I just don't know if Cyril's going to let him do it.
Now look, he's here with just Tempest and a High Templar, so he's looking for feedbacks, right? If you're going to try to abduct or you're going to try to fungal, he is there with those feedbacks with that potential Psystorm as well. Turns around now because he is being poked onto that more resource-rich base, but yeah, it does turn around again. I think it is imperative that he breaks top left. Because Cyril's bank is way bigger right now, and he's been playing better for the last, like, 10 minutes or so. So Classic needs to get his act together and kill top left.
Yeah, well, I mean, the longer this game goes on, the richer Cyril gets. At this point in time, Classic has to be decisive. I think the slow play has started to really become pretty painful for him. And I think, I'm not saying the Classic can just rush in there, right? Because Cyril's got a really good setup. But yeah, the longer this base is being mined out, the worse it's going to be for him. I mean, we're talking about Cyril at 8K right now. We've got a small number of lurkers. By the way, he can afford to lose these lurkers in a way that Classic can't afford to lose anything right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Cyril definitely with a much bigger and better bank. So right now, Serral's starting to come in. He knows he's about to lose that base. So here he goes. He's going to try to move in here. The Corruptor is coming in, trying to get some snipes. They do some damage, but the Psystorm's kind of keeping them back still. Neural down there on an Archon will be useful. Throws a lot of Psystorms down. Time Warp now onto those Broodlords.
Insane amount of splash damage. Both sides have supply plummeting. Serral's banked up money is now cut in half, and it seems like Classic might be able to push through.
Oh, yeah, he really might. There's 50 Corruptors on the way right now. This is absolute madness. Those Archons going to be so incredibly important here to deal that additional splash damage. He's trying to chase at the moment, and he's bringing all of those Archons. Wow, he has actually more left over than I thought. 7 Archons right now.
Yeah, I thought it was 2 for a little bit, then more came up here.
There is going to be the most Corruptors we may have ever seen on the map here in a second. Oh my god. Look at this. He is making a few more Broodlords as well.
The Classic needs to flee back to the safest possible position. A big bungle here on the carriers.
Yeah, the Archons get up there. Some Psystorms are going off as well. This is absolutely ridiculous. And with those Broodlords attacking, a lot of the Archons are actually hitting Broodlings instead of Corruptors, and that could be deadly.
I think that could be game. I think you're right. They were not attacking the Corruptors. I thought they were initially, but yeah, the Broodlings basically tanked. Now the problem is the Corruptors can only hit air, obviously. They can ooze down buildings like we're going to see over here, but of what consequence is that going to be right now?
Well, I mean, I think you should probably try to utilize them, but it does have a cooldown.
There's almost no money coming in.
Yeah.
There's less money coming in than the start of a StarCraft 2 game. So it's crazy. Whatever you have right now, it is so important. And is it possible that the forced investment of the Corruptors, which in some ways have not much functionality at all, could allow Classic to concoct a win?
Let's look at the unit tab. Let's try to map this out. Okay, so 34 Corruptors. Their only target are buildings and 2 observers. Okay. 3 Infestors, 3 Lurkers, 12 Broods.
So how do you get the Broods, I guess, is the most important question.
4 Stalkers. I think actually the most crucial units here are the 3 Infestors, is my kind of gut feeling that those Infestors are, like, whether or not they can actually hit some key spells, right? Because, like, this army can, like, I would say, you know, you throw down a couple Psystorms, you throw your Archons forward, you blink with the Stalkers, you might be able to kill these Broods, right? Like, it is not completely unreasonable. I mean, it is a lot of Broods, but I think the Infestors, like, that is something, that would be the thing that I would be very scared of here. I'd be like, okay, I gotta make sure I nail those.
Keep in mind, infrastructure, I don't know where exactly it is on the map, but, you know, Zerg can turtle, but Protoss could start to take out, like, all the Zerg's key tech here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, everything from the spawning pool all the way to the Greater Spire had to be remade. And I don't know how secure that is right now. Remember that all of the mobile defenses were sent over to that left base at the top. He's actually going to come in here and just kill these stray Corruptors. Now, the Broodlords are moving. I think we could see a big wave on the minimap.
Ooh.
Protoss is going to have recalls here as well. I think that, what is most infrastructure at 12 o'clock?
You know what I think he wants?
Yeah, it is. That's everything.
Yeah.
So there's 2 key parts on the map. There's the expansion and then all of the infrastructure.
Okay, here's what I think should occur here. Because Serral, I think, is very likely to pull away with this game because he's mining this base. You need him to pull his army over. I think that attacking the center of his tech with everything.
Yeah.
And as his army comes, recall bottom left and dash up north.
I think that is
I feel like that's the only way.
Solution.
I think that's the only way to really do this correctly.
It's his only path to checkmate.
Yeah.
So, what a weird game this is. I mean, this is just a 1 in a million game.
Yeah.
He's going to come up now. He's going to hit these bases. This will prompt the Broodlings. He should really shimmy these over to the right.
He's not showing it. Serral's so smart. He's making sure not to show until he's there. So you can't... Ooh, there's the fungal. That fungal is absolutely huge. Another one goes down. He's throwing down some Psystorms here to try to help out, but the fungals are non-stop. He's killing so many extra units.
He's starting to move this over here. The fungals keep getting chained together. This is going to cause the army to thin out even more. It looks like he loses another Archon over here now. He's going to get the recall. The Templar and the Stalker are not in the mix.
That's okay. Now he just has to run completely to north with that army and see if he can get something done. Oh, he's going to lose those 2 units over there as well.
Serral taking a minute to adjust his headset.
Yeah.
The Lurkers are going to be here. Is there an observer with this? I actually think there's not.
Oh, you're right. He lost the observers.
Yeah.
Remember when I said the Corruptors, 34 Corruptors for 2 observers? Turns out it was a good trade.
He's going to instead try to run right underneath the Broodlords. But of course, we all know Archons have a hard time trying to maneuver around the Broodlords. I think this game is about to end here with a Serral win.
Oh my God, it's crazy. What a game we are having here. GG is called. Oh, now that's a crazy game, number one.
That is insane, and we're just getting started.
Wow, 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 wow. And you can see, I mean, his water bottles are rolling everywhere. That's from
You're in the splash section.
An earthquake of amazingness. I think that there were so many moments in this game. I don't think that you can point to a single one. There was so much back and forth. They both really played magnificently, and I think it really showed very well as well, right? Like, Classic got behind against some of the aggression that Serral was showing early on, and then fought back and actually was in the lead and looked like he was going to be able to take it for a long time. But Serral just kind of out-tacticed him for a little bit.
As they say.
Yeah.
You know, when we saw that attack at the infrastructure location at 12 o'clock, I think Classic had to pull his army further up out of the surprise attack point of the high ground there from the Broodlords, because that's what lost him the game.
The problem was the Fungals, because he lost like half of his army almost, or like, 2/5 of his army, I would say, to those Fungals, like just holding everything down. So, obviously that was a little bit of an error. Like, Serral did a great job. Cleaning up the observers was surprisingly important. Those 3 lurkers were not easy to break at that point. What a close game, though. That was, like, these two are so well matched right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what we were talking about, but I don't think anybody could have wrapped their head around ahead of time how good of a match this would be, how unique and special it would be. It really came down to that top left base. Here was, I guess, the biggest crescendo of the match. It's where, after this, 37 Corruptors were forced out. Protoss seemed to have no way to be stopped here, just pushing up, tearing through this position. The Corruptors then won the air fight, but it was sort of this slow, sluggish Broodlord army against a nimble Archon Zealot army. He tried to do the positional play, the Broodlord surprise attack. Again, he was in a bad position at that 12 o'clock spot. Did not allow him to recall everything, and in an attempt to salvage the situation, he slowly had everything picked apart.
If he had put a Zealot on high ground, I think there's a chance he wins that game. Like,
I think so.
One unit, or a Stalker, a Stalker can just blink away. Anything up there to spot, Serral did perfectly, because he had a lead Corruptor, and I was actually going to say, but I think you were talking at the time, he's going to see the Corruptor come in, he's going to know he's on his way, he's going to move to the right.
Yeah.
But Serral stopped the Corruptor where he could not see it.
Yeah.
Right? It was right above where that high ground is.
Very important moment there.
Like, the attention to detail with small things like this make all the difference.
Beautiful game. We're ready now to go into game 2. It looks like Serral stood up for a moment to stretch his legs. We're now going into this. It is a best of 5. If you're just not joining us, we have so much more to go. We just finished, what was that, a 43-minute game? Something crazy
Something like
that.
Maybe 45 minutes or 47 minutes. I don't even know.
48, who knows?
Dude.
But the point is, the map was almost entirely mined out. These are 2 of the greatest late game players of all time. As we continue on in this best of 5, in the bottom right, in the red, he is Classic. His opponent in the top left, in the blue, he is Serral.
Right. I loved that game. That was one of my favorite games of this tournament so far, and for a lot of reasons. We saw Serral utilize some tactics that Rogue has been using a lot lately. I like that he utilized a couple of them together, the Lingbane Hydra attack paired up with a mass circling drop. That was really, really awesome. He went into the mass lurkers and harassed all over the place. He got into that endgame where I think Serral is the best in the world, endgame against Skytoss. And, I think it took him a while, but he eventually outplayed Classic and was able to take it. It was awesome. But here's the thing, okay? For these 2 players, they just played that game, and they played a bunch of games that looked like that as well at DreamHack Dallas. Which player looks at that and says, I don't want to do that again? And I think the answer is neither of them. I think both of them recognize that they might have 3-4 games in this series that look just like that.
I mean, I love the way you put that, Artosis, because, yeah, I think neither player looks at that and says, well, I don't want to go to late game again.
They both could have won that, 100%.
Yeah, many moments there had a couple decisions been made differently, and one of them would have come out on top. So I do imagine we'll have at least one game that's going to be cheesy or rushy or all-in-y, just because that seems to be the nature of a best-of-5. And, you know, when people are really focused on trying to greed up, that is usually what would prompt somebody to do something kind of crazy and all-in-y, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, so far all the aggression has basically been from Serral. I would be surprised in a best-of-5 if we don't see something from Classic, though. Yeah, I don't know if Serral wants to play that same style again or he wants to go into a different type of way to play. Like, are you going to try to get aggressive, the Ling drops, you know, try to hit a Baneling-based attack, that type of thing? Because you never know. Like, Classic, now that you've seen Serral do that once, he's very good against that mode. You know, if he identifies that that's happening, it's almost impossible to break him.
So Stargate Tech's going to come in here again. And all of this does, when I watch Classic, this all tells me he's going to do the same kind of macro build as before. I think this should be a fairly uneventful game for a little bit. We talked about the slow cook in the previous game, but it couldn't be truer. You know, once the game really picks up, it goes absolutely insane. But we'll see. Maybe we have a gateway explosion after some other kind of tech, and there is some, I don't know, like an adept timing or something like that. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, that would be more of a microwave than a slow cook. But I wouldn't mind seeing something like that mixed in occasionally. The thing is, both of these guys are really masterful in their defense. So, and I've definitely seen this in the past in StarCraft matches when you get two really strong players, and the player that does the tricky, cheesy thing loses, and then the other player does a tricky, cheesy thing and loses, and that type of thing, right? So you don't want to go too far or too deep on that.
So he's going to use the Oracle to pick off this first Overlord here, instead of trying to go out on the map. And this kind of looks like a good move, honestly, because you need to get you know, 2 Oracles before you can really do anything. First blood there of the game. And you know, from here, it's going to be the Zerg massing up a couple of Lings. Now, we saw this in the last game. I guess it's going to happen again. He basically makes enough Lings. Oh, busted. Sees the Lings coming through here. Normally, you have an unusual amount of Lings so that you can kill both the Nexus and surround the Adepts and punish the Protoss for having the Oracles on the other side of the map.
Well, some Lings trying to break in the front here. He is going to have to go up and make something here. Like, the Stalker is not going to be able to hold, that's for sure.
Meanwhile, these other Lings come down here, and the idea is,
really
you know,
nice.
you basically have normally just one group of those Lings on a control group to harass, but he actually makes exactly 2 so that he can surprise him with the other attack over there. And the Oracles are going to move out again, and he's actually rotated another set of Lings to hit this base again, showing a couple that are going to go over there onto the side. And I don't know how many Adepts are at that third, but it might be an ample moment to try to run in and do damage once more.
Yeah, I saw 2 there before, but maybe he's... Oh, yeah, he's warped in quite
Okay, he's got enough Adepts.
Yeah, 5 Adepts will just crush those Zerglings. Oh, and Classic, I'm not sure what he was doing right there, but yeah, it does miss it, throws down that Stasis Ward, only 1 drone.
Pretty perfectly handled by Serral, to be honest. From here, we have the gateways coming up. Templar Archives is here along with the Forge. This is not going to be some kind of a timing. This is going to be a very, very slow development game.
I think you're right about that. We might see Classic try... Ooh, he wiggles in with the Blink. It's very nice. We might see Classic try to do one of these Blink move outs where he brings the Stalkers. It's hard to imagine Serral losing to something like that, though. Serral just kind of running around with these Lings. He did slip them in, but now that they're in, what do?
Yeah, well, he's just getting the confirmation, right? He sees all these gateways coming up here. Obviously, Blink is going to be being upgraded as well, and so we're continuing to that macro development game. Certainly, it's going to be the same thing from the Zerg. We have even more drones being produced. Serral's up about 69 drones, about to break up into the 70s here as the rest of those hatch.
All right, well, he is trying to shade in, but the Lings stay right on top of those shades, so he does go ahead and cancel. Going to bring these 6 Adepts back home, perhaps, kind of leaving them mid-map, so still maybe some potential here for some pushing. Roach Speed is on the way. Hydralisk Den coming up as well as the Hive, so maybe into Lurkers here?
I think so. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, we got to remember that, although this was a crazy macro game, there was this whole period of pushes from Cyril to try to basically punt Classic out of this type of game and maybe into one where the defenses would eventually crumble and he would kind of, in a very Zerg swarmy way, overwhelm them. But Classic has proven to be so resilient. We've got hatcheries coming down now. I'm sorry, was there a Baneling's nest made? I don't think there was.
No, there's no Baneling nest.
So he's not going to try to do anything game-ending, so to speak. I mean, when you get to lurkers, a lot of times that's just to kind of push out and grow and defend. And so this is slightly different in the mid-game here from Cyril, and that it's even more passive.
Yeah, he's getting into those lurkers, which generally are one of the better defensive units, but definitely we've seen them utilized for some strong offense as well. The Adepts do see some Hydras walking around there. So with the Hive finishing up, Cyril is getting into that endgame tech pretty quickly. So I think at this point the question is Classic going to try to attack? Because we don't see him throwing down Stargates or anything like that yet. And if he just sits here in kind of a defensive stance, which he is doing, like he's making a bunch of cannons, which is not necessarily a bad idea or anything. You see Ling Hydra running around. But if Cyril's just kind of teching up towards that endgame and Classic is sitting here and making sure that he's safe from everything, it feels a little bit lopsided in Cyril's favor.
Well, it's funny. We don't get to cast a lot of games from Classic where he's not just like barely surviving in the mid game.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see how it looks if they're both basically in a macro greed race. It's one of these games where it's like they're trying to seize every part of the map and gobble it up. And I mean, this is probably going to be a game where the Protoss takes an uncontested 5th base before we've really even had any kind of a fight.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right about that. The Adepts, they've been kept around for a very long time, but they really don't scale at this point, so I like that he's trying to get in and do a little bit with them. But I mean, 3 drones here at almost 9 minutes against a 5-base Zerg is not really all that impactful. Both these guys up right around 90 workers each. Fleet Beacon coming up with another Stargate as well, as we get Classic's first-person point of view.
Yeah, going to be playing at this point in time, just continuing to grow. And this is a very tense game, by the way, because we're getting to that boiling point. We're getting to that point where both sides are going to hit that max out, and it's going to be a slugfest here to try to take these bases on the map. This is a map where they're diagonally split on the map. So we have bases down here in the lower left and bases in the top right. But the only, I think, very contestable bases are the ones that you cut, if you take a line and cut it right through the middle. Those are the ones that are probably going to have lots of fights over them.
Now, look at this right now, Tasteless. Like, there's a lurker attack coming in, and he's just very calmly holding it, and he's sending some army around for a flank. Now, there is another group of units going towards his 5th. Uh-oh, I'm actually really worried for Classic
it's
here.
way more than I thought.
Yeah. And look at this attack. He cancels out that 5th. This army, which I think was originally for a flank, it seems like he's not really deciding completely what he wants to do with it. It looks like it is going to counterattack now. Cyril has a lot of units at the map and not a lot of units at home, so Classic's counterattack is going to get some damage.
Yeah, this is a pretty ugly moment here with these lurkers. The lurkers can't just scramble back. There's obviously no recall or anything like that. They're pretty slow, clunky units. We've got some Lynx coming over here to surround some nice storms. The lurker's going to try to pounce in on this, but the Lynx thin out.
Yeah, really good storms, but he does trap a bunch of those Zealots as well. The Zealots go over to the left and actually kill that Nidus and some of the drones that were waiting there. So he does get a bit of counter damage, but his 5th base was canceled and his 4th year is about to die.
Yeah, I love the counterplay from Classic. I've not gotten to see him quite do this because we never have games that are this slow and dramatic, but the counterplay looks really good. I mean, it's kind of hard for the lurkers to run around and burrow and keep up with these Zealots that are so fluid in movement.
Yeah, but I don't know that it's really enough here, Tasteless. I'm feeling very bad about Classic's position right now. He's down to 3 base, which is like not too normal for Classic. I think there's still maybe a little bit of comeback potential here. He does have some of these later game air units to try to push things back.
So funny, he put that pylon there earlier to spot for that Nidus. I don't know that he's going to see it now. I think you might be right, Artosis. Cyril has basically survived and looked really good, and Classic doesn't have a lot to work with right now. Now, keep in mind, Classic isn't too different from the last game in that there's just, a lot going on here where Serral's trying to hit from all these different angles, but if Serral can break him right now, Classic will be knocked out. We're going to go into game 3.
Yeah, and that would be a huge advantage there for Serral after such a close game down to the wire. Serral just kind of turned the aggression on. Classic was doing exactly what you suggested, which is take that 5th base, and then suddenly Serral was everywhere all at once. So fantastic to see from him. He kills another Nexus. Classic actually has a lot of Sapphire, I'd be calling this game right now. Losing your 3rd base and your 4th base, while Serral's taking even more bases himself, it doesn't seem like a position that can be won. But Classic has some crazy comeback potential because he's so good at defense.
Also, these positions are very bottlenecky. You know, it's like Zerg trying to ram it through a very narrow corridor, and Protoss has loved that. Between Archons and Psystorm, and you have Tempest here in the back, it's hard to make it work, especially versus Lurkers. Oh, War Prism shot down as Serral comes in here to pounce at this top base.
Yeah, this is getting out of control at this point. A lot of probes going down. He detects all the Lurkers here, puts on his cloak, tries to move in. Time Warp goes down. Yeah, maybe he can kill off a bunch of this, but I mean, he's even pulled the remaining Adepts he has into his army. Not looking very good.
Yeah, you can see now the counter push coming up here from the bottom. He decides to go back. Classic's barely on 3 bases. He is so squeezed right now. Amazingly, he's actually kept his supply up. I do want to point out, and I don't know that Classic's going to be able to get out of this. He's gotten out of almost every other situation that we've seen historically in games like this. But, if he does survive this, there's going to be a lot more resources in his vicinity that he can take up, which is really going to give him a lot more that he can do with.
Yeah, don't forget that, right? Serral is spending a lot of his resources right now on this kind of late mid-game aggression. So if Classic were to somehow start holding his bases and forcing Serral back, yeah, maybe that's a way he can win, as his resources just kind of last longer. But look at this, a ton of Lurkers, and not a lot of anti-air here. Okay, there's your anti-air. The Corruptor's flying up to help out. Ugh, it keeps getting worse and worse.
Okay, Classic's gonna ditch this. This has worked in the past, but he has such little to work with back at home. He's gonna try to basically come through and puncture each of these bases.
Yeah.
Recall and kind of start from scratch. Supplies are absurdly high, especially considering what little Protoss has to work with. But if he can keep most of his important parts of his army alive, take these bases out, go back home, we could be in some kind of an immaculate reset in this game.
That's exactly what it would have to be, is immaculate. He has to just do this just about perfectly. He kills the top right, so that's a start, but he's losing his natural. He's not mining from his 3rd. His 4th is has nothing at it. I think it's not warped in all the way yet, maybe. Yeah, but it's definitely not looking too good at the moment. Maybe he can clean up some of this, go back home, but I feel like he hasn't done enough damage yet.
So he's going to pull back. And, with base trade situations like this, what you've got to remember is that, both sides can sacrifice some of this. But the problem is when one guy has way more of the map, then they just have more they can give up, right? Because when the other side has to turn back around, and this is pretty unique for PvZ, where you kind of base trade a little bit and then retreat and reset. The question is, how much can Classic remake from this? By the way, he's only on 40 workers, which I guess is acceptable for how many bases he has. This is for 73 drones.
Yeah. At 15 minutes, it's not a great place for Protoss economy.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, a little recall goes off. Having a really hard time kind of dealing with everything. These Niduses over in that little corner are so annoying. A Zerg player made this map, Taste. What else is that for over there?
That's literally here, I'll put my Niduses here.
Yeah. May as well have written Nidus and put an arrow there.
So now we've got a game where I think Serral took some damage, but it's inconsequential. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we even see Serral take that very bottom left base.
Oh, yeah,
you could quietly take that. Classic is so compacted in this position that he's probably forgotten that bottom left base even exists, because it's not going to play a role here for a while.
He's not thinking about that at all right now. I like how Serral's even putting a creep to him where that Nexus goes. He's being so annoying at the moment. More probes being made for Classic. He is trying to rebuild. He's kind of relying on his great late game army control and the cost efficiency. This is a really strong defensive army that he has. You know, it's hard to get in there with Corruptors. He's just got so many Archons. You know, the cost efficiency is closing up a little bit.
Yeah, it is a situation where Zerg is just banking money now. Down to 75 drones, by the way. There were some losses there. I think there's some Zealots attacking the top right, but the main push is going to come in over here. Yeah, so he might actually lose that. But the Lurkers can push in over here, and Protoss has nothing to defend.
Yeah, really, it's very annoying to clear up something like that. You need detection, and you need units that are not ground units. And that's very difficult to do. Now, he throws down the Time Warp. Look at this. He's actually targeting everything down pretty quickly here with these Tempests. Just doing a ridiculously good job. I can't believe Classic's even still in this game, let alone pushing through.
It's insane.
It's insane.
I mean, he's still making this work. He's going to try to push through here with his Death Ball. Cyril's going to try to bait out as many storms as he can. All Cyril needs to do is basically shut this down, and he can win the game.
But can you shut that down? that's the question. Classic kills another base. Classic is barely mining.
Yeah.
Barely mining right now. His third base is being shut down. He doesn't have a fourth. You know, his natural has a few probes mining. That's about it. But he is still just marching forward, trying to make this into a game. Well, he is already making it into a game, which in and of itself is crazy.
He's just going to push right into the natural. I guess he can just kind of roam to wherever the Cyril is going to allow him to go. Of course, Cyril is in a very tough spot now because if he tries to run in here and shut this down and it backfires, the game will promptly end with Classic and a victory. And once you get up the ramp into the main, this is a nightmare for the Zerg to deal with.
Okay, well, throws down a lot of Psy Storms here as everything is attacking, and the Broodlords and Fungal's doing a fantastic job. Time Warp goes down, but it is not likely to be enough. He throws down a Recall and will save some of these Tempests, but almost everything else died. I think he only saved some Tempests.
I think Cyril just comes in. Yeah, GG. I was going to say, I think he just comes in now, smashes this position, and, you know, that was a very different, very unique game from game one. And there's something incredible about it because Protoss had so little to work with. Never got a lot of bases, but managed to just keep his army alive. And I think on some level, Cyril was patient enough to just let the Archons get slightly isolated. Because really, it's you know, the air army is what's destroying everything, but the Archons are what stop you from killing it. Because the Archon splash damage basically denies the Corruptors from coming in. There's not many more units that are more clumpy than Corruptors. And so it's Cyril up 2-0. But man, close games.
Close games.
Close games.
You know, I think Classic still definitely has a chance in the series. Like, you can see just how tenacious he is. And Cyril just kind of caught him there. You know, Classic was trying to take that fifth base without really having done much in the game. Maybe that's a step too far. Maybe no matter what Cyril's doing, you need to you need to be a little bit more active than just making your fifth Nexus, right? This isn't SimCity. This is StarCraft 2.
Right. Well, it's funny because the game was so quiet for so long. You know, we have a lot of macro games in StarCraft 2, but yeah, that was a fifth base before a real fight from the Protoss. I think Classic had interesting ideas with the counters, but the Lurkers just blasted their way through bases so much faster than Zealots and Archons can do so. And you know, once you have like even 2 or 3 Lurkers, the Zealot Archon can't really fight a base, right? Just due to the way that they distribute damage, the way they line up. It's really easy to get lined up shots there. But Cyril, kind of a genius at the drawn-out game. You know, when it really turns into a chess game on the StarCraft board of how do we position armies, you know, when do we want to move the pieces back or when do we want to move forward here? And although I think Classic, in some ways I'm almost more impressed with it because he was doing so much with so little, it was Cyril that managed to get himself into a position that was virtually impossible for even Classic, one of the greatest late-game players of all time, to recover from.
Really fantastically done, but I think Classic will keep his cool. And I'm actually hoping for another big mind-out macro game once again. And I tell you what, I'm going to feel a little bit ripped off if this doesn't go to Game 5.
I hope we can have Classic win here. I'm actually a little bit worried Cyril might just be a few percentage points good enough in a game where both sides play perfectly. So like those percentage points actually matter.
Yeah.
It's not up in the air. It's not too close to tell. It's like actually they're so good that, one guy is level, 98, the other one's level 100 at this. And in this case, the way the damage and the back and forth goes, it is the level 100 guy that wins every time. In the top right, in the red, he needs to win 3 games in a row. It's Classic. He was going to win last year's Esports World Cup, and then he lost to Clem. He's here to do it again. It is Cyril.
I like that. He was definitely going to win until he lost. So, Classic here. Not going to be falling back on any cannon rush or anything like that. We did see that a little bit from him in Dallas. But, yeah, going to send his probe across here on ley lanes. And, yeah, I don't know. I want to actually see Classic basically do the same thing. But 5 bases right away is like a bridge too far. You know what I mean? It's like make your 4 bases, just roam a little bit more so you know what's going on completely, and then make your 5th base.
Well, it feels like there's some moment where you do have to at least prompt the Zerg into defending or attacking or engaging with you, and I think Cyril may be the very best Zerg in the whole world at this, at kind of handling the macro game, this, the SimCity game, the development game, like you were talking about. Yeah, is this a city builder game or is it StarCraft? Well, Cyril, when you don't mess with him, he is sort of the ultimate machine of production, map control, setting up positions that later on are going to be almost impossible to deal with. And yeah, I think we might need to see a more engaged Classic. Yeah. I think most games, because of Classic's reputation, he's actually used to people trying to go for the jugular in the mid game, and he basically fights them off, defends, he dodges, he bobs, he weaves, and then suddenly the Zerg is overextended. The Zerg's overexposed, bases are poking out, and he starts to roam the map, and he starts to clear areas, he shuts stuff down. And yeah, it was such an eerily quiet game. I think Classic went, okay, I guess I just keep expanding, right? Is that what we do here? I take another base. And that's really where he let Cyril set up everything he needed. Yeah, and Cyril did a great job from there. Yeah, I think you're basically right, is that Classic plays, in a lot of these games, he leans just slightly more defense because of how many Zergs don't want to play this late game like Cyril does. And really, I think the thing that Cyril is the best at and has been the best at for a long time, he does the line between greed and safety perfectly. Like, no one does it as well as he does, where it's like you're simultaneously making as much economy as you can while maintaining safety so that you can't be killed. And that's like the hardest thing to do in StarCraft, is maintain that line of the optimization versus the safety. And it's just, it's wonderful to watch. It truly is. This game, predictable in the early game. We've got the Oracles. We actually have 2 gates being made here, so hold on. I think he normally went for only 2 gates before taking a 3rd, unless I'm misremembering. Oh, he went for the 3-gate play. Yeah, he went for 3-gate here instead of 2-gate. I was about to say this is exactly the same, and then I looked up at the production tab. So it is a variation of this. Yeah, he did this against Rogue earlier in this tournament, I believe it was. And he likes to go 3rd Nexus and then attack with like 8 Adepts or so. Yeah, and it feels like there's some kind of a window of time here where the Zergs maybe let their guard down. Yeah. There are moments in the game where if you played enough, you just know that you're so safe and pretty much nothing happens here, or it doesn't make sense, and it feels like he has this different rhythm to try to approach here. And I don't believe that the 8 Adepts are really intended to do a lot of damage. I think it's intended to stop drones from being made, and then you go back. It's a very tricky timing, because it's like too late for rush, too early for timing, just right for Unga Bunga. Too late for Unga Bunga. Melee weapons being made here. Yep. For Cyril. Very trendy in ZVP lately. Yeah. And, yeah, the Oracle's going to fly in. We will see those Adepts move relatively soon if he's doing the same build, which I believe he is. Oh, okay, it's finally coming up before we see a move out. Could this actually be a Glaive build? I mean, I don't think it's going to be. I think he's just going to move out with the Adepts, but I could be wrong there. I mean, the Forge always feels like an investment for later, right? Yeah. But, who knows? And look, sometimes it's the appropriate moment to try to do something almost counterintuitive to change the narrative, because maybe the narrative that's running in Cyril's head about how these games nice snipe there.
That was a great catch.
That's a big deal. Maybe the narrative that's in his head is going to be so different. He's sending out what are, I think it's about 11 adepts here. And he's going to try to come in and do that damage. This is not any kind of all-in. There's tech behind this, but it is going to do a lot of damage. He's going to take out the Spore. He's going to run to safety. Beautiful block here. Forces a cancel. And a lot of the Zergs lately have gotten so good with these Evo blocks to just shut down any of the shenanigans that can occur otherwise. Now the Shades are going to get through.
Ooh.
But
yeah,
he
does cancel that, though. And he's going to go ahead and recall as the Roaches are trying to come out. This was not going to go his way. So he's going to need those at home to help defend against anything incoming. But I feel like Cyril blocked that really, really well.
Okay, so the Lings are going to try to counterattack. Cyril going up to the 4th base. And, you know, we talked about Classic maybe needing to engage a little bit more. Well, that's exactly what we're getting here. The Lings are going to wrap back around, and it's going to be back to business here. Storm coming, Blink on the way, Robo started. This time it is Hydra Bane again. You know, the previous game we saw the Hydra Den into Lurkers.
Yeah.
With Banes, you know, when it was time for Banes, I don't even remember, but it was not at this phase of the game. It came much, much later.
Is getting ready for that. Storm and Blink both on the way. You know, if you are going to have a lot of adepts, like if he was going for Glaives or something, obviously Bane's going to be such a strong counter against that. But again, if Classic, and here's the thing, here's what's really different about this game. Classic is being super, super active between the Oracles and these adepts. So I feel like he's much more likely to figure out exactly what Cyril's plan is. And if he can figure that out, like, his defensive setups are amazing. Like, you're just not likely to break him. Oh, man, right before playing, too.
Yeah, that's rough. Takes him out. The Lings are going to glide through here. He's going to see exactly when the 4th base is set up. Sees the Templars there in the back. Double checks. There's 4 Templars. The Robo starts the first Warp Prism here. And it's going to be Cyril just covering his side of the map right now. He's going to be going up into his 5th base. We talked about maybe a 4th base being a little bit too soon here. Really nice surround by these Lings here. These Adepts getting absolutely no value. Almost all of them, maybe almost all of them destroyed. One lives to tell the tale.
No one's even going to believe him. You know, warping in a lot of Stalkers right now. He does have a fair amount of Psystorm ready as well. That 4th base coming up. Of course, Cyril here adding in some more Zerglings. He's gotten quite a few Hydra upgrades, but I don't think we really have Hydras. He's really more on, like, Ling, Bane, Roach, Ravager. Which, like, I'm trying to remember. Like, I remember Shin using a style like this several years ago.
I remember that, yeah.
Really, really good effect, and I feel like we don't see it really all that often, but generally you are going to see an attack line up from this. But honestly, if Classic's going to come up here and attack, and this has been something popular from him as well, is to walk out with the Stalkers and some High Templars and go, I don't think this attack works.
Yeah, well, he has to have the most godlike storms ever.
Yeah.
And the Banes are going to come in here, and I mean, with nothing to really take, I mean, the connections are going to be huge.
Hey, he does save some in that prism, which is really important. But yeah, the surround here on these Stalkers is just so painful. He drops out those High Templars, throws down some very good storms there for sure. Gonna walk away from those Biles.
I love the Ravager in this combination because it basically makes it impossible to warp in. And another complete wipeout there of the army.
Yeah, yeah. Really was not ready for that.
You could see the intensity in Classic's face there. I mean, the walls are closing in. It's becoming an unrealistic game to where Protoss can't really do that much. The Stalker Templar army, it's interesting, but I mean, Cyril basically has the counter. You've got Lings that surround, Banes that connect.
Yeah.
You've got the 3 Ravagers, so you can gun down that Warp Prism. No warp-ins allowed. And all you can do is try to recall what you have. And even when you recall, when there's this much stuff out, the damage is insane.
Yeah, the only counterpoint I really have to that, because I do think that Cyril's putting out a really nice game here, is that Classic is on 4 bases. He has like 5 High Templars right now. And, you know, that's... You can defend a lot with that. And, like, 4 base is the magic number for Protoss, where on 4 base, like, yeah, we can get a huge army. It can be really efficient. It's not that hard to defend, right? It's when you take, like, that 5th base, it starts to get a little bit more difficult. It's a little bit further out there. But, yeah, I feel like this is still a recoverable position for Classic, especially when you look at, like, that last game, right? He was on, like, 1 to 2 mining bases for the longest time. And he still stayed alive against like a 6-base Cyril.
man. I'm getting so worried here for Classic. You know, we were talking about how he's the master of defense, how he doesn't die no matter what gets thrown his way. But we haven't seen him bleed out this much. You know, he's
lost a lot of units.
He's lost a lot of stuff. And Serral is, about a minute out from maxing out. We've got the 3 Stargates coming. He doesn't have that kind of air defense that really makes him untouchable, and he's able to roam on the map. So this is going to be a tough couple minutes here for Classic.
He's taking a 5th, and he's staying kind of forward with his army. You know, this type of more forward play is very different from what we saw in that previous game. So that is going to allow him to control what's going on a little bit better. Of course, a very different looking game overall. Quite a few lurkers up there in a defensive stance. We have that hive tech up. Tempests are being started. More Stargates are going to be finishing here as well. So I think right now it's like Serral still has some opportunities to deal some damage here. But I think Classic has what he needs to kind of stop everything and get into that air army and make one of these big games again.
Could be. We got to see how he handles this attack.
Yeah,
it's going to be one of these drive-by drops. He's probably going to drop some of the stuff over here, maybe even go to the main with the rest. No, a full-on drop over here into this base. The ground army is trapped in the middle. It's not defending any of these locations. A big link counterattack comes up and sees the Templars and decides to go somewhere else.
Yeah, that didn't do as well as I thought it would. I actually, seeing how much was in those Overlords, I kind of felt like he had a decent chance to maybe pick off the Nexus. But between the shield battery, the Immortal that was there, yeah, that wasn't as successful as I thought it would be. But here comes another attack. This one might be a bit better. Some Psystorms going down on the Lings and Lurkers.
It feels like all of these attacks should have hit at the same time instead of one by one. It feels like the Protoss is playing an easier game of whack-a-mole. And so, yeah, nothing really sticks in that attack.
Well, what's happening is Serral is making problems for stats, and problems have answers, right?
Right.
You got to make a dilemma, man, where you're hitting both locations, and no matter what Classic does, he's going to take damage.
Yeah, you got to force him to give up something, and it's possible that he actually has an imbalance in his defenses, and he gives up both even. That's how you win. Instead, it's like, we're going to attack here, and then here, and then here, and then so Serral, it's like a Mr. Miyagi wax off, wax on, and he just fucking blocks each one of them.
Yeah, it's all wax off here for Classic.
Another attack over here, and it's just denied.
Yeah, he's throwing down the Lurkers. He's trying to find a place.
Look at this one that
maybe
gets up here.
Sneak by, but Classic's on top of it. He sees it. That's the most important part, right? Pull those probes away. You can clear out a Lurker in a little bit.
And, he's feeding into him. It's at the point where Classic is now maxed out. I think we're really entering another part of this game. Yeah. A part where now the air fleet's here. It's ready to go. Protoss didn't lose anything key. I mean, you want to know what you need to lose as Protoss for Zerg to be winning this? You have to lose Nexuses. You have to lose infrastructure. You have to have Zealots and Archons walking into Lurkers and getting obliterated. We don't have that. Instead, we've got a lot of Tempests. We have that Mothership, which is always a signal that it's in the Protoss's turn in the game.
Yeah, well, we have another drop coming up here. This one is much more Lurker heavy, and that makes recalling very dangerous.
Right.
So I am a little bit nervous because he is hitting 2 locations at once. This is more what you want to do. We have Lurkers in that picture-in-picture hitting, and look, he is going to split up the drop, so that does make the recall a little bit more realistic.
Exactly, and so he can drop these Lurkers. Oh, he's got to burrow him. Is he going to burrow those Lurkers?
Well, there's a lot going on right now. Classic with the counterattack saying, okay, I guess I'll lose my natural and maybe part of the main base. He did do a big warping up there, though. He's attacking this base. Force Arrow. He's going to be able to pick up this hatchery. The next hatchery is so close, I imagine he's able to get that one as well.
Yeah, he takes the hatchery out. The infrastructure in the main's being taken out here, though, as well. Both sides are trading out. Remember, Serral has much, much more of the map. Second Nexus gone. In the main, the Templar Archives goes down.
Ooh.
This Nexus, these probes could just be wiped. If this is ignored, okay, he takes it out.
All right, a lot of workers on both sides are falling, but Serral's economy is still very, very good. A Ling attack here on the third base of Classic. Just everything seems to be on fire for him right now. Losing multiple Nexuses in the last few minutes and only killing 1 hatchery of Serral's.
Serral is the god emperor of the base trade. He's just hitting everything everywhere. And the fact that the main is unpowered now really cripples the Protoss. We now have a supply blocked Classic here. He's going to recall into the main, but it's to take out a couple of lurkers and lanes.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the lurkers are over here. Artosis, I think this game may be over.
Yeah, it's getting very close to that right now, but we know that Classic will not leave until there's 0 chance remaining. He still has a very decent army, but I don't know that he can pull his economy back together. Just Serral has been relentless, attacking everywhere, over and over again. A new Nexus starts up in his natural. He has quite a few cannons here, so this will slow it down, and he should be able to save the space with his main army.
He's barely alive. This is the only functional base is here at 12 o'clock. Classic scrambling to get to it. It's 137 to 86 supply. Classic cannot make a probe, anything. He's going to try to come back around. This one lurker's going to run in here. I actually love this, where you just run one lurker in here, and it's like, if you don't deal with this, all your workers are gone.
Well, that is going to be a bit of a problem. Those are not going to be able to mine for a little bit. You see those drop overlords over there. Going to come in and clean up these areas. So, I mean, it's good that he's cleaning things up. This is step 1, right? Classic keeps his cool. He cleans things up. He tries to come back. But it's feeling more dire every moment.
I think this is basically impossible for Classic to recover from. I mean, Zerg literally has the whole map. There's, infrastructure has just been reinstated. Classic now has 8 supply worth of the space that he could make things in. Serral's maxed out and pocketing money. He's got ambushes set up all over the map. I think we're going to see Serral come in here and go for the killing blow.
All right. I think you're right. There's really just not much left. The thing is, even if he doesn't go for the killing blow, I don't think that Classic can really, like, he has to go on the offense, right? Like, he has to go and attack and try to kill all Serral's bases. And then you just counterattack.
Well, I think there's
no answer.
No way to recover, right?
No,
I mean, it's a world where he could take this. I mean, Serral would have to overextend so many times over. Yeah. The few remaining probes are going to get wiped out. It's 19 workers to 81 Artosis.
Yeah. It's Serral. I think he's done enough to do it, man, to qualify into that next round. Just a beautifully played series from him. You know, we definitely had some close moments, some great moments from both players, but Serral, mixing up his strategies a little bit, showing more aggression than I think a lot of people thought he would.
Yeah,
which I actually think in this current metagame is a very good choice. We saw how strong Classic is with this type of army, and I think getting some of that earlier aggression out, getting some damage, is a good way to play it.
Feel bad for Classic here in the last few moments of this game. Good storms here on the Corruptors, but Serral could lose many more and still close this out. GG! Serral defeats Classic 3-0.
Yeah, a very, very strong victory for Serral. Definitely one of the favorites here going into the EWC final couple days.
Beautiful series. I liked each of the games. We talked about Classic needing to be out on the map, maybe be a little bit more active, and he sort of did that, but the problem is that Serral shut it down so hard that suddenly the part of the game where Classic is really the best at, the mid-game to late mid-game, he was so squishy, so punishable, that all Serral had to do was hit multiple locations at once, and Classic fell apart.
He did. Classic defended the first several attacks super, super well. I think it really started to go downhill, though, when he let the lurker drop go in his main and just counterattack.
Yeah.
Because then Serral was attacking actually 3 different locations, and Classic only killed 1. And that's not a good enough trade.
It's also, I think, very difficult when the Protoss does the counterattack and there's lurkers burrowed everywhere in the counterattack to kind of gather what exactly is going on and where you need to prioritize the recovery. Anyways, guys, we're going to go to an interview with Serral and see how he's feeling after 3-0 Classic.
3-0 in front of Classic. Sensational finish to the last series of the day. Serral, congratulations. I want to jump right into that first game. It was looking like, I want to say like similar fashion to how you lost in DreamHack Dallas. How were you able to change things around in this game, or in the first game rather?
Yeah, I was getting some flashbacks already when the recall got into my main and I lost the main and net. But yeah, I mean, I still had the confidence. I knew that if I just take good enough fights, it should be good enough. And that kind of ended up happening. I messed up one big fight at the top left once, but besides that, it was pretty decent fights all the time. So I know if that's happening, I can always win.
it did go pretty back and forth in that first game, but the second one seemed a little bit more decisive. And I want to ask you, when it comes to the switch, you had layer tech aggression in the first one, and then you switched it up with hive aggression in game 2. How come you made that switch?
Well, I kind of felt like he might expect the Hydra Bane again. He was also doing a good job scouting it in the first game. That's something I prepared for, that he doesn't really scout for the Hydra Bane, but now he was scouting it for it, so I didn't really want to necessarily do it again. I instead went for the Nidus Lurker play. That it's interesting, but it works quite well because the Queens just are so tanky and the Lurkers are so tanky that it's actually really hard to break a position like that always. But yeah, I just wanted to mix it up a little bit, and also the map wasn't that great.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely mixed it up, but still, sensational ending. Did you think that you were going to be able to take down Classic in a 3-0 fashion in the best of 5?
I thought it was possible, but at the same time, Classic's really good right now, and I thought this series could go either way. It's all of the games are really close even now, so it's always a little bit luck involved as well, who wins some of those games. So I was kind of hoping for that, you could say.
Well, at the end of the day, you managed to get that 3-0. Congratulations, you make it into the top 8. Thank you very much for joining us, Cyril. And now over to the studio to break down that last game of the day. And we still have 2 more days ahead of us here at the SNB Esports Arena for StarCraft at EWC.
There we have it, a brilliant win for Cyril, but the heat death of the universe was quicker than that first game, as Cyril, though, was able to vanquish Classic in clean fashion, 3-0. Classic not to be able to take any maps at all here in what was a very, very clear victory for our Finnish phenom. Joining me in Rotterdam, we have Lambo as well as ZG to talk about this one. Lambo, what did you make of the series as a whole?
I mean, this overall didn't quite go as I expected, because I thought Classic would mix it up a little bit more. Instead, it was Cyril bringing some aggression, but still always going into the late game. And then in the late game, I do think Cyril is a little bit better than Classic, even though I think Classic is probably the best Protoss in late game as well, but Cyril is just so damn good. Whenever I watch these games, I feel motivated to try out late game myself. Yeah. Then I play against these players, I get completely stumped, and I'm like, man, I got baited again by Yona. but yeah, I mean, he's just so good at this. Like, once he gets the perfect army, it's so difficult to take engagements against him.
Roddy?
First game was, well, a 40-something minute game. We had the 51 Corruptor Remax.
Never seen it.
I was starting to have some PTSD from Dallas. I was like, is this where he's going to end up with only Corruptors and one Archon is going to kill him again? But this time we had enough Broodlords. We had a couple of Lurkers as well. Obviously a bizarre game that could have gone either way. I do feel like it broke Classic a little bit mentally. The second and the third game were nowhere near as close as the first. Overall, just incredibly impressive by the runner-up of the Esports World Cup 2024.
Very observant of our post-match man, as 2 water bottles were indeed thrown to the ground, sniped by Cyril. Never mind the demise of Classic coming that way. Here, I'm sat funny. What's going on here? Let me sit properly. I've gotten too comfortable throughout the day. But ZG, Cyril obviously showing that for Classic, yeah, I'm no rogue. I am going to be able to win out in these late games quite handedly and then do the mix-ups like Lambo was suggesting.
Yeah, you know, Classic I don't think was surprised by that, but after the Dallas, he probably was thinking that he would be able to actually take one of these games, especially some of those games where he actually absolutely had some winning or good positions. But yeah, it kind of feels like it is back to the old situation, like maybe last year's EWC, where we're just like, well, Cyril wins everything apparently. I do want to shout out just how high level that was overall, though. It just felt like, I mean, I didn't quite get the same feeling I want to try late game Zerg, because that sounds terrible to me, but I looked at it and I was like, well, the Zerg player, like, oh no, he actually made the Nidus Swarm. Like, oh, the Lurkers actually popped out and he retreated with them. And then the other side, Classic was just, his control over his army was amazing. His ability to try and find engagements was still rock solid. It's just like Cyril was a little bit better, right? And it just felt like it was still some of the highest PDZ that you could possibly see, but it was a 3-0. You know, it's one of those series as well, I think you say, yeah, it was 3-0. Cyril absolutely is very, very good, but Classic really brought it. Those games were interesting.
I agree. They got my heart rate pacing as well, as you see the Lurkers in 3 spots at any given time in the last game there, Lambo. So that's brutal for a Protoss to deal with, and Classic was somehow still kind of trying his way through a little.
Yeah, I mean, the way Classic always stayed alive was pretty crazy. Even in the second game, I think he was back down to 2 bases at some point, and he still stayed alive for like 10 extra minutes. He was very, very good with unit retention. He's also super good with high Templar movement, not overextending, not losing them for free. I mean, he's also a master of the late game.
Let's take a look at the results throughout the day then, as we have had some great best of 5s. Of course, there was things going over on the B stream as well, but let's focus on what we had here, as we had tons of those best of 5s happening. On the B stream, actually, it's a little bit rough because we had some 3-0s going on there. However, here, we had so many 3-2s to start off the day at Rotterdam that a lot of the series really lived up to some great expectation.
Yep, and a couple of the underdogs performed incredibly well, really pushing those favorites to the limit. I mean, I love it. That's what we are here for. 4-game, 5-game series. Hopefully later this tournament we'll have a couple series going for all 7, maybe even all 9 in the grand finals. I'm honestly not too surprised though, because yesterday I would say the only real surprise is that we didn't have a true surprise, which meant that a lot of the favorites delivered, and obviously if you have all the favorites going up against each other, we're expecting close series.
Yeah, for sure. It really does feel like, Lambo, looking at the field as a whole, yeah, okay, we came in thinking maybe there's 6 people that could win it all, but it really shows that everybody has taken this extremely seriously, understanding that it is the World Championship. You have to try and level up to the level of these guys, these gods, these Serals, these Marus, these Reinas, these heroes.
Yeah, 100%. I think there's a slight advantage that you have if you're not one of these 6 favorites, and that is that everybody is preparing for these 6 players, right?
Yeah.
Because you're trying to win the trophy. If you're Cyril, you're going to take a look at Classics replays. You're going to take a look at Maru. You're going to think about Rainer, all of this. And maybe if you're like a Shin or a Rogue, somebody that's not maybe a top favorite to win the entire thing, they might not all be as prepared for you as they might be for someone like Maru, someone like Sarah.
Well, looking back at all the key crushes throughout the day as well, of course, for Classic, his key will not be crushed. He does have another opportunity down towards that lower bracket, ZG. And I do expect the Classic fight back. I think that obviously what we've seen from him in recent time has been strong. It just shows that there is definitely weakness there going up against someone like the Phenom.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the biggest test for most players, right? It was last year, and this year you kind of have to include Clem as well, but it really is still the biggest test. Again, even though, like we talked about it yesterday, Cyril doesn't play in all these online tournaments where you get to constantly track just how dominant he is, but when he ever goes into a big tournament, you know that he's favored in a lot of those scenarios. And I definitely had Classic also making it through from the bracket, so I think that's still very, very likely, but obviously there's been a lot of great contenders that are waiting there in the lower bracket too.
I wonder do you think you'd flinch, Roddy?
Maybe a little bit, because it just seems a lot more violent this year. Last year it was a little bit silly, where it was like, and it was like, boop, and it's like it bent a little bit. But this year there is violence. Maybe that's why there is no competition more ruthless than the esports.
Ruthless.
I'm not sure if you guys are actually next to the stage when this happens, but I was there when the first key got broken, and I was flinching while I was on the side of the stage even. It's super loud. It's actually crazy. Yeah.
Showtime was so ready. He was like holding his ears before anything had happened, way ahead in advance. But yeah, so good old time here at the Esports World Cup. Let's take a look at Group A and the results that have come in from that so far. We confirmed 2 names in that upper bracket, as it will be Clem and Maru. Obviously, the Maru Rainer series was very close, ZG. It could have gone either way, but Maru did prevail.
Yeah, that was a sick series as well. But that was also a real testing ground for Maru too, because Maru was another one that we're just like, we don't see him all the time. How is he performing, especially with all the news about potential injury and how he's working through that? And to tackle Rainer, who was obviously playing very well, is a really good testament to how much of a chance he has to even win EWC.
Group B as well, as we have ourselves Hero and Serral moving through. The 4 names that we already have at the very top here, Roddy. Nobody's going to scoff at that.
2 Terrans, 1 Protoss, 1 Zerg. David Kim has done it again, 2025. He's still delivering. But Group B obviously awesome, and I'm sure we can talk about it a little bit more. But I have one question for Lambo. Tomorrow, Group A, lower bracket, Shin Solar, baby. Expectations?
I have fantastic expectations for that match. I don't think the matches are going to last quite as long as the ones we just saw.
Really?
I think it's going to be some fireworks. Solar told me he's very confident if the games go normal, but he knows that Shin has a million build orders, so yeah.
So for once, Solar is the one worried about ZVZ getting weird?
He is, yeah, he is. But also, he told me he's very confident in standard play, and I'm like, but you all in every game, right? And he's like, yeah, but that's my standard. He said, if it's hatch first versus hatch first, that's good for me.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's take a look at the Qiddiya top plays of the day as well, and see what we've got for you. So we start things off with Zoun versus Byun Roddy to get this all rolling.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a couple of feedbacks here, and then eventually he storms it, and he gets those 2 medevacs. But this was such a spectacular game, by the way, by Byun, even if he lost those medevacs. It was awesome, really fun series. This was a fantastic play, by the way, by Rogue. The tunneling claw roaches in the natural, in the main, while obviously with an all-out assault at the third. I love this by Rogue.
CG?
Yeah, I guess I'll continue on. I thought it was an excellent follow-up because sometimes, even when you do a lot of damage like that earlier attack did, it's still very possible for a Terran player to come back, especially when, I mean, everyone's going to shout out mules, right? But just the cost efficiency of the mech army in a defensive position. But the tunneling claws, I think, really kind of cinched it, made it so that this bust was very much possible, and Rogue just played some really great games against Heromarine.
What have you made of Rogue's form overall so far, Lambo?
I think he's very good, and he's also good in these types of tournaments where it's very preparation heavy. He has a little bit of time to prepare for his opponents. He had time in general to just cook up a bunch of build orders, like at home before the tournament started. He had a month now, I guess, or a little bit less since he qualified through the GSL.
I guess I'll stick with you, Lambo, because what have you made of the Reina versus Maru series? Obviously, you were in Reina's corner in the past, so what did you make of it?
Yeah, I'm still in Rainer's corner, so I was a little bit sad of the overall result, but I mean, the series was fantastic. For me, the series of the day, and this was also the map of the day. Ultra love so much back and forth. Usually, pro gamers always say, this game is over, this game is over. I had a hard time actually calling it.
Okay.
Throughout the entire time, basically, until the last 5 minutes.
Maybe another contender for Game of the Day, though. Hero Cure Game 2 Ultra Love. What on earth was that?
Yeah, it was definitely something. But hey, Roddy, you know that green wave? Only one of them in that round of 8 so far. What's happening?
It was supposed to be a big green wave in the wave pool, but we're stuck in the lazy river. Like, it's not a whole lot is happening yet. But hey, maybe tomorrow.
Some would say that Protoss has been in the lazy river for a few years, to be perfectly honest, though.
We might get demoted to the kiddie pool soon, man. Live vest only.
Of course, and we round things out as well with Seoul versus Classic. Our first game, ZG, it went the distance, we'll put it that way.
Yeah, actually, even thinking about it in terms of how it started out, which actually looked like Serral was going to overwhelm Classic, and then Classic somehow stabilized. I thought that was the first time that I was like, wow, this is just so high level, right? Like, Serral would have absolutely overwhelmed any other Zerg player. And then, yeah, that highlight right there where the mothership went back in, like we actually said in the green room, like, oh, it's a very similar situation. This is where Serral loses. And somehow Serral brings that back through just patience and good decision making. And his ability to take fights is always so amazing. He always seems to get all those little things to begin the fight, but he's still so patient. He doesn't just like jump. You know, he gets a couple of oracles. He doesn't just go, well, that's it. He's like, well, that's not quite it. I did love Lambo actually in the green room. He was like, as soon as he splits the Broodlords, that's when you can tell, because that was absolutely true.
That's the one move where I always know Jonas going in is if there's a complete concave of Broodlords. Nobody else even does that, but it's super good.
All right, and in that first game, banks were gained, banks were lost on multiple levels. But let's take a look at our Sony MVP of the day as well. Who is it going to be? It's Maru here for his series against Reina. Is this too much of a surprise to you, Roddy? What are you making of it?
No, I don't think it's a surprise, because I think we had 2 series of the day. Like, every series obviously was a series we looked forward to, but there were 2 that stood out. Maru, Reina, Classic, Serral. In the end, Serral gets a rather decisive victory over Classic, but Maru had to dig very, very deep against Reina. A bizarre game on Ultra Love. Obviously loved the switch to Bio in Game 5, and even that got very hectic because he was low on SCVs, but he kept it together in the end with a crazy amount of Marine tanks splitting on creep. I'd say that's well deserved. Maru had to work incredibly hard for this victory, and he got it done.
Yeah, I also want to mention that in that series, it looked very similar. Like Maru's build orders. He always went for Cyclone mech, but all of them were slightly different. He didn't play the same build a single time. There was always slight differences, and also differences in how Reiner was supposed to respond to that, which made that so difficult to play against for the Zerg player. So really good planning overall. He came into this not just practicing Cyclone mech, not just playing Banshee every game. Different opener every single time, good preparation.
Do you think now people can have a bit more of a read on Maru ZG coming into this? Obviously, it was a little bit, not that many games under the belt on like, online or anything, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, like, you know, the Beast Room was saying, hey, like, the Trigger series actually showed a little bit too. Like, even though that was a 2-0 that people expected Maru to win, it was just like, well, that actually was super clean. That was super nice. But then I think, absolutely, this was the real test. I mean, we're not just talking about facing Reiner, who is a favorite to win this, but then also how long these games went. And he was able to persevere, he was able to stay to the last, and then finishing it up with an 8 rack, showing that bio capability too. It just once again showed the well-roundedness of Maru and makes him that tournament contender.
After so many years of non-Korean champions, the Koreans not being able to become a world champion, and Maru always kind of being on the precipice, on the cusp. If he continues this kind of form, Roddy, we could maybe finally see Maru overcome that hurdle, and that would actually be kind of magical because he's been there so many times, almost there.
Oh, it'd be an insane story, and it doesn't matter if you play Protoss, Zerg, or Tyrant. If Maru wins the World Championship, there is another player in the world says like, that's kind of undeserved. Like, no, looking at that man's career, he's had an absolutely beautiful career. That's the one thing that he's kind of missing, but it's still such a long road ahead of him. Like the quarterfinals, it doesn't matter who you face, it's going to be incredibly tough. Semis and grand finals, like that's anybody's game.
The fact that it's single elim, there's no more chances after that, and you could run into some absolute monsters in that bracket. Let's check in with the schedule that's coming to you tomorrow for day number 3 here for the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2, and we are starting things off down in the lower bracket. Do or die for some of these guys, as we have Reyna versus Zoun, Rogue versus Cure.
I'm actually looking at Team Falcon versus Team Liquid.
It never ends.
Yeah, it never ends. Like back to back. I mean, both of these guys really, both these teams really needing those points. But yeah, absolutely a fantastic setup for the next day. I mean, yeah, I think there's a couple more that we're going to be looking at. Yeah.
This is the bottom side of that graphic was wrong actually. Those
I was
yes.
like, oh, another Reyna versus Maru series, amazing. Fantastic.
Not yet. Maybe down the line, ZG. No, it is Shin Solar, obviously, in the lower bracket. And it is Reyna against Zoun, that is correct. And I guess Classic falls to the lower bracket to play against... is it maybe...
Oh, gosh, I wish I had it on...
We don't have to do it. It's like doing maths on stream. We don't have to do that. Don't you worry, okay? Okay. Regardless of whatever had just happened then and the information that we have, what a day it has been for StarCraft.
It's classic Showtime, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, you've got that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, it's actually one that I'm really looking forward to. Because I'm not counting Showtime out there. I hyped him up a lot, and the series against Cure, unfortunately, didn't really go his way. He wasn't able to show what his PvT can be made of. But that's historically a matchup that just holds him back a little bit on the biggest events.
Yeah.
But his PvP, I am a strong believer in Showtime PvP.
Yeah, he's super good at it. Also, I think Rogue versus Cure is then the last, right?
Woo!
So to finish up all the matches that we have them on. And that's also a good one.
Yeah, that's really good.
That is really good. Any final thoughts, CG, before we get going?
Yeah, just that, as you said, it was an amazing day, right?
It really was.
Like, I mean, I think that's kind of why we're a little like mushy-brained as well. It's just like there's a lot of fantastic players to still track, even though we've already said goodbye to quite a few. And then we're just excited for what tomorrow can bring. Because today, I thought casting that series with Solar Clem, I was like, well, this is pretty solid. Like this is the best series of the day. Like I'm okay with that. And then the next two were just absolute bangers. So hopefully tomorrow continues to improve.
Love it, love it. What a day we have had here for day number 2 of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place. We will be eliminating more players, but we will also be getting into that round of 8 as well. Thank you for tuning in around the world. Thank you to Lambo for joining us. You know what? What a lad. And hey, maybe he'll join us tomorrow. But for now, we are done for day number 2. Join us tomorrow. Day number 3, the world champion is on the road, baby. We'll see you then.
I am here with Tastosis for an end-of-day wrap-up show, very quick. So today we had a few players eliminated. Let's start there. Maybe we had Cyan, perhaps the expected one. No surprises there?
No surprises there.
And then we had Heromarine, Byun, and... Trigger eliminated. So any surprises there? Any heartbreaks for you guys?
I would say for me, I think the Byun series was kind of sad. Like, Zoun just kind of caught him a couple times. It did feel like Byun was massively outplaying him when he wasn't already dead at the beginning of the game. So that was a little bit sad one to see, because I do think Byun is a little bit better than Zoun.
Yeah, I was curious to see how Trigger was going to perform at this, with it being his first EWC and him being one of the new fresh players, new fresh face. Sometimes those guys really overperform, I should say. But yeah, it was cool to see him get this far, but sad to see everybody go, I guess, at EWC.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was his first EWC, so good on him to even make it here. And in the case of Byun, I actually got to talk to him a little bit, and for him, it was a lot of regret in not taking it to the macro game and being overly aggressive with Sound. So he pretty much agrees with you, I think, that, longer games favored him.
Yeah, he was clumping up and taking the most storm damage you possibly can, trying to just finish Zoun the whole time, and it's like, Byun, you're just so experienced. That's what do you win the world championship? 2016, right? So he's the oldest world champion we had here out of the 5. So sad to see him go. Would have liked to see him go further for sure.
Absolutely. And lastly, I want to ask about your favorite series today. Any players that you thought overperformed? You obviously just finished casting Classic versus Serral. So yeah, just comments in general.
I think Raynor versus Maro was insane. That turned out to be, I don't think you can get more out of a series than that. That was a blast. We obviously just finished casting Serral versus Classic. I thought that was going to be closer. It's impressive to see that, someone who we thought might be the best player in the tournament Classic, who was considered to be, the end all of the late game players, actually was outdone by Serral, who was historically known for that. So, that was my takeaway. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I think it's hard to really go against Raynor Maru as the best. That was such a good match. It was so close. Really back and forth games in there as well. So that is going to probably be one of the matches of the tournament. If we get a couple matches that quality tomorrow, this is a great tournament.
Absolutely. Some Cyclones were made, but actually Maru closed on Bio. So that was kind of was that surprising to you guys?
No, that seemed like good decision making, don't you think, Tasteless? To switch it up after really training him to think you're going mech?
I thought it made sense. I don't know if it was prompted by the fact that he got the deny on the first hatchery and kind of slowed everything down. I think that sets up for good bio play, and maybe it was a combination of both. But yeah, it was awesome.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.